In the Kanglan realm, in the eastern part of Juyunzhou, there is a secret realm that looks like a fairyland on Earth. A giant peak hangs in the sky like a sharp sword, with a long and majestic aura that goes straight up to the sky. Around this giant peak, there are 9 peaks of the same size. There is a waterfall falling on each peak, which looks like 9 holes in the sky. The scene is extremely spectacular. Cranes fly over the sky from time to time, just like the grand scene of the fairyland. Under the 9 peaks are mountain streams, which are filled with mist and fairy air. The sunlight shines on the water through the branches and leaves and can also refract several floating light shadows. Not far to the southeast, there is a hill with a 1,000-year-old peach tree on it. On the right side of the 1,000-year-old peach tree is a thatched house that looks very simple. At this moment, on the path up the hill, a beautiful woman in plain clothes is leisurely walking towards the thatched house on the right side of the 1,000-year-old peach tree on the hill. The woman looked to be about 20 years old, about 1.79 meters tall, with long, smooth black hair tied up with a red silk ribbon, delicate and pretty face, and skin as white as snow. Such a pretty appearance was totally out of place with the plain dress she was wearing, making people sigh in their hearts that such a good skin was wasted. However, the woman didn't care about her clothes at all. She held a willow branch in her fair and delicate right hand, and rolled up the cuffs on her 2 jade hands, looking like a mountain girl. A green jade pendant hung on her slender waist, which was as thin as a willow branch, making her look like an ordinary person. There were only a few plain belts on her lower body dancing in the wind, exposing her 2 snow-white and slender jade legs to the air, revealing a strong temptation. But on her 2 jade feet she was not wearing anything, just walking barefoot on the road, and she didn't feel any pain at all. Not far behind the woman, there was a boy who looked about 11 or 12 years old. The boy was also wearing plain linen, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, and his handsome face looked a little thin. On his back was a bamboo basket filled with firewood branches. "Master, slow down! Wait for me!" The boy was walking on the way to the hill with firewood on his back, and even sweat appeared on his forehead from exhaustion. "Xiao Yunyun, hurry up! If you don't hurry up, your master won't wait for you." The woman heard the boy's voice and suddenly stopped, turned around and looked behind her, shaking the branches in her hand while looking at the boy and urging him. The woman's name was Yun Qingyu, and she was the master of the boy carrying firewood not far behind him. And the boy carrying firewood was named Su Yun. Su Yun heard the urging of his master Yun Qingyu, raised his head and cast his eyes on Yun Qingyu, who was walking leisurely in front of him, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right hand, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "You are not tired with your clean hands, but I am tired carrying so much firewood. What kind of master am I?" Su Yun looked at his master, thinking about being ruthlessly exploited by this evil master for the past 3 months. He was simply crying without tears. Su Yun was originally one of the 4 major families in Yunfeng City. The young master of the Su family had lived a life of luxury since childhood, but 3 months ago, the Su family suffered a catastrophe for no reason, and 108 people in the whole mansion were brutally killed overnight. In order to let his mother Jiang Qianzhu take him away, his father Su Lingtian stayed to fight to the death. However, those people were too powerful. As soon as his mother Jiang Qianzhu took him away from Yunfeng City, those people caught up. When they were halfway through the chase, his mother stopped those who were chasing him to protect him, and let Su Yun run away alone. In desperation, Su Yun had to obey his mother's words and run away in tears. Later, Su Yun's mother was killed by the other party because she could not resist, and she caught up with Su Yun again. However, just when Su Yun thought he was doomed and had nowhere to go, he suddenly bumped into a woman. And that woman was Su Yun's evil master, Yun Qingyu. At that time, Yun Qingyu was holding a wine pot in her hand and walking leisurely on the road. Suddenly, she was bumped into by Su Yun, and the whole person was stunned in an instant. When she reacted, Yun Qingyu saw that Su Yun was being chased by someone, and immediately picked up Su Yun without saying a word, then turned around and ran away with Su Yun as fast as a gust of wind. Before those who were chasing Su Yun could even see who saved him, Yun Qingyu and Su Yun disappeared from the spot. They fled without a trace in an instant, which stunned those people. After Yun Qingyu saved Su Yun, she brought Su Yun to this secret realm. After seeing Yun Qingyu's light and lightning-fast body movement, Su Yun's first feeling was that this beautiful woman who saved him must be a great cultivator. So Su Yun immediately knelt down and begged Yun Qingyu to accept him as a disciple. Yun Qingyu, seeing Su Yun's resolute and sincere attitude, and after learning about the tragic experience of Su Yun's family being wiped out, agreed to accept Su Yun as a disciple. However, When Suyun wanted Yun Qingyu to teach him how to practice and then avenge his parents' family, Yun Qingyu told Suyun that she could not practice at all because she could not contain spiritual energy in her body. When Suyun heard this, he was immediately confused and couldn't help thinking in his heart, "Are you kidding me? When you saved me, you ran faster than the wind. You can't practice. Are you kidding me?" Suyun was unwilling and didn't believe that his evil master couldn't practice. In order to let his master teach him to practice, he was willing to do anything. He served tea and water, washed clothes and cooked, and did everything every day. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu was also very satisfied with his apprentice. Since then, he has lived a happy life with clothes and food provided for him. However, 3 months have passed so far, and Suyun still hasn't learned anything from Yun Qingyu. Not only that, he has been ruthlessly exploited by his evil master day and night. However, he, Suyun, is not a fool. As a time traveler, Suyun feels that his vision cannot be wrong. He believes that cats can't climb trees, but he will never believe that his master can't practice. Suyun felt that it was because the master had been hiding and testing himself, so he was unwilling to teach himself to practice easily, or he was afraid that he would leave after learning, leaving her alone. Therefore, Suyun has been silently persisting, always believing that one day he would impress the master and let the master teach him to practice, and become a master of cultivation like the master. Every time he thought of this, Suyun felt that the efforts of the past 3 months were worth it. After all, a person like the master must be a hidden master. If he can get the true teachings of the master, then when he has learned something, he will definitely be able to walk sideways in the entire Juyunzhou like the master. To avenge his parents, it's okay to have hands. No, it's okay without hands. Xiao Yunyun, what are you thinking about? Hurry up, the master is hungry. The master wants to eat the food you cook. Hurry up and cook for the master. Just as Suyun was savoring the ups and downs of the past 3 months, Yun Qingyu's urging voice came to his ears again. Suyun heard the voice, raised his head and cast his eyes towards Yun Qingyu, who was staring at him blankly, with a hint of confusion on her beautiful face. He could not help but slowly said, "Oh!" Then Suyun gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and hurriedly followed with firewood on his back. Smoke from the cooking stove rose, and petals of peach blossoms fell. Suyun carried firewood on his back and followed Master Yun Qingyu. At this moment, he had walked to the 1,000-year-old peach tree on the hill with some difficulty. Then he simply packed up and lit the firewood, and the smoke from the cooking stove rose. Suyun was 5 meters to the right of the 1,000-year-old peach tree, using an iron pot to boil water and cook. His movements were so skillful that it didn't seem like something a teenager of 11 or 12 could do. Master Yun Qingyu, on the other hand, lay on the green grass under the 1,000-year-old peach tree, her left hand touching her belly without a trace of fat, her right hand covering her deep and clear, beautiful eyes, and she fell asleep lazily. Petals of peach blossoms fell from the 1,000-year-old tree, and some fell on Yun Qingyu's delicate body and cheeks, covering her. Suyun held a piece of green grass in his mouth, put the noodles into the boiling pot, and slowly stirred it with long chopsticks. While stirring, he also looked at his master, lying on the green grass behind him with his beautiful eyes closed and his belly slightly heaving. He felt that Yun Qingyu was like a fairy among flowers at this moment, so beautiful. I don't know since when, whenever Suyun cooked, Yun Qingyu would lie on the green grass under the 1,000-year-old peach tree and slowly fall asleep. When Suyun finished cooking, he would wake Yun Qingyu up to eat. Suyun looked at his master, who was lying on the green grass at this moment, who seemed to be in a quiet sleep. He really loved and hated his master. Since the Su family suffered a catastrophic disaster 3 months ago, if Yun Qingyu had not rescued him and taken him in, he would not know what to do, and he might have been killed by those who destroyed his family and killed his parents. In the past 3 months, it was all thanks to the company of this beautiful master that Suyun lived such a fulfilling life and did not feel lonely. However, this master was so powerful when she saved him 3 months ago. But in the past 3 months, every time he asked her to teach him how to practice, she always said that she didn't know how to practice and refused to teach him. Not only that, she also squeezed him day and night, asking him to serve her tea and water, wash clothes and cook, and do everything by himself. Many times, if Suyun hadn't seen that his master was as beautiful as a fairy and a little pitiful, he would have pressed her pretty face to the ground and rubbed it hard. Alas! Staring at the sleeping master lying on the green grass behind him, Suyun couldn't help but sigh, deeply in his heart. How could I have met such a master? Sighing unwillingly, Suyun had to continue stirring the noodles in the pot, hoping that the master would be moved by his sincerity as soon as possible and teach him to practice. Master, The noodles are ready. Get up and eat noodles. About a quarter of an hour later, Suyun looked at the steaming noodles in the pot and finally made lunch. He couldn't help but stand up, walked to Yun Qingyu's head and squatted down, stretched out his right hand and patted the master's pretty face. Yun Qingyu, hearing Suyun's voice, opened her beautiful eyes with sleepy eyes, opened her hands and stretched lazily, and then cast her eyes on Suyun squatting next to her head. Then she opened her red lips and said lightly, "Xiao Yunyun, you have worked hard. Quickly bring the noodles to your teacher." While speaking, Yun Qingyu stretched out her two jade hands to support the ground, slowly sat up from the ground, and slightly raised her head to take a look at the clear sky. Then he looked at Suyun, who was serving noodles, and said, "Disciple, the weather is so good today. Let's go fishing in the afternoon. The master wants to eat grilled fish." "Master, didn't you have grilled fish for dinner yesterday?" After hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but turn his head and rolled his eyes at Yun Qingyu, muttering in his heart, "You really can't do anything and you have nothing left after eating. In addition to being good-looking, there is only food left." As for Yun Qingyu, after hearing Suyun's words, she acted a little greedy and said, "The master wants to eat grilled fish again, isn't it? Who told you, Xiao Yunyun, to make grilled fish so delicious?" You freeloader master. Are you the master or am I the master?" Suyun was speechless when he heard what Yun Qingyu said. However, for the long-term plan in the future, Suyun could only endure it temporarily. He brought the noodles to Yun Qingyu and said, "Here are the noodles. Eat slowly and don't choke." "Thank you, disciple." Seeing this, Yun Qingyu took the noodles Suyun brought to her and finally said something that was barely audible. Then Yun Qingyu began to eat the noodles in big mouthfuls, not caring about her eating manners at all. Suyun looked at Yun Qingyu like this and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. He turned back to the pot and scooped a bowl of noodles for himself. "Disciple, give me another bowl. I want more." However, just as Suyun scooped the noodles into the bowl and smelled the fragrance greedily, he was about to start eating when the voice of his master Yun Qingyu came from behind. Suyun turned around and saw that Yun Qingyu had eaten up the noodles in the bowl in no time, without even a mouthful of soup left. Seeing this, Suyun's handsome face instantly revealed a trace of anger. Then he reluctantly handed the noodles that he had just scooped out but had not yet eaten to Yun Qingyu, and said indignantly, "Here you go." Then he took the empty bowl from Yun Qingyu's hand. In this way, Suyun had to walk back to the iron pot and scoop out another bowl of noodles for himself. However, in order to prevent Yun Qingyu from eating as fast as she did with the first bowl of noodles, and then wanting the noodles in her hand again, Suyun took a bite of the noodles after scooping them into the bowl, and then he smelled the delicious aroma of the noodles and ate them in small bites with great enjoyment. "Disciple, I have finished eating. The bowl is for you." When Suyun was enjoying the noodles in the bowl, Yun Qingyu's voice came from behind him again. After hearing this, Suyun hurried to her side and took the empty bowl and chopsticks from Yun Qingyu's hand. Yun Qingyu, seeing Suyun take the empty bowl and chopsticks from him, suddenly lay down on the grass and began to sleep. Suyun held up the unfinished noodles in his hand, glanced at his master Yun Qingyu, and began to eat again. Burp! Finally full! After Suyun finished eating all the remaining noodles in the pot, he couldn't help but touch his stomach with some satisfaction. Then Suyun also put down the empty bowl in his hand and lay down on the grass like his master Yun Qingyu. Suyun stretched out his hands to both sides, lying on the grass in a big letter shape, and cast his eyes on a crane flying in the sky. He couldn't help but think in his heart, "When can I practice and soar freely between heaven and earth like this crane?" While thinking this, Suyun couldn't help but turn his head and look at his master, Yun Qingyu, who seemed to have fallen asleep. Seeing Yun Qingyu like this, Suyun couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. Then, Suyun slowly closed his eyes, intending to have a good sleep like his master. Congratulations to the host for awakening the world peeping system. The system is loading. The system has been loaded and a novice gift pack will be issued. However, just as Suyun closed his eyes and his body had not yet completely relaxed, a series of voices suddenly rang in his mind. "System? System?" Suyun heard the voice and opened his eyes suddenly, then sat up and was stunned. 12 years have passed, and the golden finger of the time traveler has finally arrived. Before this, Suyun saw that the golden finger was not coming, and he thought he didn't have a golden finger. At this moment, the golden finger finally came late, and Suyun's heart was so excited. After a long while, Suyun finally calmed down and came to his senses. He complained in his heart, System, after 12 years, you are finally here. Do you know how I have been through these 12 years? Suyun recalled his life in the past 12 years. It was really hard to describe. He felt that he was not like a time traveler at all. Before traveling to this world, Suyun was also a complete fan of fantasy novels. He had imagined countless times that he would be like the protagonist in the fantasy novel, traveling through the fantasy world, obtaining the golden finger, and finally embarking on the path of the supreme strong man who wakes up to hold the power of the world and sleeps drunk on the lap of a beauty. However, when Suyun really traveled to this fantasy world, he found that his experience was completely different from that of the protagonist in the fantasy novel. When he was born, there was no nine-colored thunder, colorful clouds, rain from the sky, or birds coming to pay homage. He was born with a wow. When he grew up, he did not awaken the invincible golden finger like the sign-in system. Nor did he get a divine weapon that could break through the void, and he did not even have the residual soul of a peerless, strong grandfather to lead the way. Except for the slightly good birth conditions, the rest is basically useless. In terms of cultivation, his cultivation qualifications are mediocre. As a partner, he does not have a childhood sweetheart who is as beautiful as a flower and has a talent for evildoers, nor does he have a supreme and domineering female emperor fiancée. He does not even have a cute and coquettish sister, and he is the only child in the entire Su family. This made Suyun feel a little depressed and desperate in his heart, and he no longer believed in the beautiful lies of, there must be a golden finger to travel through time, and there must be a beautiful woman at the beginning. Since then, Suyun has lived a self-indulgent, idle, and anxious life, hoping that he can live a life without worries and live a peaceful life. As for other beautiful fantasies such as traveling the world with a sword and being famous throughout Juyunzhou, Suyun had long forgotten them. I was not born to be a person who can do great things, not to mention the unrealistic idea of holding power in the world when awake and lying on the lap of a beauty when drunk. However, although he lived a poor life, Suyun also hoped that he would have some extraordinary experiences such as falling off a cliff or rebirth after a catastrophe. In that case, he could rise up and embark on the road of becoming a strong man who rebounds from a useless protagonist. However, after 12 years of poor life, the golden finger of a time traveler never came, and no adventures happened. Suyun finally lost hope in his heart and gave up the idea of dominating the world and breaking through the universe. However, on his 12th birthday, when his parents prepared a birthday party for him to celebrate his becoming the young master of the Su family, they did not expect that a group of masked men in black suddenly broke in and killed not only his parents, but also the entire Su family. If it were not for his parents' desperate protection, he would never have escaped from the Su mansion alive, and he would not have met this evil and beautiful master. Now, 3 months have passed. Suyun felt that he would be exploited by the evil and beautiful master for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly came at this time. This inevitably made Suyun feel a little unreal, as if in a dream. Could it be that he had died like his parents, and all of this, including the beautiful master, was just a fantasy of his obsession while walking on the road to the underworld? Suyun turned his head to look at the beautiful master, lying on the green grass, who seemed to have fallen asleep, as if as long as he reached out his hand to touch her, the beautiful master would disappear like smoke. Fortunately, this is not a dream. This is reality. I am not dead, and the beautiful master does exist. Suyun stretched out his right hand and touched the beautiful face of Master Yun Qingyu. The real, delicate, and soft touch made Suyun feel that this was not a dream. He was indeed still alive, and was saved by the beautiful master in front of him. Then, Suyun took back his right hand that was stroking Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face, and began to study the 10,000 worlds prying system that suddenly appeared in his mind. In the end, after Suyun's in-depth and meticulous research, Suyun finally had a general understanding of the 10,000 worlds prying system that suddenly appeared in his mind. 10,000 worlds prying system. It can spy on everything in the 10,000 worlds, including people's identity information, cultivation strength, secrets in their hearts, etc. And there is even a chance to spy on the secrets of heaven. However, if the host wants to spy on the target, he must combine it with the prying eye. The so-called prying eye is a means directly connected to the 10,000 worlds prying system, and it can also be said to be a divine weapon. However, it is not as simple as just a divine weapon, because the prying eye can be continuously upgraded and evolved through cultivation. It can evolve into the Sun God Eye, Yin and Yang Eye, and God's Eye in turn. And each time it evolves, it can obtain additional special attributes. The additional special attribute of the Sun God Eye is that it can emit the Sun God light to physically attack the target, and it can also be converted into a pupil technique for mental attack, which can be said to be hard to defend against. Yin-yang eyes can reverse yin-yang, trapping the target in a small world like a domain, and dominate everything in the small world. As for the eye of God, one glance can penetrate the world and destroy the world. It is worthy of being praised as the system with the strongest golden finger in the heavens and the worlds. I didn't expect it to be so amazing. After reading the general introduction of the Myriad Worlds peeping system, Suyun felt that even the legendary gods might not be able to do this. Then, Suyun couldn't wait to take out the novice gift pack containing the peeping eye from the system, and wanted to quickly fuse the peeping eye. When Suyun thought that as long as he merged the peeping eye, he would have the ability to spy on everything in the world, he was so excited. Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but turn his head and glance at his master Yun Qingyu, who seemed to be asleep, lying on the green grass. In his heart, he thought, if this peeping eye is really so powerful, after I merge it with the peeping eye, I should be able to use it to spy on my master, whether she really can't practice or just pretends not to practice. But what is this? Why does it look like two night-shining pearls? However, just as Suyun opened the novice gift package, he didn't expect that it contained two transparent beads that were like night-shining pearls and glowed with a faint purple color. Could these two beads be the peeping eyes? Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but feel a little confused in his heart. However, apart from these two beads, there seemed to be nothing else in this novice gift package. So thinking about it, these two beads that looked like night-shining pearls must be the peeping eyes. Thinking of this, Suyun no longer cared about anything else and directly picked up the two beads and aimed them at his eyes and merged them according to the fusion method. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the peeping eye and gaining the ability to spy on everything in the world. Ha! After about a quarter of an hour, Suyun finally endured the slight stinging pain caused by the fusion of the peeping eye and completed the fusion of the peeping eye that could spy on everything in the universe. Suyun heard the system prompt and slowly opened his eyes, then exhaled a deep breath of turbid air in his body. This peeping eye is really amazing. Suyun opened his eyes and found that just by merging with the peeping eye, and before the peeping eye's peeping ability was activated, his vision and visual distance had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. Suyun cast his eyes to the distant sky. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, everything was very clear and clear. There was really a feeling of looking forward to it, and it was like looking straight up to the sky. As for nearby things, from tree trunks and leaves to insects, snakes, rats and ants, even the veins on the leaves, they could all be clearly seen, as if reaching the legendary realm of microscopic insight. Then, Suyun retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at his master, Yun Qingyu, lying on the green grass. Although she was wearing a plain dress, he could still see her soft and tender skin. Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but swallow a little, thinking in his heart, should I wait for my master to wake up and remind her to wear more clothes? At the same time, Suyun was also thinking in his heart, I wonder what it would feel like to look at my master after turning on the peeping eye's peeping ability? While thinking this in his heart, Suyun couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, peeping eye open. The next moment, a series of information about Master Yun Qingyu appeared in front of Suyun in an instant. Name, Yun Qingyu, age 21 years old. Height, 179. Identity, junior uncle of Jun Shanzong, the first hidden sect in Junzhou. Cup size, C cup. Cultivation, no cultivation. Relationship with the host, master of the host. Suyun looked at the series of information about Master Yun Qingyu that appeared in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. Even the cup size can be displayed, is it possible? Suyun glanced at the eye-catching C letter and couldn't help but cast his eyes on Master Yun Qingyu's chest and made a slight comparison. Not too big or too small, just right, very suitable for Master. However, didn't Master say that she couldn't contain spiritual energy in her body and couldn't practice? Why is it that she is the junior uncle of the Juyun Shanzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou? It seems that Master is hiding. No. Since Master is the junior uncle of the Juyun Shanzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, why is the displayed cultivation level no cultivation? Suyun looked at the 2 pieces of information about Master's identity and cultivation, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This is too contradictory. After all, as the junior uncle of the Juyun Shanzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, no cultivation. Are you kidding me? Or is it that although the Master is the junior uncle of the Juyun Shanzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, her identity is the daughter of the former old master of Juyun Shanzong? For some reason her body could not contain the spiritual energy and could not practice. So after the former old master of Juyun Shanzong passed away, she was driven out by the sect's fellow disciples and became what she is now? Suyun looked at his master, and he gave full play to his wild and unconstrained imagination. I don't know how many brain cells died at once. The system detects the hidden identity of the master Yunqing Tiandi's daughter, triggering the system task? The host can make the following choices. Choice 1. Continue to follow the master and serve the master wholeheartedly. You can obtain the strength of the first realm of creation and obtain the luck of the master's daughter of the Tiandi +2. In the future, as long as you follow the master, you can automatically improve your realm and strength. Choice 2. Leave the master. You can obtain the Tongqian realm strength, cultivation speed 10. Choice 3. Expose the identity of the master as the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven to everyone in the Juyun Xianzong, and get corresponding rewards according to the number of people who believe in you. The highest level of cultivation can be raised to the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Choice 4. Give up the above options. Do not make any choices. No rewards. However, just when Suyun was confused about the identity and cultivation of the Master Yun Qingyu, a series of system voices suddenly sounded in his mind. Suyun was stunned again when he heard this series of system voices. He did not expect that this Wanji Peeping system could also trigger system tasks. Before this, Suyun thought that this Wanji Peeping system was just for him to spy on the identity information of the target. However, what is the hidden identity of Master, the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven? Have you ever seen a daughter of the Emperor of Heaven who has no cultivation? Although Suyun had never seen this daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, since she could be called the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, she must be a person with great luck and great supernatural powers, just like the protagonist of the Son of Luck in fantasy novels. On the other hand, it seems that his master is really useless, except for his good looks. Such a person is the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. Are you kidding me, system? Suyun would never believe that his master would be the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. However, if the master really has no cultivation, as the peeping eye has seen, then when she saved herself 3 months ago, what happened to her speed, like a gust of wind and lightning? It really seems a bit weird. Could it be that the master is not really the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven? Could it be that there is something on her body that even the peeping eye cannot see through, hiding or shielding the true cultivation of the master? Thinking of this, Suyun began to doubt himself again and began to doubt the gay master's hidden identity as the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. However, putting these aside, if the master is really the junior uncle of the Juyun Xianzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, even if the master is hiding for some reason and refuses to teach me to practice, or the master is really unable to practice, can I ask the master to take me back to the Juyun Xianzong and then practice with other disciples of the Juyun Xianzong? In this way, when I learn to practice and become powerful, revenge for my parents and family will naturally be settled. However, I seem to have forgotten something. What is it? Yes, it's the system. The system seems to have triggered some task just now. Thinking of this, Suyun finally reacted and quickly shifted his attention to the task triggered by the system. Choice 2, Choice 3, Choice 4. Soon, Suyun read through all 4 options given by the system at a glance and then said to the system without hesitation, System, I choose the first option. Follow the master and serve the master with all my heart and responsibility. After all, as the saying goes, if you can lie down, why do you have to stand? Since you can become stronger by following the master and serving the master, why do you have to practice by yourself? And compared to practicing, isn't it easier to follow the master and serve the master? There is a beautiful master to see every day. Isn't this a very happy thing? In addition, if the master is really the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, then following the master must have more advantages than disadvantages. As for option 2, although the cultivation level obtained is 1 realm higher than option 1, and the cultivation speed can be 10 times faster, it requires leaving this beautiful and charming master. Ask yourself, are you really willing to leave? And after leaving the master, you still have to rely on yourself to cultivate. Isn't this asking for trouble? In addition, if you leave the master and walk out of this secret realm, what if you accidentally meet the evil people who killed your parents and wiped out your entire Su family? By then, I am afraid that I will die before I grow up. As for option 3, although it is possible to raise the cultivation level to the 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm, it must be calculated according to the number of people who believe that the Master is the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. Do you think that someone like the Master, who has no cultivation, will believe that the Master is the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven? After all, this is too illusory. As for option 4, just skip it. so Soo-yun feels that the first option is more suitable for him. Host, are you sure that you have made the final choice? Warm reminder, the choice is irreversible. Please choose carefully. The system saw that Soo-yun said he would choose option 1 without hesitation, and couldn't help but remind him slightly. Yes, I don't regret it. Even if you kill me, I won't regret it. Soo-yun said very confidently. Okay, lock in the target of the mission, Host Soo-yun. Final choice, option 1. Obtain cultivation and rewards. First level of good fortune and Master Tiandi's daughter's luck 2. Mission time limit, permanent. Warm reminder, if the host chooses to leave the master within the mission time limit, the system will automatically take back all the cultivation and rewards obtained by the wish the host a happy life. No, this. Can I take back the cultivation and rewards I have obtained? This. Why does this system feel a bit tricky? Soo-yun was stunned when he heard the last warm reminder of the system. He felt that this system was too tricky. If you leave the master, the system will automatically take back the cultivation and rewards you have obtained. Doesn't this mean that you must always stay with the master and serve the master for the rest of your life? This is kidnapping yourself. It directly ties you to the master. Could this system be created specifically for the master and serve the master? Why does Soo-yun feel like he has been tricked? But now that he has made the final choice, it seems that it is too late to regret. System, you are a scumbag. I will never let you go, and I will never be fooled by you again. Soo-yun was really speechless in his heart. He originally thought that his golden finger had come, but he didn't expect it to be a scumbag system that was specially designed to serve the master. What kind of system is this? Go to hell! However, no matter how Soo-yun felt unwilling in his heart and how he cursed the system did not make any sound, as if it had disappeared. However, at this moment, Soo-yun could also clearly feel that his body seemed to have become a little different. He could actually automatically absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth for cultivation, and at this moment he already had the cultivation and strength of the first realm of creation. Feeling the changes in his body, Soo-yun's depression was reduced a lot. Then, Soo-yun couldn't help but cast his eyes on his master Yun Qingyu. Although he still couldn't be sure whether this beautiful master was the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, or whether she would practice, the master was really beautiful. Soo-yun looked at the beautiful face of his master Yun Qingyu. It was really hard to imagine that there would be such a charming and beautiful woman in the world. Xiao Yunyun, why are you staring at your master? However, at this time, I don't know if it was because Yun Qingyu woke up or because of some other reason, Yun Qingyu suddenly took away her right hand that was covering her eyes, opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Soo-yun. No, I just thought you were so beautiful when you were sleeping, so I wanted to take a good look at you. Soo-yun saw this and couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and explained with a guilty conscience. After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu just lay on the grass, raised her right hand covering her eyes above her head, looked at Soo-yun and said, "Why, isn't my master beautiful when she's not sleeping?" Yun Qingyu's pretty face not only didn't show any shyness, but instead revealed a bit of seductiveness, making Yun Qingyu look even more charming and seductive. No, master, that's not what I meant. Soo-yun saw this and couldn't help but quickly explain again. At the same time, looking at Master Yun Qingyu lying on the grass and revealing a bit of seductiveness, Soo-yun also felt a little moved in his heart. He really felt that his master was too beautiful. Okay, after you wash the dishes, take a rest. When I wake up, go to the spiritual pond in the west with me to catch fish. Master Yun Qingyu saw this and didn't care what Soo-yun meant. After saying that, he turned around and went to sleep again with his back to Soo-yun. Oh, okay. Soo-yun couldn't help but reply softly after hearing this. Then he stared at Master Yun Qingyu's perfect body, stood up, turned around and walked to the iron pot and began to wash the dishes. Okay, the dishes have been washed, so next I will have a good sleep like master. After a good rest and enough energy, I can catch more spiritual fish to make grilled spiritual fish for master. Soon, Soo-yun washed all the dishes and tableware and walked back to Master Yun Qingyu, intending to lie down next to Master Yun Qingyu and have a good sleep like Master Yun Qingyu. Not to mention, if this was in the past, Soo-yun would always have some complaints about Master in his heart, being called here and there by Master all day long, and being ruthlessly exploited by Master day and night. But now, serving Master can make him stronger, which has become a motivation. When Soo-yun thought about being with this beautiful Master, he could continuously improve his cultivation and eventually become a peerless strongman. He felt that this kind of life was the treatment that a traverser should have. Maybe he could get a master for free in the future. While thinking about this, Soo-yun couldn't help but become energetic instantly and couldn't sleep. Then, Suyun put his hands under his head and turned his head to look at his master, who was motionless. Only his belly was still rising and falling slightly. He really had the urge to hug his master and sleep in his arms. However, just when Suyun was having a hard time suppressing the urge in his heart, a crane's cry suddenly arose from the sky. Hearing the crane's cry, Suyun couldn't help but quickly retract his gaze from his master Yun Qingyu and turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a crane flying rapidly from one of the 9 peaks above to the position below him. What is that? Suyun saw that the crane kept flying towards the position below him, getting closer and closer to him, and finally saw a pretty woman in a blue-white fairy dress on the crane's back. The woman looked about 15 years old, about 1.73 meters tall, with long black and smooth hair draped behind her. Her face was white and pretty, her skin was crystal clear, her waist was slender, and her figure was graceful. As a cultivator, she had basically grown to maturity at the age of 15. The 2 snow-white jade peaks in front of her were plump and full, and looked full of temptation. The skirts on her lower body fluttered in the wind, and her 2 slender snow-white legs, which were divided into a golden ratio with her body, were exposed to the air, highlighting her almost perfect figure to the fullest. She wore white scarf stockings on her legs, which only reached halfway up her thighs, making her look even more charming and seductive, just like a little goblin. Peeping eye, open. In order to find out the identity of the woman who came here on a crane, Suyun could not help but open the peeping eye directly, wanting to know who this beautiful woman was. Master, senior sister? Under the peeping effect of the peeping eye, the relevant information of this woman was instantly revealed, and it was impossible to hide it. Name Yang Yue, age 15 years old, height 173 centimeters, identity, a genius disciple of the Juyun Xianzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou. Cup size, C cup. Cultivation, the 3rd realm of creation. Relationship with the host, the direct disciple of Lin Jingchen, the 8th senior brother of the host's master Yun Qingyu, and the host's senior sister. Suyun did not expect that this beautiful woman named Yang Yue was actually his senior sister, and a genius disciple of the Juyun Xianzong. However, she must have come here to find her master Yun Qingyu. In this case, the Juyun Xianzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, is not in this secret realm. It should be the 10 mountains suspended in the air. No wonder the master can find this secret realm that is like a fairyland on earth, and bring himself to live here. Before this, Suyun could not imagine that the Juyun Immortal Sect, the first hidden sect in Juyun Province, was the 10 mountains suspended in the air. He thought that he and his master Yun Qingyu were the only 2 people in this secret realm. Now a senior sister suddenly appeared, and she came from one of the 10 mountains on a crane. Even a fool could figure it out. However, this pretty senior sister looked so pure and beautiful, and he could think of a way to tease her. While thinking this, Suyun couldn't help but lie down and fell on the green grass in an instant. Then he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Soon, the pretty senior sister Yang Yue came to the hill on a crane. After the crane landed, it couldn't help but spread its wings slightly, causing the peach petals on the green grass to flutter everywhere. Then, Yang Yue, who was wearing a blue-white fairy dress, jumped off the back of the fairy crane and stood directly in front of Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu. Who is he? Yang Yue first glanced at Yun Qingyu, who was lying in front of the right side of the 1,000-year-old peach tree, and then turned her gaze to Suyun, who was lying on the left side of Yun Qingyu. A trace of confusion appeared on her pure and beautiful face. After all, as far as Yang Yue knew, when this junior master left the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect and came down from above 3 months ago, he was alone. How could there suddenly be another person, and a man? Could he be the disciple accepted by Junior Master Yun after he came down? Yang Yue looked at Suyun, who was wearing plain linen but had a slightly handsome face, and couldn't help but guess in her heart. Then Yang Yue took a look at Suyun's master Yun Qingyu, took a step forward, and walked slowly towards Suyun's side. Suyun, with his eyes slightly narrowed, saw Yang Yue walking towards him, and could not help but close his eyes quickly, pretending to snore. The next moment, Yang Yue walked to Suyun's side, and then began to look at Suyun carefully. He looks pretty good. If he is really the disciple accepted by Junior Master Yun, then he is equivalent to my junior brother. In this way, I have a junior brother. After staring at Suyun up and down, Yang Yue could not help but think so in her heart. As for Suyun, being looked at so closely by Yang Yue at this moment, he did not dare to open his eyes, fearing to be exposed. But he did not know what this pretty senior sister wanted to do by staring at him like this. Hey! Get up quickly, I have something to ask you. The next moment, Yang Yue saw that Suyun was still not waking up, and could not help but walk to Su-Yun's right side and squatted down directly, stretched out her right hand and gently pushed Su-Yun's arm. Su-Yun, seeing Yang Yue pushing and pulling his arm, could not help but narrow his eyes into a slit and glanced at Yang Yue. Then, Su-Yun took advantage of Yang Yue's inattention and suddenly stretched out his left hand, grabbed Yang Yue's right hand, and then exerted force. Then, Yang Yue's center of gravity was unstable and she fell directly onto Su-Yun. The next moment, Yang Yue fell directly onto Su-Yun, pressing Su-Yun under her. Seeing this, Yang Yue was stunned for a moment. However, at this time, Yang Yue found that Su-Yun was still sleeping soundly and had not woken up at all. After turning her head to look at Su-Yun's master Yun Qingyu, she couldn't help but quickly stretched out her other hand to pull Su-Yun's hand away from her right hand. However, at this time, Su-Yun took the initiative to let go of Yang Yue's right hand, and instead hugged her willow-like waist with both hands, and then turned over and pressed Yang Yue under him. Seeing this, Yang Yue instantly became like a little deer, trying to quickly break free from Su-Yun. Su-Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yang Yue who was hugged and pressed under him, and couldn't help but smile evilly. Then he deliberately pretended to be sleepy, looked at Yang Yue who was hugged and pressed under him and said, "Who are you? How did you appear under me?" "You. Let me go. Get off me first." Seeing this, Yang Yue saw Su-Yun looking at her chest with some obsession, and her pretty face instantly became a little red. "Oh." After hearing what Yang Yue said, Su-Yun had to get off Yang Yue as Yang Yue said and let her go. After all, the play had to be done well, and Yang Yue couldn't see the clues. When Su-Yun opened the prying eye to spy on Yang Yue's identity, information just now, he remembered very clearly that this beautiful senior sister's cultivation was the third realm of good fortune. Although he now has the cultivation of the first realm of good fortune, it is 2 realms lower than this beautiful senior sister. In addition, this beautiful senior sister is a genius disciple of the Juyun immortal sect, and is also the direct disciple of his master Yun Qingyu's 8th senior brother Lin Jingchen. She must have extremely rich practical experience. Therefore, although this beautiful senior sister looked shy when she was pressed under him, she might not be so easy to mess with. While this beautiful senior sister is not angry yet, it is better to stop while you are ahead. It would be bad if she knew that I was pretending to sleep to take advantage of her just now. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear under me? Now you can tell me." After Su-Yun left Yang Yue, he looked at Yang Yue who was slowly sitting up from the ground, and couldn't help but pretend to be confused and asked, "You?" Yang Yue, who was clearly Su-Yun who hugged her and pressed her down when she wasn't paying attention, actually asked her this question, and she was instantly speechless. She couldn't help but clench her fists, and she almost couldn't help but want to hit Su-Yun. But in the end, Yang Yue still held back and looked at Su-Yun like a deflated balloon and said, "My name is Yang Yue, and I'm a disciple of the 9 Clouds immortal sect. This time I came here on the order of my master to find Junior Master Yun." As Yang Yue spoke, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yun Qingyu, who seemed to be still sleeping with her back to them. "Oh, so you came here on purpose to find my master?" After hearing this, Su-Yun pretended to be serious and nodded slightly. "Master? So you are really Junior Master Yun's disciple?" After hearing this, Yang Yue couldn't help but look at Su-Yun with a happy face and said, "Yeah," Su-Yun replied. "In that case, you have to call me Senior Sister. Hurry up and call me Senior Sister." Seeing this, Yang Yue couldn't help but look at Su-Yun and said with some pride, "Senior Sister?" Su-Yun continued to pretend to be confused after hearing what Yang Yue said. "You don't know yet. My master is the 7th senior brother of your master, and I entered the sect earlier than you, so you naturally have to call me Senior Sister." Yang Yue looked at Su-Yun, who looked confused, and couldn't help but explain patiently. It seemed that she had already forgotten what Su-Yun had just done to her. "Oh, okay then. Senior Sister Yue." After hearing this, Su-Yun looked at the innocent face of the pretty senior sister and couldn't help but smile and shout, "Well, little junior brother is good." After hearing this, Yang Yue couldn't help but stretch out her right hand and touch Su-Yun's head. "Senior sister is also good." Seeing this, Su-Yun saw that Yang Yue was actually touching her head like a sister, so she stretched out her right hand to touch her back. "You, who told you to touch my head?" Yang Yue saw Su-Yun also stretched out his right hand to touch her head, and her pretty face instantly became a little red, and she quickly took Su-Yun's right hand off her head. "Didn't you touch my head too?" Su-Yun saw this and couldn't help but ask back. That's different." After hearing this, Yang Yue couldn't help but turn her head slightly and said, "Oh, Seeing the shy look on the face of the pretty senior sister, Suyun didn't intend to continue teasing Yang Yuewei. He couldn't help but look at Yang Yuewei and asked, "I wonder if Sister Yuewei's master sent you down to find my master, but what's the matter?" Suyun looked at Yang Yuewei's slightly shy and innocent look and felt that this pretty senior sister was too easy to tease. In this way, as long as this pretty senior sister is there, life will become more interesting and exciting. "No, nothing. It's just that the sect's 3-year disciple competition is about to begin again. Master asked me to come down and inform Uncle Yun. Also, after the competition is over, my Juyun Shanzong will discuss with the outside sects to jointly deal with the evil sect, the Killing God sect, and find the evil God Soldier Nightmare and the Magic Power Heart Method, bloodthirsty magic power left by the left guardian of the Killing God sect, Jiang Bingqian. Such an important event, Uncle Yun must be present. In addition, it is said that the left guardian of the evil sect, the murderous demon Jiang Bingqian, has a grandson, who is also the target of the joint efforts of the major immortal sects this time." Seeing Suyun asking, Yang Yuewei couldn't help but sit on the grass, hugging her legs with her 2 jade hands and looking at Suyun and said, "What?" After hearing what Sister Yang Yuewei said, couldn't help but change his face in an instant. The reason why Suyun behaved like this was because his mother Jiang Qianju had told him that his grandfather's name was Jiang Bingtian, and he seemed to be a member of the evil sect. This inevitably made Suyun suspect that the left guardian of the demonic cult, the heaven-killing god cult, Jiang Bingqian, the great demon, was most likely his grandfather. In this case, wouldn't the target they were looking for be him? Thinking about the fact that his entire Su family was wiped out 3 months ago, the cause of the disaster was most likely his grandfather Jiang Bingqian. Perhaps someone knew that his mother was the daughter of the great demon Jiang Bingqian, so they did such a cruel thing to kill the entire family. But he didn't expect that his father, as a martial arts righteous, could not escape the fate of being killed, and even innocent servants were not spared. Is this the so-called immortal sect? Such inhumane behavior is no different from the so-called magic path they mentioned, and it is even more cruel than the magic path. "Well, I know. I'll tell my master when he wakes up." Suyun tried his best to control the anger in his heart. After calming down a little, he turned his head to look at his master, Yun Qingyu, who was still sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but look at his senior sister Yang Yuewei and said lightly, "Speaking of which, his master, in addition to eating, is sleeping. After falling asleep, it is almost difficult to wake up. This heart is really big. Every time I prepare a meal, I have to wake her up again and again. Now senior sister Yuewei has been here for most of the day, but she hasn't woken up yet. This shows how big her heart is and how sleepy she is. If I leave her one day and am not by her side, can she still take care of herself?" Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but look a little helpless and shook his head slightly. However, looking at the charming appearance of the master sleeping soundly, although he has learned nothing from her in the past 3 months and has been ruthlessly exploited by her, he still can't bear to leave her. However, senior sister Yuewei just said that the immortal sect is discussing a joint attack on the god-killing sect, and they are also searching for me. In this case, I have to leave this secret realm. However, I have just accepted the system task and obtained the cultivation strength of the first realm of creation. If I want to leave, don't I have to take my master Yun Qingyu with me? After all, the system gives a warm reminder that if you leave the master, the system will take back all the cultivation and rewards you have obtained. If you leave alone, you will die. If the master is here, you can still have a companion. Even if you encounter danger, the master may suddenly burst out with prehistoric power, like when he saved me 3 months ago. After all, according to the prompts given by the system, the hidden identity of the beautiful master is the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. With the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven by your side, nothing serious should happen. Little junior brother Yun, what are you thinking about? Yang Yuewei saw Suyun looking at Yun Qingyu with a thoughtful look on his face, and couldn't help but look at Suyun and said in confusion, "No, I'm not thinking about anything." Suyun came back to her senses after hearing what Yang Yuewei said, and then looked at Yang Yuewei and said, "By the way, senior sister, are you not going to go back?" And Yang Yuewei, seeing that Suyun seemed to be in a hurry to drive her away, couldn't help but look a little shy and said to Suyun, "Little junior brother Yun, today I came out. Master gave me a day off, so I plan to stay down there with you for another day before going back." After all, she didn't have anyone of her age to play with when she returned to Juyun Shanzong. Now that she saw that junior Uncle Yun accepted a little junior brother, she finally had someone of her age. Ah? Suyun was dumbfounded when he heard what Yang Yuewei said. He almost froze. After a pause, he looked at Yang Yue and said lightly, "Well, well, I'll tell Master when he wakes up and see what he thinks. After all, if Master Yun Qingyu disagrees with Senior Sister Yue staying, Su-yun can't do anything. Besides, it won't be long before he has to find a way to leave this secret realm. After all, if the decent sects know that the descendants of the great demon Jiang Bingtian are in the secret realm of Juyun Xianzong, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. So for the sake of his own life, he still has to find a way to leave this secret realm as soon as possible. However, it seems a bit difficult to take Master Yun Qingyu and the junior uncle of Juyun Xianzong away with him. He has to think of a way. As for Senior Sister Yue, he should get along well with her first, so that when she finds out that he is the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon leader of the demon cult, he can try not to confront her. Alas! Originally, I just wanted to stay with my master and serve him, and then live in the system until the end. I didn't expect that the identity of the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon leader of the demon cult, would bring so many troubles and even threaten my life. Thinking that his beautiful life was about to be broken, Su-yun felt speechless and helpless in his heart. Well, Junior Brother Yun, it's great that you agreed to let me stay. Thank you. Yang Yue, seeing that Su-yun agreed to let her stay, couldn't help but look at Su-yun with some gratitude, and said with a charming smile on her pure and beautiful face, "Senior Sister Yue, you're welcome. I believe that Master won't mind you staying. When Master wakes up from his lunch break, we'll go to the spiritual pond in the west to catch fish. Master said he wanted to eat grilled fish, and it's a good opportunity for you to try it, Senior Sister." Seeing that Yang Yue was a little excited, Su-yun couldn't help but look at Yang Yue and smiled and replied, "Yeah, okay." After hearing this, Yang Yue glanced at Su-yun's Master Yun, who was still sleeping and couldn't help but nodded slightly. "Okay, then let's take a rest like Master, and when the time is about right, we'll go to the spiritual pond in the west to catch fish." Su-yun looked at Yang Yue, who was wearing a blue-white fairy dress with a large area of white on her chest. He felt that this Senior Sister Yue would definitely be a great beauty when she grew up. "Well, okay." After hearing this, Yang Yue felt a little tired from flying on a crane all the way, so she simply agreed. After that, Yang Yue lay down directly on the green grass next to Su-yun, slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Seeing this, Su-yun glanced at his master Yun Qingyu and also lay down directly on the green grass and fell asleep with Yang Yue. Li. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a fairy crane suddenly rang out, waking Yang Yue up. Yang Yue slowly opened her eyes and looked around, only to find that Su-yun and Yun Qingyu had already woken up. At this moment, Su-yun was packing up his tools and preparing to go to the spirit pond to catch fish. Seeing this, Yang Yue couldn't help but slowly sit up from the ground, looked at Su-yun and said a little contemptuously, "Junior Brother Yun, why didn't you wake me up?" After hearing this, Su-yun looked at Yang Yue, who had a slightly dissatisfied look on her pretty face, and said, "No, I was just about to call you. I didn't expect that you had been woken up by this crane. Speaking of which, we can take this crane with us when we go fishing this time. It should be able to catch a lot of fish," Su-yun said as he took a step forward, walked to the crane and touched its neck. "Oh, in that case I will forgive you, Junior Brother Yun." After hearing this, the dissatisfied look on Yang Yue's pretty face gradually disappeared. Then he looked at Su-yun and continued, "By the way, its name is Xiaoxian, and it is a pet given to me by my master. This crane is called Xiaoxian and is raised by Yang Yue's master Lin Jingchen in his spare time. 6 years ago, after Lin Jingchen brought Yang Yue back to Juyun Xianzong and accepted her as his personal disciple, he gave Xiaoxian to Yang Yue as a pet. In the past 6 years, it was only with Xiaoxian's company that Yang Yue's practice and life were not so lonely and boring. Through getting along with Xiaoxian, the relationship between Yang Yue and Xiaoxian has long reached the level of sisters. Yang Yue will tell Xiaoxian what she can't tell her master, even though she is not sure whether Xiaoxian can understand. And every time she leaves Linyun Peak where she and her master Lin Jingchen live, Yang Yue rides Xiaoxian, so Xiaoxian can be said to be Yang Yue's pet, or it can be regarded as Yang Yue's mount. But more often, Yang Yue regards Xiaoxian as her sister and friend, and will share delicious and fun things with Xiaoxian. Li. When Su-yun touched Xiaoxian's neck and heard Yang Yue calling its name, it couldn't help but spread its wings excitedly. Xiaoxian seems to agree, and it also wants to go to the spiritual pond with us to catch fish. Seeing this, Yang Yue couldn't help but look at Su-yun and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll go in and call Master, and we'll set off as soon as Master comes out." After hearing this, Su-yun couldn't help but turn around and rushed into the thatched hut. "Master, are you okay?" We'll set off when you're okay. After Suyun walked into the thatched hut, he saw Master Yun Qingyu standing in front of the dressing table in a plain dress, as if thinking about something, and couldn't help but ask softly, "Well, ready, let's go." Master Yun Qingyu heard Suyun's voice, slowly turned around, looked at Suyun and said lightly, "Well, senior sister Yoye has also woken up and is waiting outside," Suyun said. Then Suyun stared at the seductive and perfect figure of Master Yun Qingyu, then turned around, took a step forward, and walked out of the thatched hut first. Then, Master Yun Qingyu also followed Suyun out. "Master Yun!" Yang Yoye saw Yun Qingyu walking out of the thatched hut and couldn't help but hurried forward to greet him. "No need to be polite, let's go! Let's go to the spirit pond to catch fish together." Yun Qingyu glanced at Yang Yoye and couldn't help but waved her hand slightly and said, "Yes." Yang Yoye responded softly after hearing this. Then, Yang Yoye put her two slender hands behind her, back and trotted to Suyun's side. Yun Qingyu stared at Suyun and Yang Yoye, then walked in front, took the first step, and headed towards the West Spirit Pool. Seeing this, Suyun and Yang Yoye hurriedly followed Yun Qingyu, and the three of them walked towards the West Spirit Pool together. Speaking of which, the Spirit Pool on the west side of this secret realm is a pool of water formed by the spiritual springs of waterfalls flowing down from the 9 peaks, and the water is rich in spiritual energy. People can soak in the spiritual springs to instantly get rid of fatigue and wash their flesh and bones. Logically speaking, this spirit pool should be regarded as a rare treasure, but it is used as a bathhouse by Suyun and his master. Outsiders can't help but feel that it is a bit of a waste of nature. Since the spiritual energy in the spiritual pool is rich and abundant, the spiritual fish nourished by the spiritual energy are also fragrant and plump, and can be regarded as a great tonic for the immortals. Every time Suyun and his master go to the spiritual pool to bathe, they will catch 1 or 2 spiritual fish and cook them with noodles. It is delicious. But just yesterday, Suyun roasted the spiritual fish for the first time, which made Yun Qingyu very greedy. The taste was better than any other food. Therefore, Yun Qingyu naturally set her eyes on the roasted spiritual fish made by Suyun, which made Suyun feel a little worried about the fish in the spiritual pool. If the master keeps eating them like this, they will most likely be extinct. After all, only 1 or 2 spiritual fish are needed to cook them with noodles. If they are roasted, 3 or 4 spiritual fish cannot satisfy the appetite of this foodie master. If they continue to eat like this, even if there are mountains of gold and silver, they will be eaten up. What's more, the spiritual fish in this spiritual pond are more precious and rare than mountains of gold and silver. Suyun looked at the foodie master walking in front of him. It was really hard to imagine that he had served his master so well in the past 3 months, but she didn't get fat at all. Not only that, but she became even more charming and enchanting. "Li!" Above the heads of Suyun, Yang Yueyue and Master Yun Qingyu, the fairy crane was circling in the air, flying back and forth, constantly making crane calls in the clouds, as if expressing the joy in his heart. "Okay, senior sister Yueyue, we're here." About a quarter of an hour later, Suyun and his party finally arrived in front of a pool of water rich in spiritual energy. At a glance, the 9 tributary waterfalls pouring down from mid-air all converged into this pool of water, and then formed a large stream from the west. Speaking of which, outside the west of this secret realm is where this spring water flows out. In that place, there is also a pool of water. The martial arts sects outside the secret realm regard it as a treasure for cultivation and surround it for protection. It is managed by the top 3 sects outside the secret realm and will only be opened together after the trials of the major immortal sects are over once a year. Only those so-called cultivation geniuses are qualified to enter and practice. I wonder what they would think if they knew that this spring water was what Suyun and his master didn't want after bathing. Li? Before and after Suyun, Yun Qingyu and Yang Yueyue arrived at the spiritual pool. The fairy also flew down from mid-air and landed next to Yang Yueyue. "Okay, let's start catching fish next. Whoever catches more eats more, and whoever catches less eats less." Yun Qingyu stared at the spirit pond in front of her, which was full of spiritual energy, and couldn't help but turn around and look at Suyun and Yang Yueyue and said, "Plop." After saying that, before Suyun and Yang Yueyue could reply, Yun Qingyu rolled up her sleeves, tied up the only 2 or 3 remaining straps on her 2 snow-white long legs, jumped into the spirit pond at once, and immediately began to catch spirit fish. "Senior sister Yueyue, how about we have a competition?" Seeing this, Suyun stared at his master Yun Qingyu, who jumped into the spirit pond, and couldn't help but turn his head and look at his senior sister Yang Yueyue, who was standing next to him, and said, "Okay, I don't believe I will lose to you, junior brother Yun." After hearing this, Yang Yuewei was naturally full of confidence, and she looked at Su-yun and replied. After all, no matter what, she was a genius who had practiced in the Juyun immortal sect for many years, and Su-yun had only become Yun Qingyu's disciple 3 months ago. Yang Yuewei naturally didn't think that she would lose. In addition, Yang Yuewei was very clear that this junior Uncle Yun could not practice at all, because his body could not contain spiritual energy. Yang Yuewei couldn't understand why Su-yun wanted to worship Yun Qingyu as his master. But Yang Yuewei didn't say much. Then, senior sister Yuewei, you have to work hard. Su-yun couldn't help but smile when he saw that Yang Yuewei agreed and had a confident look on her face. Then Su-yun picked up the harpoon he had prepared in advance and jumped into the spirit pond, just like his master Yun Qingyu. Seeing this, Yang Yuewei followed closely behind. Lie! When the little crane saw that everyone had jumped into the spirit pond, it seemed as if it had understood what Su-yun's master Yun Qingyu had said. The more you catch, the more you can eat. It couldn't help but suddenly stretch its wings and pounced into the spirit pond, starting to catch fish with Su-yun and the others. Xiao Yun, your master saw that spirit fish first, so give it back to your master. The breeze was blowing and the sun was shining brightly. In order to catch more spirit fish, the 3 people and the crane were fighting fiercely in the spirit pond. Time flew by and the sun was setting. At this moment, it had been almost 2 hours since Su-yun and the others arrived at the spirit pond. The 3 people and the crane had all left the spirit pond and returned to the shore. Xiao Yun, how is it? Your master is really awesome, isn't he? Master Yun Qingyu sat on the grass by the shore, straightened her 2 slender snow-white legs, supported herself on the ground, with her 2 jade hands, looked at the slowly setting sun in the west, and couldn't help but speak lightly. Master Yu! Su-yun was sitting on the left side of Yun Qingyu. When he heard the voice of Master Yun Qingyu, he turned his head to look at Yun Qingyu. He wanted to say that Yun Qingyu caught so many spirit fish by cheating and snatching them from him. But when he saw Yun Qingyu's exquisite and beautiful profile, which was particularly moving and beautiful under the reflection of the setting sun, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. For a moment, he even forgot what he wanted to say. Little Yun, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at my face? Is there something on my face? Yun Qingyu saw that Su-yun was hesitant to speak, so she turned her head to look at Su-yun, and saw that Su-yun was staring at her intently, so she couldn't help but look at Su-yun and asked with a slightly confused look. Su-yun came back to his senses after hearing what Yun Qingyu said, and looked at Yun Qingyu and said with a faint smile, No, I just feel that, Master, you have become more beautiful again. More beautiful again? Where have you become more beautiful? After hearing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but look at Su-yun and asked back, Well, everything has become more beautiful. Su-yun heard Yun Qingyu's question and couldn't help but glance at the front of the master. At the same time, Su-yun couldn't help but think in his heart that when he was rescued by the master and brought to this secret realm 3 months ago, the master was drinking all day long, and it seemed that she was indeed not as charming and beautiful as she is now. At that time, there was not even a trace of smile on the master's beautiful face, as if there were some worries hidden in her heart, which could only be slowly eliminated by drinking. Now, only 3 months have passed. Under his careful service and care, the master not only rarely drinks, but also smiles more, and at the same time becomes more charming and charming. This is all his credit. If he hadn't served the master wholeheartedly and responsibly in the past 3 months, allowed the master to squeeze day and night, told her bedtime stories, and was her close-fitting little cotton jacket when she went to bed at night, and was hugged by her to sleep in her arms, I'm afraid she wouldn't have changed so much. On the other hand, he himself has become much thinner due to being exploited day and night by his master in the past 3 months. But he has also become more capable. But no matter what, seeing that his master is getting better and better, his hard work and dedication are worth it. I really hope that his master can have more happiness and less troubles in the future, and live a carefree life like this. But it is really hard to say what will happen in the future, especially his identity as the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult. I don't know how the master will treat me if he knows that I am the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult. Will he still recognize me as a disciple? The more Su-yun thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He really didn't want to lose such a beautiful and touching master. Then Su-yun sighed in his heart for a while, stared at the beautiful and charming face of his master Yun Qingyu, then turned his head and looked at his senior sister Yang Yuewei, who was sitting on his left, and then said, Senior sister Yuewei, I caught 15 spirit fish, and you only caught 12. So did I win the bet, and you lost? This? Yang Yuewei couldn't help but look at the 12 spirit fish she caught in front of her when she heard Su-yun mention the bet, and then glanced at the 15 spirit fish in front of Su-yun. In comparison, not only were there 3 fewer spirit fish than Su-yun, but even the average size was much smaller than what Su-yun caught. However, although Yang Yuewei was a woman, she was not a weak woman. She was born with a spirit of not admitting defeat in her bones. She stared at the 15 huge spirit fish in front of Su-yun, and her eyes inadvertently fell on the 3 spirit fish in front of the crane Xiaoxian. She couldn't help but look at Su-yun and said, "Who said I lost? Xiaoxian still has 3 here. We are at most tied." Is this okay? Speechless after hearing this. Why not? Xiaoxian is the crane given to me by my master, and its things are mine. Yang Yue looked at Su-yun and said with a specious argument. While speaking, Yang Yuewei also stretched out her left hand, wanting to take the 3 spirit fish in front of Xiaoxian beside her and put them in front of herself. But at this time, before Yang Yuewei's hand could touch the 3 spirit fish, Xiaoxian suddenly stretched out his wings and surrounded the 3 spirit fish that he had caught with great difficulty. "Xiaoxian, what are you doing?" Yang Yue was instantly embarrassed when she saw Xiaoxian like this. "Li!" Seeing this, Xiaoxian also called out to Yang Yue, as if he was not going to give Yang Yue the 3 spirit fish that he had caught with great difficulty. "Ha ha! Senior sister Yue, it seems that Xiaoxian doesn't want to give the 3 spirit fish to you. In this case, you lose the bet." Su-yun couldn't help but want to laugh in his heart after seeing this. Yang Yue couldn't help but glance at Su-yun after hearing what Su-yun said, then put her mouth close to Xiaoxian's ear and whispered, "Xiaoxian, if you help me this time, I will definitely give you more delicious food when we return to the sect." "Li!" Xiaoxian was instantly moved after hearing what Yang Yue whispered to it, and quickly used its 2 wings to push the 3 spirit fish in front of Yang Yue. "This!" Su-yun couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. At the same time, he could also guess that Xiaoxian must have been bribed by senior sister Yue. "Humph! This is a tie now!" Yang Yue saw that Xiaoxian agreed to the deal, and couldn't help but look at Su-yun and said with a bit of arrogance, "Hey, forget it. Since Xiaoxian has been bribed by you, I have nothing to say, but in this case, Xiaoxian will be hungry tonight." Su-yun saw Yang Yue's proud look and couldn't help waving his hand and said, "Li!" Xiaoxian heard Su-yun's provocation and realized that he would not return to the sect today. According to what Yun Qingyu said before, he would eat as many spirit fish as he caught. Now he has given the 3 spirit fish he caught with great difficulty to Yang Yue, and he will definitely starve in the future. Thinking of this, Xiaoxian quickly stretched out his wings and wanted to take back the 3 spirit fish that were pushed in front of Yang Yue. "Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Didn't we already agree on it? How can you go back on your word?" Yang Yue saw this and quickly stretched out her 2 jade hands to stop them. Just like that, Xiaoxian and Yang Yue began to fight for the spirit fish, and Su-yun watched them happily. As for Su-yun's master Yun Qingyu, after looking at Su-yun and others, she cast her beautiful eyes to the west where the sun was setting, and a hint of subtle complexity flashed in her eyes. "Master, what are you thinking about? You don't seem to be very happy to have caught so many spirit fish." Su-yun stared at his senior sister Yang Yue and the crane fairy who were fighting for the spirit fish for a while, and inadvertently noticed that his master Yun Qingyu seemed a little absent-minded. He couldn't help but look at Yun Qingyu and asked in confusion. After all, in Su-yun's heart, Master Yun Qingyu has always been a heartless mountain girl who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, and ruthlessly squeezes him. And now his evil master actually behaves like this, which seems a little too abnormal. When Master Yun Qingyu heard Su-yun calling her, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Su-yun and said with a charming look, "No, it's okay, let's go back." After that, Yun Qingyu looked at Su-yun meaningfully and immediately stood up, intending to leave the spirit pond and return to the hill. "Master!" Su-yun saw that Yun Qingyu left without even taking the spirit fish, and couldn't help but quickly stand up and wanted to call Yun Qingyu. However, when Su-yun stood up, Yun Qingyu was waving a piece of green grass in her jade hand and walked away. "Senior sister Xiaoxian, hurry, let's go!" Su-yun saw that Yun Qingyu didn't seem to hear what he said, and couldn't help but quickly turn his head to look at Yang Yue and Xiao, who were still fighting for the spirit fish. Then, Su-yun quickly picked up the spirit fish in front of him, together with the spirit fish caught by Master Yun Qingyu, and quickly chased after it. "Junior brother Yun?" Seeing this, Yang Yue had to stop fighting with Xiaoxian and quickly catch up. When the crane fairy saw that everyone had left, the spirit fish Yang Yue stopped competing with it, and quickly took the 3 spirit fish that it had finally caught and flew into the air to chase after it. "Master, if you have any troubles or anything that you can't get over, just tell me. I will help you solve it together." Suyun took the spirit fish and quickly came to the side of Master Yun Qingyu, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yun Qingyu and said, although Suyun did not learn anything from Yun Qingyu in the past 3 months, and was always exploited by Master, it was the first time that Suyun saw Master behave like this, and he still felt a little distressed. After all, if it weren't for Yun Qingyu, he would probably have been killed by the group of black-clothed masked men who came from unknown places, just like his parents and family. Therefore, in Suyun's heart, although he blamed his master a little in the past 3 months, he was more grateful. "Little Yunyun, your master." Yun Qingyu saw Suyun coming to her side, turned her head to look at Suyun, who was looking at her, but she was hesitant to speak. In fact, in the past 3 months, although Yun Qingyu had never expressed it, she felt guilty about her disciple Su Yun in her heart. As an elder and disciple of the Juyun Shanzong, her 7th brother Lin Jingqian was a cultivation genius, and his cultivation talent was even higher than their eldest brother, the current leader of the Juyun Shanzong, Morong Yuntian. If it weren't for the last words of the master before his death to take care of her, she would have had the opportunity to compete for the position of the leader and become the new leader of the Juyun Shanzong. As Lin Jingqian's direct disciple, Yang Yuewei was also gifted and extraordinary in cultivation. At the age of 15, she had become one of the 10 core disciples of the Juyun Shanzong. But what about Suyun? He worshipped a master like her who couldn't practice as his teacher. Before bringing Suyun to this secret realm and accepting Suyun as a disciple, Yun Qingyu was carefree and free, feeling that it didn't matter whether she could practice or not and whether she had any cultivation. But after accepting Suyun as a disciple, when Suyun begged her to teach him to practice every day, she told him that he couldn't hold the spiritual energy in his body and couldn't practice at all. Yun Qingyu saw disappointment and sadness in Suyun's eyes. All along, Yun Qingyu didn't dare to tell Suyun that she was the junior master of Juyun Shanzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, and never mentioned anyone or anything about Juyun Shanzong to Suyun. Now, Yang Yuewei suddenly came to find her downstairs and told Suyun that her master Yun Qingyu was the junior master of Juyun Shanzong. Although Yun Qingyu didn't show any abnormality, she ate, drank, and slept as she should, but she was not at peace in her heart. Yun Qingyu was even afraid that Suyun would leave her because she couldn't hold the spiritual energy in her body and couldn't practice. After all, when she told Suyun that she couldn't practice, Suyun just thought she was joking. Now that Yang Yueyue could testify, Yun Qingyu became a little uneasy in her heart. In the past 3 months, she really couldn't leave this disciple who listened to her and served her wholeheartedly. "Master, it's okay. Just say whatever you want to say. I'll be with you in everything." Suyun saw that Master Yun Qingyu was frowning with a heavy heart and couldn't help but look at Yun Qingyu and said with some pity. Suyun couldn't even imagine how Yun Qingyu lived before meeting him. "Little Yunyun, actually, as your master, forget it, it's okay." Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, looked at the smile on Suyun's face, and couldn't help but turn her head back and said with a pout. Then, Yun Qingyu instantly quickened her pace and walked forward, leaving Suyun behind. "Junior brother Yun, what happened to junior uncle Yun?" Suyun wanted to chase him again, but soon he heard the voice of senior sister Yang Yueyue from behind, and then Yang Yueyue came to Suyun's side. Seeing this, Suyun had to temporarily give up the idea of chasing him. It's good to let Master be alone. Maybe when she returns, Master will recover and become the heartless, evil Master again. "Master, she is fine. Don't worry." Suyun couldn't help but retract his gaze from Master Yingyu's back when he saw Yang Yueyue asking, and turned his head to look at Yang Yueyue and said with a smile, "Yeah, that's good." Yang Yueyue smiled and replied after hearing this. Then he continued, "I heard from Junior Uncle Yun before that Junior Brother Yun's grilled fish is very delicious. You caught so many spirit fish, you have to satisfy me, Senior Sister." "Yeah, that's natural." After hearing this, Suyun looked at Yang Yueyue, who looked a little greedy, and couldn't help but nodded slightly and said, "Little Junior Brother Yun, let's go. Otherwise, little Junior Uncle Yun will be waiting anxiously." Seeing that Suyun agreed, Yang Yueyue stretched out her jade hand and pulled Suyun's left wrist, and then quickly chased after Suyun's master Yun Qingyu. Before Suyun could even react, he was dragged by Yang Yueyue and ran more than 10 meters, making Suyun feel like he was floating in the air. Seeing this, Suyun glanced at Yang Yueyue, who was dragging him, and had to continue to let Yang Yueyue drag him to follow. "Senior Sister Yueyue, you and Master should rest for a while. I will make grilled fish for you." About a quarter of an hour later, Suyun was dragged by Yang Yue and finally followed Master back to the hill. However, after Yun Qingyu returned to the hill, she did not care about Suyun and Yang Yue and lay directly on the green grass under the 1,000-year-old peach tree, turned around and turned her back to Suyun and Yang Yue, closed her beautiful eyes, and fell asleep. Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but shake his head slightly and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, this is still my heartless evil master. He hasn't changed at all. Night fell, and it was quiet and silent. At this moment, nearly 3 hours had passed since Suyun and others finished dinner. After Suyun roasted the spirit fish, he had a delicious dinner with his master Yun Qingyu and his senior sister Yang Yue, as well as the crane fairy. Then he asked his senior sister Yang Yue about the Juyun immortal sect and the major immortal sects. From his senior sister Yang Yue, Suyun learned that the Juyun immortal sect, the first hidden sect in Juyun State, was invited by the major immortal sects outside the secret realm. It will be born in a month and work together with the major immortal sects to fight against the evil sect and the god-killing sect. At that time, all the major immortal sects will send out their disciples to compete. The sect whose disciples win will be the leader of the Immortal Alliance to fight against the demon sect and the god-killing sect. After all, although the Juyun immortal sect is the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, few people doubt its strength. But because it has been hidden for a long time and has not been out for a long time, it is definitely unrealistic to ask other sects to kneel down and become younger brothers. Since ancient times, in the fantasy world of immortal cultivation, the weak are the prey of the strong, and the strong are respected. Only when you are strong enough and your fists are harder than others, others will recognize and respect you. This is the eternal law of nature. In addition, the demon sect and the god-killing sect seem to have found out that the assassination of Zhang Qianju, the daughter of Zhang Bingtian, the left protector of the demon sect, was related to the immortal sect, so they are also preparing to have a great battle with the immortal sect to seek justice for the daughter of Zhang Bingtian, the left protector. Therefore, the current situation is that the war is imminent. In addition, the holy bird worshipped by the demon cult, the immortal bird, suddenly disappeared for no reason 15 years ago. The demon cult found out that this might be related to the Xianmen sect, so they plan to destroy the Xianmen sect and recover the holy bird. Suyun and Master Yun Qingyu, after listening to Yang Yue's account of the current situation, saw that it was getting late, so Yun Qingyu took Yang Yue to the West Spirit Pool to bathe. Only Suyun was left alone on this small hill. Originally, when Yang Yue was not here, every time Master Yun Qingyu went to the West Spirit Pool to bathe, he would take Suyun with him so that Suyun could feast his eyes every time. But this time, Yang Yue said that Suyun would feel shy to go with her, so she repeatedly stopped Suyun and kept him, which made Suyun feel a little helpless and speechless. He originally thought he could see the scene of senior sister Yue bathing. At this moment, Suyun was lying, alone on the green grass under the 1,000-year-old peach tree, looking up at the night sky, where several stars had already appeared. At first glance, the night was intoxicating and the scenery was charming. However, Suyun was a little entangled and melancholy in his heart. After listening to the story of his senior sister Yang Yue, he suddenly became undecided and didn't know whether he should leave the secret realm and leave this paradise. If he didn't leave, if the Xianzong found out his identity and learned that he was the descendant of Zhang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon sect, wouldn't he have no way to escape and die directly? Although he has now achieved the cultivation of the first realm of creation, compared with those powerful people of the Xianzong, he is still too weak and not good enough. In addition, if the master knew that the person she saved 3 months ago was the descendant of Zhang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon sect, I don't know what he would think. Would she still recognize him as a disciple? If I leave, I may be able to join the demon cult of the god of killing heaven with my identity as a descendant of Zhang Bingtian and learn the demon cult's skills and then officially embark on the path of cultivation. But in this way, I will inevitably stand on the opposite side of my master Yun Qingyu and become her enemy. What worries me even more is that if my master really can't contain the spiritual energy in her body and can't practice, and has no cultivation, once the battle between the immortals and demons begins, who will protect my master? Thinking of this, Suyun felt even more entangled and complicated in his heart. Brother Yun, are you worried about something? However, just when Suyun was wavering and couldn't make up his mind, a light, beautiful and graceful girl's voice suddenly sounded from his ear. Then above Suyun's lying body a black stone door suddenly appeared. The next moment, a girl who looked about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a purple glazed fairy dress, with a slim figure and a stunning beauty, flew out of the black stone door and pounced on Suyun. Sheer, why did you come out? Didn't you say not to appear in the human world in human form? If the master sees it, it will be bad. Suyun was pounced on by the girl in the purple glazed fairy dress. Looking at this beautiful and charming girl who was like an angel, he couldn't help but stretch out his right hand and touch the girl's exquisite and lovely head. This girl's name is Sheer. Suyun was collecting firewood in this secret realm a month ago and accidentally picked up an ancient scroll called soul refining. Suyun learned from the ancient scroll that soul refining is an ancient secret art. Those who successfully practice soul refining can become a soul refiner. Suyun thought, since the master has been reluctant to teach him to practice, he might as well practice this soul refining and try it. Maybe he can become a soul refiner. In addition, Suyun was also somewhat curious about the soul refining technique and soul refiners, so he practiced according to the practice method on the scroll. After Suyun successfully practiced the soul refining technique, he found that the soul refining technique was a very magical secret technique. It can not only be used to refine pills, refine tools, and refine talismans, but also to arrange various powerful formations. In addition, there is a very small chance to comprehend the legendary psychic technique. Once you comprehend the psychic technique, you have a chance to communicate with the legendary soul world. Let the people in the soul world sign a soul contract with you, and then open the soul gate to let them come to the human world. At the beginning, Suyun did not pay attention to any psychic technique. He just collected various spiritual herbs and materials when he was bored and tried to fiddle with things like alchemy. Unexpectedly, he really succeeded in fiddling with it. After Suyun refined some strange pills, he incorporated the refined pills into his daily food, hoping to help his master improve his physique so that he could practice with his master. But after persisting for more than half a month, Master Yun Qingyu's physique still did not change. As she said, she was still unable to gather spiritual energy for cultivation. On the contrary, Suyun's physique became stronger and stronger. And just 7 days ago, Suyun's soul refining technique broke through to the Xuan realm and became a Xuan-level primary soul refiner. At that time, Suyun suddenly heard a faint, agile and melodious girl's voice coming into his ears. Hearing that voice, Suyun looked around and thought that there were other people here besides himself and Master Yun Qingyu, but he didn't see anyone at all. However, just when Suyun thought he had hallucinations, the owner of the voice suddenly sounded again and told Suyun her information. And the owner of the voice was the purple-clothed beautiful girl who pounced on Suyun, Xianyuer. Xianyuer was not from this world, but from another world, the Soul World. According to Xianyuer, the Soul Realm is a world that exists in the same time and space as the human world, but is completely different. It is composed of 5 major spiritual realms and many small spiritual realms. Unlike the human world either uses immortal power or magic power, while the Soul Realm only uses soul power. And if people from the Soul Realm want to come to the human world, they can only sign a soul contract with the soul refiner in the human world to make the soul gate appear, and then pass through the soul gate to come to the human world. Speaking of it, the Soul Realm and the human world seem to be separated by only a door, but they are everywhere. As long as you successfully comprehend the art of spiritual communication, you can sign a soul contract with people from the Soul Realm anywhere, and you can open the soul gate anywhere. However, for people from the Soul Realm who have not signed a soul contract, they cannot enter the human world at all, and they cannot see or touch the hidden soul gate. In addition, the realm and level of cultivation in the Soul Realm are also different from those in the human world. The realms of human cultivation from low to high are: first stage, realm of enlightenment, realm of creation, realm of Tongtian, realm of Dao, realm of Huahong from the 1st to the 9th realm. Second stage, eternal realm, dark realm, immortal realm, nirvana realm, samsara realm from the 1st to the 9th level. Third stage, saint origin realm, venerable realm, emperor realm, star emperor realm, martial lord realm, mixed origin realm, supreme realm from the 1st to the 9th level. Finally, the legendary god realm. The realm that Suyun currently knows is only the 1st stage. The realms of cultivation of people in the Soul Realm are Spirit Realm, Origin Realm, Mysterious Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, Emperor Realm, Monarch Realm, Emperor Realm, Saint Realm, from 1 star to 9 stars, God Realm. Although the realms of cultivation of people in the Soul Realm are very different from those of the human world, they are similar to the realms of cultivation of soul refiners. The cultivation realm of soul refiners is first stage, spiritual level, Yuan level, Xuan level, divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Second stage, earth level, heaven level, saint level, 1st to 9th level. Third stage, king level, emperor level, monarch level, emperor level, 1 star to 9 stars, emperor level 10 stars, god level, god level. Suyun naturally learned about Xian Yuer's identity. Xian Yuer is the 9th princess of the fairy, spirit realm, one of the 5 spiritual realms in the soul realm. The soul realm and the human world are connected through the soul gate. As long as human soul refiners can practice soul refining to a certain level, they will have the opportunity to comprehend the legendary spiritual art and then be sensed by some people in the soul realm. After being sensed, they can communicate with each other, and finally choose whether to sign a soul contract with human soul refiners and come to the human world. According to Xian Yuer, it is said that a long time ago, many people in the soul realm signed soul contracts with soul refiners in the human world, and thus came to the human world to live and fight with soul refiners. After the people of the soul world came to the human world, they were collectively called soul spirits by the people of the human world. However, at that time, human practitioners envied the soul refiners for having soul spirits, so they wanted to compete with the soul refiners for soul spirits. An unprecedented war broke out, which eventually led to the death of countless soul refiners and practitioners. As a result, the soul refining technique was lost and destroyed, and it was not as powerful as before, and it was difficult to communicate with the people of the soul world. The soul spirits also concluded a soul contract with the soul refiners, and the death of the soul refiners also led to the death of the soul spirits. Therefore, in a sense, the soul spirits and the soul refiners who concluded the soul contract are one, and they prosper together and suffer together. Since experiencing the war between the soul refiners and human practitioners, as the managers of the soul world, the 5 major spirit realms also do not allow people from the soul world to easily conclude soul contracts with the soul refiners in the human world and travel to the human world. As for Xian Yuer, the reason why she signed a soul contract with Suyun and came to the human world was mainly because Xian Yuer was curious about the human world. In addition, Suyun didn't know about it at the time, so he signed a contract with Xian Yuer and opened the soul gate to let Xian Yuer come to the human world. Brother Yun, if you have any worries, just tell Xian Yuer. Xian Yuer will help you solve it together. Xian Yuer threw herself on Suyun, pressed Suyun down, and shook her 2 slender snow-white legs up and down on Suyun, looking like an innocent little princess. Suyun was a little overwhelmed when he saw this, and he couldn't help but quickly stretched out his hands to grab Xian Yuer's shoulders and pushed Xian Yuer away from him. After all, if this continued, Suyun couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do something. Moreover, Master Yun Qingyu and senior sister Yang Yuewei had been bathing in the spirit pool for so long, they should be back soon. If they come back and see him and a little beauty sticking together like this, they can't wash it off even if they jump into the Yellow River. Sheer, you'd better turn into a kitten. That way, even if Master and senior sister Yue see it, it won't matter. After Suyun pushed Xianxir aside, he couldn't help but look at Xianxir and said, after all, Suyun's master Yun Qingyu actually knew about Xianxir's identity as a kitten. When Suyun brought Xianxir back, he turned Xianxir into a kitten and told Master Yun Qingyu that this was a wild cat he met when he was collecting firewood. He brought it back as a pet because it looked cute. Master Yun Qingyu didn't find anything wrong with Xianxir, so he didn't say much and let Suyun raise her. Oh, all right then, I'll listen to Brother Yun. Seeing that Suyun insisted on turning herself into a kitten, Xian Yuer had no choice but to do as Suyun said. The next moment, Xian Yuer instantly turned into a cute kitten with pink fur and a pair of pink ears. She jumped from Suyun's hand and jumped onto Suyun's chest. Then she licked the cat's paw with her tongue, rubbed it on Suyun's face, looked at Suyun and said, Brother Yun, now you can tell Yuer what's bothering you, right? Well, good. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Seeing that Xian Yuer insisted on asking, Suyun finally agreed to Xian Yuer, just in time to listen to Xian Yuer's opinion. What? Brother Yun, you said you are the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult, the god-killing cult. Those immortal sects want to kill you? After hearing Suyun's story, Xian Yuer couldn't help but feel shocked in her heart. Well, so, Yuer, do you think I should take my master away from this secret realm and go to the god-killing cult to find my grandfather Jiang Bingtian, or continue to stay in this secret realm to accompany my master? Anyway, they haven't found out my identity yet. Suyun stretched out his hands and picked up Xian Yuer, who was really in a dilemma. After all, Suyun couldn't be sure that he would be able to take Master Yun Qingyu away when he left the secret realm. Well, Yuer doesn't know what to do, but no matter what choice you make, Brother Yun, Yuer will support you. Xian Yuer stretched out her little cat claws, patted Suyun's palm and said, Hey, I'd better stay in this secret realm first. Wait until the 9 Clouds Immortal Sects Disciple competition is over and find out how these immortal sects are going to deal with the god-killing sect. Suyun couldn't help but think secretly in his heart when he heard what Shan Yuer said. After all, he has lost his parents now, and his only relative is probably his grandfather Zhang Bingtian, who he has never met and is called a murderer by the martial arts sect. He can't watch him being killed by the martial arts sect and die in front of him. As for Master Yun Qingyu, when everything is settled, he will find a secret realm and continue to live such a leisurely life with his master. When he becomes a peerless strongman, he will come out and see who dares to trouble him. By then, he will be able to avenge his parents. Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but look at the night sky, let Shan Yuer lie on him, and then slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Little junior brother Yun, little junior brother Yun. After an unknown amount of time, when Master Yun Qingyu and senior sister Yang Yueyue came back from bathing, Suyun had already fallen asleep with Shan Yu in his arms. Seeing this, Yang Yue could not help but squat down, stretched out her right hand and pushed Suyun, who was already asleep. Master, senior sister, you are back! Suyun felt someone pushing him, slowly opened his sleepy eyes, and saw Yang Yueyue standing in front of him. Little junior brother Yun, how could you fall asleep outside like this? What if you catch a cold? Get up and go to sleep in the inner room. Yang Yueyue saw Suyun wake up and could not help but look at Suyun with concern. Oh. After hearing this, Suyun turned his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu and quickly supported himself on the ground to get up. As for Shan Yu, she had actually woken up when Master Yun Qingyu and senior sister Yang Yue came back. Seeing Yun Qingyu and Yang Yue coming back, she quickly broke free from Suyun's arms and returned to the soul space. The so-called soul space is a small space that is different from the human world and the soul world, located between the two worlds, and belongs exclusively to the soul. Once a person in the soul world signs a soul contract with a soul refiner in the human world and comes to the human world through the soul gate, he cannot leave the soul refiner too far away, otherwise he will be restricted by the rules of this world, and it is very likely to be corroded by the filthy air of this world and become an evil spirit. The soul that becomes an evil spirit is no longer restricted by the soul refiner, loses self-awareness, and turns into a monster that only devours and kills. Therefore, every soul that signs a contract with a human soul refiner has a mysterious space that belongs to them. As long as the soul refiner does not control them, they can freely enter and exit this mysterious space, live with the soul refiner, and help the soul refiner fight. Yuer, are you back to the soul space? Suyun woke up and couldn't see Shan Yuer, so he couldn't help but ask secretly with his mind. Yes, brother Yun, I'm back to the soul space. Shan Yuer was in the soul space, watching Suyun, his master Yun Qingyu and Yang Yueyue through the image, and couldn't help but whispered back. That's good. It's getting late. You should go to bed early, Suyun said. Then, Suyun was supported by his sister Yang Yueyue's 2 jade hands and walked towards the thatched house. When he arrived at the door of the thatched house, his master Yun Qingyu had already entered the thatched house before Suyun and was wiping his wet hair. Yun Qingyu at this moment, unlike during the day, was wearing a snow-white nightgown, with her long, black, soft and beautiful hair casually scattered, looking like a fairy who had just come out of the water. Little Yun, go to bed if you're sleepy. Yun Qingyu was sitting at the head of the bed in front of the window. When she saw Suyun coming in, she couldn't help but look at Suyun and said, "Oh, okay, master." After hearing this, Suyun slowly walked towards the bed where Yun Qingyu was sitting. When he came to the bed, Suyun glanced at Yun Qingyu, who was still wiping her hair, and then he went straight to the bed, lying on the bed with his back to Yun Qingyu, and fell asleep. Yun Qingyu, after looking at Suyun again, continued to wipe her hair. The night deepened, and dark clouds covered the moon, burying it deep in the clouds under the night sky in the thatched house. A breeze blew into the house through the window, making Suyun, who was sleeping soundly, feel a little cool. When Suyun was about to curl up, he found that there was someone behind him hugging him, making him feel extremely warm on his back. Suyun slowly opened his eyes, looked at the familiar pair of snow-white and delicate hands, slightly turned his head to look at the person who was hugging him to sleep, and felt extremely warm in his heart. Since Master Yun Qingyu rescued him and brought him back to this secret realm, Master Yun Qingyu has been hugging Suyun to sleep like this, and 3 months have passed, and it has never changed. Suyun grabbed the jade hand of Master Yun Qingyu, who was hugging him, and looked at the starry sky outside the window. He couldn't help thinking in his heart, how great it would be if it could go on like this. How great it would be if it could go on like this. However, as the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous devil of the demonic cult, and his parents were secretly killed by the Xianmen and the decent sects, it was definitely impossible for him to continue to live a peaceful life. What's more, all the people of the Xianmen and the decent sects were looking for him, wanting to cut off the roots and get rid of them as soon as possible, which meant that after his identity was exposed, he would definitely stand on the opposite side of the Xianmen and the decent sects. In addition, maybe the people of the Xianmen and the decent sect were also looking for him. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but turn his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu, who was already in a deep sleep. At the same time, his hands holding Master Yun Qingyu's jade hands were also held tighter. "Well, little Yun, the master is hungry. Hurry up and cook for the master." However, just when Su Yun was thinking about how to explain to his master that he was the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon sect, when he left, Yun Qingyu's mumbling suddenly came from behind him. "Eh!" After hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was really a foodie master. He only knew how to eat except sleeping, and even thought about eating when he was sleeping. But the master in this state was really cute and looked a little pitiful. As for senior sister Yang Yuewei, she did not sleep with Su Yun and his master, but fell asleep directly on the crane ferry beside her. The stars were sparse at night, and the dark clouds covered the moon. Unknowingly, a night passed like this. The next morning, Su Yun slowly opened his sleepy eyes and looked outside through the window. He saw that the morning sun had risen. Su Yun stretched out his right hand to wipe his hazy eyes, and then he planned to get up and make breakfast. "Eh? Where is master?" Su Yun turned over and looked to his side, only to find that Master Yun Qingyu was no longer in bed, and he could not help but feel a little confused in his heart. After all, in the past, he would always make breakfast and then call master, and master would lazily get up to have breakfast. But now she was gone, which made Su Yun feel a little strange. Then, Su Yun cast his eyes to the place where senior sister Yang Yueyue and Xianhe Xiaoxian were sleeping next to him, and found that senior sister Yang Yuewei was still sleeping soundly on Xianhe Xiaoxian. So Su Yun quickly got up and got out of bed and walked towards the outside of the thatched house. "Master, why did you get up so early today?" Su Yun came to the outside of the thatched house and saw master sitting on the green grass under the 1,000-year-old peach tree, casting his eyes towards the position where the sun rises in the east. At this moment, Yun Qingyu sat on the green grass under the 1,000-year-old peach tree, with her left hand propped up behind her, her right hand half covering her beautiful eyes, and looking towards the position where the sun rises in the east. I don't know what she is thinking about. However, under the reflection of the early sun, and with the contrast of peach blossoms, Master Yun Qingyu looked too beautiful, making Su Yun a little absent-minded. "Little Yun, you are up! Come and sit!" Yun Qingyu heard Su Yun's voice, turned her head to look at Su Yun, who had just walked out of the thatched hut, and couldn't help but pat the grass beside her. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly ran to Yun Qingyu's side and then sat down with Master Yun Qingyu. Looking at Master Yun Qingyu, he said, "Master, are you worried about something? Why did you get up so early today?" As he spoke, Su Yun also stretched out his right hand, took off the petals of peach blossoms that fell on Yun Qingyu's head, put them in his hand and blew gently, and the peach blossoms floated into the air with the wind. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu turned her head and looked at Su Yun meaningfully, then cast her beautiful eyes to the position where the sun rises in the east, and said lightly, "Little Yun, why don't you go to Juyun Shanzong with Yuer and practice with your seventh uncle Lin Jingchen? My body can't contain spiritual energy, I can't practice, and I can't teach you anything at all. It won't be long before the righteous sects of the immortal sect will begin to attack the evil sect and the god-killing sect. Take this opportunity to learn to practice with your seventh uncle, so that you can have some means to save your life at the critical moment." Yun Qingyu looked at her disciple, and her heart was really mixed. In the past 3 months, in order to keep Su Yun by her side to take care of herself, she didn't let Su Yun practice with others. Now that the battle between the immortals and the demons is about to start, he has no cultivation at all, and he doesn't even have the means to escape and save his life. As a result, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but feel more and more ashamed of Su Yun in her heart. Su Yun heard what his master Yun Qingyu said. Although he wanted to complain to his master, he couldn't help but look at Yun Qingyu and said with a smile, "It's okay, master. I've been living with you for the past 3 months, and I've been very fulfilled and happy. It doesn't matter whether I can practice or not. I just want to be with you, master." Su Yun looked at his master, Yun Qingyu, and suddenly realized that his master was actually quite pitiful. As the last disciple of the former master of the Juyon immortal sect, he couldn't practice. I really didn't know why he accepted her as a disciple. Wouldn't it be good to let her get married when she reached the age and live an ordinary and happy life like ordinary people? Yun Qingyu was naturally very happy to hear Suyun say this. She looked at Suyun and said, "Little Yunyun, I am really happy and touched that you can think this way. But if you don't practice, you won't have any cultivation. How can you protect yourself when you encounter danger? Besides, I am still thinking about waiting for you to learn how to practice and come to protect me." Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun. Maybe it was because of the sun shining in the sky, but her beautiful face was slightly flushed. Suyun heard what Master Yun Qingyu said, looked at Master Yun Qingyu's somewhat touching appearance, but couldn't help but stretch out his hands, grabbed Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands and said, "Well, okay. Master, don't worry. No matter what time, I will protect you, Master. If anyone dares to hurt you, Master, I swear I will never let him go." "Yeah." After hearing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but look at Suyun and smiled slightly. "Then, Master, I'll go make breakfast first." Suyun saw a smile on Yun Qingyu's pretty face, and seeing that it was already late, he couldn't help but look at Yun Qingyu and said. Then, Suyun let go of the hands that were holding Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands, stood up, walked to the iron pot, and started to light a fire to cook. Master Yun Qingyu saw this, stared at Suyun's back, and then lay down on the green grass under the 1,000-year-old peach tree, then closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Suyun turned his head and saw that Master was lying on the green grass and fell asleep again. Petals of peach blossoms fell from the 1,000-year-old peach tree, covering Yun Qingyu's flawless jade body, really like a fairy among flowers. This scene makes people feel warm and warm. In the thatched house, senior sister Yang Yuewei had woken up a long time ago and was hiding at the door watching Suyun cook. Yang Yuewei naturally heard everything that Suyun and his master had just said. In fact, the reason why Yun Qingyu asked Suyun to go to Juyun Shanzong and practice with Yang Yuewei and Yang Yuewei's master Lin Jingchen was because of the advice Yang Yuewei gave to Suyun's master, Yun Qingyu, when they went to the spirit pool to bathe last night. After listening to what Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu said just now, Yang Yuewei couldn't help but think in her heart, "I think junior brother Yun must not want to leave his master and follow me to Juyun Shanzong to practice. Little Yunyun, get ready. I will send you and Yuer to Juyun Shanzong to practice with your seventh master Lin Jingchen." After the three people and the crane had a delicious breakfast, Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun, who had already washed the dishes, and couldn't help but said lightly, "Juyun Shanzong is naturally the 10 peaks suspended in the air in this secret realm." "Oh!" Suyun heard this and couldn't help but look at his master Yun Qingyu and replied softly. Then, Suyun walked into the thatched hut and made some preparations. He walked out of the thatched hut and looked at his master Yun Qingyu, who had already stood up from the green grass, and said, "Master, I'm ready." "Well, let's go." Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun, not knowing if it was an illusion, but found that his apprentice seemed to have grown taller and more handsome. As he spoke, Yun Qingyu took out a simple little gourd from his body, threw it on the ground, and it instantly grew bigger. This little gourd is a spiritual treasure, specially used for riding. Of course, Suyun occasionally saw his master Yun Qingyu use this gourd to drink wine. "Junior brother Yun, why don't you ride on the ferry with me?" Senior sister Yang Yuewei saw this and couldn't help but look at Suyun and said, "Leh." The crane fairy heard what Yang Yuewei said and couldn't help but shout for joy, as if she also wanted Suyun to ride on it. After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun with a twinkling look in his eyes, and then he jumped onto the gourd. Seeing this, Suyun stared at senior sister Yang Yuewei and couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and said, "Master, wait for me." After that, Suyun flew out in one step, came to the gourd, and jumped onto the gourd. Then he turned his head to look at senior sister Yang Yuewei and said, "Senior sister Yuewei, I'd better sit on Master's small gourd." "Well, okay." After hearing this, senior sister Yang Yuewei's eyes clearly flashed with a hint of disappointment. "Little Yunyun, hold on tight." The next moment, Yun Qingyu directly raised the small gourd and flew towards the 10 peaks above. Ah! Because it was too sudden, Suyun was a little unsteady and was about to fall backwards. He couldn't help but quickly stretched out his hands to hug Yun Qingyu's slender waist. However, because Suyun was leaning backwards, his hands unconsciously grabbed the two beautiful peaks in front of Master Yun Qingyu. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but turn her head and rolled her eyes at Suyun. After seeing this, Suyun quickly moved his hands down and hugged Yun Qingyu's belly without a trace of fat. Then, Yun Qingyu instantly increased his speed and flew upwards with the small gourd. "Xiaoshan, let's go too!" After watching Master Yun Qingyu flying away with Suyun's senior sister Yang Yue also jumped onto Xiaoxin and flew quickly upwards. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Suyun hugged Yun Qingyu's soft waist tightly with both hands and apologized. As for Yun Qingyu, after hearing what Suyun said, she didn't say anything and continued to fly up quickly on the gourd. In less than 5 minutes, Yun Qingyu brought Suyun to Linyun Peak, where Lin Jingchen, one of the 9 peaks in the surrounding area, was, and then landed. Okay, we're here. Come down. Yun Qingyu turned her head slightly and looked at her disciple Suyun, who was hugging her with both hands behind her, and reminded her. Oh. After hearing this, Suyun quickly let go of his hands that were hugging Master Yun Qingyu's slender waist and jumped off the gourd. Then Yun Qingyu also jumped off the gourd and put it away. Master Yun, junior brother Yun, wait for me. After Yun Qingyu put the gourd away, she was going to take Suyun in to find Yang Yue's master Lin Jingchen. But suddenly Yang Yue's voice came from behind. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Yue landed on the ground on the ferry. Master Yun, junior brother Yun, I will take you in. Yang Yue quickly jumped off the crane ferry and came to Suyun's side. Yes, okay. Yun Qingyu nodded slightly after hearing this. Then Suyun and Master Yun Qingyu, led by senior sister Yang Yue, walked towards the mountain. Along the way, Suyun found that there were no less than 3 prohibitions on the mountain. Fortunately, senior sister Yang Yue led the way, otherwise it would be difficult to enter. Master Yun and junior brother Yun are here. Entering the mountain, what came into view was the bamboo forest and bamboo house. Various exotic flowers and plants were planted around the bamboo house, which looked colorful and dazzling. Junior sister Qingyu, you're here. Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu had just followed senior sister Yang Yue into the courtyard of the bamboo house when the door of the bamboo house was opened from the inside. A graceful and extraordinary man walked out. The man was about 1.83 meters tall and dressed in a white robe. His left hand was behind his back and his right hand was placed in front of him. He looked energetic and had a bit of an immortal look. This man was naturally Yang Yue's master, Suyun's master, Yun Qingyu's 7th senior brother, Lin Jingchen. 7th senior brother. Yun Qingyu saw Lin Jingchen walking out of the bamboo house and couldn't help but clasp his fists and salute him slightly. Junior sister Qingyu, you don't have to be polite. You must be tired after all the way here. Please sit down. Lin Jingchen looked Yun Qingyu up and down, and it seemed that he didn't even look at Suyun. He couldn't help but stretch out his left hand and point to the stone table on his left hand. Then he continued, Go into the house and get the jasmine tea that I just dried for you, Master Yun. Yes, master. After hearing this, Yang Yue looked at Lin Jingchen and replied respectfully. Then she quickly walked into the bamboo house to get the jasmine tea. Disciple, come and sit down too. Yun Qingyu followed Lin Jingchen to the stone table and sat down, and couldn't help but look at Suyun, who was standing there, and said, Oh? Could this be the disciple that you, junior sister Qingyu, accepted after you went downstairs? Lin Jingchen couldn't help but turn his head and look at Suyun after hearing what Yun Qingyu said, with a little confusion in his eyes. Yes, Yun Qingyu replied lightly. In that case, then come and sit together. After hearing this, Lin Jingchen looked at Suyun for a while and didn't ask any more questions. Thank you, Master 7th Uncle. After hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but slowly raised his hands, looked at Lin Jingchen and said respectfully. Then, Suyun went directly to the stone bench next to Master Yun Qingyu and sat down. Master, tea is here. The next moment, Yang Yue had already brewed jasmine tea and came out with it. Coming to the stone table, Yang Yue put the tea on the stone table and then sat down next to Suyun. Come, junior sister Qingyu, try the jasmine tea that senior brother specially prepared for you. Lin Jingchen picked up the teapot and teacup and personally poured a cup for Yun Qingyu and placed it in front of him. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu stretched out her hands to take the tea. It must be said that after Yun Qingyu came to Linyun Peak, she was completely different from when she was with Suyun down there. When she lived with Suyun down there, she always looked like a lazy mountain girl, but after she came to Linyun Peak and met senior brother 7 Lin Jingchen, she became more restrained and polite. Junior sister Qingyu, you don't have to be polite. We are all family, so why should we pay attention to these complicated etiquettes? Lin Jingchen saw that Yun Qingyu was too reserved and polite, and couldn't help but chuckled. Then, Lin Jingchen looked at the disciple next to him, Yang Yue, and said, Take your junior brother Suyun around here on Linyun Peak first. Your master and your junior uncle Yun have something to say. Oh, okay, master. Yang Yue listened to what her master Lin Jingchen said, and nodded in obedience. Then he looked at Suyun and said, Let's go. Junior brother Yun, I will take you around here on Linyun Peak and enjoy the beautiful scenery on Linyun Peak. Master, then I will go with senior sister Yuewei. After hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but look at his master, Yun Qingyu, for advice. Go! Yun Qingyu heard what Su Yun said, and looked at Su Yun and nodded slightly. Then, Su Yun was led by senior sister Yang Yuewei to the outside of the bamboo forest. Yun Qingyu cast her beautiful eyes on Su Yun's departing back. After Su Yun and Yang Yuewei walked away, she retracted her gaze, turned her head and looked at Lin Jingchen, who was sitting opposite, and said, "Brother, just tell me what you want to say." After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Jingchen deliberately sent Su Yun and Yang Yuewei away, and must have wanted to talk to Yun Qingyu alone. After hearing what Yun Qingyu said, Lin Jingchen couldn't help but stand up from the stone bench, took a step forward and walked to Yun Qingyu's side, stretched out his left hand to touch Yun Qingyu's fragrant shoulder. But at this time, Yun Qingyu suddenly turned around and just dodged. In this way, Lin Jingchen seemed a little embarrassed to withdraw his left hand, put it back behind his back, looked at Yun Qingyu and said, "Junior sister Qingyu, in fact, I found out that the reason why you have not been able to practice in these years is because Master put a seal on you when he brought you back. Why don't you let me help you to remove the seal on your body today, then you will be able to practice normally. And I also found out that you were not brought back from outside by Master, but fell directly from the sky into this secret realm. In this way, it means that you are very likely to be the daughter of destiny, and you should be a genius in cultivation. When I help you to remove the seal on your body, you will definitely be able to practice, and your cultivation speed will also be 1,000 miles a day. With your talent for cultivation as the daughter of destiny, it will not take a few years for you to surpass me, senior brother." Lin Jingchen looked at Yun Qingyu and said excitedly. At the same time, in Lin Jingchen's eyes, there was also a faint flash of different feelings. In fact, ever since Yun Qingyu was brought back to Juyun Shanzong by her master when she was a child, Lin Jingchen fell deeply in love with this beautiful, smart, and lovely little sister for the first time. At that time, Lin Jingchen even imagined practicing with Yun Qingyu and staying with this lovely little sister. When the time was right and the feelings were there, he would express his admiration to this little sister. However, when he learned that Yun Qingyu's body could not contain spiritual energy and could not practice, Lin Jingchen's fantasy fell through. However, Lin Jingchen was accepted as a direct disciple by the current master of Juyun Shanzong. In addition to his great talent in practice, his intelligence and talent were also better than those of other brothers and sisters. Lin Jingchen thought that since the little sister could be accepted as a close disciple by the master, she would definitely not be a waste who could not contain spiritual energy and could not practice. The reason for this was most likely that something had happened to this little sister before she was brought back by the master. In order to figure this out, in addition to practicing hard, Lin Jingchen also secretly inquired about what happened before the little junior sister was brought back by the master. Through Lin Jingchen's unremitting efforts over the years, he finally learned that before the little junior sister was brought back to the Juyun immortal sect by the master, a major event had occurred in this secret realm. At that time, a strange object suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the east side of this secret realm. After their master found out, he went to the east to take a look, and then brought back such a little junior sister. However, their master said at the time that this little junior sister had accidentally broken into this secret realm, and the strange object that fell from the sky was an ancient monster, and it had been solved by their master. They were also half believing and half doubting about the master's words at the time, but after their master brought the little junior sister back, he suffered severe internal injuries. Although he endured for many years, he finally died 3 months ago because of incurable diseases. It is said that she died because she was seriously injured when she fought with the ancient monster. In this way, the 8 brothers believed it. However, when he learned that the little sister could not hold the spiritual energy in her body and could not practice, the extremely smart 7th brother Lin Jingchen did not believe the master's words like the other 7 brothers, and felt that the identity of the little sister was not that simple. Therefore, Lin Jingchen guessed in his heart that the identity of the little sister was not simple at all, and it was very likely related to the strange object that fell from the sky, or the ancient monster. The simplest and most direct guess is that there must be a seal on the little sister, so she could not hold the spiritual energy in her body and could not practice. Thinking of this, Lin Jingchen decided to try to see if his little sister really had a seal on her body as he thought. "Thank you for thinking about me, but there is no seal on my body. If you are fine, I will go back to Fengming Peak first." Yun Qingyu heard what her brother Lin Jingchen said, but she couldn't help but look at Lin Jingchen and said. At the same time, Yun Qingyu also stood up and planned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Jingchen quickly stretched out his hands and stroked Yun Qingyu's shoulders and said, Junior sister, don't worry. Senior brother, I am just guessing. If you feel that you don't have a seal on your body and don't want to, then forget it. While speaking, Lin Jingchen also exerted a little force on his hands again, allowing Yun Qingyu to sit on the stone bench. At the same time, Lin Jingchen also took the opportunity to use the secret technique to detect whether Yun Qingyu really had no seal on her body, as Yun Qingyu said. No, could it be that I really guessed wrong? After the investigation, Lin Jingchen also found that it was really as Yun Qingyu said, and he did not feel the power of the seal on her body. Originally, Lin Jingchen thought, if there is really a seal on his junior sister, and there is an ancient monster sealed in her body, he will help her to remove the seal, and then do his best to kill the ancient monster. In this way, he can not only become famous, but also win the heart of the junior sister. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? In addition, there is another conjecture, that is, his junior sister is the ancient monster transformed, so he can remove the seal on her and let her show her original form. He will use the strongest secret technique he has practiced over the years to kill her, which can be regarded as eliminating harm for the world, and can also win a good reputation that is famous all over the world. After all, humans and monsters are different, and they are born to be incompatible. Even if he has a good impression of this junior sister, if the other party is an ancient monster, he will never be with her. Now, he can't feel the power of the seal on the junior sister, which is likely to indicate that there is really no seal on her. In this case, it is neither good nor bad. After all, this can only mean that this little sister is really a waste who can't practice. Perhaps after the master got rid of the ancient monster in the Misty Mountain in the east of the secret realm, he suddenly found such a lovely little sister, so he brought her back and accepted her as his last disciple, hoping that she would have no worries about food and clothing in her life and live in the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect forever. But if this is true, then this little sister of mine is really useless except for her stunning beauty. In this way, she can only be my pillow at most, and she is absolutely not worthy of the first genius in the history of the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect. Thinking of this, Lin Jingchen looked at Yun Qingyu with less pity in his eyes. Lin Jingchen stood behind Yun Qingyu, staring at Yun Qingyu's seductive snow-white and smooth neck, but couldn't help but shook his head slightly. He couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, "What a pity, such a beautiful and charming little sister can't contain spiritual energy and can't practice. If she can practice, she will be the most suitable partner for me to practice Taoism with her swords and swords together, and she will be a perfect match for me. However, if the little sister is willing to follow me and be my bedside man, I can protect her from being bullied." Looked at the little sister, who seemed a little absent-minded, and sipped her tea. The more he thought about it, the more he felt sorry. After all, for practitioners, as their cultivation level improves, not only will their strength increase, but their lifespan will also increase. And those who cannot practice, even if they have no worries about food and clothing throughout their lives, will soon become ugly and gradually grow old. In this way, this little sister who looks so beautiful will grow old before me. Perhaps when I see her again many years later, she will have become old and ugly, and I am afraid that I will not recognize her. And I am the most gifted cultivator in the entire Juyun Immortal Sect. At the age of less than 30, I have already cultivated to the Tongqin 9 realms, and I am only one step away from the Dao realm. Even the great elders in the Juyun Immortal Sect are only at the Dao realm. Even my arrogant master passed away at the Dao 9 realm. If I can break through to the Huahong realm after entering the Dao realm, I can travel between heaven and earth and become the strongest person in the history of Juyun province. At that time, I will be able to control the clouds and rain, not to mention my brothers and sisters, and the entire Juyun province will be under my control. Thinking of this, Lin Jingchen couldn't help but feel a sense of being in the scene and feeling lonely at the top. Then he looked at Yun Qingyu, who was sitting on a stone bench beside him and sipping tea, and shook his head. "I am afraid that by that time, my little sister, your face will have faded, and you will not be worthy of me." After that, Lin Jingchen walked back to his stone bench, picked up the teacup, drank tea, and stared at Yun Qingyu intently. He felt that his little sister was really beautiful. The more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became, as if he would never get tired of her. Yun Qingyu noticed that Lin Jingchen was staring at her intently, and her eyes flickered. She looked at Lin Jingchen and said, "Brother, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" After all, Yun Qingyu had already noticed Lin Jingqian's thoughts, but Lin Jingqian had never said it, and she was too embarrassed to say it directly. When Lin Jingqian saw Yun Qingyu notice that he was looking at her, he couldn't help but look at Yun Qingyu and smiled. "Well, junior sister, there is a leaf hanging on the hair near your ear. Maybe it was accidentally stuck when you came in. Senior brother, I will remove it for you." As he said, Lin Jingqian couldn't help but put the teacup in his right hand on the table, and then stretched it towards Yun Qingyu's ear. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu quickly looked at Lin Jingqian and said, "Don't bother, senior brother, I can remove it myself." After saying that, Yun Qingyu raised his left hand and touched his left ear. Unexpectedly, there was really a leaf. As for Lin Jingqian, he put his right hand in the air with an embarrassed look on his face and took it back for a long time. However, Lin Jingqian's face was always pleasant, and he looked like a modest gentleman. Then he looked at Yun Qingyu and asked, "I wonder if junior sister Qingyu came to my Linyun Peak this time to ask me for help? Just tell me what's the matter. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Also, if junior sister Qingyu is not busy, you can stay in my Linyun Peak for a few more days. It won't be too late to leave after the sect's 3-yearly disciple competition and the joint event of the immortal sects are over. Oh, by the way, is junior brother Suyun going to participate in this sect competition? But I think he doesn't seem to have any cultivation. Junior sister, you shouldn't have taught him to cultivate yet, right? If it really doesn't work, you can just let junior brother Suyun follow you and cultivate with me. Even if he can't become a core disciple in the future, he should be able to be an inner disciple." As Lin Jingqian spoke, he could not help but glance in the direction where Suyun and Yang Yuewei left. Although Yun Qingyu's body could not contain spiritual energy and could not practice, she had seen many cultivation techniques and secrets over the years. It should not be difficult to teach Suyun to practice simply. However, it would be difficult to practice to a higher level, become an inner disciple, or even a core disciple like Yang Yuewei. After all, Yun Qingyu herself had no experience in cultivation. Even if she taught Suyun to practice, she would certainly not be able to teach Suyun much. However, Lin Jingqian was a genius in cultivation from the Juyun Shanzong, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou. As for Yun Qingyu, she had come to Linyun Peak this time according to Yang Yuewei's persuasion last night, intending to let Suyun follow Yang Yuewei in practice with Lin Jingqian. But after listening to Lin Jingqian's words just now, Yun Qingyu felt that her 7th senior brother Lin Jingqian looked down on her disciple Suyun in his words. Therefore, Yun Qingyu did not intend to hand Suyun over to Lin Jingqian to practice. She could not help but think in her heart, "I am Yun Qingyu's own disciple, and I will teach him myself. Even if I cannot contain spiritual energy for practice, because of the seal on my body, I can still teach Suyun to learn the basic practice and some basic combat bodybuilding methods. As for what happens next, it depends on little Yun himself. He should not disappoint me." Thinking of this, Yun Qingyu could not help but glance in the direction where Suyun and Yang Yuewei left, with a hint of affection in her eyes. Then Yun Qingyu retracted her gaze, looked at Lin Jingqian with a slightly dissatisfied look, stood up, looked at Lin Jingqian and said, "I am Yun Qingyu's disciple and I will teach him myself, so don't bother me, senior brother." After that, without waiting for Lin Jingqian to reply, Yun Qingyu took a step forward and walked quickly towards the outside of Linyun Peak. "Hey, junior sister Qingyu." Seeing this, Lin Jingqian couldn't help but put down his teacup and tried to persuade Yun Qingyu to stay, but Yun Qingyu had already gone far away. "Master, what are you doing?" As soon as Yun Qingyu walked out of the bamboo forest, she happened to meet Suyun, who came back with Yang Yuewei. Although Suyun followed Yang Yuewei out, he was still worried about his master Yun Qingyu. In addition, he had been eating, drinking, and sleeping with Yun Qingyu for 3 months. Without Yun Qingyu by his side, Suyun had no mood to appreciate the scenery on Linyun Peak. After taking a brief walk with Yang Yuewei, he was really worried about his master Yun Qingyu, so he hurried back. But he didn't expect that as soon as he walked out of the bamboo forest, he happened to see his master Yun Qingyu coming out. "Disciple, let's go back to Fengming Peak with your master. Your master will teach you how to practice." When Yun Qingyu saw Suyun coming back, she couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand and grabbed Suyun's right hand, then walked towards the outside of Linyun Peak without looking back. "Uncle Yun, junior brother Yun, you?" Yang Yuewei was confused when she saw this, and didn't understand what was going on. As for Yang Yuewei's master Lin Jingqian, looking at the figures of Yun Qingyu and Suyun leaving angrily, he couldn't help but pick up the teacup on the table and blew it in front of him again, and said to himself, "Just wait. Junior sister, sooner or later you will beg me for help. By that time, you will never escape from the palm of my hand. Although Lin Jingchen felt a little regretful in his heart that Yun Qingyu could not practice, no matter what, Yun Qingyu is now the most beautiful woman in the entire Juyun Immortal sect. Of course, because Yun Qingyu has lived down there for a long time and does not like to dress up, few people have noticed her stunning appearance as the most beautiful woman in Juyun Immortal sect. Only people like Lin Jingchen, who have seen Yun Qingyu since she first came to Juyun Immortal sect, know how beautiful Yun Qingyu is, and that she is absolutely worthy of the identity of the most beautiful woman in Juyun Immortal sect. Therefore, even though he knew that Yun Qingyu could not practice, Lin Jingchen did not intend to miss such a beauty. If there was a chance, he still hoped to share a bed with her and fall asleep in each other's arms. Master, what happened? Suyun saw that he had just returned with senior sister Yang Yuewei, and Master Yun Qingyu quickly pulled him out of Linyun Peak. He was hurriedly pulled away by Master, without even waiting for him to say goodbye to Uncle Seven and senior sister Yang Yuewei. He couldn't help but look confused. In addition, Master asked him to go to Linyun Peak to practice with senior sister Yuewei and Uncle Seven, but he didn't know if Master had told Uncle Seven. By the way, Master just said that he would take me back to Fengming Peak to teach me how to practice in person. Could it be that Master was rejected by Uncle Seven? Or did Master feel that Uncle Seven was not worthy of teaching him how to practice, and finally got it and didn't plan to hide it anymore, and wanted to teach him in person? Or was it that Master was worried about me suffering on Linyun Peak and couldn't bear to leave me, so he thought of taking me back to Fengming Peak to teach me how to practice in person? Looking at the Master's beautiful face with a hint of anger, and the way he was pulling himself away angrily, Suyun felt that the Master was also so beautiful when he was angry. But the Master usually looked lazy and indolent and seemed to have no interest in anything except eating. Why did he suddenly get angry this time? Could it be that Seventh Uncle accidentally touched some reverse scale of the Master, which made the Master angry, contrary to his usual habits? Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Lin standing in the bamboo forest, just in time to see Lin Jingchen with a faint, evil smile on his face. This! Why is the smile on Seventh Uncle's face so weird? Could it be that he did something to the Master, or has any bad thoughts? Seeing the abnormal expression on Lin Jingchen's face, Suyun couldn't help but feel something was wrong in his heart. It seems that I'd better have less dealings with this Seventh Uncle in the future, and I must not let him know about my identity as a descendant of the demonic path. He might ignore Master's feelings and directly take me down and torture me to death. Suyun thought. In the entire Juyun Immortal sect, it seems that the only person he can trust is Master Yun Qingyu. As for senior sister Yang Yuewei, she is the disciple of Seventh Uncle Lin Jingchen, and she can't tell him too much, especially about her identity as a descendant of the demonic path. Disciple, hold on to Master tightly, and Master will take you back to Fengming Peak. Unconsciously, Suyun was led out of Linyun Peak by her master Yun Qingyu. When they arrived outside Linyun Peak, Yun Qingyu took out the small gourd. Then she pulled the seemingly careless Suyun and jumped onto the small gourd, letting Suyun hold her slender waist tightly with both hands. The next moment, before Suyun could fully react, Yun Qingyu rode the small gourd towards Fengming Peak, one of the 9 peaks in the east. Fengming Peak was left to Yun Qingyu by her master before he passed away. There was 1 peak for each of the 9 disciples. Master, shall we go back down then? Suyun's hands tightly embraced Yun Qingyu's slender waist. Seeing Yun Qingyu leading him towards Fengming Peak, one of the 9 peaks, he couldn't help but look at the small hill below where he and his master had lived together for 3 months. After all, on that hill, he left too many memories of his master. Although he had been ruthlessly exploited by his master for 3 months, no matter how sweet or bitter it was very beautiful to think about it now. And Yun Qingyu, after hearing what his disciple Suyun said, couldn't help but turn his head and look at Suyun and said, "Disciple, there is actually one thing that the master has never told you. The reason why the master's body can't contain spiritual energy and can't practice is because there is an ancient demon sealed in the master's body. But this also makes the master have endless life, can stay young forever, and will never grow old. And because of the seal in the body, the master will not die easily. Every time he encounters life and death danger, he can rely on the power of the ancient demon in his body to turn danger into safety. But you, my disciple, are different. You are just a mortal and do not have an endless lifespan. If you do not learn to practice quickly, you will age quickly and eventually die in a few years. I have only accepted you as my disciple. In the past 3 months, I have relied on you to accompany me so that I do not feel lonely. Therefore, I do not want to see you die before me. After returning to Fengming Peak, I will do everything I can to teach you how to practice. After you learn how to practice, every time you break through a major realm, your lifespan will be extended. In this way, I can be with you forever. Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun, who was hugging her from behind, and finally told Suyun the secret in her heart. After Suyun learned the secret of his master Yun Qingyu, although he was very shocked in his heart, he still pretended to be calm and looked at Yun Qingyu and said, "Master, what did you say just now? I seem to have heard you say that you want to be with me forever. Could it be that you like me, your disciple?" "Well, you heard it wrong. What the master meant is that the lifespan of mortals is limited after all, and you must quickly learn to practice. Only in this way can you always stay by the master's side and better honor and serve the master." After hearing Suyun's words, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but quickly turned her head back, her pretty face blushing, and said, "Oh!" Suyun, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, could not help but put his mouth close to Yun Qingyu's ear and whispered this. At the same time, Suyun hugged Yun Qingyu's slender waist with his hands, and could not help but hug her tighter. As for Yun Qingyu, seeing Suyun put his mouth close to her ear and say such words, he hugged her even harder, and could not help but feel his heartbeat speed up. Suyun felt Yun Qingyu's violent heartbeat, but could not help but lean his head on Yun Qingyu's soft back, and felt that Master's back was too comfortable. At the same time, a faint female body fragrance came to Suyun's nose, making Suyun feel like he was in a dream. "Little Yun, you." Yun Qingyu saw Suyun leaning his head directly on her back, but could not help but want to say something, but turned his head to look at Suyun, and finally gave up. In this way, Suyun hugged Yun Qingyu's slender waist tightly with his hands, and leaned his head on Yun Qingyu's soft and fragrant back. Yun Qingyu drove the gourd in front, and the two kept flying towards Fengming Peak, one of the 9 peaks. "Okay, little Yun, we're here." About a quarter of an hour later, Yun Qingyu finally drove the gourd and brought Suyun to the easternmost peak of one of the 9 peaks. After the gourd landed, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but turn her head and looked at Suyun, who was still hugging her tightly with his hands and leaning his head on her back, reminding her. And Suyun, it seems that because of the soft and comfortable back of his master, and the refreshing light body fragrance on it, he fell asleep on the back of his master. Yun Qingyu unconsciously. Hearing Yun Qingyu's reminder, he slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and touched his master Yun Qingyu's belly without a trace of fat with his hands, and said, "Morning, master." "What do you mean early? It's already noon, okay?" Master Yun Qingyu saw this and saw that Suyun seemed not to have woken up completely yet, so she couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand, knocked on Suyun's head and said, "Oh." Suyun was hit on the head by Yun Qingyu, and he couldn't help but quickly let go of his hands that were hugging Yun Qingyu's slender waist and touched the place on his head that Yun Qingyu had knocked. "You should be awake now." Yun Qingyu couldn't help but give Suyun a blank look when she saw this. Then, Yun Qingyu jumped off the small gourd first, and before Suyun could get off the small gourd, she put the small gourd away. "Ah!" As for Suyun, because the small gourd was suddenly put away by Yun Qingyu, there was a hollow under his butt, so he fell down all of a sudden and sat directly on the ground, which made Suyun feel a little painful. "Master, you." Suyun touched his sore butt, looked at Yun Qingyu and wanted to say something, but found that Yun Qingyu had turned around and walked towards Fengming Peak. "Humph. You just wait. Sooner or later I will go back and spank you." Suyun couldn't help but muttered softly when he saw this. Then Suyun stood up from the ground and hurriedly followed. Soon Suyun caught up with Master Yun Qingyu, came to Yun Qingyu's side, looked a little confused and said, "Master, you said that there is some ancient demon sealed in your body, and your body can't contain spiritual energy and can't practice. How are you going to teach me to practice?" "Although my body can't contain spiritual energy, I still know simple body training. After you learn how to train your body, I will tell you how to guide the spiritual energy into the body, to start the first step of cultivating the gods and immortals." Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Suyun and said, "Oh, so that's the case. No wonder you don't feel pain when walking barefoot. It's because you practice the body training technique." After hearing this, Suyun nodded to show that he understood. At the same time, Suyun also lowered his head and took a look at the bare feet of his master Yun Qingyu. Not only were they small and delicate, but they were also surprisingly smooth and white. Even when they walked barefoot on the ground, they didn't seem to be stained by a single speck of dust. "Then what kind of bodybuilding technique are you practicing, master? It seems very powerful." Then, Suyun moved his gaze upwards again, looking at the two pieces of snow white that were faintly visible in front of Yun Qingyu and said, "Not to mention, although he had been ruthlessly exploited day and night by this evil master for the past 3 months, since the master was a beauty, it was a feast for the eyes and a feast for the eyes. Especially when the master came back from bathing in the spirit pool, she was really like a lotus emerging from the water, and a fairy in the water." The first time Suyun followed his master Yun Qingyu to bathe in the spirit pool, the master helped him bathe personally. At that time, Yun Qingyu bent down to help Suyun bathe, while Suyun stared at the two snow-capped peaks in front of Yun Qingyu, and was simply fascinated. However, it was not long before he was discovered by his master Yun Qingyu, and in the end, Suyun had to bathe by himself. However, when Yun Qingyu was bathing, Suyun would occasionally sneak up a peek, and Yun Qingyu caught him several times, and he ended up kneeling on the washboard all night. However, these were not the happiest things. The happiest thing was when Master Yun Qingyu hugged him to sleep at night. The two peaks pressed against his back often made Suyun's blood boil, and it was difficult for him to fall asleep. The master is practicing the Phoenix Sword technique, which contains the body refining method, Phoenix Sword Body. It is difficult for ordinary weapons, including spiritual weapons, to hurt the master. Yun Qingyu saw Suyun asking, and couldn't help looking at Suyun and said. Then he continued, "If you want to practice the Phoenix Sword technique, little Yun, the master will pass it on to you, little Yun." As he spoke, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but stretch out his right hand and lifted up the chin of Suyun, who was secretly looking at the snow-white peaks in front of her. Can men practice this Phoenix Sword technique?" Suyun saw this and couldn't help but quickly retract his gaze and looked at Yun Qingyu. After all, just hearing the name, it sounds like it is specially for women to practice. Of course, it was a man who created the Fengming sword art and the Fengming sword body. It is said that the man likes to dress up as a woman on weekdays, so he named the sword art and the sword body he created Fengming, and that man is the 9th uncle of the Juyun immortal sect a long time ago, Li Fengming. Yun Qingyu couldn't help but look at Suyun after hearing what Nanju said. Then he added, "If you, little Yun, practice the Fengming sword art and the Fengming sword body, you can wear women's clothes to let your master see. It is said that the little uncle looks very handsome and thinks he is the most beautiful man in the world. He thinks that no woman in the world is worthy of him. Only the moon and the water and the clouds can catch his eye. You are so beautiful, little Yun. You must be very charming after changing into women's clothes." As she spoke, Yun Qingyu's jade hand could not help but gently stroke Suyun's neck, showing a beauty who brings disaster. "Master, you don't do this. I can't stand it." Suyun saw this and was teased by Master Yun Qingyu so suddenly, and he couldn't help but feel a little dry in the mouth. Yun Qingyu in this state was really different from the lazy and unruly look in her daily life. In the past 3 months, Suyun had never seen Master like this. "You can't stand it. Weren't you staring at me in fascination just now? Also, you dared to sleep on my back while flying just now. Do you want to kneel on the washboard again?" Yun Qingyu saw this and immediately recovered, looking at Suyun and said unhappily, "Master, didn't I just think you were pretty and couldn't help but look at you a few more times? As for kneeling on the washboard, if Master doesn't want people to see, then I will just not look at it anymore." And Suyun, seeing that Master Yun Qingyu was actually teasing him, couldn't help but quickly find an excuse and said, "Do you mean looking twice more? It's almost getting into the master's chest. Also, the master has a good-looking face, not that. Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun was still trying to force an explanation, and couldn't help but put her 2 jade hands on her chest and said, "Well, master, you not only have a good-looking face, but also that." Suyun saw that Yun Qingyu seemed to be unable to say it, and couldn't help but smile and tease. "Hey, little Yun, is it because the master hasn't taught you a lesson for a long time, so you plan to ride on the master's head? The master is hungry. Hurry in and clean up, and then cook for the master. After dinner, the master will teach you to practice Fengming Sword Jue and Fengming Sword Body." Yun Qingyu couldn't help but blush when she heard what Suyun said. Anyway, she would never admit it. After all, when her own disciples praised her for her good looks, she always felt that there was an indescribable feeling in it. Oh, Suyun saw this and didn't say anything more. After all, his master was magnanimous enough to forgive him for his crime of peeping. If he continued to pester him without knowing whether to live or die, he would be the one to suffer. Besides, the world is big, and satisfying the master's appetite is the biggest. When the master is full and satisfied, he will teach him to practice, which will definitely be a very happy thing. Well, this is the master's good disciple. Yun Qingyu saw this and couldn't help but stretched out her jade hand to touch Suyun's head and said. And Suyun, after rolling his eyes at his master Yun Qingyu, quickly turned around and walked quickly towards Fengming Peak. He was not willing to let Yun Qingyu touch his head anymore. Huh? How dare you despise your master? Others want your master to touch them, but your master won't touch them. Yun Qingyu couldn't help but mutter in her heart when she saw Suyun walking quickly towards Fengming Peak. Then Yun Qingyu also took a step out and quickly followed. Entering Fengming Peak, like Linyun Peak, did not have tall palaces and pavilions. There was only a very simple thatched hut. There were open spaces on both sides of the thatched hut where some vegetables and fruits were planted. There was a pear tree in front of the courtyard, and next to the pear tree was a small pond. The scene here looks like a rural place, which is completely different from the immortal gates and powerful sects in the eyes of outsiders, and is not even as good as Lin Jingqian's bamboo hut. Of course, Suyun has lived with Master Yun Qingyu for 3 months, so he was not surprised by the bleak scene here. With Master Yun Qingyu's lazy lifestyle, I am afraid that even if she was given a mountain of gold and silver, she would become like this. However, not all the peaks are like this. Except for the Linyun Peak of the 7th Master Lin Jingqian and the Fengming Peak of his own master, the other peaks are still very spacious and luxurious. Especially the Yunluo Peak of the 8th Master Wu Ziling. That is the most luxurious place in the entire Juyun Shanzong, with palaces and pavilions, carved beams and painted buildings, inlaid with gold and silver, and shining brightly, which is comparable to the Imperial Palace. The reason for this is that Wu Ziling is not an ordinary person, but the 8th prince of the Wu dynasty, one of the 5 countries in Juyunzhou. Although Wu Ziling is a prince of the Wu dynasty, his cultivation talent is very good. Compared with the 7th Master Lin Jingqian, it can be said that he is even better. However, although Wu Ziling has an excellent talent for cultivation, he does not spend too much time and thought on cultivation, but is more obsessed with poetry, songs, and wine. Wu Ziling joined the 9 Clouds Immortal sect to practice in order to complete the trial of his father, King Wu. As long as he could break through to the Tongqian realm within 10 years, he could return to the Wu dynasty to inherit the position of the crown prince and become the heir. However, Wu Ziling did not seem to be very interested in the position of the crown prince. Before, he had their master watching him, and he occasionally practiced once or twice. Since the master passed away, he has not practiced much. Therefore, although his talent for practice is not inferior to Lin Jingqian, he has not spent time and energy on practice, so he has not been able to break through to the Tongqian realm. Instead, he has become the person with the lowest level of practice among the 9 direct disciples, except for his own master, Yun Qingyu. At the beginning, Lin Jingqian regarded Wu Ziling as a competitor. The two were once called the peerless genius of the 9 Clouds Immortal sect. But now, not only do none of his fellow apprentices look up to this prince of the Wu dynasty, but even many of his direct disciples in the sect sneer at him, and secretly discuss how the Juyun Xianzong can have such a cowardly uncle. Of course, except for a few fellow apprentices, basically no other disciples know about Wu Ziling's identity as a prince of the Wu dynasty, and they all claim that he is a rich man. After all, the identity of a royal family member cannot be easily revealed to anyone, otherwise it is very likely to cause unexpected trouble. Master, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. I brought the unused spiritual fish from last night. It's still fresh. Suyun entered the house and tidied up the whole thatched house. He walked to the door and looked at the master lying under the pear tree and said softly. At the same time, Suyun couldn't help but shook his head slightly with some helplessness. Sure enough, when he was alone with him, his master was lazy and slack. He only ate and slept and didn't look like an immortal at all. If the other disciples of Juyun Shanzong saw their master like this, I wonder what they would say in secret. But fortunately, there are almost no people coming to Fengming Peak on weekdays. Only occasionally Senior Sister Yue Wei will come to help take care of it so that it will not be abandoned. Disciple, you can do whatever you want. Master is sleepy and wants to take a nap. Yun Qingyu couldn't help but look indifferent when she heard what Suyun said. Then, Yun Qingyu lay down on a wooden bench under the yellow pear tree, put her 2 jade hands under her head, closed her beautiful eyes and began to sleep. Eh? Suyun couldn't help but shake his head helplessly when he saw this. He was teaching him to practice in this state. I'm afraid he was talking in his sleep. I must have heard it wrong, or I have auditory hallucinations. Suyun couldn't help but think in his heart. Then, after Suyun glanced at Master Yun Qingyu, who seemed to be asleep, he walked into the house, brought out an iron pot and iron spoon, and started to cook. There was no other way. Once the master fell asleep, ordinary people couldn't wake him up. If someone stole the master away, they wouldn't know. So to be on the safe side, it was better to move the iron pot outside to watch over him. Fish, fish, when do you think I can start practicing? After Soo-yun poured water into the pot and lit the fire, he took out the 3 spirit fish that were left over from last night and put them into the basin. Looking at the bubbling spirit fish, why did he feel like a spirit fish waiting to be slaughtered? If he didn't have the system now, he would be able to practice automatically by staying with his master and rely on his master Yun Qingyu to teach him. Who knows when I would become someone else's dead soul. Hey, it seems that I have to think of a way to quickly take my master away from this place of trouble. If my identity as the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult, is recognized, I can't protect myself even with the system. Soo-yun turned his head and glanced at his master, Yun Qingyu, and couldn't help but say in his heart, the reason why he was not in a hurry before was because he didn't know that he was the grandson of Jiang Bingtian, the descendant of the demon sect, and the master couldn't practice. It's good to live a salted fish life with the master. Anyway, there is such a peerless beauty master to accompany him. At that time, we will live together and die together. But now not only has it been confirmed that she is the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon sect, but the master also said that because she has an ancient demon sealed in her body, she will not only not age, but also basically can't die. These 2 pieces of news undoubtedly gave Soo-yun 2 sticks on the head, knocking him directly from heaven to hell. Not to mention living together with the demon master, I'm afraid that I might go before my master at any time. Therefore, the current situation is urgent. I have to find ways to save my life at the critical moment. Otherwise, it may not be long before I will be separated from my beloved master forever. The water is boiling. Time to put the fish in the pot. Unconsciously, the water in the pot was already boiling. Soo-yun saw this and quickly poured the 3 spirit fish in the basin into the pot. The 3 spirit fish struggled a little and were scalded to death. Fish, you can't blame me. I was born in troubled times. I am the butcher and you are the meat. Just go with peace of mind. If you want to blame someone, blame my greedy master. She insisted on eating you. Soo-yun looked at the spirit fish in the pot, perhaps because he felt that his current situation was somewhat similar to that of the spirit fish, and he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the spirit fish. It's almost time to put the fish in. After Soo-yun put the spirit fish into the pot, he stared at his master's charming face for a while. Seeing the master lying under the yellow pear tree was like a peerless, beautiful painting, and he really wanted to collect it as a treasure. However, when Soo-yun was still in the fantasy, a drop of boiling water in the pot splashed on Soo-yun's hand, causing Soo-yun to quickly pull his thoughts back to reality. Turning around, he saw that the spirit fish in the pot was almost cooked, and he couldn't help but quickly pour the noodles that had been prepared beside him into the pot, and then covered the pot. This is the experience that Soo-yun has summed up after being squeezed by his master in the past 3 months. When cooking noodles with spirit fish, first cook the spirit fish until it is almost cooked and then put the noodles in. Don't cover the pot before that. After putting the noodles in, cover the pot. In this way, the fragrance of the noodles and the fragrance of the spirit fish can be perfectly blended in the boiling water in the pot. When eating spiritual fish, the fish meat carries the aroma of noodles, and when eating noodles, the noodles are mixed with the aroma of fish meat. That feeling is really like a fairy product on earth, which makes people have endless aftertaste. Since the first time that Master ate it, every time she ate noodles, she would ask me to accompany her to catch spiritual fish to eat with noodles. She really never got tired of eating it. Soo-yun couldn't help but think in her heart, if one day I am not by Master's side, with her picky eating habits, can she eat the food made by others? Will she starve to death? Thinking of this, Soo-yun couldn't help but turn his head and look at Master Yun Qingyu, who was still sleeping on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree. If my master, who looks like a fairy, really starved to death because of this, wouldn't I be guilty of a heinous crime? Thinking of this, Soo-yun couldn't help but think in his heart, what should I do to secretly take Master away from this secret realm? However, if I really secretly took my master away, would the people of Juyun Shanzong hunt me down for this junior uncle of Juyun Shanzong? Probably. No way. After all, my master is a useless person in Juyun Shanzong who can't contain spiritual energy and can't practice. He is dispensable. Even if my master suddenly disappeared, apart from my senior sister Yang Yueyu and her master, Uncle Lin Jingchen, few people would notice it. However, if I leave Juyun Shanzong, the most likely place I will go is the demon cult, the god-killing cult. If I take the junior uncle of Juyun Shanzong with me, will my master be captured by those demonic people and suffer inhuman torture? Maybe they will directly use my master as a threat to make the upright sex, especially Juyun Shenzong, obey. Wouldn't I harm my master by then? Or after leaving Juyun Immortal Sect, I will find a secluded place, preferably a paradise, and live a carefree and free life with my master. Wait until the stars change, the world ends. No, I will definitely be the one who gets old. After all, my master will not get old. It seems that this method will not work. In this case, I can only keep working hard to practice and become stronger, reach the top of the Wuji as soon as possible, and have an endless life like my master. By that time, no matter who is from the Immortal Sect or the Devil, whoever dares to stop me from being with my master, I will kill him. But isn't this too much? After all, she is my master. Hey, forget it. I'd better make the noodles first, and wait until my master teaches me how to practice, and then I'll think about the future. After going over all his plans for the future in his mind, Suyun still felt that the most urgent thing right now was to satisfy the master's appetite first, and then let the master teach him how to practice. After he truly learned how to practice, he would then think about becoming the supreme cultivator, looking down on the universe and sharing the freedom with the master. It smells so good. Suyun retracted his gaze from his master Yun Qingyu, stretched out his right hand to open the lid of the pot, and a strong fragrance instantly filled the air, immediately arousing people's taste buds. Little Yun, the master is hungry. Come and help the master bring the noodles. Yun Qingyu, who was in a deep sleep, smelled the strong aroma of noodles and couldn't help but stretch out her slender jade hand to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth. This! Suyun heard the voice of Master Yun Qingyu and saw that, after his master smelled the fragrance, even his dream saliva flowed out, and he couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Then Suyun took the lid of the pot aside, stretched out his left hand to pick up the bowl and chopsticks beside it, and slowly scooped out a bowl of noodles and a spirit fish from the pot. After scooping the noodles, Suyun couldn't help but glance at Master Yun Qingyu again, and then he stood up, lifted the noodles, and walked towards the yellow pear tree where Master Yun Qingyu was lying. Master, wake up quickly. The noodles are cooked. Get up and eat noodles. Suyun carried the noodles to the right side of the wooden bench where his master Yun Qingyu was lying, squatted down, and looking at his master who was a foodie who dreamed about food, he couldn't help but stretch out his right hand to push Yun Qingyu's fragrant shoulder. And Yun Qingyu, hearing Suyun calling her, especially smelling the fragrant aroma of the noodles, couldn't help but stretch out her two jade hands and stretch, then slowly opened her gorgeous eyes that were like star gems. It smells so good. Yun Qingyu opened her beautiful eyes, followed the fragrance, and turned her head to look at Suyun, who was squatting on the right side. Looking at the fragrant noodles in Suyun's hand, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Seeing this, Suyun looked at his master lying on the wooden bench, the little scenery showing through the loose clothes on his chest, slowly handed the noodles to his master, and said absent-mindedly, "Master, the noodles are cooked. Give it to you." Then, Suyun looked back reluctantly, intending to go back to the pot to scoop noodles for himself. However, just as Suyun was about to force the noodles into the hands of his master, Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun lazily and said, "Little Yun, the master wants you to feed the master." What? After hearing this, Suyun looked confused, thinking that he had heard it wrong. "The master wants you to feed me," Yun Qingyu said again. "Master, how lazy are you?" Suyun looked at his master, Yun Qingyu, who was still lying on the wooden bench and looking at him. It would be fine if he didn't get up, but he had to feed himself. "Master, you haven't fed me, okay?" "What? Little Yun, don't you want to? If you don't feed the master won't teach you to practice." Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun was a little reluctant, and couldn't help but said lightly, "Don't, I'll feed you. Can't I feed you?" Suyun couldn't help but compromise when he heard what Yun Qingyu said. After all, if he didn't feed his master the noodles, he would miss the opportunity for his master to teach him how to practice. Wouldn't that be a loss for a large sum? It's not worth it. Then, Suyun raised the bowl with his left hand and took the chopsticks with his right hand. He picked up the noodles in the bowl with the chopsticks, put them to his mouth and blew them until they were not hot, then slowly sent them to the pink and tender lips of his master Yun Qingyu. He looked at his master with some embarrassment and said, "Master, come on, open your mouth, ah!" Yun Qingyu saw Suyun blowing the noodles until they were not hot and then sent them to her mouth. She stared at Suyun, who seemed a little shy, then slowly opened her pink and tender lips and put the noodles into her mouth. It tastes good?" Yun Qingyu chewed slowly, feeling the pleasure and fragrance of the noodles that melted in her mouth, and then looked at Suyun, who was looking at her in a daze with the noodles raised, and felt that today's noodles tasted more delicious than ever before. Seeing this, Suyun looked at the loose chest of his master Yun Qingyu, and couldn't help but quickly retract his gaze and turned his head slightly. As the saying goes, don't look at what is indecent. After all, the person in front of you is your master. Little Yunyun, why are you blushing? And you turned your head away and dared not look at your master. Is your master so scary? Your master won't eat you. Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun, a boy, was still pretending to be shy in front of her and couldn't help but laugh and teased. And Suyun, after hearing what his master Yun Qingyu said, couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "You won't eat me. I'm just afraid that I can't help but eat you." Ah, having such an extremely beautiful and superb demon master is really a torment and torture, especially when you can only admire him from afar but cannot. Cough. It seems that I have been thinking too far. Xiao Yunyun, continue. If you don't feed your master, I won't care about you. Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun still turned his head away with flickering eyes and was afraid to look at herself, so she urged him, "Oh." After hearing this, Suyun turned around again, picked up the noodles in the bowl with chopsticks, put them to his mouth, blew until they were not too hot, and then sent them to his master Yun Qingyu's mouth. In this way, Yun Qingyu let Suyun feed her noodles, but Suyun was afraid that he would not be able to help but eat his master in one bite. So after sending the noodles to Yun Qingyu's mouth, he quickly turned his head away and did not dare to look at his master. Especially the chest that was exposed to the ripples of the scenery was even more dazzling under the shining sun. But Yun Qingyu herself did not feel it. Little Yunyun, tell me, have you been tired of looking at your master in the past 3 months and started to dislike your master, so you turned your head away and didn't want to look at your master? After Yun Qingyu finished eating all the noodles in Suyun's bowl, she couldn't help but look at Suyun and said with her pink lips. When Suyun heard what Master Yun Qingyu said, she quickly looked at Master Yun Qingyu and explained, No, how could I get tired of it? Master, you are so beautiful. No matter how long I look at you, I will never get tired of you. As she spoke, Suyun couldn't help but glance at Master Yun Qingyu's chest, which was still so dazzling. Humph, you didn't want me to teach you how to practice, and you said that on purpose for me, right? Yun Qingyu heard this and couldn't help but question it. Master, it's not what you think. I'm just... Suyun didn't know how to explain what Master Yun Qingyu said. Just what? Yun Qingyu still refused to give up and continued to ask. I'm afraid I will want to eat you, Master. Suyun finally couldn't help but tell his master Yun Qingyu about his impulse. What? Eat your master? You're not a demon. Why do you want to eat your master? Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun with her beautiful eyes wide open after hearing what Suyun said, her eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. Suyun didn't know how to explain it anymore, and felt that the more he explained, the more trouble he would have. Then Suyun simply stopped explaining, raised his empty bowl, stood up and turned to walk towards the noodle pot. After all, Master Yun Qingyu had finished his noodles, but Suyun himself hadn't eaten a single bite yet. Little Yunyun, explain it to your master clearly. Yun Qingyu couldn't help but ask again when she saw Suyun standing up with his empty bowl and turning around to leave. However, Suyun did not want to pay attention to this unreasonable master. After walking to the noodle pot, perhaps because he was disturbed by the master's noise, he directly picked up the bowl and chopsticks used by Master Yun Qingyu and scooped a bowl of noodles for himself. Because he was a little hungry, Suyun immediately started to eat the noodles after scooping them. Yun Qingyu was still lying on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree. She looked at Suyun, who was sitting in front of the noodle pot with his back to her, eating noodles as if she remembered something. She couldn't help but look at Suyun and reminded him, Little Yunyun, the bowl and chopsticks you are using seem to be the ones that Master just used, right? Suyun, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, couldn't help but stop immediately, and didn't even bite off the noodles that he had just eaten. Looking at the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, he turned his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu, and his eyes couldn't help but stagnate for a moment. After all, the bowl and chopsticks in his hand at this moment, as Master said, were the ones that Master had just used when eating noodles, and they hadn't even been washed. I don't know how much of Master's saliva was on the chopsticks, and the edge of the bowl that my mouth touched when I was eating noodles seemed to be the same place that Master touched when he was drinking soup just now. This is over. I have eaten Master's saliva, and I have become impure. It's all Master's fault for yelling. Suyun looked at Master, who was looking at him in a daze, and couldn't help but put all the responsibility on Master Yun Qingyu in his heart. Then, after calming down a little, he slowly opened his mouth and looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, "No, this is not the bowl and chopsticks you just used. After all, how could Suyun admit to such an indirect kiss? What's more, the other party was his master. Isn't it? But why do I feel that the bowls and chopsticks in your hand are exactly the same as the ones I used just now? And I didn't seem to see you put down the bowls and chopsticks I used, and I just picked up the noodles to eat." Yun Qingyu saw Suyun's confident look and couldn't help but doubt in her heart. Could it be that she saw it wrong? As for Suyun, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, he became silent again. After thinking about the rescue plan in his heart, he looked at Master Yun Qingyu and continued to say, I just washed it with the noodle soup in the pot. You didn't see it. After all, no matter what the master said, he must not admit it. Otherwise, it would become very embarrassing. Oh, so that's it. That's fine. Disciple, you eat the noodles first, and the master will sleep for a while. After you finish eating, call the master to get up, and the master will teach you to practice. Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, looked at Suyun's face full of firm and sincere expression, and also suspected that she saw it wrong, so she simply didn't say anything more. You, as expected, you eat and sleep and eat. It's harder than climbing to the sky to ask you to teach me how to practice. Suyun saw that Master Yun Qingyu slowly closed her beautiful eyes like star gems after she finished speaking, and couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Then, after looking at Master Yun Qingyu, Suyun turned around helplessly and ate the delicious fish noodles with fragrant aroma again. While eating the noodles in the bowl, and then looking at the two spiritual fish in the pot with light golden oil, Suyun couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. There were 3 spiritual fish, and the foodie master only ate 1, so the remaining 2 were his. Speaking of which, this kind of life with 1 pot, 2 bowls, 2 chopsticks, 1 tree, 2 stools, and 2 people is pretty good, but I'm afraid it won't last long. Suyun ate the steaming fish noodles in the bowl, sometimes looking into the distance, and sometimes turning his head to look at his master, Yun Qingyu, who was sleeping under the yellow pear tree. He felt that the scene was harmonious and peaceful. Unfortunately, due to his identity as a descendant of the demon sect, this kind of life might not last long. Suyun sighed slightly in his heart, then retracted his gaze from looking at his master Yun Qingyu, and then ate the noodles in the bowl in big mouthfuls. In less than 5 minutes, Suyun hurriedly ate all the noodles in the bowl, and then spent another 3 minutes to quickly clean the tableware and bowls. After that, Suyun stood up, stretched out his hands to pat his clothes, turned around and looked at his master Yun Qingyu. After staring at Master Yun Qingyu, who was sleeping soundly under the pineapple tree, Suyun took a step forward and walked quickly towards the pineapple tree. When he came to the wooden bench under the pineapple tree, Suyun wanted to stretch out his right hand to wake up Master and ask Master to teach him how to practice quickly, but his right hand had not yet touched Master. Looking at the quiet and beautiful face of Master who was sleeping soundly, Suyun could not help but be stunned. Then, Suyun slowly stretched out his right hand to Master's pretty face and could not help but gently stroke Master's beautiful face. Touching Master's white, smooth, and soft face, it really felt like creamy skin, which was so soft that it could be blown away. Under the reflection of the sun, it was also glowing with a faint blush. Yun Qingyu, who was sleeping soundly, felt unusually warm when Suyun gently stroked her cheek, rubbing against Suyun's right hand like a kitten. Master like this! So cute! Suyun looked at Master like this and felt very warm in his heart, as if his whole heart was slowly melting by such a cute master. Master, she should not be awake, right? After Suyun gently stroked Master Yun Qingyu's delicate face for a while, he was about to be unable to bear it. The next moment, Suyun slowly withdrew his right hand, gently lowered his head, and planned to kiss Master's pretty face. Suyun thought in his heart, Master hugs me to sleep every night, so it shouldn't be a big deal for me to kiss her secretly. Disciple, what are you doing? However, when Suyun's mouth was about to get close to Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face, Yun Qingyu slowly opened her gorgeous eyes like star gems and looked at Suyun with a confused look on her face. Master, you're awake. Suyun was embarrassed when he saw this. He didn't expect that Master would wake up suddenly at this time. However, because Master Yun Qingyu woke up too suddenly, Suyun even forgot to move his face away from Master Yun Qingyu. They just looked at Master Yun Qingyu with their eyes facing each other, less than 2 centimeters away from each other. Yeah, Master was thinking about teaching you to practice quickly, so I woke up unconsciously. Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun, who was so close, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Of course, The reason why Yun Qingyu woke up so quickly was not because she was worried about teaching Suyun to practice, but because Suyun was stroking her pretty face just now and accidentally woke her up. When Yun Qingyu woke up and saw Suyun, who was leaning his handsome face towards her, she could naturally guess that it must have been Suyun who was stroking her pretty face just now. However, in order to make them less embarrassed, Yun Qingyu said that she woke up automatically because she was worried about teaching Suyun to practice. Seeing Suyun approaching her, Yun Qingyu could guess that Suyun must want to do something to her. Thinking of this, Yun Qingyu's pretty face turned slightly red. As for Suyun, he looked into the eyes of his master, and although he wanted to force a kiss on his master's blushing face, he thought better of it. Cultivation is still the most important thing. Then, Suyun pretended to be calm and slowly moved his face away, turned his head slightly and said to his master, Yun Qingyu with his back to him, "Since you are awake, please teach me how to cultivate." After that, Suyun walked to the pile of firewood on the left-hand side and cut off 2 straight branches. Master Yun Qingyu, after staring at Suyun's back, slowly stood up from the wooden bench and finally stood up. "Master, yes?" Suyun brought the 2 cut branches to Master Yun Qingyu and handed one of them to him. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu stretched out her right hand to take the branch, and then placed it directly on the wooden table beside her. She looked at Suyun and said, "I will teach you step by step. No need for a branch." "Ah, then, okay." Suyun was stunned when he heard what Master Yun Qingyu said. "Teach me step by step, isn't that?" The next moment, when Suyun was still thinking about something, Master Yun Qingyu stretched out her jade hand, grabbed Suyun's left hand, and walked directly to the more spacious place on the left. "Next, I will teach you the Fengming sword technique. You must study hard and learn it with all your heart." After Yun Qingyu pulled Suyun to a spacious place, she stopped, turned around, and looked at Suyun, and said. Then, before Suyun could reply, Yun Qingyu grabbed Suyun's left hand with one hand and Suyun's right hand with the other hand, and stood behind Suyun to teach Suyun step by step. Although Suyun had thought that it would be a very happy thing for his master to teach him how to practice, he did not expect it to be so happy. Feeling the softness of his master on his back, Suyun could not calm down, let alone practice seriously. Disciple, Fengming sword art is also known as the Fengming 9 sword art. There are 9 styles in total. The first style I just taught you is Linshin. How is it? Have you learned it? After Yun Qingyu led Suyun to demonstrate the first style of Fengming sword art Linshin, he could not help but stop and looked at Suyun and said. Suyun, facing the question of his master Yun Qingyu, looked confused. He just used his heart to feel the softness of his master, so how could he remember the first and second styles? He couldn't help but turn his head and look at his master. Yun Qingyu, who was still holding his hands with 2 jade hands and pressing his soft jade body against his body, and said, "Master, that you just demonstrated too fast, and it was over before I got into the state. Let's do it again." Then, "Okay, you must watch carefully and feel it carefully this time. Only after you have learned all the Fengming 9 swords techniques, you will have the opportunity to cultivate the Fengming sword body." Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said and had to teach Suyun again. After all, everything is difficult at the beginning, and everything must be done slowly, not in a hurry. Well, this time I will feel it carefully and learn it carefully. After hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but nodded gently and made up his mind in his heart that he must get rid of the interference of external objects this time. Okay, follow the movements and rhythm of the master. Raise the sword, break the dust. Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun really wanted to learn to practice Fengming 9 swords technique from her, and also taught Suyun very attentively. The Fengming 9 swords techniques include the first technique, Linshin, the second technique, Yunqi, the third technique, Yuluo, the fourth technique, Feixing, the fifth technique, Liuguang, the sixth technique, Pokong, the seventh technique, Nirvana, the eighth technique, Yuhua, the ninth technique, Fengming Linshin. The phoenix falls into the mortal world, experiences everything in the world, from the high and mighty 9-5 Supreme, reincarnates into the mortal world and becomes a grain of dust. Yunqi, the wings are full, flapping and taking off, wanting to fly into the blue sky and soar into the sky. Luoyu, meaning worldly suffering, it is not an easy thing to rush into the sky, and needs to go through wind, rain, and many sufferings. Feixing, like a meteor, has both speed and power. Liuguang, extreme speed is Liuguang. Pokong, cuts through the void. Nirvana, put it in a dead end and then live, achieve nirvana in the fire. Yuhua, after nirvana rebirth, it will be evolved and then it can step into the sky. Fengming, the cry of the phoenix, thousands of birds come to pay homage, one cry can break everything. And these 9 techniques correspond to the first style, the sword falls. The second style, the sword rises. The third style, the sword comes out like rain. The fourth style, the sword falls like a meteor. The fifth style, the sword light breaks everything in an instant. The sixth style, the sword rises and breaks the void. The seventh style, the sword body is like fire burning everything. The eighth style, the sword feathers sublimate like the sky. The ninth style, a sword sound is like a phoenix cry, and hundreds of swords surrender and come to pay homage. The first two styles are the starting styles. Although they are the starting styles, they are very different from the general sword. Each of the 9 styles pays attention to artistic conception. Practice the first 2 styles well. Practice the sword meaning and artistic conception, and then you can continue to practice the latter, and it is possible to practice the Fengming sword technique. If the first 2 styles are not practiced well, the latter ones will naturally not be practiced. Only when all 9 styles are successfully cultivated, there is a chance to cultivate the Phoenix sword body, so it is very difficult to cultivate the Phoenix sword body. Of course, due to the different levels of perfection of the 9 styles, the Phoenix sword body cultivated is naturally different. If all 9 styles can reach perfection, there is naturally a chance to cultivate the perfect level of Phoenix sword body. The perfect level of Phoenix sword body is equivalent to the divine body. My body is like a sword, indestructible and invincible. As for Suyun's master, Yun Qingyu's Phoenix sword body, it has only just been cultivated into a prototype, and it is still far from perfect. But even so, ordinary spiritual weapons cannot break her sword body defense and hurt her. Only the Xuanqi heavenly soldiers can break it. However, for ordinary sects, there are very few sects that have Xuanqi, and even if there are, they are low-grade and low-level Xuanqi. Even the 3 major sects outside, each sect only has 1 middle-grade Xuanqi, as the treasure of the sect. As the first hidden sect, Jiyun Xianzong is said to have a low-grade heavenly weapon, but it has been placed in the main hall for protection. Even the leader of Jiyun Xianzong does not have the power to take it easily. Above the heavenly weapon is the Emperor's weapon. Above the Emperor's weapon is the holy weapon, and above the holy weapon is the legendary artifact. In addition to these recognized divine weapons and holy weapons, there are some very strange and powerful weapons, which are called magic weapons or tricks or ghost weapons. This kind of weapon is very evil. Once used, it will devour human blood. It is called a taboo weapon by the righteous sect. However, this kind of weapon is a weapon commonly used by people in the magic way. The left protector of the demon cult, the murderous demon Zhang Bingtian, Suyun's grandfather, was called the murderous demon because the weapon he used was a very powerful trick weapon, the magic weapon Nightmare. In addition, Jiang Bingtian also practiced a powerful skill that is very compatible with the magic weapon, the bloodthirsty magic skill. With the nightmare of the demon god soldier and the bloodthirsty magic, Jiang Bingtian could hardly meet an opponent even in the god-killing sect, not to mention those ordinary immortal sects. Because those so-called immortal sects were afraid of Jiang Bingtian's powerful strength and combat power, they regarded him as a thorn in their eyes. Unable to defeat Jiang Bingtian himself, they secretly sent people to attack his daughter Jiang Chanju. Master, I feel that this first form of Linshan is useless. Can you teach me the rest quickly? Suyun's back was tightly pressed by Master Yun Qingyu, practicing the first form over and over again. Since he couldn't calm down, he naturally couldn't experience the artistic conception. And practicing like this, Suyun also felt that it was boring and useless. It would be better to be hugged by the master and talk for a while. It's useless? Look at me carefully. I'll show you how powerful this Fengming sword technique is. After hearing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but let go of the 2 jade hands that were holding Suyun's hands. At the same time, she also snatched the branch from Suyun's hand. Then, Yun Qingyu took the branch and walked to the front 5 meters away from Suyun. Holding the branch in her hand, she gently waved it down, and then closed her beautiful eyes that were like star gems. In just 1 second, a majestic sword intent appeared on Yun Qingyu's body. The next moment, Yun Qingyu suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, turned around and waved to Suyun's right hand. A powerful sword intent flew from the branch and passed through Suyun's right shoulder. A cut like a sword appeared on his clothes in an instant. The cut was less than 1 centimeter away from Suyun's arm, and Suyun almost bled and was injured. Of course, this was controlled by Yun Qingyu. As for Suyun, he stood there somewhat frightened, staring at his master in amazement, and was completely stunned. When the sword cut his shoulder, Suyun felt that he was not feeling well. He felt like he was on the verge of death. He was sweating all over his back. He didn't expect that his master would use him as a demonstration. Damn it! Can you not use your own apprentice as a demonstration next time? If I die by accident, there will be no one to wash your clothes and cook for you. After staring at his master Yun Qingyu for a while, Suyun couldn't help but swallow deeply and cursed his master in his heart. How is it? Now you know whether it is useful or not. Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun, who was looking at him in a daze, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Master, do you know that it was very dangerous just now? You were planning to murder your relatives, not your apprentice? Suyun looked at his master, Yun Qingyu, who looked good about himself, and couldn't help but say angrily. However, in Suyun's heart, he was indeed amazed at the mystery of the Fengming sword art. He didn't expect that with just a small branch and a casual sword, he almost took his life. This is much more powerful than what senior sister Yang Yue's master, Uncle Lin Jingchen, taught senior sister Yue to practice all day. Danger. Where is it dangerous? The master's control is very good. I will definitely not let you get hurt, Xiao Yunyun, let alone lose your life. Of course, if the master really accidentally lets you die, Xiao Yunyun, the master will guard your tomb for 3 days, and only eat spirit fish within 3 days, and give you all the noodles. Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun with an indignant look, and couldn't help but waved his hand casually. He thought to himself, who told you, Xiao Yunyun, to stare at your chest all day long? You can't even concentrate on practicing the Fengming sword technique. If it weren't for teaching you, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep under the yellow pear tree? Master, you? Then I really have to thank you. You actually think of guarding my tomb. But if I die accidentally, who will make you the spirit fish noodles? I guess you can only drink the soup. Suyun heard what Master Yun Qingyu said and looked at Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face with a nonchalant look. He knew that it was useless to get angry with this heartless master. It would probably make him angry instead. Yun Qingyu, seeing that Suyun was threatening her with fish-flavored noodles, could not help but look at Suyun and said, "It's okay. If you, Xiao Yunyun, are really unlucky, then I will take in another apprentice and teach him the method of making fish-flavored noodles. In this way, I can eat delicious fish-flavored noodles again." Okay, the relationship between you and Master for 3 months, you are still thinking about taking in other disciples. Master, you are too heartless. After hearing this, Suyun was really angry. I didn't expect that Master had even thought about the future. So when I leave one day, she will immediately take in another disciple and teach him how to make fish-flavored noodles. In this way, Master can have no worries about food and clothing and continue to live a lazy life without worries. After all, although my master is heartless and evil, he looks good. This face and figure are incomparable even to senior sister Yue. So-called food, sex, and nature. If the master wants to accept more disciples, even if those geniuses are unwilling, those ordinary people will definitely flock to become the master's disciples when they see that their master is so beautiful. It seems that no matter what time, I will definitely not be able to leave my master easily. If she accidentally accepts a little disciple from me and then competes with me for the master, it will be bad. Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but cast his eyes on the master, who was holding a branch in his right hand and holding his 2 jade hands in front of his chest, looking indifferent. It seems that I have to think of a way to make the master inseparable from me forever, or make the master unable to live without me. Little Yunyun, what are you staring at your master? Are you going to learn this Fengming sword art? If not, your master can go to sleep. Saw Suyun staring at her suspiciously, and couldn't help but take a step forward, walked over and tapped Suyun's head with a branch and said. Suyun, who was tapped on the head by Master Yun Qingyu, came back to his senses in an instant. He looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said respectfully, "Learn, of course. Master, you finally offered to teach me how to practice. How could I not learn? However, Master, you have just taken the trouble to teach me step by step. You must be a little tired. Take a break first. Let the disciple help you rub your shoulders and massage." Suyun thought that it was more important to please the master first. What if she was unhappy and really abandoned him, and then went to find another junior brother? Then he would lose such a beautiful and charming master. Although the master was a demon, she was a beauty after all. He didn't want to lose such a beautiful master, and he didn't want to share the master's love with others. My disciple, you have a conscience. After listening to what you said, Xiao Yunyun, I am indeed a little tired. Come and give me a massage on my arms and shoulders. Yun Qingyu finally relaxed her frown after hearing what Suyun said. She walked under the yellow pear tree, swaying the branch in her hand, turned around and sat down on the wooden bench. She raised her snow-white and slender right leg and stepped on the wooden bench. She looked at Suyun, who was standing there, and said leisurely. Suyun looked at his master, who sat on the wooden bench without caring about his image, and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. In his heart, he thought, if any disciple of Juyun Xianzong saw his master like this, I wonder how he would react. If she was born in an ordinary family, she might not be able to get married with such a wild girl. Maybe no one would dare to marry her. Then Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu with some obsession, lifting her legs and putting them on the wooden bench, revealing a large area of snow-white slender legs, and then slowly moved towards the wooden bench where Master Yun Qingyu was. Master, where do you feel sore, painful, or uncomfortable? Tell me, I will rub it for you. Suyun passed by Master Yun Qingyu, stared at Master Yun Qingyu's loose chest, and then walked directly behind Master Yun Qingyu, stretched out his hands to massage Yun Qingyu's shoulders. It's a little sore here. Little Yun, help me massage it. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu didn't hesitate to be polite to Suyun, stretched out his right hand that picked up the branch and tapped his right shoulder, and began to call Suyun like that. Is it here? Yes, it's this part. Suyun heard what Master Yun Qingyu said, and he had to follow Master Yun Qingyu's request and gently knead Yun Qingyu's shoulders. Little Yun, can you use more strength? Why do you look like you haven't eaten? Yun Qingyu saw Suyun kneading her shoulders, gently, but felt that the strength was a little too weak, and couldn't help but say, "Oh, good." After hearing this, Suyun had to slowly increase the strength according to Master Yun Qingyu's instructions. If he wasn't afraid of hurting Master's soft and delicate body, Suyun would have used all his strength to let Master know how powerful he was. Well, comfortable. Little Yun, you are not only good at cooking, but I didn't expect you to be so good at this kind of technical work. It seems that Master can live a more comfortable and pleasant life in the future. Yun Qingyu was kneaded by Suyun gently on her shoulders, and she felt that her fatigue instantly faded a lot, and she was really very comfortable and pleasant. Although Suyun was slowly massaging Master Yun Qingyu's shoulders, he was also looking at the loose inside of Master's chest, and couldn't help wanting to reach out and massage Master. Of course, Suyun could only think about it in his heart. After all, he was still too weak now, and he might not be Master's opponent. He should wait until he was strong enough to let Master kneel in front of him and sing, "Conquer." By that time, Master must return all that he had squeezed out of him in the past 3 months. Washing clothes, cooking, having children. Ahem, it seems that he has thought too far and too far. Master, are you done? If you are, continue to let me practice Fengming sword technique. After about a quarter of an hour, Suyun's hands were a little sore from massaging, and he couldn't help but say to Master Yun Qingyu, who was still enjoying it. Yun Qingyu, hearing Suyun say this, raised his head and looked at the sky. Seeing that it was still a little early, he could not help but retract his gaze and said lightly, "Pinch for a while longer. If I feel comfortable, I will definitely teach you the true meaning of Fengming sword art." Oh, that's fine. Suyun had to continue to allow himself to be ruthlessly squeezed by his master after hearing what his master Yun Qingyu said. Master, you feel comfortable now, right? About 2/4 of an hour later, Suyun felt that if he continued, he would be out of strength, so he could not help but remind him slightly. After all, if he continued, his master would feel comfortable, but he would suffer. What if he accidentally got a cramp in his hand? What's the point of practicing? Well, good. From now on, before going to bed every night, you should also give me a massage. Maybe you will sleep better this way. Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, and she couldn't help but turn her charming face to look at Suyun, who was secretly looking at her chest. And Suyun, seeing that Master Yun Qingyu turned her face, was also quick and quickly shifted her sight, and it seemed that Master Yun Qingyu didn't notice it. Then he said a little weakly, "Well, of course there is no problem, but Master, you always squeeze me like this. You have to at least give me some compensation." Compensation? What compensation do you want, Xiao Yunyun? As long as the Master can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Yun Qingyu thought that Suyun had been very hard in the past 3 months, and it would not be a bad idea to agree to his request. Just think of it as a consolation for this disciple who has tried his best to honor himself. After Suyun heard this, he saw that Master Yun Qingyu seemed to have agreed, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After looking at Master Yun Qingyu's somewhat sagging chest, he looked at Yun Qingyu's charming face and said indifferently, "Master, you have been hugging me from behind to sleep every time for the past 3 months. How about I hug you tonight?" After all, being hugged by the beautiful master from behind is definitely different from hugging the beautiful master from behind, and Suyun also wants to experience it. Okay. As long as Xiao Yunyun practices the Fengming sword technique well and serves the master comfortably, the master will satisfy your request. Yun Qingyu thought that she hugged Suyun to sleep every night anyway, and if she changed her position, it shouldn't be any different, so she simply agreed to Suyun. And Suyun, Seeing that the master actually agreed to him, really had an uncontrollable restlessness in his heart, but he still suppressed it in his heart. Looking at the beautiful face of Master Yun Qingyu, Su-yun said, "Master, please teach me how to practice now." Thinking of being able to sleep with the beautiful master in his arms tonight, Su-yun instantly became motivated. "Yes, I will teach you right away." Yun Qingyu saw that Su-yun instantly perked up and looked eager to learn how to practice from her, and she was very happy. Then, Yun Qingyu shook the branch in her hand and walked forward. Su-yun looked at the beautiful figure of Master Yun Qingyu and quickly followed her. "Come on, I will teach you step by step." Standing at a distance of 5 meters, Yun Qingyu turned around and looked at Su-yun and said, "Yes." After hearing this, Su-yun nodded vigorously. Then he entered the arms of Master Yun Qingyu, with his back to Master Yun Qingyu. "The master will teach you the 3rd art of falling rain and the 4th art of flying stars. Learn carefully." Yun Qingyu saw Su-yun take the initiative to enter her arms and was eager to learn cultivation from her, so she couldn't help but say to Su-yun. As she spoke, Yun Qingyu also raised her 2 jade hands and grabbed Su-yun's hands. The next moment, Yun Qingyu taught Su-yun to continue to practice the Fengming sword art. "Master, junior sister, what are you doing?" However, just as Yun Qingyu was teaching Su-yun to practice, a man's voice came from not far outside the thatched cottage. Hearing this voice, Yun Qingyu and Su-yun also stopped instantly and cast their eyes in the direction of the voice. It was a handsome man who looked about 20 years old, about 1.83 meters tall, handsome, and dressed in a yellow-brown robe. "Eighth senior brother, why are you here?" Yun Qingyu cast his eyes on the handsome man and couldn't help but greet him respectfully. "Eighth uncle, Wu Ziling, why is he here?" Su-yun looked at the person who came and remembered him at a glance. It was the 8th uncle Wu Ziling, who was once known as the peerless cultivation genius of Juyun Shanzong, together with the 7th uncle Lin Jingchen. However, he and his master had just returned to Fengming Peak not long ago. How could the 8th uncle know the news so quickly and even come to visit him specially? Su-yun looked at his 8th uncle and couldn't understand why he was unwilling to practice hard and go back to inherit the position of the crown prince. When he wakes up and holds the power of the world and lies drunk on the lap of a beauty, wouldn't he have everything he wants? "Junior sister, I heard that you and nephew Su-yun have returned to Fengming Peak, so I came to see you. I want to see if you need any help from me, my senior brother." Wu Ziling put his left hand behind his back and held a folding fan in his right hand. He didn't look like a cultivation disciple at all, but rather a dandy son of a noble family, looking a little cynical. Then he looked at Yun Qingyu and Su-yun, who were still holding hands, one in front of the other, and continued, "But what are you doing?" He couldn't help but point at the two people's somewhat ambiguous movements with the folding fan in his hand. "Well, I'm teaching little Yun to practice Fengming sword technique." Yun Qingyu couldn't help but reply indifferently after hearing what Wu Ziling said, still holding Su-yun's hands with her 2 jade hands, as if she didn't intend to let Su-yun go. Seeing this, Su-yun felt the softness coming from behind, looked at Wu Ziling with a suspicious look on his face and explained, "Well, master is teaching me to practice Fengming sword technique. This? Okay." Wu Ziling couldn't say anything more after hearing what the two said, so he had to walk aside. "Master, why don't you forget it today and teach me to continue practicing tomorrow?" Being watched by Wu Ziling, Yun Qingyu seemed to think it was nothing, but Su-yun felt very embarrassed and a little guilty. "Okay then, think about it carefully before you go to bed tonight. If you figure it out, you will naturally practice faster." Yun Qingyu heard what Su-yun said and agreed to Su-yun, slowly letting go of the 2 jade hands that were holding Su-yun's hands. After Su-yun was released by Master Yun Qingyu, he quickly looked at the 8th uncle Wu Ziling standing beside him and said, "Uncle, Master, you guys chat first. I'll go cut tea for you." After that, Su-yun hurriedly walked into the thatched hut and soon entered it. As for Yun Qingyu, after staring at Su-yun walking into the thatched hut, he retracted his gaze and looked at Wu Ziling standing beside him and said, "Brother, please sit down." While speaking, Yun Qingyu also walked towards the yellow pear tree on his own and sat directly on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree, and Yun Qingyu's right leg was also placed on the wooden bench. He placed his right elbow on his knee, lifted his smooth and white chin with his jade hand, and cast his eyes into the thatched hut, as if waiting for Su-yun to come out. As for Wu Ziling, he stared at Yun Qingyu sitting like this, smiled lightly, and then sat down on the stool next to him. He looked at Yun Qingyu and said, "After the sect disciple competition is over, I plan to return to Wu Kingdom. I wonder if junior sister Qingyu would like to go with me to play for a few days?" "Brother, you can go back to Wu Kingdom. What should I do with you? It's good to have food and drink in Juyun Shanzong." Yun Qingyu heard what the 8th senior brother Wu Ziling said, and couldn't help but retract her gaze from the thatched cottage, and said it casually. Wu Ziling, seeing that Yun Qingyu had no intention of going to Wu State with him, patted the palm of his left hand with the folding fan in his right hand and said, "Junior sister, you have been in Juyun Xianzong for so many years and have never been out. Why don't you go to Wu State with me, senior brother, and take the opportunity to appreciate the beautiful scenery and customs of a foreign country, just as an experience of life? Forget it. I can't contain the spiritual energy in my body, I can't practice normally, and I don't have any cultivation realm. If something happens to me when I go to Wu State with you, senior brother, who will protect me? In Juyun Xianzong, I have Xiao Yunyun by my side, and I have food and drink to serve, which is also good." Yun Qingyu looked at Wu Ziling and refused. As long as you go back to Wu State with me, junior sister, I will definitely send the top masters of Wu State to protect you, junior sister, and I will never let you suffer the slightest harm. At worst, I can also be your personal bodyguard, junior sister, and I will definitely keep you safe. Wu Ziling insisted. At this moment, Wu Ziling looked at his junior sister's charming face and posture, and seemed a little stunned. She was born beautiful, uninhibited, charming, but not coquettish, which was something Wu Ziling had never seen in other women. "Brother, why are you so nice to me? You insist that I go back to Wu Kingdom with you. Don't you have any intentions, do you?" Yun Qingyu saw Wu Ziling insisted again and again, and couldn't help but speak frankly. Speaking of which, among the 8 senior brothers in the entire Juyun Xianzong, whether it is because of their similar age or some other reasons, the 7th senior brother Lin Jingchen and the 8th senior brother Wu Ziling care about this little junior sister of Juyun Xianzong the most. As for the other senior brothers, they are either only concerned with cultivation or fighting for status in Juyun Xianzong, and they only say a word or two when they meet occasionally. Maybe they all think that this little junior sister can't contain spiritual energy in her body and can't cultivate, and it's not worth wasting time on her. No. What intentions can I have, senior brother? I just think that you, junior sister, will feel bored staying in Juyun Xianzong all the time, so I invited you to Wu Kingdom to play. Since you don't want to go then. Wait a minute. However, Wu Ziling saw Yun Qingyu's repeated refusal and even pointed out his intentions, so he finally decided to give up. But at this time, Su Yun came out with a pot of brewed tea and interrupted Wu Ziling. "Junior brother Su Yun, little Yun Yun." When the two saw Su Yun coming out, they all turned their eyes to Su Yun and wanted to know why Su Yun interrupted Wu Ziling. I wonder what junior brother Su Yun wants to say. Wu Ziling looked at Su Yun, who was walking quickly with the teapot, and asked with a smile, "Yes, little Yun Yun, what are you going to do?" Yun Qingyu looked at Su Yun, and a hint of confusion appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Eighth uncle, what I mean is that my master is willing to go to Wu country with you, but what? But you have to take me with you." Su Yun came in front of the two people carrying the teapot, and placed it on the wooden table under the yellow pear tree. Then he walked to the right side behind Master Yun Qingyu, glanced at Master Yun Qingyu and continued, "Master, you can't be without me by your side. Only if you take me with you, Master will go with you. Master, don't you agree?" Su Yun looked at Yun Qingyu and smiled gently. "Little Yun Yun, you..." Yun Qingyu looked at Su Yun with her beautiful eyes full of confusion. She had no idea what Su Yun wanted to do. After all, she didn't want to leave Juyun Xianzong and travel a long distance to Wu Kingdom to play. As for Wu Ziling, after hearing what Su Yun said, she hesitated for a moment, then raised her head and looked at Yun Qingyu and said, "If junior nephew Su Yun goes with us, are you willing, junior sister? Although I came here just to invite this junior sister to go to Wu Kingdom together, if it is because of Su Yun, Wu Ziling can only invite Su Yun to go together. After all, in fact, in the past 2 years, Wu Kingdom has been sending people to Juyun Xianzong to ask Wu Ziling to go back and inherit the position of crown prince, saying that his father is dying. However, Wu Ziling never left easily. He told the visitor that he was waiting for someone, and when that person agreed, he would go back with that person. But Wu Ziling did not say who that person was. Now Wu Kingdom sends people to urge him every now and then, and Wu Ziling finally knows that his father is really dying. Therefore, Wu Ziling can't wait any longer. Even if Yun Qingyu didn't come back from below today, he planned to go below to invite Yun Qingyu to go to Wu Kingdom together. However, seeing Yun Qingyu's attitude just now, it seems that she doesn't plan to go back to Wu Kingdom with him, which inevitably makes Wu Ziling feel a little lost in his heart. But since it was because of Su Yun that this junior sister was unwilling to go back to Wu State with me, I could only take Su Yun with me. Okay then, since you have invited me so kindly, then I, the junior sister, will go back with you, Su Yun, and just treat it as a trip. Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun also wanted to go with her, so she had no choice but to compromise. And the reason why Suyun insisted on letting his beautiful master leave Juyun Shanzong and follow 8th uncle to Wu Kingdom was naturally because he had his own plans. Suyun thought in his heart that the battle between immortals and demons was about to come, and if he continued to stay in Juyun Shanzong, he would inevitably suffer disasters. Wu Ziling's invitation this time was just the opportunity to let his master leave Juyun Shanzong with him. When he left Juyun Shanzong and went to Wu Kingdom, he would be almost free from disasters. When he had enough fun in Wu Kingdom, he would take his master away and not return to Juyun Shanzong. In this way, the battle between immortals and demons would have nothing to do with him. Wouldn't it be great to find a paradise to live with his beautiful master at that time? Thinking of this, Suyun felt that the 8th uncle came at the right time. 8th uncle, could it be? However, when Suyun's eyes accidentally fell on Wu Ziling, he saw that Wu Ziling was staring at his master in a daze. He looked like he was fascinated. 8th uncle, are you okay? Seeing this, Suyun quickly stretched out his right hand and waved it between his master and Wu Ziling's sight. Oh, I'm fine. Since you have agreed, we will leave after the sect disciple competition in 7 days. I won't bother you now. Wu Ziling came back to his senses, first glanced at Suyun standing behind Yun Qingyu, then looked at Yun Qingyu and said with a smile. If Yun Qingyu didn't agree to him, he planned to leave alone tomorrow. But since Yun Qingyu agreed, and the sect disciple competition is a grand event of the sect, it's impossible for 2 elders to leave at once. Senior brother, take care. 8th uncle, take care. Seeing Wu Ziling turn around and leave, Yun Qingyu and Suyun both cast their gazes towards Wu Ziling's back to bid farewell. But soon, Yun Qingyu retracted her beautiful eyes, turned her head to look at Suyun, who was standing on the right behind her, and a trace of coquettishness flashed on her beautiful face as she said, When did I say that I was willing to go to Wu Kingdom with your 8th uncle? Is it because you haven't kneeled on the washboard for a long time that your wings have become hard, and you dare to make decisions for your master? And Suyun, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, cast his gaze on his master's pretty face, but smiled and said, Master, didn't you agree too? Master, that is... What is it? Forget it. Anyway, I have already promised your 8th uncle, so just think of it as taking little Yun out for a trip. In the end, Yun Qingyu was too lazy to blame Suyun anymore and said lightly. Seeing this, Suyun didn't dare to talk back. He glanced at his master's somewhat loose chest, then stretched out his hands to pour a cup of tea, handed it to his master, Yun Qingyu, and said, Master, come, drink tea first. Yun Qingyu stared at Suyun, stretched out her right hand and slowly took the tea, took a small sip. The tea tasted fragrant, and it seemed just right when it went into her mouth. However, in Yun Qingyu's beautiful eyes, which were like clear autumn water, there was a hint of worry. Although Wu Ziling promised that when she and Suyun went to Wu Kingdom, Wu Ziling would send people to protect her and Suyun, Yun Qingyu knew that the current situation in Wu Kingdom was very tense. There were powerful countries eyeing them covetously outside, and royal children scheming inside to Suyun. After all, she only had this one disciple. And Suyun seemed a little absent-minded at the moment, thinking about how to kidnap the beautiful master after going to Wu Kingdom. She must not let the beautiful master be involved in the battle between immortals and demons, otherwise it would be bad if she died accidentally. Little Yun, your tea is ready. Next, your master will continue to teach you to practice the Fengming sword technique, right? Unknowingly, Yun Qingyu drank the tea in the cup. Staring at the empty cup in her hand and casting her beautiful eyes on Suyun, Yun Qingyu thought it would be better to teach Suyun the Fengming sword technique as soon as possible. When Suyun heard the voice of his master Yun Qingyu, he quickly came back to his senses and looked at his master Yun Qingyu and said lightly, Okay. Then Suyun continued to practice Fengming sword art with Yun Qingyu absent-mindedly, while thinking about the plan to kidnap the beautiful master in his heart. Time passed quietly without knowing it, and it was almost night. After the practice and meal, Suyun and Master Yun Qingyu took a beautiful bath, and then came to sit on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree. Suyun sat on the right side of Master Yun Qingyu, and both of them cast their eyes to the distant sky. The night was dark, and a few stars had already appeared. Under the faint moonlight, Yun Qingyu wore a snow-white nightgown and held up her smooth and white chin with her left hand, making her look so charming and beautiful. The breeze blew gently, making people feel a little cool. Suyun retracted his gaze and looked at the master sitting on his left. He felt that the master at this moment was so quiet and elegant, and was completely different from the unruly and arrogant posture during the day. But it still looked so beautiful. Master, are you cold? Why don't you lean on my shoulder for a while? Suyun saw that Master Yun Qingyu slightly hugged his left shoulder with his right hand, and seemed to be a little cold, so he couldn't help but speak. Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, turned her head to look at Suyun, and didn't say anything, but gently leaned her delicate head on Suyun's shoulder. Then she continued to look at the distant sky. Suyun saw that Master really leaned his head on his shoulder, but he felt a slight restlessness in his heart, and then smiled gently. He didn't expect that Master also had such a gentle and well-behaved side. While thinking, Suyun couldn't help but stretch out his left hand from behind, wanting to hug Master's shoulders. But before his left hand could touch Master's shoulders, Yun Qingyu suddenly yawned, stretched, and then stood up. Looking at Suyun, he seemed a little sleepy and said, "Little Yun, Master is a little sleepy, so I'll go to rest first. You should go to bed early too. Tomorrow I will have to get up early to continue teaching you the Fengming sword technique." After saying that, Yun Qingyu turned around and walked towards the thatched hut with a slight sway. Seeing this, Suyun stared at the back of his master as he left, and then slowly withdrew his left hand. Then he looked at the sky in the distance, stood up, and walked towards the thatched hut as well. However, when Suyun walked into the thatched hut, he saw that his master Yun Qingyu was already lying on the bed, with her beautiful eyes closed, as if she had fallen asleep. Suyun looked at Yun Qingyu's unconventional sleeping posture lying on the bed, but couldn't help but smile gently, and then walked to the head of the bed. After staring at the master's beautiful face, he slowly leaned over, lay on the bed, and slept on the outside of the master. Lying on the bed without being hugged from behind by the master, Suyun was really a little uncomfortable for a while. However, thinking back to what the master promised him during the day, that he could hug the master from behind to sleep tonight, Suyun couldn't help but turn around and slowly stretched out his hands. The next moment, Suyun's left hand passed through Master's waist from below, and his right hand slid across Yun Qingyu's soft waist from above. He clasped his left wrist with his right hand and hugged Master in his arms. Suyun's handsome face was also pressed against Master Yun Qingyu's back and neck. Suyun did not dare to move too much, for fear of waking up Master, and even his breathing was very weak and slow. However, with every breath, he could smell the faint body fragrance coming from Yun Qingyu, which was refreshing and pleasant. It's great to have Master around. Suyun hugged his master Yun Qingyu's slender waist from behind, put his hands on the belly without a trace of fat, and put his handsome face on the soft back. Feeling the softness of Yun Qingyu's body and smelling the refreshing body fragrance, Suyun felt at ease. It was great to have his master by his side. Although this beautiful master often squeezed him and asked him to do everything in the past 3 months, it was because of the company of this beautiful master that he didn't feel so lonely. From time to time, he would quarrel with the beautiful master, flirt with her, liven up the atmosphere, add a little fun to life, and make the originally boring and monotonous life become unusually exciting and warm. With his family destroyed and his parents killed, Suyun thought that his life in this world would soon end, and he would be wiped out by the black-clothed man whose identity and origin he didn't know, just like his parents and clansmen. But the sudden appearance of Master Yun Qingyu not only saved his life, but also brought him to this safe secret realm and accepted him as his only direct disciple. Although my master didn't teach me anything in the past 3 months and asked me to serve her tea, water, wash clothes, and cook, even so, just because my master saved me, what I did for her was insignificant. So no matter now or in the future, no matter what happens, I will try my best to stay by my master's side, accompany her, and never let her get hurt. If anyone dares to hurt my master, I will definitely stand in front of my master and fight to protect her. If you want to hurt my master, just step over my body first. Suyun hugged the beautiful master who was sleeping soundly and recalled every bit of the past 3 months. Not only did he not feel the slightest bitterness, but he felt some inexplicable sweetness in his heart. Although this sweetness is not as sweet as honey to the bottom of the heart, it is like a stream of sweet springs flowing through the body, leaving a long fragrance, lingering in the heart and lingering. Master, don't worry. Even if you can't contain the spiritual energy in your body and can't practice, I will never abandon you, Master. Will work hard to practice, make myself stronger as soon as possible, and protect you with my life. Suyun swore secretly in his heart. Little Yun. At this time, Yun Qingyu suddenly uttered a whisper and grabbed Suyun's hands that were hugging her waist with her 2 jade hands, and a trace of peace appeared on her beautiful face. Seeing this, Suyun was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but smile knowingly and said in his heart, Master is really adorable like this. Then Suyun slightly raised his head and glanced at the sky outside the window. Seeing that it was already dark, he stopped thinking about it and leaned on the soft back of his master. He slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep while hugging his master. The night was quiet and silent, like a sea without a wave. The thatched house was also very quiet. If you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't even hear the breathing of the two people hugging each other tightly on the bed. In a mysterious space, a beautiful girl about 12 years old looked at the harmonious and comfortable scene in front of her, and a hint of jealousy appeared on her delicate and pretty face. She was originally a beautiful little princess in the fairyland of the 5 major realms of the soul world. But because she yearned for the human world, she signed a soul contract with Suyun and came to the human world where Suyun was through the soul gate. When she first arrived in the human world, she was full of freshness and curiosity about everything in this world. She wanted Suyun to take her around to see the life and beauty of the human world. However, Suyun rejected her because of her beautiful master, and rejected this beautiful little princess who had always been high and mighty, saying that she would satisfy her request when she had time in the future. Faced with Suyun's rejection, she could only restrain her princess temper and observe the daily life of Suyun and his master through the screen in this soul space. Seeing Suyun being called around by his evil master all day long and ordered to do this and that, Xianyuer also stood up for Suyun and wanted to help Suyun teach his evil master a lesson. After all, she signed a soul contract with Suyun. In a sense, she was Suyun's soul, and Suyun was equivalent to her master. Seeing her master being called around by her master, Xianyuer was unhappy and reluctant. However, her good intentions were met with Suyun's words. "If you dare to attack my master, then I will send you back to the soul world, and you don't have to stay in the human world." Suyun's words greatly hurt the heart of the 9th princess of the soul realm, and she was very unwilling to accept it. But with Suyun around, always by the side of this beautiful master, she did not dare to disobey Suyun's wishes, stand up for Suyun and teach her master a lesson without authorization. Therefore, she could only stay alone in this boundless and dark soul space. Only when Suyun's master Yun Qingyu was not with Suyun could she leave the soul space and appear in front of Suyun. However, in order to prevent being discovered by Suyun's master or other people, she appeared in the form of a cat most of the time. However, as Suyun's soul, she and Suyun were in tune with each other, and Suyun knew what she was thinking. However, for the sake of his master, as well as Xianyuer's identity and safety as a soul world person, Suyun would never allow Xianyuer's princess temper to come. Xianyuer looked at the scene in front of her, and a trace of envy appeared in her eyes. She also wanted to be like Suyun's master, hugging Suyun in the dead of night, or being hugged by Suyun and fall asleep. However, with Suyun's master around, this seemed impossible, unless Suyun confessed to his master Yun Qingyu, and Yun Qingyu was willing to accept Xianyuer. As she watched, tears welled up in Xianyuer's beautiful eyes. Looking at the scene where Suyun and his master were sleeping together in each other's arms, Xianyuer couldn't help but recall the time when her mother hugged her to sleep when she was a child. At that time, she was the sweetheart of her father, the queen mother, and the treasure of her 8 brothers. They took care of her and loved her meticulously. She was also regarded as the strongest genius in the entire fairyland because of her amazing talent and beauty. However, in the war with the demon spirit domain, her mother was unfortunately seriously injured by the enemy in order to protect her, and eventually died. Since then, she felt that her life had become bleak. Her father was busy with political affairs and couldn't spare much time to care for her. Her 8 brothers didn't know what they were busy with and had no time to take care of her. She couldn't find anyone to play with her. In the end, she had the idea of signing a soul contract with a human soul refiner and leaving the soul world to go to the human world. In the end, she did communicate with a soul refiner in the human world and signed a soul contract with the soul refiner to come to the human world. This soul refiner was Suyun, who had just started practicing soul refining. At that time, she left the soul world for the first time and came to the human world. She was so pretty and cute when she appeared in front of Suyun. She also regarded Suyun as a brother, not a master. However, in order to keep this secret, she could only stay in the soul space, as Suyun said. After all, she also knew that Suyun did not have any martial arts skills at that time. Although she still had some cultivation level, she was still too weak compared to human strongmen. If her identity as a soul spirit in the soul world was discovered by human strongmen and targeted by people with bad intentions, Suyun would not be able to protect her at all, and it might even implicate Suyun. Therefore, Suyun promised her that when Suyun was able to practice and had the ability to stand on her own, he would let her leave the soul space and stay by Suyun's side like a normal person. Therefore, Xian Yuer could only obey Su Yun's arrangements and could not easily appear in front of anyone other than Su Yun. "Father, mother, I miss you so much!" Xianer looked at the scene of Su Yun and her master getting along in front of her and recalled her life in the soul world. She couldn't help but burst into tears. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Xianer. "Su, brother Su Yun!" Hearing this voice, Xianer turned her head to look behind her and saw a handsome boy standing behind her. This boy was Su Yun. Su Yun hugged his master Yun Qingyu very contentedly and planned to fall asleep beautifully, but suddenly noticed the movement of the soul space and felt Xianer's strong emotional fluctuations. He couldn't help but worry about Xianer. Therefore, Su Yun let go of the beautiful master in his arms and entered this soul space. In fact, Su Yun had never treated Xian Yuer as a soul, but as a sister. Xian Yuer wanted to see what the human world was like, and Su Yun would do his best to satisfy her. It was just that Su Yun's current strength was not enough, and he had not found any opportunity to leave this secret realm, so he could not satisfy Xian Yuer's wish. This time, the eighth uncle Wu Ziling took the initiative to invite him and his master Yun Qingyu to go to Wuguo to play. Su Yun also thought about it in his heart. When they went to Wuguo, he would let Xian Yuer come out of the soul space and even find an opportunity to tell his master Yun Qingyu about Xian Yuer's identity. After all, it was not fair to let Yuer stay in the soul space all the time, and Su Yun didn't want it to be like this. Su Yun looked at Xian Yuer, who turned her head to look at him, with tears on her face. He didn't know why Xian Yuer was secretly sad and crying like this at night. However, Su Yun still felt a little distressed when he saw Xian Xie like this. He had promised Xian Xie that he would protect and take care of her like a brother, and let her experience life in the human world, so he didn't want to see her cry. "Xie, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Su Yun came to Xian Xie's side, looked at the little beauty with tears in her eyes, and couldn't help but stretch out his right hand to touch Xian Xie's pretty face, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. At the same time, Su Yun looked at Xian Xie with heartache in his eyes. After all, no matter what, Xian Xie was just a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. It was really hard for her to stay alone in the soul space and endure loneliness and solitude. "Brother Su Yun, I miss my father and mother." Xian Xie raised her head and looked at Su Yun, who was slightly taller than her by half a head, and couldn't help but throw herself into Su Yun's arms. At the same time, tears burst out again, and she buried her head in Su Yun's arms and cried softly. Su Yun heard what Xian Xie said, and looked at Xian Xie, who was sobbing in his arms. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. After all, Su Yun had experienced the same situation 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Su Yun's family was wiped out and his parents were killed to protect her. Although he was rescued by Master Yun Qingyu and brought back to this secret realm, the loss of his parents and clansmen caused a heavy psychological and spiritual blow to Su Yun. At that time, Su Yun also missed his parents, especially in the dark and lonely night. The strong longing surged like a tide, making Su Yun feel unprecedented loneliness and loneliness. When lying in bed to sleep, Su Yun would even often have nightmares, waking up Master Yun Qingyu. In order to let Su Yun sleep peacefully, Yun Qingyu hugged Su Yun in her arms, stroking Su Yun's head and comforting Su Yun. It was because of Yun Qingyu's comfort and companionship that Su Yun was able to quickly get out of the heavy blow of losing his parents and no longer feel so sad and lonely. At that time, Yun Qingyu also made a promise to Su Yun, saying that she would stay with Su Yun like Su Yun's parents and accompany him to grow up. Su Yun was very moved by Yun Qingyu's words and regarded Yun Qingyu as the closest person to him in this world besides his parents. Now that both parents are gone, Yun Qingyu has become Su Yun's only relative in this world and the most trustworthy person. At that time, Su Yun also secretly swore in his heart that he must take good care of his master and would never leave her even if he accompanied her until old age. Therefore, seeing Xian Yuer like this, Su Yun couldn't help but think of himself 3 months ago, and could also empathize with Xian Yuer's current situation. "Yuer, now you and I have signed a soul contract, and you can't easily leave the human world and return to the soul world, so from now on, you are my sister, and I am your brother and relative. I will do my best to care for you and protect you. Tonight, I will accompany you in the soul space, okay?" Su Yun looked at the pitiful Xian Yuer in his arms and couldn't help but stretch out his right hand to gently stroke Xian Yuer's exquisite and cute head, full of love. And Xian Yuer, hearing Su Yun say this, slightly raised her head and looked at Su Yun, and said with tears in her eyes, "Really? Brother Su Yun will really stay in the soul space to accompany Yuer?" "Yes!" Su Yun nodded and said. Then Suyun sat down with Shanyu in his arms, letting her lie in his arms, gently caressing and comforting her, letting her slowly fall asleep in his arms. As for Master Yunqingyu, Suyun thought that he would hug the beautiful master to sleep in the future. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. In this way, Suyun hugged Shanyu in his arms, comforting her to slowly fall asleep, while watching Master Yunqingyu through the scene in front of him. Unconsciously, Suyun himself fell asleep. Brother Suyun? The next morning, Shanyu was the first to open her hazy, sleepy eyes. Perhaps because she was sleeping in Suyun's arms, Shanyu slept unusually sweetly and felt very at ease. Opening her beautiful eyes, Shanyu saw Suyun, who was still sleeping with her in his arms. She was touched and her heartbeat accelerated. She raised her smooth and white right hand and wanted to touch Suyun's left cheek, but before her hand touched Suyun's face, Suyun frowned and slowly woke up. Brother Suyun? Shanyu saw Suyun open his eyes and quickly retracted her right hand. She looked at Suyun, who was holding her in his arms with some nervousness in her heart. What's wrong? Yue? Why did you wake up so early? Suyun heard Shanyu calling her and couldn't help but look at Shanyu and asked, Well, I slept well and felt at ease with Brother Suyun by my side last night, so I woke up early. Shanyu looked at Suyun and replied, Oh, I'm so glad you're okay. I was very worried about you last night. Suyun said, Don't worry. Brother Suyun, I'm fine. Your master hasn't woken up yet, so take the opportunity to leave the soul space. Don't worry about me. Shanyu glanced at the picture in front of him and saw that Suyun's master Yunqingyu was still sleeping soundly, so he couldn't help but remind her. Then, okay, call me if you have anything. I will do my best to take care of you. Suyun heard what Shanyu said and also glanced at the picture in front of him. He hesitated for a moment and saw that Shanyu was really fine, so he agreed. Then, Suyun left the soul space and appeared outside the thatched hut. After all, he couldn't let his master Yunqingyu see him coming out of the soul space. Looking around, seeing that there was nothing unusual, Suyun walked to the door of the thatched hut and saw that his master Yunqingyu was still lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, so he went directly into the thatched hut. Coming to the bedside, looking at the beautiful master who was sleeping soundly, Suyun could not help but lie down slowly beside the master, then stretched out his hands, intending to hug the master and sleep for a while. Xiao Yunyun, where have you been so early in the morning? Didn't you say yesterday that you would hug your master to sleep? However, just as Suyun stretched out his hand and had not yet hugged the beautiful master into his arms, Yunqingyu suddenly opened her gorgeous eyes that were like star gems and turned her head to look at Suyun. In fact, Yunqingyu had already woken up, but it was not a normal wake-up, but was woken up by the cold breeze that slipped in from the window in the morning. After all, when she slept in the past, Suyun was hugged in her arms, so even if she was woken up by the cold, it must be Suyun who was woken up first. She hid behind Suyun and could not be frozen at all. And last night, Suyun had been accompanying Shanyu in the soul space. Without Suyun in her arms to sleep, Yunqingyu was frozen. Especially when it was just dawn, the chilly wind kept blowing in from the window through the gaps. Even Yunqingyu, a beautiful woman who practiced the Fengming sword body and was not afraid of stones rubbing her feet, was directly woken up by the cold. However, after Yunqingyu woke up, she found that Suyun was not there. Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly heard the door of the thatched house being pushed open from outside. She thought Suyun got up early to prepare breakfast for her. Therefore, planned to continue pretending to sleep. However, when Suyun walked to the head of the bed, Yunqingyu did not smell the fragrance of breakfast at all. Instead, she saw Suyun lying on the bed carefully, stretching out his hands to hug her and continue to sleep. You have hugged your master to sleep all night last night. It's time to prepare breakfast for your master. Yunqingyu felt that her disciple was becoming less and less respectful to her. Therefore, Yunqingyu was unwilling to let Suyun hug her and continue to sleep. Master, you're awake! Suyun never thought that his master would wake up suddenly. Looking at his beautiful master who turned her head to look at him, Suyun couldn't help but be stunned. The hands that stretched out to hug the beautiful master's slender waist also stopped in midair. Well, the master is awake. Hurry up and prepare breakfast for the master. After breakfast, the master will continue to teach you to practice Fengming sword technique. Yunqingyu looked at Suyun, who was stunned, and said. While speaking, Yunqingyu also slowly got up and wanted to get out of bed. Seeing this, Suyun looked at his hands that were still in the air at this moment, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. It was so hard to get the opportunity to hug the beautiful master to sleep. It was gone in an instant. At least she would hug him. Suyun was so depressed in his heart. However, he couldn't blame it on Yuer. After all, it was me who brought her from the soul world to the human world, and I also told her to take good care of her. Forget it. If I missed it this time, I'll do it next time. Anyway, as long as I can take the beautiful master out of Juyun Shanzong and kidnap the beautiful master, then the beautiful master will be mine, and I will have as many opportunities as I want to sleep with the beautiful master in my arms in the future. Thinking of this, Suyun not only did not feel distressed, but instead felt a little excited and expectant. Then Suyun turned around and looked at the beautiful master who had walked to the dressing table and was dressing up with her back to him, and then jumped up from the bed. He looked at the beautiful master and said, "Then master, you dress up first. I'll go prepare breakfast." After that, Suyun turned around and walked out of the thatched hut. When he was about to leave the thatched hut, he did not forget to turn around and say, "Master, why don't you dress up well today?" Then he walked out of the thatched hut and closed the door. After all, he had returned to the Juyun Immortal Sect. If the disciples of the Juyun Immortal Sect saw the plain linen clothes he was wearing when he was still down there, how embarrassing it would be. The junior master of the Juyun Immortal Sect, the first hidden sect in Juyun Province, was wearing this? I'm afraid I would feel embarrassed when the time comes. After hearing Suyun's words, Master Yun Qingyu turned her head and glanced at Suyun, who had already walked out of the thatched hut. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. She shook her head slightly and continued to dress up. As for Suyun, after walking out of the thatched hut, he began to prepare breakfast according to Master Yun Qingyu's instructions. Today, maybe there will be other uncles who will come to Fengming Peak to visit Master. I asked Master to dress up a little prettier, but I don't know if she listened to me. After all, it's not the same up there. If Master still wears that plain dress with 2 or 3 ribbons floating on her long legs, her brothers will probably dislike her. Suyun thought to himself while cooking breakfast noodles, and from time to time he turned his head to look at the door of the thatched cottage. I really want to know how Master is dressed. It's a pity that I closed the door when I came out just now, so I can't see the situation inside the thatched cottage at all. Alas, I just hope that Master can listen to me. Even if she doesn't dress up to impress everyone, at least she should dress up so as not to look like a beggar. Suyun sighed in his heart, really afraid that Master Yun Qingyu would dress up like a beggar as usual. If that's the case, it's better not to leave Fengming Peak and go to other peaks. I'm afraid you will be treated as a beggar from nowhere and driven out of Juyun Shanzong. Maybe you won't even be able to stay in the secret realm. Suyun secretly said in his heart and shook his head helplessly. At the same time, Suyun was also a little anxious for the evil master in his heart. Don't embarrass your disciple when the time comes. Well, the noodles are ready, so fragrant. Unknowingly, the noodles in the pot have been cooked. A strong aroma of noodles came to his nose, and even Suyun couldn't help but drool. But the master hasn't come out yet, so let's sit under the yellow pear tree and wait for a while. Thinking of this, Suyun quickly covered the pot to keep it warm and fragrant. Then Suyun stood up and walked towards the yellow pear tree on the left. As he walked, he couldn't help but cast his eyes towards the thatched house, but he still couldn't see anything. When he came to the yellow pear tree, Suyun propped his right hand on the trunk of the yellow pear tree, stretched out his left hand to take a branch and put it in his mouth, and looked at the window, trying to see if he could see anything through the window. But he still couldn't see anything. In the end, Suyun had to sit on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree, waiting anxiously for Master Yun Qingyu to come out of the thatched house. However, time passed by minute. Suyun sat under the yellow pear tree and waited for a long time, almost losing patience, but he didn't see Master come out of the thatched house. After about 5 minutes, Suyun finally couldn't wait any longer and couldn't help but stand up from the wooden bench, wanting to rush into the thatched house to see what Master was doing. Squeak! But just as Suyun was about to rush out, before his raised foot could fall, the door of the thatched house was slowly pushed open from the inside. Master! Master! Suyun heard the sound of the thatched hut door being pushed open and quickly looked up at the door of the hut. At a glance, Suyun immediately saw Master Yun Qingyu standing at the door of the hut with her beautiful eyes looking outside. At this moment, Yun Qingyu was wearing a red fairy dress, and her hair that was originally scattered behind her was also raised with a red ribbon. Her 2 delicate hands were touching the 2 ends of the thatched hut door, and she cast her eyes towards Suyun's position. It was like a fairy in red standing at the door of the thatched hut. Suyun looked at his master like this and was stunned. He had never seen his master like this before. The master, who changed into a red fairy dress, was more beautiful than ever before, just like a fairy descending to earth, a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. The beauty of the master was simply unmatched. "Little Yun, is breakfast ready?" Yun Qingyu stood at the door. Seeing Suyun looking at her with an obsessed face, she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her jade hand and said with a little shyness on her pretty face, "Yes! Done, done!" Suyun heard the question from the master Yun Qingyu and quickly came back to his senses, threw the branch in his mouth directly to the ground, and looked at the beautiful master who looked like a fairy in red and said, "Then bring it to the master." Yun Qingyu couldn't help but said lightly after hearing it. After that, Yun Qingyu took a step forward, shaking the red strap on her cuffs, and walked towards the yellow pear tree where Suyun was singing. Yun Qingyu looked a little like a lady from a rich family, but compared to a real lady from a rich family, she was less dignified and virtuous, and more lively and casual. Suyun, after staring at the beautiful master walking towards him, quickly stood up and walked towards the iron pot to serve the noodles. The next moment, Yun Qingyu had come under the yellow pear tree and sat on the wooden step very casually, while continuing to shake the red strap on her cuffs with her jade hands, waiting for Suyun to bring the noodles over. "Master, the noodles are here!" Suyun walked to the iron pot, opened the lid and quickly scooped a bowl of noodles, then turned his head to look at the beautiful master, and then quickly brought the noodles to Master Yun Qingyu. "Thank you, little Yun." Yun Qingyu looked at the steaming noodles Suyun brought to her, stretched out her jade hand to take it, and then said thank you to Suyun. Then Yun Qingyu did the same as when she was downstairs, holding the bowl in her left hand and chopsticks in her right hand, and began to eat noodles in big mouthfuls. Suyun, on the other hand, stood in front of her master, Yun Qingyu, in a daze, squatted down a little and stared at her master eating noodles. She felt that after putting on a little makeup and changing into a red fairy dress, her master was 10 times or 100 times more beautiful than usual, just like a fairy in the sky. Only by changing into this red fairy dress could the master's reputation be fully supported. "Little Yun, why are you staring at me? Go eat noodles too. After you finish eating the noodles, I will continue to teach you the Fengming sword technique." Yun Qingyu saw Suyun standing in front of her staring at her, and she couldn't help but stop for a moment and reminded her. "Oh, okay, master." After hearing this, Suyun reluctantly withdrew his gaze from his master, Yun Qingyu, then turned around and staggered towards the iron pot. "Disciple, the master has finished eating. You should eat quickly too. After I teach you the Fengming sword technique, the master will take you around the Jueyun Immortal sect and let you know about the Jueyun Immortal sect." Soon, Yun Qingyu finished the noodles in the bowl, put the empty bowl aside, propped up the wooden benches on both sides with her 2 jade hands, and looked at Suyun with her 2 snow-white and slender legs drooping. Then, Yun Qingyu withdrew his gaze and looked at the position where the sun rose in the east. It was already faintly visible that a fish belly white was slowly rising. Suyun ate noodles in his mouth and cast his eyes on the master, who was looking at the position where the sun rose in the east. So beautiful. Just like that, Suyun was eating the noodles in the bowl while staring at the beautiful face of his master Yun Qingyu. Before he knew it, he had finished the noodles. After eating the noodles, Suyun saw that his master Yun Qingyu was still staring at the position where the sun was rising in the east, and he was not in a hurry to ask his master to teach him how to practice. After cleaning the bowls and chopsticks, he slowly walked to his master's side, sat down on his master's right, and cast his eyes towards the position where the sun was rising in the east. Then he said with a puzzled look, "Master, what are you looking at?" "Ah? Nothing. Yun Qingyu heard Suyun's voice suddenly ringing in her ears, and she couldn't help but turn her head quickly, and her thin red lips almost kissed Suyun directly. The distance between the two was less than 5 centimeters. "Master!" Suyun looked at his master who was so close, and his pretty face was about to touch his face, and his heart instantly became slightly agitated. As for Master Yun Qingyu, looking at Suyun who was about to meet her, her pair of gorgeous eyes, like star gems, unconsciously moved down along Suyun's nose, looking at Suyun who was about to kiss her lips, and she and Suyun looked at each other in surprise. "Well, since you are already well, little Yun, then I will continue to teach you the Fengming sword technique." After a long while, Yun Qingyu moved her pretty face away, then stood up shyly, pretending to be nonchalant. After saying that, Yun Qingyu quickly walked towards the wide space in front of the left. Oh, seeing this, Suyun also quickly came back to his senses from the eye contact with his master, and then followed. "Little Yun, show me the first 2 moves of the Fengming sword technique that I taught you yesterday, Linchen and Yunqi. Let me see how much you have understood." After Suyun walked to Yun Qingyu's side, Yun Qingyu handed the wooden stick she used yesterday to Su-yun, looked at Su-yun and said lightly, "Oh, good." After hearing this, Su-yun took the wooden stick from Yun Qingyu's hand and immediately began to perform the pei sword technique on the spot. The next moment, Su-yun closed his eyes and his chi sank into his dantian, as if he had entered a state of meditation. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right hand holding the wooden stick forward, and an invisible chi instantly shot out from the tip of the wooden stick. Bang! Only a sharp explosion sounded, and a small hole instantly appeared on the trunk of the yellow pear tree on the right. I didn't expect that you, little Yun, have such a good comprehension ability. You have mastered the first 2 moves of Fengming sword art in just one night. Yun Qingyu saw this, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes like star gems. Well, not bad. Su-yun was not at all modest when he saw Master Yun Qingyu praising him. Since he awakened the system the day before yesterday and had the cultivation of the first realm of good fortune, Su-yun felt that he learned everything faster, as if he only needed to read it once or twice to master it by himself. In addition, only 2 days had passed, and Su-yun felt that his cultivation was about to break through, and he was about to break through from the first realm of good fortune to the second realm of good fortune. As the system said, as long as he followed the master and served the master with respect, he could practice and break through by himself. The system is not deceiving me. If this continues, by the time of the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect's Disciple Competition, I will definitely be able to break through the second realm of creation, and maybe even the third realm of creation. At that time, I will also sign up for the Disciple Competition to prove to everyone in the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect that my master is not a waste who cannot practice, at least to make most people feel that their master is not really unable to practice. In this way, the master will no longer have to endure some unnecessary looks, and will think that the master has always been hiding his strength. Well, let's do it. However, in this case, the master must ask where his cultivation in the realm of creation came from. What should I say? Say that I suddenly gained this cultivation in the realm of creation after practicing the Fengming sword art? After all, the master himself cannot contain the spiritual energy, so it seems that this statement is also possible. Thinking of this, Su-yun no longer cared about other things and continued to let the master teach him the last 7 moves of the Fengming sword art. Time passed quietly without him noticing. Su-yun felt the softness brought by Master Yun Qingyu's body while seriously learning and practicing Fengming sword art. Unknowingly, Su-yun had actually practiced to the 6th art, breaking the air. Break it for me. Su-yun held a wooden stick, turned it into a sword, and chopped it towards the air in front of him. An invisible sword energy instantly slashed out, and even the space seemed to shake. Great, little Yun, in just half a day, you have learned the first 6 moves of Fengming sword art. Master Yun Qingyu stood behind Su-yun, standing close to Su-yun. Seeing that Su-yun had even mastered the 6th move of Fengming sword art, breaking the air, he instantly became a little uncontrollably excited. He stretched out his 2 jade hands to hug Su-yun into his arms, not to mention how happy he was. As for Su-yun, feeling the softness of Master Yun Qingyu's body pressing on his back, he was also very excited. Turning his head slightly to look at the beautiful master with a smile on her pretty face, he couldn't help but say, "Master, you taught me well by hand." "No, it's just that you have a strong understanding, little Yun. Yun Qingyu shook her head slightly and said, "Yeah, that's right. Being taught by the beautiful master in such a close way, my understanding ability must be strong." Su-yun took this opportunity to glance at the master's snow-white chest again. "Little Yun, today I will teach you here. Tomorrow I will teach you the last 3 moves of Fengming sword art. When you learn Fengming sword art, you will have the opportunity to comprehend the body-refining technique hidden in Fengming sword art, Fengming sword body. As long as you master Fengming sword art and Fengming sword body, I can guarantee that even people with Tongqian realm cultivation may not be able to hurt you." Yun Qingyu looked at Su-yun and said with some seriousness, "You know, it was because Yun Qingyu couldn't contain the spiritual energy in her body and couldn't practice that the former old master of Juyun Shanzong, Yun Qingyu's master, taught her this supreme sword technique. Even if the body can't contain the spiritual energy and there is no spiritual power, it can still be practiced and displayed. This is the uniqueness of Fengming sword technique. According to the former old master of Juyun Shanzong, if Fengming sword technique is practiced to perfection, even a strong person in Huahong realm cannot hurt it at all. It's really like a sword, indestructible. Is this Fengming sword technique and Fengming sword body so powerful?" Su-yun felt unbelievable when he heard what his master Yun Qingyu said. He didn't expect that this sword technique would be so heaven-defying. Doesn't that mean that even if his beautiful master can't contain the spiritual energy in her body and can't practice, ordinary Tongqin realm strong people can't hurt her? It seems that my previous worries were a bit redundant. In addition, I was thinking about finding an opportunity to return the master's exploitation of me in the past 3 months. It seems that I thought too much. Even the strong men of the Tongqin realm couldn't hurt the master, let alone himself who was in the creation realm. Little Yunyan, you rest outside and wait for a while. The master will go in to change clothes and then take you to the main hall of the Juyun immortal sect to report to the headmaster brother. Yun Qingyu suddenly said, and then let go of the 2 jade hands that were hugging Suyun and turned to walk towards the thatched hut. Ah? After hearing this, Suyun felt a little puzzled and said, Master, don't you look good in this red fairy dress? Why do you want to change? Not only is it good looking, it is 10 times or 100 times better than usual. However, Yun Qingyu heard Suyun say this, but she couldn't help but suddenly stop, turned around and looked at Suyun with a smile and said, The master only wears this dress for you, little Yun. After that, Yun Qingyu turned around again and continued to walk towards the thatched hut. Ah? After hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but become a little stunned again. But Suyun saw it clearly. When Master Yun Qingyu said this and turned around, a faint blush flashed across Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful face. Master, she wouldn't. Suyun felt a little excited and happy in his heart. Okay, little Yun, let's go. Not long after, Master Yun Qingyu opened the door of the thatched cottage again. Suyun heard Master Yun Qingyu's voice and quickly raised his head to look at the door of the thatched cottage. Sure enough, Master changed into the plain dress she wore when she was downstairs, with 2 or 3 plain belts floating on her 2 snow-white and slender legs. This look really looks like a beggar, but her face is still clean, and she looks beautiful. In addition, compared with wearing the red fairy dress, Suyun can see more beautiful scenery. In this way, this plain dress is more suitable for the beautiful master. Suyun swore that he did not want to take the opportunity to peek at the exposed part of his master. Little Yun, what are you in a daze for? Why are you staring at me again? Come with me. Yun Qingyu noticed Suyun's fixed gaze and could not help but remind him. The next moment, Yun Qingyu had walked in front of Suyun. Before Suyun could reply, Yun Qingyu stretched out her jade hand, grabbed Suyun's right hand, and pulled Suyun to the outside of Fengming Peak. Suyun was pulled by the right hand by Master Yun Qingyu, looking at the beautiful master walking in front of him, feeling the softness of Master's jade hand. Well, Master is so nice. 10 minutes later, Suyun was pulled out of Fengming Peak by Master Yun Qingyu, and then stopped at the entrance of Fengming Peak. Yun Qingyu let go of the jade hand holding Suyun's right hand, took out the flying gourd from her arms and threw it to the ground, and the gourd instantly grew bigger. Then, Yun Qingyu jumped directly onto the gourd. Little Yun, what are you dawdling about for? Hurry up and jump on it. Yun Qingyu was riding on the small gourd with her back to Suyun. Seeing that Suyun had not jumped on the small gourd for a long time, she turned her head to remind him. Oh! Suyun seemed to still be savoring the feeling when his master Yun Qingyu pulled his right hand. He only came back to his senses when he heard Yun Qingyu's reminder. Then, Suyun glanced at his master Yun Qingyu, who was riding on the small gourd, and then jumped on the small gourd in an instant, riding on the small gourd with his master one after the other. Little Yun, hold on tight, your master is about to take off. Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun had already jumped on the small gourd, and after a brief reminder, he used the formula to drive the small gourd in an instant. Whoosh! Then, before Suyun could react, the small gourd shot out like a rocket. Ah! Seeing this, Suyun quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed in front of his master. Little Yun. Master Yun Qingyu almost lost control of the gourd when he saw this. That, master! I didn't mean it! Suyun quickly moved his hands away when he heard Master Yun Qingyu's angry words. Little Yun, if you dare to do this again, I don't mind letting you taste the power of Fengming sword technique again. Yun Qingyu turned his head and looked at Suyun with some annoyance. Master, I really didn't mean it. And didn't you tell me to hold on tight just now? Suyun said helplessly. I was afraid that you would accidentally fall off the small gourd. Who told you to hold on to my chest? Yun Qingyu said without any ambiguity. I will pay attention next time. In the end, Suyun had to give in. After all, it is a great virtue to know one's mistakes and correct them. If you are wrong, and no amount of explanation will be of any use. If you cause Master to not forgive you again, or directly abandon you, wouldn't it be a loss of the big for the small, and it's not worth it? Then Suyun did not explain any more. He hugged his master Yun Qingyu's belly tightly with both hands, and rode on the small gourd like an arrow towards the largest mountain in the middle of the 10 peaks. As for Master Yun Qingyu, he did not say anything along the way. He just rode the small gourd quietly and did not even turn his head to look at Su-yun. It was unknown whether he was angry with Su-yun. Okay, we have reached the main peak of Juyun Shanzong. The speed of the small gourd was very fast. In just over a quarter of an hour, Yun Qingyu drove the small gourd with Su-yun to the main peak of Juyun Shanzong. Then, Yun Qingyu jumped off the small gourd directly, and before Su-yun got off the small gourd, he directly put the small gourd away, causing Su-yun's buttocks to fall off. Unprepared, he fell from the air again and sat on the ground. Su-yun felt a little painful. "Master, is it necessary to do this? I just grasped it for a little while." Su-yun slowly stood up from the ground, looked at the beautiful master who was standing with her back to him, and couldn't help pouting his lips. "Just grasped it for a little while? Just for a little while? This is the second time you have grasped me." Yun Qingyu heard what Su-yun said, and couldn't help turning her head and rolling her eyes at Su-yun. After all, Su-yun had grasped it once when he and senior sister Yue came up from below yesterday, with Su-yun riding on the small gourd. At that time, because Yang Yue was there, Yun Qingyu didn't care about Su-yun, and didn't say anything more, just simply rolled her eyes at Su-yun. But this time, Su-yun actually did the same thing again, and the strength of his grasp was much greater, and even the small gourd was almost unstable. "If I let you off easily again, you will ride on my head next time." Yun Qingyu thought in her heart that she couldn't let Su-yun off easily this time. Su-yun, seeing that the master still had a serious look on his face, couldn't help but think in his heart, "Is the master really angry with me? Did I really hurt her?" While thinking this, Su-yun couldn't help but look at his hands that had grasped the master's body. It shouldn't be. The grip was not very strong. "Humph, hurry up and follow me in." After reporting to the head brother, "Leave and return to Fengming Peak to practice the first 6 moves of Fengming sword art for me 100 times. Yun Qingyu looked at Su-yun, couldn't help but snorted slightly with a bit of arrogance, and then turned away. "Ah, don't do it." After Su-yun heard this, he felt that the sky above his head suddenly darkened. In the past, in order to avenge his parents and family, he had always begged the beautiful master to teach him how to practice. However, after the beautiful master taught him how to practice Fengming sword yesterday, Su-yun felt that practicing was still quite tiring, far less relaxing than serving tea, pouring water, washing clothes, and cooking for the master. Of course, this might be because Su-yun had gotten used to it in the past 3 months. In addition, with the beautiful master teaching him how to practice, Su-yun was able to barely hold on. But now, the beautiful master actually wanted him to practice the first 6 moves of Fengming sword 100 times. Su-yun felt that it would be better for him to die. As expected, some people, once they are used to a comfortable and quiet life, they will never go even if they are asked to carry tiles and bricks. In other words, once a person is used to the life of a top person, with rich fish and meat every day, do you think he can still eat the simple meals of a poor family? And Su-yun is about to become such a person now. Fortunately, there is a salted fish system. As long as you follow the master and serve the master, you can automatically improve your cultivation and become stronger. Su-yun is too lazy to do anything. Don't want it? If you don't listen to me today, and practice the first 6 moves of Fengming sword Jue 100 times, I will not want you anymore. You will go back to where you came from, and you will no longer be my disciple, Yun Qingyu. After hearing this, Yun Qingyu turned her head slightly, and looked at Su-yun and said, "There is no way. It is not an easy thing to comprehend the Fengming sword body from the Fengming sword Jue." Even Yun Qingyu himself, after practicing the Fengming sword Jue, practiced the Fengming sword Jue over and over again for thousands of times before finally comprehending the Fengming sword body. Now that the battle between immortals and demons is imminent, Yun Qingyu wants Su-yun to quickly master the Fengming sword Jue and comprehend the Fengming sword body hidden in the Fengming sword Ju as soon as possible, so he can only come up with this idea. Therefore, Yun Qingyu did this for Su-yun's sake. It depends on whether he cares about his master and listens to her. However, in Yun Qingyu's heart, she couldn't bear to be so cruel to Su-yun. In order to make Su-yun stronger as soon as possible and have a certain ability to protect himself when in danger, Yun Qingyu had to do this. "Xiao Yunyun, I'm sorry. When you become stronger in the future, whatever compensation you want, your master will agree to it." Yun Qingyu turned her back to Su-yun, her 2 jade hands slightly clenched into pink fists, and she couldn't help but secretly said in her heart. Then Yun Qingyu took a step forward and walked towards the mountain gate of Juyun Shanzong without looking back. Juyun Shanzong, including the largest main peak in the middle, has a total of 10 peaks. The main peak is surrounded by the surrounding 9 peaks like a star holding the moon, which looks like a string of Buddhist beads worn on one hand. Each mountain has its own prohibition and protective formation. When the protective formations on the 9 surrounding mountains are activated at the same time, they will form a 9-star formation that completely wraps the entire Juyun Shanzong. In addition, the largest main peak in the middle also has the method to open the 9-star formation. The 9-cloud Shanzong's divine sword, the supreme heavenly soldier, is the core of the formation. Therefore, even the leader of the 9-cloud Shanzong does not dare to use the supreme heavenly soldier easily, unless the 9-star formation is broken and the 9-cloud Shanzong suffers a catastrophe. When the 9-star formation is activated, the formation will also emit thousands of sword lights to attack invaders. Even the strong men in the Huahong realm may not be able to resist it. Therefore, the 9-star formation of the 9-cloud Shanzong can actually be said to be a sect guard killing formation. Relying on this sect guard killing formation, it has been firmly sitting on the position of the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou for thousands of years, and no one dares to invade or challenge it. In the Juyun Immortal Sect, from top to bottom, they are the sect master of Juyun Immortal Sect, 7 supreme elders, 10 core elders, that is, Suyun's master, Yun Qingyu, and the other 7 brothers. Now the eldest brother, Murong Yuntian, is the sect master of Juyun Immortal Sect, and the remaining 3 are selected from the other core elders, general core elders, inner sect elders, and outer sect elders, and finally disciples. Disciples are also divided into 4 levels: 10 core disciples, general core disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples. Of course, there are other disciples who are also included in these 4 levels of disciples, and they speak with their cultivation and strength. Under normal circumstances, Suyun's master Yun Qingyu and the other 8 brothers live in the 9 peaks around the main peak, and the disciples they accept also live with them. However, due to the death of the former leader of Juyun Shanzong, the eldest brother, Murong Yuntian, among the 9 people succeeded to the position of the leader of Juyun Shanzong. So Murong Yuntian rarely stayed in Tianqian Peak, one of the 9 peaks, and most of the time he handled the affairs of the sect on the main peak. As for the other elders and disciples, they all lived on the main peak in the middle. Some had their own residences, while others did not. This depended on their cultivation strength and status. Master, are you so heartless? Suyun saw Yun Qingyu saying that if he didn't practice the first 6 moves of Fengming Sword Jui 100 times, he would not want him anymore, and would drive him out of this secret realm and sever the master-disciple relationship with him. He felt that this was too serious. Could it be that the relationship between him and his master, who had eaten, lived, and slept together for the past 3 months, was so fragile? Is the master really such a heartless person? Suyun didn't dare to believe it in his heart, and he didn't want to believe it. Little Yun, hurry up, or I won't care about you if you don't hurry up. However, just as Suyun was questioning the relationship he had cultivated with his master over the past 3 months, the voice of his master Yun Qingyu suddenly rang out. Here she comes! After hearing this, Suyun quickly looked in the direction of his master Yun Qingyu, only to see that his master Yun Qingyu had stopped at the gate of the Juyun Shanzong and turned around to look at him. Seeing this, Suyun quickly took a step forward and ran over. Master, if I don't practice the Fengming sword technique 100 times, are you really going to sever the master-disciple relationship with me? Coming in front of his master, Suyun couldn't help but look at his master Yun Qingyu and asked carefully, What do you think? Yun Qingyu heard Suyun ask this and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Suyun and asked back. It shouldn't be possible, Suyun said in a weak voice. After all, Suyun couldn't guess what this heartless evil master was thinking, and had no idea what she was thinking about day by day. However, if he really severed the master-disciple relationship with his master, then maybe he could accept his master as his disciple. After all, his current cultivation had reached the first level of creation, while his master had no cultivation at all. No matter how you look at it, he should be the master himself. Can't? If you think you can't, you can try it, Yun Qingyu said insincerely. Let's not do it. Suyun looked at his master Yun Qingyu's pretty face with a serious expression, and suddenly he was a little scared. However, in order to save himself from suffering, Suyun continued to test. Practicing 100 times is too much. Do you think practicing 10 times is okay? 10 times? It's good that your master didn't ask you to practice 1,000 times. And you actually bargained with your master. Yun Qingyu said angrily after hearing this. 1,000 times? Then I'll practice 100 times. In the end, Suyun had no choice but to give in. After all, if he bargained with his master again, he might really be forced to practice 1,000 times, and then he would lose more than he gained. Be good, be obedient, that's how you become a good disciple. Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun finally stopped talking back, and a charming smile appeared on her originally serious face. She stretched out her jade hand and touched Suyun's head. Master, I think you should stop touching my head in the future. I'm not a child. Suyun was touched on the head by his master Yun Qingyu like a child, but he felt a little resistant in his heart. Huh? Master touches your head because I love you. If I don't love you, I won't touch your head. After hearing this, Yun Qingyu said with a little bit of arrogance, Love me? Really? Saw Master Yun Qingyu say such words, and for some reason, he became inexplicably excited in his heart. Maybe he was thinking wrongly. Of course it's true, Yun Qingyu replied. Then Master, will you stay with me forever? Suyun looked at Yun Qingyu and asked, Didn't I say it 3 months ago? I will take care of you on behalf of your parents, accompany you to grow up, watch you become stronger, and then what? Then wait for you to protect me. Yun Qingyu turned around and said, Oh. After Suyun heard this, the restless desire in his heart was instantly shattered. He thought that Master was going to say something. Okay, follow me in quickly. If you have any questions, ask them after returning to Fengming Peak. Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun, who seemed a little disappointed, and said. After speaking, Yun Qingyu turned around, took a step out, and walked towards the mountain gate of Juyun Xianzong. Oh, Suyun responded softly upon seeing this, and then he had to hurry up. Walking into the main mountain gate of Juyun Xianzong, it was very empty inside, and there were more and more people, but most of them were young men and women wearing white robes. The oldest one looked no more than 20 years old. In addition, 1 or 2 gray-robed old men were occasionally seen, all of whom were outer sect elders of Juyun Xianzong. However, although these sect disciples were all wearing white robes, their identities were different. This could be easily distinguished from the jade cards hanging around their waists. The jade cards on the waists of these disciples were mainly divided into 3 colors, white, blue, and red. Those wearing white jade cards were outer sect disciples, those wearing blue jade cards were inner sect disciples, and those wearing red jade cards were core disciples. Among these disciples, naturally the most wore white jade cards, and the least wore red jade cards, and on each jade card their corresponding identity information and names were engraved. On one side was the 4 characters, 9 Clouds Immortal Sect, and on the other side was his name. Suyun remembered clearly that Master Yun Qingyu also had a jade token hanging around his waist, but it was cyan in color. At the time, Suyun was not curious, but after seeing so many disciples wearing jade tokens around their waists, he could not help but glance at the cyan jade token on Master Yun Qingyu's waist. In addition to the 4 characters 9 Clouds Immortal Sect and Master Yun Qingyu's name, there was also a character core. Thinking about it carefully, this character core should refer to the core elders of the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect. Little junior brother Yun, little senior uncle Yun, why are you here? However, just as Suyun was looking around behind Master Yun Qingyu, wanting to take a good look at the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect, a melodious and beautiful girl's voice suddenly came, from not far from the left front. Senior Sister Yue? Suyun heard the voice and quickly looked in the direction where the voice came from. He saw a man and a woman walking quickly towards their position. Suyun recognized the girl in the blue-white fairy dress as the disciple of the 7th Master Lin Jingchen, Yue, Senior Sister Yang Yue. After Suyun recognized Yang Yue, he also hurriedly looked at Yang Yue and greeted her. The next moment, Yang Yue and the young man beside her came to Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu. Uncle Yun, junior brother Yun, why are you here at the main peak? Yang Yue came to Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu and couldn't help but show enthusiasm. Uncle Yun! However, as soon as Yang Yue finished speaking, the young man beside her looked at Yun Qingyu, clasped his hands together, and saluted with a slight respect. No need to be polite. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but look at the young man and waved slightly. Senior Sister Yue, who is he? Suyun was somewhat curious about his identity when he heard the young man addressing his master as Uncle Yun. Junior brother Yun, let me introduce him to you. He is Nanlin, the direct disciple of the master uncle, and the strongest genius of our Juyun Xianzong, ranking first among the 10 core disciples. Yang Yue introduced him to Suyun. The direct disciple of the master uncle? Isn't that the young master of the Juyun Xianzong? The future master? And he is the strongest genius of the Juyun Xianzong, ranking first among the 10 core disciples. Isn't he a peerless genius? Could he be the protagonist of the Son of Fortune? Suyun listened to the introduction of Senior Sister Yang Yue and looked at this handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes and extraordinary bearing, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. After all, according to the general routine in fantasy novels, If this is not the protagonist of the Son of Fortune, then he is most likely the pretty boy who is beaten by the protagonist of the Son of Fortune. Looking at him like this, well, let's find out if his parents died and he was picked up by the current leader of the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect, Murong Yuntian. If so, then he is most likely the protagonist of the Son of Fortune. Wait, if he is the protagonist of the Son of Fortune, then who am I? Perhaps it was because he had read too many fantasy novels before traveling through time, and when he encountered this situation, Suyun couldn't help but bring himself into it all at once. Originally, as a traveler, Suyun would definitely bring himself into the position of the protagonist of the Son of Fortune first, but now his identity as the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult, seems to be somewhat contradictory to the so-called protagonist of the Son of Fortune. So Suyun can only temporarily remove himself from the position of the protagonist of the Son of Fortune, but this removal seems to make things a little wrong. It seems a bit complicated. However, his beautiful master Yun Qingyu is the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, so her position as the daughter of Fortune should be correct. So, is he the protagonist of the Son of Luck, or is he the villain? Anyway, as the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult, he doesn't look like a decent protagonist. The more Suyun thought about it, the more he felt that something seemed wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Forget it. Let's see what the situation is. Helplessly, Suyun had to stop his random guesses to reduce the death of brain cells. Junior brother Yun, what are you thinking about? Senior sister Yang Yuye, seeing Suyun staring at Nanlin in a daze, couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand and wave it slightly in front of Suyun. Ah, nothing. I just think that senior brother Nanlin is too amazing. He has become the strongest genius of the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect at such a young age. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't judge the sea by its depth. After Nanju came to her senses, she looked at senior sister Yang Yueyue and said with a smile, "You can't judge a person by appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the sea. Junior brother Yun, do you know what you are talking about?" Seeing Suyun actually say this about the strongest genius of the Juyun Immortal Sect, Yang Yueyue couldn't help but hurried forward and put her pink little mouth close to Suyun's ear and whispered, "After all, how can you praise someone like this? The strongest genius of the Juyun Immortal Sect is not ugly. Not only is he not ugly, he is also very handsome." "Oh, that's senior brother Nanlin. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at praising people. I hope senior brother Nanlin will forgive me and bear with me." After hearing what Yang Yueyue said, Suyun looked at the strongest genius of the Juyun Immortal Sect again and said with a smile. The reason why Suyun did this was naturally to test the character and conduct of senior brother Nanlin, whether he was the son of the upright destiny or his lifelong enemy. "No problem." After hearing this, Nanlin looked at Suyun and said with a blank expression. It was unknown whether he hated Suyun in his heart. After that, Nanlin looked at Suyun's master Yun Qingyu and said, "Uncle Yun, junior sister Yueyue and I have tasks assigned by our master to do, so we won't accompany you." "Well, go. I'll take little Yun to wander around in the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect." After hearing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but nodded gently. "Junior sister Yueyue, let's go." Then Nanlin planned to call Yang Yue to leave. "Then junior uncle Yun, junior brother Yun, I'll go to play with you again when I have time." Yueyue looked at Suyun and her master Yun Qingyu and said. After that, Yang Yue followed Nanlin and left Suyun. Suyun stared at the figures of senior sister Yang Yue and Nanlin going away, then retracted his gaze and then looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said softly, "Master, tell me about this senior brother Nanlin. After all, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle." Speaking of which, Suyun had just forgotten to use the prying eye to thoroughly investigate Nanlin. It seemed that he could only learn some information about this senior brother Nanlin from his master first, and then open the prying eye to investigate him the next time he met him. "I don't know much about him. I only know that he was brought back from outside by my senior brother 9 years ago. You know, I have always been interested in eating." Yun Qingyu first glanced at Nanlin's back, then looked at Suyun and said lightly. Suyun, hearing what his master Yun Qingyu said, was instantly stunned. Looking at his master Yun Qingyu, he muttered in his heart, "Did you grow up in the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect?" He actually only knows so little about the disciple taught by the master uncle, or even knows nothing about him. "At least I call you Uncle Yun, but it's in vain," Suyun thought. He was afraid that his enchanting and beautiful master might not be very familiar with the Juyun Immortal Sect. Suyun really felt a little ashamed for the beautiful master in his heart. She brought him to the Juyun Immortal Sect? Wouldn't he get lost by then? Forget it. It seems that it is impossible to get enough information about the Juyun immortal sect from the beautiful master. It is better to rely on himself than on the beautiful master. Master, let's do business first. What Suyun was referring to was naturally the matter of Yun Qingyu taking him to report to his senior brother, the leader of the Juyun immortal sect. Well, let's go. I'll take you there now. After hearing this, Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and replied. Then, Yun Qingyu took a step forward and continued to lead Suyun towards the main hall of the Juyun immortal sect. Open the prying eye. Suyun followed behind his master Yun Qingyu, and as he followed, he couldn't help but open the prying eye, wanting to investigate the situation of the Juyun immortal sect by himself. Under the prying effect of the prying eye, everything around, whether it was the disciples or elders of the Juyun immortal sect, and even all the information such as flowers, plants, and buildings, was in full view, making Suyun feel a little dazzled and unable to receive it. Especially the conspicuous C words, which made Suyun's blood surge, and it was difficult for him to remain calm. Little Yun, what are you looking at? And Master Yun Qingyu suddenly noticed that Suyun was looking at the female disciples around him with a fascinated look, and suddenly asked with a puzzled look, Ah, no, I didn't see anything. I just think the scenery on the main peak of the Juyun immortal sect is quite good. After hearing this, Suyun quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said with some pretense of calmness, Oh, is that so? But why don't I think so? Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, looked at the female disciples that Suyun had stared at before, and then compared herself. They were all wearing disciple clothes. Except for the neck, it was difficult to see even the legs. Could they be as good-looking as the master? Then simply compared the chest. Except for one or two who were slightly bigger than hers, the others were about the same as hers. There was even one that looked like a tablet. Could it be that little Yun was tired of looking at the master? Did she like tablets? Yun Qingyu couldn't help feeling a little confused in her heart, and Suyun, seeing the slightly confused look that Master Yun Qingyu gave him, became a little panic in his heart. He quickly looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, Ahem, Master, that actually I think the scenery on our Fengming Peak is better. Let's quickly report to Master Uncle. Then he returned to Fengming Peak to make grilled fish for you, Master. As he spoke, Suyun also stretched out his hands to grab Yun Qingyu's shoulders on both sides, pushing Yun Qingyu to continue walking forward. Oh, well, after hearing what you said, Xiao Yunyun, your teacher does feel a little hungry again. Yun Qingyu heard Suyun say that he would make grilled fish for her, and she immediately shifted her attention to the grilled fish made by Suyun. Imagining the delicious grilled fish made by Suyun, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, she suddenly felt hungry. Then, Yun Qingyu was pushed by Suyun from behind and continued to walk towards the main hall of Juyun Xianzong in front of her. Not long after, Yun Qingyu and Suyun arrived in front of a magnificent palace. This palace is located in the middle of the main peak of Juyun Xianzong, and it is the tallest and most magnificent palace in the entire Juyun Xianzong. The two palace doors alone are a full 50 meters high, giving people a sense of majesty and heaviness. This is the tallest and largest main hall of Juyun Xianzong, and it is also the meeting hall of Juyun Xianzong. Xiao Yunyun, wait here for a moment. Yun Qingyu raised her head and glanced at the magnificent palace in front of her, then turned her head to look at Suyun, who was standing beside her, and said, Oh! After hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but nodded slightly. Then, Yun Qingyu took a step forward and walked to the door of the palace, took off the green jade token worn on her waist, held the jade token and put on the door of the palace, and then a magical thing happened. The two 50-meter-high palace doors slowly opened on their own. Okay, little Yunyun, follow your master in. After the palace door was opened, Yun Qingyu turned her head and looked at Suyun, who was waiting, and said, Oh, okay. After hearing this, Suyun hurriedly walked towards the door of the palace. Then Suyun followed behind Master Yun Qingyu and was led by Master Yun Qingyu into the palace. Junior sister Qingyu? However, just as Suyun followed Master Yun Qingyu into the palace, 4 or 5 men's voices suddenly came from inside the palace. Suyun heard the 4 or 5 voices and quickly turned his gaze in the direction where the voices came from. He saw 6 middle-aged men sitting in the palace. One figure was sitting in the main position in the middle of the palace, and the other 5 were sitting on both sides of the palace, 2 on the left and 3 on the right. Master brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Then, before Suyun could retract his gaze, the voice of Master Yun Qingyu sounded, and he looked at the 6 figures in the palace and saluted respectfully. Junior sister Qingyu, there is no need to be polite. Since you are back, just sit down first. Your other 5 brothers and I have something to discuss, and you can also listen from the side. As soon as Yun Qingyu finished speaking, the figure sitting in the main position in the hall looked at Yun Qingyu and stretched out his right hand. This person was none other than Murong Yuntian, the current leader of Juyun Shanzong, Yun Qingyu's eldest senior brother, Su Yunji's master, and the master of Nanlin, the strongest genius of Juyun Shanzong whom he had met before, the master of the other five, Yun Qingyu's second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth senior brothers. As for the seventh senior brother Lin Jingchen and the eighth senior brother Wu Ziling, they were not in this hall. Yes, senior brother head. After hearing this, Yun Qingyu bowed slightly to Murong Yuntian again, then turned around and walked towards the empty seat on the left. By the way, junior sister Qingyu, I heard that you brought back a direct disciple when you came back from down there this time. Is your direct disciple the young man in front of you? However, just as Yun Qingyu walked to the seat and was about to sit down, the voice of senior brother Murong Yuntian rang out again. Replying to senior brother, yes, his name is Su Yun, and he is the disciple I accepted 3 months ago when I went outside the secret realm. Yun Qingyu realized that she seemed to have forgotten Su Yun just now, after hearing what senior brother Murong Yuntian said. Is this the disciple accepted by junior sister Qingyu? Upon hearing this, the other 5 brothers stood up from their seats and cast their eyes on Su Yun, starting to look him up and down. After all, this little sister had not accepted any disciples in all these years. And now, she suddenly brought a disciple back from below, so the brothers were naturally curious. Su Yun, who was being looked at carefully by his master Yun Qingyu and the 5 or 6 brothers, felt like a monkey in a zoo, not daring to move or speak, and could only let them look at him. Su Yun couldn't understand what was so good about his male body that made them look at him for such a long time without looking away. Sister Qingyu, your disciple. Brother, why does it seem that there is something wrong with him? Suddenly, Murong Yuntian's voice rang out again from the crowd. Ah? After hearing this, Yun Qingyu looked at Murong Yuntian with confusion in her eyes. Oh no! Could it be that he recognized me as the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult? And Su Yun, seeing Murong Yuntian looking at him with a serious expression with a frown on his face, was instantly panicked. If he had known earlier, he would not have followed his master to the main peak. No, he should not have followed his master to the Juyun Immortal sect. Wouldn't it be nice to continue to live a sweet life with the beautiful master down there? That way, he can continue to improve his cultivation strength. Now that he has followed his master to the Juyun Immortal sect, if his identity as the descendant of Jiang Bingchen, the murderous demon leader of the demon sect, is really exposed, even if his master is the junior uncle of the Juyun Immortal sect, he may not be able to protect himself. Thinking of this, Su Yun regretted it in his heart. Senior brother, can you explain it more clearly? What's wrong with Xiao Yunyun? After hearing this, Yun Qingyu also looked at Su Yun with a confused look. Yes, senior brother. I don't think there is anything unusual about this kid. Not only that, looking at his excellent bones, he should be a talented person with great potential. After hearing what Yun Qingyu's other brothers said, they looked at their eldest brother Murong Yuntian and said, No, didn't you notice? Sister Qingyu can't contain the spiritual energy in her body and can't practice at all. But this boy has a cultivation level comparable to the first level of creation. Murong Yuntian looked at Yun Qingyu's other brothers and explained, Huh, not bad. I thought this guy had figured out the identity of the descendant of Jiang Bingchen, the murderous demon of my demon sect. After Su Yun heard what Murong Yuntian said, he couldn't help but exhale the turbid air in his body. At the same time, a heart that was a little hanging was finally put down. Su Yun was a little scared just now, holding his breath and concentrating, not daring to move. What? Little Yun Yun has the cultivation level of the first level of creation? What's going on? Is what the head brother said true? After hearing this, Su Yun's master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but feel confused in his heart. As for Yun Qingyu's other 5 brothers, like Su Yun's master Yun Qingyu, they looked at the head brother Murong Yuntian in the hall with a confused look on their faces and said, Brother, what are you talking about? Although this boy has a good physique, we don't see any cultivation in him. Brother, you can't be wrong, right? And Su Yun, looking at Murong Yuntian in the hall at this moment, also looked solemn. He clearly relied on the system to hide his cultivation of the first realm of creation. Even the 7th uncle Lin Jingchen and the other 5 brothers of the master in front of him didn't see it, but it was seen by Murong Yuntian, the leader of the Juyun Immortal sect. It is indeed not simple to be the leader of the Juyun Immortal sect. Open the prying eye. The next moment, Su Yun had already opened the prying eye, wanting to see what kind of extraordinary means this Murong Yuntian possessed. Name Murong Yuntian. Age 49 years old. Height, 187 centimeters. The current leader of the Juyun Xianzong, the first hidden sect in Juyun province. Cultivation, the third realm of the Great Tao. Relationship with the host, the eldest brother of the host's master Yun Qingyu. Under the prying effect of the prying eye, the relevant information about Murong Yuntian was suddenly displayed in front of Suyun. It seems that there is no special means found on him. However, Suyun looked at the information about Murong Yuntian that he had spied on with the prying eye, but he did not find anything suspicious at all. System, come out. Didn't you say that you could hide my cultivation and aura perfectly? How can this guy still see my cultivation? In the end, Suyun had no choice but to call this crappy system out to ask for clarification. Ding. Recognizing the host's summons, may I ask if you have any questions that need to be solved by this system? The system responded to Suyun's summons. System, why can that guy see my cultivation, strength? Please explain to me. Suyun said unhappily when he saw the system being awakened. Replying to the host, this person's cultivation is at the third level of the Great Tao, which is 2 major levels plus 2 minor levels higher than the host. The hiding method of this system can only ensure that the host's cultivation strength cannot be seen by people within 2 major levels. Therefore, it is normal for this person to be able to see the host's cultivation. The system said to Suyun, "Damn it, cheat, you clearly didn't say this before." Suyun was speechless for a moment after hearing what the system said. Really? Then this system says it now. If the host has no other problems, then this system will enter a dormant state. I wish the host a happy life. After the last sentence was said, the system was completely silent. Oh my god, this system is too tricky. What should I do now? How can I explain to my master and these uncles? Suyun saw that the system did not care about him at all, and he was so anxious that his hair was straight. He really wanted to beat this tricky system to death. To reply to the headmaster, the reason why I accepted Xiao Yunyun as my disciple is because I took a fancy to his cultivation talent and strength. However, just when Suyun didn't know what to do, the voice of Master Yun Qingyu suddenly sounded. Then he continued, Xiao Yunyun was originally a cultivation genius born in a poor family, but he did not receive the correct cultivation guidance since childhood. Not only that, he was also targeted by the evil people of the Demon Way, who wanted to capture him and use forbidden secrets to seize his cultivation roots. Those evil villains killed his only mother and chased him all the way to the outside of the secret realm, where I happened to run into them. I saw that he had great talent, so I rescued him, brought him to the secret realm, and accepted him as my disciple. I wanted him to come to the Juyun Immortal Sect to receive the correct guidance from all the senior brothers. As for his cultivation, I don't know if he has gone astray in his cultivation. It is sometimes there and sometimes not. You can see it, but the other 5 brothers can't. It's probably because of this reason. So I hope that all the senior brothers can help me guide Xiao Yunyun so that he can practice normally. This is also the reason why I brought Xiao Yunyun to see you today. Xiao Yunyun, don't you think so? Yun Qingyu said and couldn't help but blink at Suyun. Oh, yes, it is indeed as Master said. I hope that all the uncles will guide the disciple to practice normally for Master's sake. When I can practice normally, I will definitely thank all the uncles for their teachings and contribute my own little to the Juyun Immortal Sect. Suyun saw this and quickly echoed the beautiful master. Oh, so that's the case, no wonder. After hearing this, Murong Yuntian couldn't help but raise his right hand and stroke his beard, as if he really believed it. As for Yun Qingyu's other 5 brothers, seeing that the eldest brother Murong Yuntian believed it, they didn't doubt it anymore. After all, if they couldn't even see through the strength of a person in the first realm of creation, they would be laughed at to death if the news got out. They didn't want to become the laughingstock of others. Well, since the purpose of my bringing Xiao Yunyun here has been achieved, and you brothers have important matters to discuss, Xiao Yunyun and I will leave without disturbing you brothers. A solemn look appeared on Yun Qingyu's beautiful face, and she looked at her brothers and said, Okay. I think the disciple accepted by junior sister Qingyu has very good physique. Very good. I will go to Fengming Peak when I have time to help you, junior sister, to guide him in cultivation. Senior brother Yang Kaitian, who was sitting opposite Yun Qingyu, stood up and nodded towards Yun Qingyu. Then I would like to thank Senior Brother 6 on behalf of Little Union. After hearing this, Yun Qingyu looked at Senior Brother Yang Kaitian and slightly clasped her fists to thank him. Junior sister, and me too. Yes, me too. However, just as Yun Qingyu finished speaking, the other 4 brothers sitting on both sides of the hall quickly stood up and looked at Yun Qingyu. At the same time, several people began to carefully look at this little junior sister. As for this little junior sister, They basically didn't pay much attention to her when the master was around. At that time, this little junior sister basically stayed by the master's side. After the master passed away, this little junior sister left Jun Shanzong alone and went downstairs. They have never had a good conversation before, but when they saw her today, they found that this little junior sister was too beautiful, and her words and deeds had the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. This made the eyes of the brothers light up, and they had some special thoughts about this little junior sister in their hearts. Junior sister once again thanks all the brothers on behalf of Xiao Yunyun. If there is nothing else, I will take Xiao Yunyun away first. Yun Qingyu saw that the brothers were very enthusiastic about helping Suyun practice, and she couldn't help but thank them in a hurry. Then, Yun Qingyu retracted her gaze, walked in front of Suyun, stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Suyun's right hand, and dragged Suyun to walk quickly outside the temple. "Master, slow down!" Suyun was dragged by Master Yun Qingyu to walk quickly outside the temple, and he was almost unable to keep up. Not only that, Yun Qingyu's jade hand tightly grasped Suyun's right hand, and the strength of her hand was so strong that Suyun felt a little pain in his wrist. "Master, what are you doing so fast? Can we slow down?" Soon, Suyun was dragged out of the meeting hall by his master Yun Qingyu. However, after walking out of the meeting hall, Yun Qingyu neither let go of Suyun nor stopped. He still held Suyun tightly and walked quickly towards the mountain gate of Juyun Shanzong without looking back, making Suyun almost fly. In the meeting hall, "Ahem, fellow disciples, let's continue to discuss how to join forces with other immortal sects to deal with the evil sect and the god-killing sect together." Murong Yuntian saw that the other 5 disciples were still staring at the back of little sister Yun Qingyu in a daze, and couldn't help but coughed slightly and reminded them. "Oh, yes, senior brother, you continue." Hearing Murong Yuntian's reminder, the second brother Ji Yueming slightly retracted his gaze and looked at the head brother Murong Yuntian. Then he cast his gaze outside the hall again, even though he could no longer see the figure of the little sister Yun Qingyu. Alas, the little sister has been with the master for all these years, and we have never had a good talk to cultivate our relationship. I didn't expect that the little sister has grown up to be so beautiful and charming now. The third brother Hua Wuji reluctantly retracted his gaze and shook his head slightly. "Yes, if I had known earlier, I would have gone to Fengming Peak to play with the little sister more often." The fourth brother Sun Xiaofei also echoed, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, look at how old you are. You are still coveting the beauty of the little sister even though you have grown up like this. This is not good." The fifth brother Lan Guangya saw that the brothers looked at the little sister with a coveted look, and he couldn't help but waved his hand and said, "Over the years, in order to compete for the position of the leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect, the brothers spent most of their time in seclusion and practiced, and did not find a companion for cultivation. Now that the position of the leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect has been obtained by the eldest brother Murong Yuntian, they naturally cannot say anything more. After all, Murong Yuntian is their eldest brother, and his cultivation level is the highest among the 9 brothers and sisters, so they dare not compete for it anymore." When they suddenly looked back, they did not expect that the little sister, who was so beautiful and lovable in the past, has grown into such a beautiful beauty now. Alas, I can only sigh that time easily throws people away. Cherries turn red and bananas turn green. I don't know if it's too late to look back and care for this little sister now. After a long while, all the brothers withdrew their eyes from the door of the hall, sat back in their respective seats, and put their eyes and attention on the head of the sect, the eldest brother Murong Yuntian. Then they continued to discuss the important matters of the sect. As for Suyun, he was dragged by his master Yun Qingyu to the main mountain gate of Juyun Shanzong, and then he stepped out of the mountain gate. Then, Yun Qingyu dragged Suyun with one hand, took out the flying gourd in his arms with the other hand, threw it to the ground, and it instantly became bigger. Then, without even looking at Suyun, Yun Qingyu directly dragged Suyun up and jumped onto the gourd. "Master!" Suyun was not prepared and was dragged by Yun Qingyu's right hand, and his stomach hit the gourd directly, and he felt that his stomach was about to be broken by the collision. "Hold on tight, if you fall, your master will not take care of you." Yun Qingyu rode on the gourd, slightly turned his head to glance at Suyun lying on the gourd, and before Suyun stood up and rode on the gourd, he instantly drove the gourd back to the direction of Fengming Peak. "Ah, master, slow down!" The small gourd flew towards Fengming Peak at the speed of the wind. Suyun lay on the small gourd, feeling that he was in danger of falling and being smashed to pieces at any time. However, Yun Qingyu ignored him. Not only did she not slow down, but she flew faster and faster. Ah! Suyun lay on the small gourd and kept wailing. He was really afraid that he would fall and die if he was not careful. Humph! You little Yunyun, you dare to deceive your master. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think your master is a fool. Yun Qingyu was riding the small gourd. Hearing Suyun's wailing coming from behind, a charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. And Suyun, while howling, tried to climb up the small gourd to sit. After all, it was too dangerous. Huh! Finally safe! After a desperate struggle, Suyun finally rode on the small gourd like Master Yun Qingyu, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ah! However, just as Suyun sat on the small gourd, he didn't expect that the small gourd suddenly turned left, causing Suyun's right hand to grab the right side of Master Yun Qingyu. Then he grabbed the soft peak. Xiao Yun Yun! Master Yun Qingyu felt a hand grabbing her right side, and couldn't help but lower her head, only to see Suyun's hand grabbing her peak for the third time. So, Yun Qingyu immediately made a murderous voice like a witch from hell, turned her head and looked at Suyun, her eyes as gorgeous as star gems, as if they could kill a person directly. There was no way. Who made Suyun do such a disrespectful act when the beautiful master was angry? It would be fine at other times. Maybe Yun Qingyu wouldn't bother with him too much. The key is at this cusp. Master, listen to my explanation. The first time Suyun saw Master Yun Qingyu's murderous eyes, he felt his heart instantly turned cold, and quickly retracted his right hand that was holding Master Yun Qingyu's body. Master doesn't need your explanation. Master is going to throw you directly off the small gourd. After hearing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but look at Suyun and said angrily. After saying that, Yun Qingyu flew directly above the clouds on the small gourd, making the small gourd almost perpendicular to the sky, turning into a 90-degree angle. Ah, Master, I'm going to fall. I'm going to die. Although Suyun was riding on the small gourd, he seemed to be suspended in the air, and he felt that he would fall directly from the small gourd and die in the next second. If you want to die, then so be it. When you die, little Yunyun, I can accept another disciple. Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, but she didn't care about Suyun at all. Ah, Master, I have served you well for 3 months, and I have been your little cotton-padded jacket every night, allowing you to fall asleep in your arms. Are you really willing to let me fall from such a height and die? If I fall and die, you may not even be able to find my ashes, and you won't even have an urn when you miss me in the future. After hearing this, Suyun decided to try to use the emotional cards accumulated in the past 3 months to see if he could impress this heartless evil master. After all, although he deceived his master and accidentally grabbed her chest 3 times, he was not guilty of death. There was no need to do this. Who will miss you? After you die, little Yunyun, I will leave this secret place and find another paradise. I will find someone I like and live a happy life with men farming and women weaving. Master Yun Qingyu said without turning his head. Master, I'm afraid it's not good. Suyun didn't know what to say when he saw that his master actually said such a thing. He didn't expect that his master would have such an idea in his heart. What's wrong with it? In a lifetime, men marry and have children, women take care of their husbands and children, and they live together until they grow old together. Isn't this a very normal thing? Yun Qingyu turned his head slightly and looked at Suyun and said, No, Master, what you said is indeed correct. But Master, you seem to have forgotten that there is an ancient demon sealed in your body, which will neither age nor die. If you find someone to marry like that, after 100 years, that person will inevitably age and die, and you, Master, will be left alone. So, Master, I suggest that you should not find someone else. Besides, Master, didn't you say that when I learn to practice, we can be together forever? Suyun rode behind the beautiful master, who exuded a refreshing body fragrance, and couldn't help but want to reach out and hug the beautiful master again. Let's die. At worst, I can find another one, and when this one dies, I'll find the next one, and it will continue like this. Master Yun Qingyu heard it, and seemed to be a little light and indifferent. Master, you are really bad, I think. I am enough with one disciple. There is no need to find so many, Suyun said. As he spoke, Suyun also reached out his hand, wanting to hug the beautiful master's slender waist from behind. However, at this moment, the small gourd was still flying vertically above the clouds. Suyun was riding on the small gourd and was almost vertical to the small gourd. He didn't hold it firmly, and then Suyun fell directly from the small gourd. Little Yunyun, you. Master Yun Qingyu heard Suyun's scream, turned his head slightly and looked behind him, only to see that Suyun's figure had long disappeared from the small gourd. Oh no, little Yunyun, how did you fall down? Yun Qingyu saw Suyun falling down like a meteor, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on her beautiful face. He quickly turned the small gourd around and flew downward to save Su-yun. "Master, I don't want to die!" Su-yun saw Yun Qingyu flying downward with an anxious look on his face, and couldn't help but reach out his hand to grab the master. However, Su-yun's body was falling too fast. Master Yun Qingyu herself had no spiritual power, and riding the small gourd could not keep up with Su-yun's falling speed. "Little Yun, don't be afraid, your master will definitely save you." In the end, Yun Qingyu directly abandoned the small gourd, jumped off the small gourd, and fell downwards like Su-yun. "Master!" Su-yun faced the sky and his back to the earth. Seeing that Master Yun Qingyu actually abandoned the small gourd to save him, he was instantly moved in his heart. However, at such a high distance, if Master fell with him, he would probably be smashed to pieces. "Master, she is so stupid." Su-yun looked at the beautiful master who was facing down and getting closer and closer to him, and really thought that the beautiful master was a little silly and cute. Is this going to be a desperate couple with him? Su-yun had already thought about it in his heart. When Master caught him, he would use his body to protect her and let her land safely. Maybe I might die, but I should be able to protect my master's life. Master. When Su-yun thought about how he had only been with his beautiful master for 3 months, and now he was leaving her in this world, tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, Su-yun was thinking a lot, and the scenes of living with his beautiful master for the past 3 months kept flashing in his mind. It is said that when a person dies, his mind will constantly reflect on his experiences and scenes of this life. Maybe I'm really going to die. Little Yun, hold on to your hand. Just when Su-yun felt that he had no regrets in having his beautiful master accompany him in this life, Master Yun Qingyu was finally about to fall in front of Su-yun. She stretched out her delicate hand, wanting Su-yun to hold her. "Master!" Seeing this, Su-yun quickly stretched out his left hand to meet Master Yun Qingyu's right hand. Then, their hands finally held together. The next moment, their bodies were directly pressed together, hugging each other. "Master, why are you so stupid? I'll die if I want to. Why did you abandon the little gourd and jump down to save me?" Su-yun hugged his master Yun Qingyu's waist tightly, which was as soft as a willow branch. He couldn't help but put his left hand on her cheek and said tenderly, "Little Yun, your master won't let you die. Didn't you say you would protect your master for the rest of your life? Your master will never let you die." Yun Qingyu looked at Su-yun under him, and her voice became a little sobbing. "Silly master, since you don't want me to die, why did you abandon the little gourd? Now, not only am I going to die, but you, master." Su-yun looked at such a lovely and charming beautiful master, and he really didn't want to leave her. "Xiao Yun, it's okay, I have practiced the Fengming sword art and Fengming sword body. It's not that easy to die. You and I can switch places. I am below and you are above. As long as I land first, you will be fine." Yun Qingyu looked at Su-yun and said, "Master, although you have practiced the Fengming sword body and have sealed some ancient monster in your body cannot withstand the violent impact when falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Su-yun said. "After all, even those powerful practitioners would find it difficult to survive if they fell from a height of 10,000 meters. Su-yun had no hope of survival in his heart. He only hoped that after his death, this heartless and beautiful master would always remember him. Master. While thinking in his heart, Su-yun slightly turned his head and glanced at the bottom of his body. He saw that he was about 1,000 meters away from falling to the ground. A distance of 1,000 meters seemed to be very long, but for Su-yun and Master Yun Qingyu, who were falling to the ground like a meteor, it was only a few seconds at most, or even a few seconds. When these 10 seconds were over, he would probably be separated from his beautiful master forever. Thinking of this, Su-yun could not help but slowly close his eyes, and 2 tears of reluctance appeared in the corners of his eyes. "Little Yun, hurry up! Quickly exchange positions with your master." "Hey!" Master Yun Qingyu saw Su-yun slightly turn his head to glance at the bottom of his body, and then closed his eyes very calmly, as if he was ready to die. Only then did he realize that time was running out, and quickly asked Su-yun to exchange positions with him. "No need, master." Su-yun, hearing the voice of Master Yun Qingyu, was not willing to exchange positions with his master. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at his master, but a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. He stretched out his left hand and gently stroked Master Yun Qingyu's cheek. Then Su-yun used his left hand to pull down Master Yun Qingyu's head, making it stick tightly to his chest. At the same time, he hugged Yun Qingyu's slender waist with his right hand, closed his eyes again, and waited for the moment of falling to the ground. "No, little Yun, you quickly exchange positions with the master." Master Yun Qingyu's head was pressed against Su-yun's body. Looking at Su-yun's handsome face, his emotions were instantly out of control, His voice became a little hoarse, and he sobbed a little. However, in order to prevent Yun Qingyu's head from being hit too violently when falling to the ground, Su-yun pressed Yun Qingyu's head tightly against his chest, making it difficult for Yun Qingyu to break free. At this moment, the two of them were less than 100 meters away from the ground. 80 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Boom! Yun's imagination. After falling to the ground, he would inevitably smash a big hole in the ground, and then his muscles and bones would be broken, and then his body would bleed to death. However, at this moment, Su-yun felt that his body seemed to be a little light, and the huge sound after landing, which was like a thunderous sound, did not sound. Did I not hear it? Or did I die before I could feel the pain in my body? Su-yun closed his eyes tightly, a little confused. Then, Su-yun slowly opened his eyes with a little confusion, wanting to see what was going on. Master? Su-yun opened his eyes and saw that Master Yun Qingyu was still in his arms at this moment, lying on him very quietly, with her beautiful eyes closed and tears flowing in her eyes. She was motionless, and I didn't know what was going on. Could it be that Master also fell to death like me? Su-yun felt the heartbeat of Master against his body, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Brother Su-yun? Just when Su-yun was a little confused about what was going on, Shan Yuer's voice suddenly sounded again. Xier? Xier? Why can I still hear Xier's voice? Is it because of the soul contract? Generally speaking, people should be in a soul state for a period of time after death, but they can no longer return to their bodies. And now, maybe I am in a soul state, so I can hear Shan Xier's voice because she is crying for me. I'm sorry, Xier, I can't take you outside the secret realm to see the human world, and I can't take care of you like a brother. Su-yun confessed his debt to Shan Xier in his heart. No, Brother Su-yun, you are not dead. Your master is not dead. Neither of you are dead. Shan Xier said to Su-yun. Her voice sounded a little weak, as if it came from a person who was seriously injured. What? I'm not dead? After hearing this, Su-yun couldn't help but open his eyes wide in an instant, full of disbelief. Yes, Brother Su-yun, you are not dead. Shan Xier's voice became weaker and weaker and sounded more and more depressed. No, Xier, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel something is wrong with your voice? It's okay, Brother Su-yun. I just used up all my soul power to save you. I will be fine after a rest. After saying that, Shan Xier's voice disappeared directly. Xier, no matter how Su-yun shouted in his heart, there was no response. I don't believe it. I can't leave Xier alone. I have to go to the soul space to see what's going on with Xier. How is she? While thinking this, Su-yun quickly looked around and found that he and his master Yun Qingyu seemed to be in a fog at the moment. The naked eye's visible distance in the fog is extremely small. Even if Su-yun uses the cultivation of the first realm of creation, he can only see within a radius of 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, he can't see anything. If he doesn't use his cultivation and only relies on ordinary eyesight, he can only see within 3 meters. Peeping eye, open. In this situation, Su-yun can only try the peeping eye to see if he can see farther after opening the peeping eye. Sure enough, the system is worthy of being a system, and the peeping eye is worthy of being a magic weapon given by the system. Under the effect of the peeping eye, the surrounding vision suddenly became clear and wide, from less than 10 meters to 1,000 meters, which is about the same distance that normal vision can reach. Master, wake up! While looking at the situation around him, Su-yun couldn't help but stretch out his right hand and pat the master's soft back, intending to wake up the master who was lying on him. After all, if you want to enter the soul space to visit Shan Yuer, you can't enter or see it like this. Moreover, not everyone can enter the soul space. Only soul refiners who have signed a soul contract with the soul can enter. As for other people, they can neither see nor touch it, nor even feel the existence of the soul space, let alone enter the soul space. In a sense, this is also a kind of protection for the soul. As long as the soul enters the soul space, it will basically not be threatened, let alone life. Little Yun, I thought you were dead. Master Yun Qingyu heard Su-yun's voice, looked up at Su-yun, and couldn't help but open her eyes wide in an instant, and said with tears in her eyes. Before hearing Su-yun speak, Yun Qingyu was full of sadness and despair, with tears in her eyes, lying on Su-yun, and she didn't even want to open her eyes. In addition, she even forgot that Su-yun still had a heartbeat, as if she had entered a chaotic state of nothingness, not caring about anything, just wanting to close her eyes and lie quietly on Su-yun, feeling the last bit of warmth left after Su-yun's death. Master like this is really silly and cute. Master, I'm not dead. You're not dead, we're all still alive. Su-yun saw Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful eyes with tears in them, and couldn't help but stretch out his hands to touch Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful face, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then he continued, "But we seem to have fallen into a thick fog. Master, do you know where this is? What is this? This seems to be cloudy and foggy mountains." After hearing what Suyun said, Yun Qingyu withdrew her gaze from Suyun and looked around. Cloudy and foggy mountains? Are we still in the secret realm? Suyun also looked around, then looked at Master Yun Qingyu and asked with a little confusion. At the same time, Suyun couldn't help thinking in his heart that if this place was no longer in the secret realm and had left the secret realm, it would be great. In that case, he could directly abduct this beautiful master. Yes, we are still in the secret realm, and we are at the easternmost part of the secret realm. Master Yun Qingyu nodded slightly and said, "Ah, so we are still in the secret realm." After hearing this, Suyun immediately became as if he had lost his temper. "I thought we had left the secret realm." "Then, Master, are you familiar with this cloudy misty mountain?" "How do I get out?" Suyun said immediately. "I'm not familiar with it either. I only remember that when I was 6 years old, I was taken out of this cloudy misty mountain by Master and then brought to the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect to be accepted as a personal disciple." Yun Qingyu said very calmly, "Is that so? Then it seems that, Master, you don't know how to get out either." Suyun said, "Yes, but Master, I heard that it is very dangerous in this cloudy misty mountain. Even the disciples of the sect dare not enter easily. It is equivalent to a forbidden area." Yun Qingyu said, "Forbidden area?" Suyun's eyes lit up when he heard the word forbidden area. After reading so many fantasy novels about cultivating immortals, according to Suyun's understanding of the fantasy world of cultivating immortals, isn't the forbidden area equivalent to a treasure land? Generally speaking, there are treasures buried in forbidden areas, but they are also interdependent with good and bad, and are often accompanied by very dangerous existences. Master, how about we separate and search around here first, and send a signal to call each other as soon as there is any situation? Suyun looked at his master, Yun Qingyu, who was still lying on him, and said, "Although it was very enjoyable to have the beautiful master lying on him like this, especially feeling the two soft balls in front of the master and smelling the faint and refreshing body fragrance that belonged to a woman. But now Xianyuer is in the soul space and doesn't know what's going on. Even if it's comfortable and enjoyable, you have to go to the soul space to take a look." This is why Suyun proposed to we temporarily separate from his master Yun Qingyu and investigate the surrounding situation. "Oh, okay, then little Yun, be careful and call me if there is any situation." Yun Qingyu raised her two jade hands and pressed them on Suyun's chest and slowly got up from Suyun. This look, not to mention how charming it is, but also looks a little lazy and cute. "That, Master?" Suyun saw this and looked at Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands resting on his chest, revealing her beautiful chest. He couldn't help but want to stretch out his hands and hug the beautiful master again. But in the end, Suyun still held back. "Xiao Yun, what's wrong?" Master Yun Qingyu was about to get up from Suyun and leave, but suddenly heard Suyun calling her, so she stopped immediately and turned around to look at Suyun with a slightly confused look. At this moment, Suyun was lying on the ground, and Master Yun Qingyu was on Suyun. Yun Qingyu closed her two snow-white and slender jade legs and knelt on Suyun's lower abdomen. Her two jade hands were resting on Suyun's chest, and she looked at Suyun with a confused look. This look and this posture were really as ambiguous as they could be. It was as if Yun Qingyu had forced Suyun under her, and then Suyun was under Yun Qingyu, and seeing Suyun like this, he was really... Some of his blood was swelling. He was even about to bleed from his nose. "Master, that's okay. I just want to say that you must also pay attention to safety. Otherwise your disciple, will be worried." Suyun looked at the chest of his master Yun Qingyu, and his blood was surging, and he was almost speechless. He had to clench his hands into fists to endure the invisible temptation of the beautiful master. "Oh, Master knows!" After hearing this, Yun Qingyu stared at Suyun under her, and then got up from Suyun and left. "Huh!" Suyun finally let out a long breath when he saw Master Yun Qingyu leave him. If the beautiful master stayed on him for a while longer, Suyun felt that his heart was about to explode. Then Suyun lay on the ground for a while, and seeing that the beautiful master had already searched towards the north, Suyun slowly stood up and searched towards the east. After walking a few steps, Suyun saw that he could hardly see the figure of his master, Yun Qingyu, so he stopped immediately, opened the soul space, and entered the soul space all at once. "Xier, what's wrong with you?" However, as soon as Suyun entered the soul space, he saw the beautiful girl in a purple glass fairy dress, curled up with two white and slender legs lying on the ground, motionless, as if she had fallen into a coma. Seeing this, Suyun hurried to Xianxir, picked up Xianxir and held her in his arms, trying to wake her up. "Su, Brother Suyun. Xianxie, who was in Suyun's arms, heard Suyun calling her, and slowly opened her big eyes that seemed to be shining with stars. However, her breath seemed very weak, and the whole girl's delicate body lay soft and weak in Suyun's arms, and her slightly tired eyes blinked at Suyun. Yue, it's okay, I'm here. I promise you, when you recover, I will tell Master about you, let you appear in the human world as a human form, and then ask Master to accept you as a disciple, and the three of us will live together. Suyun looked at the soft and weak fairy Yue in his arms, and his eyes showed endless pity. During this period of time, letting her stay alone in this boundless and lonely soul space was really hard for her. Before, for various reasons, I didn't tell Master about Yuer's affairs, and didn't let her appear in the human world as a human form, mainly to take into account Master and Yuer's safety. Now that she has used up all her soul power to save herself and Master, she can't let her stay alone in this lonely soul space anyway. I believe that if Master knew that it was all thanks to Yuer that he saved me and her, he would not care about Yuer's identity as a soul world person anymore. Then I would tell Master to accept Yuer as his disciple, so that Yuer could live with Master and me legitimately. With the identity of Master's disciple, and Yuer's identity as a soul world person hidden, no one should be able to easily find out that Yuer is wrong. This is the best solution Suyun can think of at the moment. Brother Suyun, is that true? When I recover, will you really take me out of the soul space, and I don't have to live in the soul space anymore? Although Shan Yuer was weak and haggard, when she heard Suyun say this, her beautiful face instantly revealed an irrepressible excitement, and became extremely happy. It was like a patient who had been locked up in the house for years, finally being released to see the sun. After all, since she came to the human world, she had been in this dark soul space every day and night, enduring endless loneliness and solitude alone. Especially at night when it was quiet, the dark loneliness came like a tide, drowning her body and soul, making her curl up in the corner, hugging her knees, and even her body was trembling slightly. If she hadn't been able to see the warm daily life of Suyun and his master through the picture, adding a touch of warmth to her heart, how could she, a girl of 11 or 12, endure and persevere? Now Suyun finally promised her that he would take her out of the lonely soul space and live a happy sex life with Suyun and his master like the sun. She naturally felt a little excited and surprised. It's true. So, you must protect and cherish yourself. I will come to pick you up to see Master and ask Master to accept you as a disciple. Suyun nodded and said. Then he continued. By the way, my master and I accidentally fell into a very dangerous place called Yunwu Mishan in this secret realm. Do you need me to continue to accompany you in the soul space? Whether it is Master Yun Qingyu or Xian Yuer, Suyun can't ignore either of them, but he can't take care of both, so he feels a little embarrassed at the moment. Well, Brother Suyun, go! I don't need you to accompany me. Let's find a way to leave Yunwu Mishan with your master first. I will watch you in the soul space. Xian Yuer said very well and sensibly. Although she also wanted Suyun to accompany her more, the current situation did not allow it at all. She would basically not be in any danger in the soul space, but Suyun's master Yun Qingyu was different. If there is any danger in this unknown misty mountain, Suyun and his master can take care of each other and find a way to face it together. Xier is so good. After leaving the misty mountain, I will definitely find more time to enter the soul space to accompany you until you recover completely. Suyun stretched out his hands and touched Xianxie's delicate head. However, Xianxie couldn't help but blush when Suyun touched her head so gently and lowered her head slightly. Brother Suyun, you go. Xianxie raised her head and looked at Suyun, who was slightly taller than her. Yes, okay. Fearing that Master Yun Qingyu might encounter some danger, Suyun turned around and left the soul space after comforting Xianxie. Unlike the previous times when Suyun left the soul space, this time, Xianxie watched Suyun leave without showing any reluctance or sadness on her pretty face, but with a charming, faint smile. After Suyun came out of the soul space, he hurriedly ran towards the north of Yunwu Mishan, where Master Yun Qingyu had gone before. Master, Master! Suyun shouted while looking for Master Yun Qingyu's figure, hoping that Master Yun Qingyu could hear him. What's going on? Why didn't I hear Master Yun Qingyu's answer? After Suyun shouted 5 or 6 times, he didn't hear Master Yun Qingyu's response at all, nor did he see Master Yun Qingyu's figure. Oh no, Master, is he really in danger? Suyun secretly said in his heart. Then Suyun's speed instantly increased, and he quickly searched towards the north of Yunwu Mishan. While searching, Suyun immediately opened the prying eye. After all, the visibility of the misty mountain was too low. Without opening the prying eye, even if he used the cultivation of the first realm of creation, he could only see a distance of 10 meters at most, which was far from enough. After opening the prying eye, Suyun's eyes suddenly became clear, and the places he had seen before became extremely clear. That is, Master. Suyun looked towards the north of the misty mountain and saw a mountain made of stones more than 100 meters ahead. The mountain was only 100 or 80 meters high, far less than the 10 peaks of the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect. If you fly above the misty mountain, you basically can't see the top of this mountain. And right in front of this mountain, Suyun was facing a cave about 2 meters high. Suyun just saw Master Yun Qingyu walk in. Strange, this distance of about 100 meters is not too far. I just shouted so loudly to Master. Why didn't Master answer me? Could it be that there is some evil thing in the cave? Has it controlled Master? The more Suyun thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. At the same time, a deep panic immediately appeared on his face. Master, please don't get into trouble. Suyun hurriedly ran towards the location of the cave. Under the effect of the peeping eye, the fog within a kilometer range was as if nothing existed, and it could not block Suyun's sight at all. Soon, Suyun arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then he stopped for a while. After all, he was not familiar with the situation of this foggy mountain. Even if he was afraid that Master would be in danger, he could not rush in. If he did, it would be very likely that he would not only fail to save Master, but might also lose his life in vain. Suyun took a general look at the entrance of the cave. This cave, including the entire mountain, was built with black and white stones, and each stone was not very big. In this case, this kind of mountain structure may collapse if you don't pay attention, just like a pile of skull bones, which makes people feel no sense of security. Fortunately, plant vines grew between these stones, reinforcing the fit and connection between the stones. Otherwise, this cave and the mountain would have collapsed long ago. What on earth is the Master doing in there? This is too dangerous. Suyun looked into the cave and felt a little anxious for the beautiful Master. In the end, Suyun couldn't care less, and he swung his hands, took a step, and walked directly into the cave. Entering the cave, it was very narrow at first, a dimly lit passage. The environment was gloomy and the chill was chilly, which made people feel creepy, as if ghosts and evil things would suddenly appear in it. Suyun took every step carefully and carefully observed the situation around him. After driving about 20 meters, he could finally see some light inside, and Suyun's speed also increased slightly. Finally, after driving another 10 meters, the space suddenly opened up and turned into a space that seemed to be 40 to 50 meters wide, but the top of this space was hollow. Mottled light shone into the space from the top, making the entire space slightly brighter, and he could roughly see the surrounding objects. But at this moment, Suyun had no mood to observe the surroundings, because in the center of this space, where the light shone vertically, there was a sword floating in the air. The sword was blood-colored, and it looked like it was stained red with blood. Suyun's master Yun Qingyu at this moment was facing away from Suyun, staring at the floating blood sword, as if she didn't notice Suyun appearing behind her at all. Master! Suyun came behind Master Yun Qingyu and saw Master Yun Qingyu standing in front of the blood sword in a daze, and couldn't help but shouting quickly. In addition, Suyun also wanted to know whether Master Yun Qingyu was really controlled by some ghost or evil thing. After all, the current master looked a little abnormal, and he was completely different from the past. Especially the blood sword suspended in the air, which always seemed to reveal something weird. And Master Yun Qingyu, hearing Suyun calling her, couldn't help but slightly close her beautiful eyes, then instantly came back to her senses and turned to look behind her. When she saw Suyun standing behind her, Master Yun Qingyu seemed a little surprised and said, "Little Yun, why are you here? I found this cave and this blood sword and was about to send a signal to call you." Huh? Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu's expression and eyes, and always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the master at the moment, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But the next second, Master Yun Qingyu seemed to have suddenly lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground in front of Suyun. Master! Seeing this, Suyun quickly stretched out his hands to hug Master Yun Qingyu, who was about to fall to the ground, and held Master Yun Qingyu in his arms. There is something wrong with this cave. Suyun hugged Master Yun Qingyu in his arms and looked at the beautiful master who had closed her beautiful eyes and fell into a coma. The expression on Suyun's face instantly became solemn and he was alert. Then, while hugging Master Yun Qingyu's limp body, Suyun began to carefully look around the cave. He wanted to see if there were any other things wrong or strange besides the strange blood sword in the center. After a careful observation and sizing, Suyun did not, find anything wrong except this strange blood sword. Peeping eye open. After confirming that the wrong place was most likely from this strange blood sword, Suyun could not help but immediately open the peeping eye, wanting to know what this strange blood sword was. Sword name Evil God Sword? Destruction. Origin from ancient times, background unknown. Previous owner, the Evil Emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors. Current status sealed, grade, artifact or trick. Relationship with the host? No relationship. Under the prying eye, the relevant information of this strange blood sword in front of him was instantly revealed. Hiss. Suyun looked at the relevant information of this strange blood sword and took a deep breath. He didn't expect that this strange blood sword in front of him was actually a divine weapon, and its previous owner was the Evil Emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors. Could it be this evil sword? Did the extinction have an impact on the Master? The divine weapon from the ancient times has killed countless lives. Even if it is not touched, it is indeed possible to affect the minds of people around it, and it is still sealed. If it is not sealed, Suyun can't imagine it. However, why was he not affected by this evil sword? Silence? Was it because he had the cultivation of the first realm of creation, while his master had no cultivation and spiritual power? Or did he have a system and a prying eye that could distinguish the true from the false and see through the false? For the current situation, Suyun could not figure out what was going on for the time being. However, this place was the seal of the evil sword? Silence, which should be considered a very dangerous place. It was important to take the master away quickly. While thinking this, Suyun could not help but quickly put one hand around the slender waist of his master Yun Qingyu, and the other hand lifted up her knees and picked up the master in a princess hug. Then he turned around and prepared to leave quickly. However, just after walking out for 2 steps, Suyun stopped again in an instant. Suyun thought in his heart that if he could find a way to get this evil sword? Silence. Maybe he would have an extra way to save his life when he encountered life-threatening dangers in the future. Even if he is recognized as the descendant of Zhang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult, and is attacked by various immortal sects, he should be able to fight with this heaven-defying artifact. Thinking of this, Suyun also had a little more thoughts about this heaven-defying artifact, and did not want to let go of this opportunity easily. However, although it is an opportunity, it is also dangerous and unpredictable. In the end, Suyun made up his mind and walked out of the cave with his master Yun Qingyu in his arms without looking back. However, at the moment when Suyun left the cave space with his master Yun Qingyu in his arms, the blood-colored light on the sword body of the blood sword suspended in the air flashed obviously. Soon, Suyun walked out of the cave with his master Yun Qingyu in his arms, and with the help of the peeping eye, he found a big tree about 50 meters away from the cave. Walking to the big tree, Suyun squatted down and gently put the beautiful master in his arms under the big tree to sit, with her back against the big tree. Then, Suyun said to Shanyur in the soul space, "Yuer, can you come out and help me take care of master?" "Brother Suyun, do you want to go back to the cave to get that strange blood sword?" Shanyur asked with a puzzled look on her pretty face after hearing what Suyun said. As a soul who signed a soul contract with Suyun, Shanyur could naturally see and hear what Suyun saw and heard. "Yeah." Suyun nodded gently without explaining too much. And Shanyuer, seeing that Suyun really intended to go back to the cave to get that strange blood sword, did not ask any more questions, and a pleasant voice rang out. "Okay." Then a black door appeared out of thin air in front of Suyun, and Shanyuer, wearing a purple glass fairy dress, walked out of the door. Looking at the pure, beautiful, lovely, and charming Shanyuer, who was like a fairy, to be honest, Suyun was also in a trance for a moment, just like the first time Shanyuer left the soul space and appeared in front of Suyun. At that time, Suyun saw such a pure and beautiful girl for the first time, and was fascinated by her. He immediately walked up and asked Shanyuer if she was a fairy from the sky. But at that time, Shanyuer told Suyun that she was not a fairy from the sky, but from a world called Soul Realm, which was different from the human world, and was Suyun's contracted soul. Now seeing Shanyuer walk out of the soul space again, the initial feeling is still the same. Shanyuer was stared at by Suyun like this, and she felt a little shy. Her pretty face flushed a little. She looked at Suyun and said, "Brother Suyun, you go. Your master, I will take good care of her. Okay, if there is any danger, send me a message immediately, and I will come back immediately." Suyun retracted his mind and said to Shanyuer, "After signing the soul contract, there will be a spiritual bond and connection between the soul and the soul refiner. Within a certain range, even if the distance is far, as long as the other party is summoned by the spirit, the other party can receive the message." And this distance range is the farthest distance that the soul can move freely after leaving the soul refiner. Leaving this farthest distance, the soul may be corroded by the filthy air of the human world, and it is very easy to turn into an evil spirit and no longer be controlled by the soul refiner. Well, Brother Su-yun, be careful. Shan Yuer looked at Su-yun with concern. Then, Yun glanced at Master Yun Qingyu, who was still in a coma, turned around, and walked quickly towards the previous cave. Brother Su-yun, you must not get into trouble. Shan Yuer stood there, watching Su-yun's figure gradually disappearing, but in her heart she felt some inexplicable worry about Su-yun. But in the end, Shan'er still followed her promise to Su-yun, retracted her beautiful eyes with a faint purple glow, squatted down, and looked after Su-yun's master Yun Qingyu. As for Su-yun, he had come to the cave again at this moment, and then without any hesitation, he stepped out and walked into the cave. After entering the cave, Su-yun also did not hesitate at all, and was not as cautious as before. He went straight through the dark passage and came to the spacious space where the blood sword was suspended. Su-yun looked at the blood sword suspended in the center of the entire space, but for a moment he didn't know how to start. Should he just reach out and take, or do we need to use some special method? Is there any powerful seal on this blood sword? Su-yun didn't know, so he didn't dare to act rashly. In the end, Su-yun bent down, picked up a piece of gravel on the ground, and threw it at the blood sword suspended in the air. Ting! The gravel hit the sword of the blood sword, and instantly shattered into powder. This! Su-yun was frightened and took a step back when he saw this. Fortunately, he didn't reach out to take it just now, otherwise his hand would have been crippled. However, seeing such a scene, Su-yun was even more helpless. Sure enough, it was not an easy task to seize this heaven-defying sword. Scam system, come out! In the end, Su-yun had to call out the system to see if the system had any solution. I noticed that the host summoned this system. What does the host want this system to help me with? The system's voice came from Su-yun's mind. It sounded a little lazy, it should have been, sleeping just now. System, help me see how to get this sword. Su-yun saw the system wake up and quickly asked the system for a method. Good sword! What a good sword! I didn't expect that the host could encounter such a good sword. After hearing what Su-yun said, the system looked at the blood sword suspended in the air and couldn't help but praise it. Stop talking nonsense. Of course I know it's a good sword. Tell me how to get it. Su-yun heard the system's voice and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. If it wasn't a good sword, would I risk my life to get it? Reply to the host, although this sword is a good sword, it is not within the scope of responsibility of this system, and it has not triggered the host's task, so this system cannot help the system get this sword. The system said, Oh my God, how can you cheat me? Can you help me? After hearing this, Su-yun felt speechless again. Forgive me for being powerless, the system continued. I really want to beat you to death, this cheating system. You can't be trusted at the critical moment. What's the use of you? After hearing this, Su-yun couldn't help but grit his teeth. Recalling that when he and his master Yun Qingyu fell from a height of 10,000 meters, this cheating system didn't say a word. Was it going to watch him and his master Yun Qingyu die? Anyway, you issued the task, and now it is still within the task time limit. You have to care about the customer. Really, it is even more heartless than the beautiful evil master. Su-yun felt that his system was probably the most deceptive and useless system among all the time travelers. After giving the heaven-defying artifact Peeping Eye, it actually ignored everything, not even his own life and death. Go to hell! Su-yun cursed in his heart. However, although it cannot help the host obtain this sword, this system can give you a hint. Just when Su-yun felt that this system was not only deceptive, but also useless, the voice of the system sounded in his mind like a ghost. In such a strange and empty space, the voice of the system suddenly emerged from the silence, which scared Su-yun again. If you have any hints, tell me, Su-yun said angrily. The system said, living beings? Souls? Could it be the sword spirit of this sword? Su-yun heard the system say this, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. But soon, the confusion in Su-yun's eyes turned into solemnity. After all, this sword is called the evil god's sword? If it really has a sword spirit, it is most likely a very evil thing. Just like its previous owner, the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors, the name of the evil emperor alone, you can tell that he must be an evil person. Moreover, to be called an emperor, the realm of cultivation and strength must be extremely powerful and terrifying. Only such an existence can be recognized by the sword spirit and become its master. Looking back at myself, I only have the cultivation of the first realm of creation, and I got it with the help of the system. Although I am considered a genius among my peers, I am afraid that I am still a million miles away from that evil emperor. It would be strange if the sword spirit recognized me as the master when I was so weak. Maybe it would directly occupy my body, devour my soul, and then become the new owner of my body. By then, the beautiful master and senior sister Yang Yuewei, and even the fairy who signed a soul contract with me, would be. Suyun couldn't imagine it. He also had the idea of retreating in his heart. After all, no matter what it is, you have to have a life to enjoy it. If you don't even have a life, what use is this sword against the sky? Maybe it will harm the beautiful master and senior sister Yang Yuewei. This is absolutely not okay. While thinking about this, Suyun couldn't help but shake his head slightly. That's it! This sword has been sealed here for many years. Maybe I am not the only one who has discovered it. It doesn't matter if I can't get it. My life is more important. Then Suyun turned around and planned to give up taking the sword and leave the cave. Tong tong tong. However, when Suyun was about to leave, he did not expect that the blood sword suspended in the air began to shake violently. The entire cave and even the entire mountain began to shake slightly. Not good! Seeing this, Suyun stopped immediately and turned to look at the blood sword suspended in the air. At this moment, the blood sword was shining with blood, and the sword body was swaying as if it was about to break through something. And the entire space under the violent shaking of the blood sword would certainly not be able to support it for long. It might collapse in the next second, burying himself in the blood sword directly inside. Suyun felt that something was wrong, and he did not dare to think about it anymore, let alone care about the blood sword. He turned around and ran out of the cave. Boy, don't go! However, Suyun had just run a few steps when he suddenly heard the voice of a middle-aged man behind him. The voice sounded a bit majestic and vigorous, but it also revealed a bit of weakness and powerlessness. Suyun heard the voice that suddenly sounded behind him, and he stopped instantly. He turned around and looked behind him, but he didn't see anything, let alone a human figure. Could it be that the evil sword, the sword spirit of annihilation, was talking to me just now? Seeing that he couldn't even see a ghost behind him, Suyun finally focused all his attention on the blood sword. At this moment, the blood sword gradually stopped shaking, and the entire space quickly returned to calm, and did not collapse as Suyun imagined. Who are you? Are you the sword spirit of this blood sword? Suyun saw that the space had returned to calm, and the blood sword was once again quietly suspended in the air. He turned around and moved his feet slowly and carefully, slowly approaching the blood sword. Boy, I am the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors. I am trapped in this evil god's sword and sealed here with it. If you can remove the seal and take me away from here, I will give you this evil god's sword. The voice spoke again. And when the voice spoke, Suyun could clearly see that the blood sword suspended in the air was glowing with blood, as if someone was really talking inside the blood sword. Evil Emperor? Suyun heard what the voice said and reacted in an instant. When he used the peeping eye to spy on the blood sword, there was indeed a short piece of information about the evil emperor, who was the previous owner of the evil god sword. Jamie, Suyun did not expect that the previous owner of the evil god sword was still alive and was sealed here with the evil god sword. Previously, I was prompted by the pit system and thought it would be some kind of sword spirit. However, how could the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors, be sealed in this misty mountain with the evil god sword? Could it be that he was sealed here by the so-called righteous immortal sects because he did something inhumane and slaughtered the common people? Suyun couldn't imagine it, and he didn't dare to approach the blood sword easily. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and help me break the seal and take me away from this damn place. The voice immediately became a little angry when he saw that Suyun didn't reply for a long time. And Suyun, what evil emperor? Right! Although you are the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors, you are now sealed here, and your attitude doesn't sound like you are begging for help. After all, no matter what, I am a time traveler, and I can't embarrass the time traveler. You are sealed and still bossing me around? Is your attitude like begging for help? Although Suyun was still a little frightened and scared in his heart, he had a rough guess in his heart through the situation just now. Although the power of this blood sword or the evil emperor was terrifying, they were all sealed here at the moment. Judging from the situation just now, they could not break through this seal with their strength. At most, they could cause a violent shaking attack like just now. It should not pose a substantial threat to me. However, the reason why this entire mountain has become such a dilapidated appearance like a pile of rubble is most likely caused by the blood sword shaking from time to time over the past tens of millions of years. Moreover, after so long, the power of this seal should be almost consumed. Maybe it won't be long before they can break through the seal by themselves. In addition, this dilapidated mountain is estimated to be unable to withstand 2 or 3 shakes. If I leave, I'm afraid they will not let me go when they break through the seal by themselves. It will also affect innocent people and implicate the beautiful master and senior sister Yang Yuewei. When the evil emperor comes out and releases the anger of thousands of years, the first to bear the brunt will most likely be the Juyun Immortal Sect, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou in this secret realm. Then there will be a massacre in Juyunzhou. Just imagine the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It is horrible to watch. Although as a descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous devil of the demon cult, Su Yun can ignore the Juyun Immortal Sect and other immortal sects outside this secret realm, but Su Yun cannot ignore his master. So after thinking about it, Su Yun still felt that he couldn't just leave it alone and walk away. Besides, the voice that called himself the evil emperor also said that as long as he helped him break the seal and take him out, he would give him the evil god's sword? Jammy, which sounded like a very good deal. In this way, he could find a way to protect himself and his master, and he could also get a heaven-defying sword for free. Why not? In addition, Su Yun also felt that this seal was not that simple. The evil emperor seemed to be sealed in the evil god sword first and became a sword spirit. Then the evil god sword was sealed in this cave. In this way, even if he broke the seal that imprisoned the blood sword and the evil emperor wanted to turn against him, he could help him unlock the seal on the evil god sword in the future, rescue him and stabilize him. But the most important thing is to control the evil god sword, the heaven-defying sword, in his own hands. As long as he controls the evil god sword, it is equivalent to controlling the ancient evil emperor sealed in the evil god sword. In this way, he can't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but raise his head, looked at the blood sword and said, "I can find a way to break the seal and let you out and take you away from here, but you have to tell me how to control this blood sword first so that I can become the new owner of this blood sword." Su Yun said this to the evil emperor. "Humph! I am the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors. How can I go back on my word? How about this? I see that you have good aptitude. You have cultivated to the first level of creation at a young age. When you break the seal and let me out, I will not only give you the evil god sword, but also accept you as my personal disciple." Seeing that Su Yun was on guard against him and refused to trust him easily, the evil emperor added another condition. After all, being able to become a disciple of the 5 ancient emperors is such an honor. Others can't even ask for it. You want to take me as your personal disciple? Forget it. I already have a master, and I will never worship anyone else as my master in this life." Su Yun said with a firm determination. Su Yun had already made up his mind that no matter whether Master Yun Qingyu can practice or not, he will only have her as his master in this life. You still want to bribe me with the title of the disciple of the 5 ancient emperors, but I, Su Yun, will never fall for it. You already have a master? Could it be the woman who first entered this cave and was then carried out by you? After hearing this, the evil emperor couldn't help but ponder for a while, as if the boy had indeed called the woman a master before. "Yes, that's right," Su Yun said without hiding anything. "Her, I see that she has no spiritual energy fluctuations in cultivation, and your cultivation has reached the first level of creation. How could you actually take her as your master? You kid, don't you like her? That's why you deliberately take her as your master. How about this? When you help me remove the seal and become my personal disciple, I will personally preside over your wedding. What do you think?" said the evil emperor. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you say that again, I will turn around and leave immediately, and you will be trapped here forever." Su Yun heard what the evil emperor said and saw that the evil emperor actually used his beautiful master as a condition to seduce him. He could not help but clench his fists in an instant, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. Although he seemed to have fallen in love with this silly, beautiful master after getting along with her for the past 3 months, this was a matter between him and his beautiful master, and he could not allow others to point fingers or make comments. He couldn't bear to hear anyone say anything about flirting with his beautiful master, no matter if you were the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors. The evil emperor was a little surprised to see that Su Yun actually cared so much about his master, and even ignored him, one of the 5 ancient emperors, for his master. He quickly said to Su Yun with a somewhat smiling tone, "Boy, I just said that. Since you don't want to, forget it. Anyway, I have never been a matchmaker in my life." The evil emperor's words still carried a bit of invisible majesty and arrogance, which was the innate toughness of the emperor as a peerless strong man. As an existence with absolute strength like an emperor, even if their own words and deeds were questioned, They could use the invisible majesty and domineering that looked down on the world to shut up some people. And Suyun was obviously different from those people. Although he still had a little fear of the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors, in his heart, he did not show it at all. Suyun knew very well that when facing someone stronger than you, the more you fear him, the more he will look down on you, press you step by step, and suffocate you, invisibly. Only by showing enough courage, burying your cowardice and fear of the strong in your heart, standing at the same height and looking at the strong, can you have enough right to speak. Otherwise, in his eyes, you will always be just a jumping clown who can't make any waves. Suyun stood in place, clenched his fists, staring at the blood sword hanging in the air, without any awe and fear in his eyes, only anger and determination. Seeing this, the evil emperor couldn't help but feel a little confused and shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that this kid would respect and care about her useless master who had no cultivation. Although her appearance is indeed extremely beautiful and hard to find in the world, she is ultimately a person who cannot practice cultivation. I don't know why this kid took such a woman as his teacher and refused to become his personal disciple. Thinking back to when I was one of the 5 ancient emperors, I was so heroic. Not to mention a young boy in the first level of creation. Even those rare peerless geniuses in the world rushed to take me as their teacher. I didn't even bother to look at them. But now, a young boy in the first level of creation dared to threaten me like this and refused to become my disciple. Sure enough, after 10,000 years, perhaps not many people still remember the 5 ancient emperors who were once famous in the ancient world. But I don't know what happened to the other 4 emperors. It's all my fault that the 5 of us were blind and accepted such an evil disciple. Not only did he not respect his teachers, but he also fell in love with the only female emperor among his 5 masters, Xuandi. After his cultivation level surpassed that of his 5 masters, he killed the other 4 masters and kidnapped Xuandi. What an unfilial and evil disciple. Of course, he could only blame himself and the other 3 people. He insisted on accepting that evil-minded boy as his disciple and dragged Xuandi to teach him. As a result, the 5 emperors' city was destroyed, and all 5 people suffered from this disaster. In that disaster, no one cared about anyone else. His body was destroyed and his soul was severely damaged. He could only hide his severely damaged soul in the evil god's sword, escape from the 5 emperors' city, and come to this small world. The other 3 people, I am afraid, are not as lucky as himself. As for Xuandi, what an evil disciple. The evil emperor recalled the past and was really upset, causing the evil god's sword to emit bursts of trembling sounds. 10,000 years have passed. With the peerless talent of that evil disciple, he would have reached the supreme realm long ago. I wonder how the Xuan emperor is doing in his hands? Thinking of this, the evil emperor suddenly felt a little sad and helpless. Even if he was one of the 5 ancient emperors, the 5 of them could not even defeat the disciple he taught himself. How sad! Now that he has this remnant soul trapped in the evil god's sword, what's the point? It would be better to destroy it with the 5 emperors' city at that time, so that he wouldn't have to struggle and suffer for 10,000 years. Evil emperor, are you going to make the deal between you and me? If not, I'm leaving. Suyun looked at the blood sword that was still trembling just now, and was now in extreme silence. Seeing that the evil emperor was reluctant to give him the method to control the evil god's sword, he couldn't help but ask with a slightly confused look. He didn't want to waste time with the evil emperor in this cave. If he couldn't get the sword, he could just give it up. The beautiful master and Xianer were still waiting for him. If he didn't get out for a long time, and the 2 of them encountered some danger, what would be the use of getting the sword? Forget it, I'll keep my word and give it to you. Finally, the evil emperor let out a low sigh of sorrow. The voice seemed to have changed from a high-spirited young man to an old man who was about to die. The years passed in the meantime, as if it was just a blink of an eye. The evil emperor thought in his heart that even if he was trapped in the evil god's sword and lived for 10,000 years, his injured soul would be difficult to recover. Even if he broke through the seal and got rid of the shackles, this residual soul could only last for 100 years at most. For him who had lived for tens of thousands of years, 100 years was just a moment. By then his remaining soul will dissipate and eventually disappear between heaven and earth. He simply won't pretend to be an ancient emperor in front of this kid. Handing over the evil god's sword that has accompanied him throughout his life to him can be regarded as finding a new home for the evil god's sword. In this way, the sword will not be covered in dust, for whether he can rely on his own strength to gain the true recognition of the evil god's sword, that is not something he can worry about. The evil god sword seemed to be in tune with the evil emperor's mind, and could feel the changes in the evil emperor's state of mind at this moment, constantly emitting waves of piercing and mournful sounds. Suyun stood in front of the evil god sword, listening to the piercing and mournful sounds that kept coming, and was also shocked. He quickly raised his hands to cover his ears. He looked at the blood sword and said, "Evil Emperor, what are you doing? Stop it now." The sound was really too sharp and piercing, as if it could directly hit a person's soul, making Suyun unable to stand. "Xiaomi, stop! From now on, he will be your new master." The evil emperor was trapped in the evil god sword. He stretched out his right hand and stroked the sword wall, just like touching a child's head, full of kindness and tenderness. Evil emperor still remembered that when he was very young, he went to the burial god mysterious realm with a group of people to search for treasures. At that time, almost everyone recognized it. The evil god's sword Silence, the most evil sword, is said to be the sword of the evil god. It is attached with the evil spirit of the evil god. Anyone who holds it will have his soul and mind devoured, and then become a monster that can only kill. Becoming a puppet controlled by the evil god, dying in endless killing, even the soul cannot enter reincarnation. Looking at this notorious blood sword lying in the sea of blood, no one dared to take it. They all said that it would only bring blood disasters to people, and was an ominous sword. At that time, I had not yet achieved the name of the evil emperor. Just by looking at it, I fell deeply in love with this sword. I had a strong feeling in my heart that as long as I had it, I could gain endless power, and eventually step by step, reach the peak of the infinite. Finally, when the evil emperor picked up the blood sword from the sea of blood, the endless sea of blood was like thousands of evil spirits pouring into his body. At that moment, suffocation, despair, fear, violence, resentment, all negative emotions were stimulated. The evil emperor held the trembling blood sword, endured the erosion of blood like a storm, and always believed in his heart that it would never hurt him. Finally, the evil emperor seemed to see a ray of light in his heart. In the light, a newborn baby curled up, and the baby looked at the evil emperor very timidly. The evil emperor slowly approached the baby and reached out to hold the baby's hand. When the evil emperor's hand was held together with the baby's hand, the baby instantly turned into a red light and poured into the evil emperor's eyebrows. Then, the evil emperor's mind suddenly became clear, and a series of negative emotions on his body disappeared in an instant. Only the right hand holding the blood sword felt a warm feeling coming and flowing through his body. At that moment, all the people who entered the burial god realm to search for treasure were stunned, thinking that the evil emperor was controlled by the evil sword and was going to kill people. However, to their surprise, the evil emperor just glanced at them, took the evil sword and turned to leave the burial god realm. Since then, the evil emperor's cultivation realm has made great progress. Those who entered the burial god realm with him, after learning that he had made such a rapid progress, all thought that it must be because of the evil sword. Then, everyone desperately wanted to take the evil sword from him. However, the evil sword, Annihilation, is as its name suggests. On one side, it is extremely evil, and on the other side, it is divine. Those who are not recognized by the evil sword, even if they get the evil sword, will only be devoured by it. The soul and mind will be turned into a monster that can only kill, and eventually return to annihilation. Once the evil god sword recognizes its master, it will be the sword of God, following it until death. The person holding the evil god sword will have a clear mind and gain unparalleled power to destroy the world. Breaking mountains and opening roads, splitting waves in just a thought. One sword can break mountains and rivers. One sword can kill gods and demons. Okay, you first give me the method to control the evil god sword. You tell me how to break the seal, and I will do it. Suyun heard the slightly sad voice of the evil emperor, and saw that the evil emperor seemed to be really willing to hand over the evil god sword to him sincerely, so he simply stopped talking nonsense and believed him. After all, it was meaningless to drag it on like this, so it was better to give it a try. The evil emperor, seeing the determination and sincerity in Suyun's tone, could not help but nod with a little relief. In his heart, he thought, although this kid is unwilling to worship me as his master and become his disciple because of his beautiful master, he is still a good person. In this life, except for the unfilial disciple he accepted with the other 4 emperors, he has never accepted other disciples. It is better to put all the remaining hopes on this boy to see if he can make it to that step. If he can, it will not be in vain for his fame to have no successor. Then the evil emperor raised his head, looked at Suyun and said, "You drip your blood on the evil sword, and I will help you merge your blood with the evil sword. Then you can become the new owner of the evil sword. Is it that simple?" After hearing this, Suyun felt a little reluctant to believe it. This is too simple. Isn't this the same as those ordinary spiritual tools recognizing their masters? Of course it can't be that simple. The dangers and complexities in it can't be explained to you for a while. Just do what I say. The evil emperor said. Okay, that's fine. Suyun hesitated for a moment and had to agree. Then Suyun bit a hole on the tip of his right index finger with his teeth, and a small drop of bright red blood oozes out. Then he walked to the blood sword suspended in the air, lowered his right index finger, and a drop of blood instantly dripped. Under Suyun's gaze, the drop of blood dripped onto the blood sword and was instantly absorbed by the blood sword. Then, the blood sword suspended in the air instantly trembled. Suyun quickly took a step back. Xiaomi, be good. With my current body of a remnant soul, I am no longer suitable to be your master. For the past 10,000 years, if it weren't for you drawing spiritual energy from the outside world to nourish my remnant soul, I'm afraid my remnant soul would have dissipated long ago. From now on, you just follow him well. Although he doesn't recognize me as your master, I will give him everything I have left. When my soul completely dissipates, you will treat him as me and help him grow stronger. If there is a chance, let him help me kill that unfilial disciple. The evil emperor seemed to feel that the evil god's sword was trying hard to resist and didn't want Suyun to be its new master. He couldn't help but stretch out his right hand again to touch the childlike sword wall and comfort it. The evil god's sword listened to the evil emperor's comfort, and then gradually stopped trembling, just like a stubborn child, lowering its head slightly. Seeing that the evil god's sword no longer resisted, the evil emperor quickly used the blood fusion secret method to make the evil god's sword and Suyun form a blood contract. Although this method was somewhat cruel to the evil god's sword, he did not want the evil god's sword, which had accompanied him for thousands of years, and was like a child and a friend, to be treated like this. But in order to allow the evil god's sword to stay with Suyun and help Suyun become stronger after he left, he had no other choice. Otherwise, with the evil god's sword's murderous brutality, even if he gave it to Suyun, with Suyun's current cultivation strength of only the first level of creation, if the evil god's sword insisted on leaving him, he would not be able to stop it at all, and would even be attacked by the evil god's sword. The secret law of the blood covenant was different. The evil emperor used his own residual soul as a guide to forcibly change the connection between himself and the evil god's sword into the connection between Suyun and the evil god's sword. No matter how violent the evil god's sword was and wanted to betray Suyun, it would be attacked by the blood covenant. This backlash was one way and would not cause any adverse effects on Suyun. In addition, after he left, the evil god's sword would regard Suyun as himself and would not have any rebellious thoughts. In simple terms, it is to use the blood contract to forcibly change the master-servant relationship, and then let the evil sword mistake Suyun for the evil emperor. The evil emperor will also seal the memory of himself and the evil sword for 10,000 years. When the evil sword regains its memory in the future, Suyun should be strong enough. Of course, if Suyun has not grown up and become strong by that time, it can only mean that he has made a mistake. Such a person is not worthy of being his successor, let alone owning the evil sword. Okay, from now on, you are the new master of the evil sword. You can feel it for yourself. About a quarter of an hour later, the slightly old and weak voice of the evil emperor sounded again. During this period, Suyun had been staring at the blood sword in front of him with a serious look. The flickering rhythm was like the beating heart of a baby. Suyun came back to his senses after hearing the voice of the evil emperor and said to the evil emperor, "Okay." Then Suyun carefully felt the connection between him and the evil god's sword. Sure enough, at this moment, Suyun could clearly feel that he and the evil god's sword seemed to have established a soul connection without knowing it. Under this connection, he seemed to be able to control the evil god's sword at any time, and felt that his whole body was filled with an unprecedented powerful force. It seemed that as long as he stretched out his hand to hold the evil god's sword in front of him, the evil god's sword would be at his disposal, and a sword strike would be enough to break the entire mountain. Okay, since you, the evil emperor, have handed over the evil sword to me, making me the new owner of the evil sword, then next, I will help you break the seal with the evil sword according to the agreement and let you out. Suyun felt the incomparable power of the evil sword, and felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could easily break the seal that imprisoned the evil sword. "I help you," said the evil emperor. However, at this moment, the evil emperor did not call himself this emperor anymore, but called himself I. His voice was so weak, like a dying old man who still had a breath left. The reason for this was naturally because the evil emperor used his own soul as a guide to help Su Yun and the evil sword form a blood pact. At this moment, the evil emperor's soul power had been consumed by 8 or 9 out of 10, and he was a remnant soul. If he had not been holding on to a breath, he would have dissipated and perished long ago. The next moment, the evil emperor and Su Yun attacked at the same time, one inside and one outside. The blood-red light on the evil god sword instantly shone, filling the entire cave and enveloping Su Yun. Boom! Then there was a loud explosion, and the blood mist in the entire space instantly dissipated. Then, a young man stood in the middle of the cave, holding a blood-red blood sword in his right hand, with a flash of blood-red brilliance in his eyes, as if an evil god was standing in the middle. After a moment, the blood in Su Yun's eyes dissipated, and the cold, murderous aura around him was restrained, returning to the appearance of an ordinary person at the beginning. The only difference was that the blood sword suspended in the air, after being taken down by Su Yun, was no longer a trace of the evil god's aura. "Senior, I'll take you out now." Su Yun lowered his head, glanced at the evil god's sword in his right hand, and couldn't help but speak. After all, the other party is an ancient emperor who has lived for 10,000 years. Now that the deal has been reached, at least respect should be shown. After saying that, Su Yun took a step forward and walked quickly towards the outside of the cave with an irrepressible joy in his heart. Boom! Just as Su Yun walked out of the cave, the entire mountain collapsed in an instant and turned into a huge ruin directly behind Su Yun. "Senior, how can I rescue you from the evil god's sword?" Su Yun glanced at the huge ruins behind him and couldn't help but raise the evil god's sword in his right hand, looking at the sword body of the evil god's sword, and said, "After all, the evil emperor said that he was trapped in the evil god's sword. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was now the new owner of the evil god's sword. The evil god's sword was under his control, so he had to find a way to rescue the evil emperor trapped in the evil god's sword." However, after Su Yun finished speaking, the voice of the evil emperor did not come again for a long time, which inevitably made Su Yun feel a little confused. "Evil emperor? Senior? Are you there?" Su Yun held the hilt of the blood sword with his right hand, placed the blood sword on the palm of his left hand, and looked at it carefully, in front of his eyes. He really couldn't understand how a good person could be trapped in this evil god sword. Could it be that this evil god sword had hidden secrets? Evil emperor? Cough, cough. At this time, the sound of the evil emperor's cough finally sounded again, and then he spoke in an extremely weak tone as if he would run out of energy at any time. "Although you kid don't want to be this emperor's direct disciple, this emperor has handed over the evil god sword and everything to you. The evil god sword can not only devour people's souls and blood, but the sword body also has its own universe, which can hold tens of thousands of things. Everything this emperor has in this life is in this universe. If you need it, you can use your faith to open the universe and obtain it. This emperor's physical body was destroyed 10,000 years ago, leaving only a wisp of residual soul attached to the evil god sword. However, after escaping to this small world, it was sealed here by an unknown powerful white-robed mysterious strongman. Now my soul power is exhausted, and the residual soul is about to dissipate. The only thing I can't let go of is Xiaomi, that is, this evil god sword. I hope you will treat it well in the future. In addition, this emperor has one more thing I hope you can do your best to help me complete." The evil emperor told Su Yun what happened to the 5 of them in the 5 Emperors city 10,000 years ago. "What? You want me to help you kill the disciple of the 5 emperors? Even the 5 ancient emperors are no match for him. How can I help you kill him?" After hearing this, Su Yun felt that this was too unrealistic. Let's not talk about whether he will have the opportunity to reach that level in the future. For now, he is the target of hunting by all the immortal sects in the entire Juyun state. Su Yun just wanted to find a secluded paradise after leaving the secret realm and live a carefree and peaceful life with his beautiful master. "You actually asked me to go to the 9 nether-devouring demon realm to help you take revenge. What a joke! What's more, I don't know what the 9 nether-devouring demon realm looks like, where it is, and I have never even heard of it. This is the last word of this emperor. This emperor just hopes that you can try your best. If you can't do it, it doesn't matter." The voice of the evil emperor became weaker and weaker, as if it was hard to hear without listening carefully. It was really as thin as a mosquito. Okay, I promise you, but I just promise you, if I can't do it at that time, it has nothing to do with me." Su Yun saw that the residual soul of the evil emperor was about to dissipate, and he had received so many benefits from him, so he had no choice but to agree in the end. Of course, as Su Yun said, it was just to make the evil emperor feel at ease and leave peacefully. Whether he could do it or not was another matter. After all, after listening to the story of the evil emperor, he could also feel how powerful the disciple that the five emperors had accepted together was. After being accepted as a disciple by the five of them for only a few decades, his cultivation realm easily surpassed all the five emperors, and he could also kill 4 of them alone, leaving only 1 Xuan emperor. Su-yun believed that even with the help of the system, he could not grow to that level in just a few decades. He asked me to help you get rid of him and rescue Emperor Xuan. You, the evil emperor, think too highly of me, but the 5 of you really are. You can kill your master. 4 of you died and 1 was captured. The captured person is the only female emperor among the 5 emperors, Emperor Xuan, who you 4 emperors and your disciples like and love at the same time. Don't tell me that the reason why your disciple fought and killed the other 4 emperors was to snatch Emperor Xuan? Su-yun felt a little unbelievable. What kind of amazing appearance and charm did Emperor Xuan, one of the 5 emperors, have that could make the 5 masters and apprentices fall in love with each other at the same time? It's really, what an injustice. At the same time, Su-yun couldn't help but think of himself. Although he was good to his beautiful master, but her 8 senior brothers? Forget it. I should find an opportunity to kidnap the beautiful master so as not to follow the path of the 5 emperors. Su-yun pulled his thoughts back and looked at the blood sword that was now held in front of him. The blood sword no longer had any trace of the evil emperor's aura. The residual soul of the evil emperor was probably already dissipated and annihilated. However, although the residual soul of the evil emperor had dissipated, the restriction that trapped the evil emperor on the evil god's sword seemed to still exist. It was precisely because of the existence of the restriction that Su-yun was able to hold the evil god sword in his hands safely. Otherwise, he would have been eroded by the extremely violent killing and destructive aura of the evil god sword. Then, Su-yun quickly used his spiritual sense to connect with the evil god sword and found a storage space ring in the vast universe on the evil god sword. Su-yun was not surprised by this storage space ring. In this fantasy world of cultivating immortals, many practitioners have it. As for Su-yun, he originally had a 1 cubic meter storage space ring, but he accidentally dropped it when he was chased by the masked men in black 3 months ago, so he had to find another one from the vast universe of the evil sword. It was a black ring with a lotus carved on it. It didn't look special except that it looked like a ring worn by a woman. In order to leave quickly to meet up with Master Yun Qingyu and Xian Yuer, Su-yun didn't have the leisure to look for other space rings. Su-yun put the black ring on the ring finger of his left hand, put the evil sword, Jamie into it, and then ignored everything else. He took a step forward and ran towards the big tree where Master Yun Qingyu and Xian Yuer were. Go away! What is that? Yuer's voice? However, Su-yun had just walked out not far when he heard Xian Yuer's voice coming from the east, from the direction of Master Yun Qingyu and Xian Yuer. When Su-yun heard Xian Yuer's voice, he secretly cried out in his heart that something was wrong. He quickly released all his cultivation in the first realm of creation and flew towards the direction of the voice. What are these things? In just a few breaths, Su-yun arrived at a location more than 10 meters away from the big tree. What are these things? In just a few breaths, Su-yun arrived at a location more than 10 meters away from the big tree. At a glance, at this moment, Master Yun Qingyu was still sitting unconscious, under the big tree, with her head tilted to the left, revealing her beautiful left face. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she looked like she was about to wake up, giving people a sense of tenderness and charm. Xian Yuer stood in front of Master Yun Qingyu's left, with a trace of anxiety and worry on her delicate face, and her 2 white and delicate jade hands kept waving above her body. At this moment, countless black shadows were flying around Master Yun Qingyu and Xian Yuer. Those black shadows were mysteries without substance, just like human souls. Those black shadows were countless flies and mosquitoes, constantly flying around Xian Yuer, touching her from time to time, and then being chased away by Xian Yuer waving her jade hands. Yuer? Seeing this, Su-yun quickly flew out, passed through those mysterious black shadows, and ran towards Xian Yuer. Brother Su-yun! Seeing Su-yun finally come back, Xian Yuer also stopped the action of driving away the black shadows and cast her beautiful eyes with a faint purple glow towards Su-yun. The next moment, Su-yun came to Xian Yuer, stretched out his hands and grabbed her arms and said, Yuer, are you okay? No, Brother Su-yun, I'm fine. Xian Yuer looked at Su-yun, who was half a head taller than her, with her beautiful eyes and said so. I'm glad you're okay. Yuer, do you know what these mysterious black shadows are? Why do they keep haunting you? Su-yun glanced at Master Yun Qingyu, who was still leaning against a tree and in a coma, and then looked at Xian Yuer with a slightly confused look and asked. Suyun couldn't tell what these mysterious black shadows flying in the air were, and he really couldn't understand why they were targeting Xian Yuer. I don't know either. Brother Suyun, you told me to look after Master, and I listened to you obediently. I looked after Master and sat cross-legged in front of Master to recover my soul power. But after a while, a group of mysterious black shadows flew in from all directions and surrounded Master and me tightly. Xian Yuer told Suyun while looking at the mysterious black shadows still flying around them. What's going on? Is it because of Yuer's identity as a soul world person? I am too far away from Yuer, and the filthy air in the misty mountain is too thick? Suyun looked at the mysterious black shadows around him that had not dissipated for a long time and were slow to leave, and couldn't help but connect them with Xian Yuer's identity as a soul world person. And these mysterious black shadows flying in the air are very likely to be the filthy air that can infect the souls of the soul world and turn the souls into evil spirits. Xier, go back to the soul space and recover your mind first. I will take Master to find a way out of this misty mountain. Thinking of this, Suyun frowned and looked at Xier and said, After all, if you delay, something unexpected will happen. If you continue to stay here, no one knows if something unpredictable will happen. Especially Xier, if she is really corroded by the filthy air of the human world and turned into an evil spirit, I am afraid that I will be immersed in self-blame and regret for the rest of my life. So for the safety of Xier, it is important to let her return to the soul space as soon as possible. Oh, then Brother Suyun, be careful. Seeing Suyun looking at the mysterious black shadows flying around with a serious face, Xier could also sense that he must be thinking about her, so she did not hesitate or say anything more. She planned to listen to Suyun obediently. Well, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Suyun saw Xier looking at him with a little worry on her pretty face, and he couldn't help but stretch out his right hand to touch Xian's exquisite head, and said with a smile, Although it is not known what kind of dangerous existence there is in this misty mountain, no matter what, Suyun has now reached the level of the first level of creation. Not only that, he just got the sword against the sky, the evil sword. Silence. Even if you encounter some unpredictable danger, I believe you still have the strength to fight. Even if you can't beat it, just run. The visibility in this misty mountain is already very low. Suyun has a prying eye. If you want to escape, there should be a great chance that you can escape. Then, under Suyun's gaze, Xianyu slowly opened the stone door of the soul space and entered the soul space. Suyun glanced at the mysterious black shadows still flying in the air around him and didn't care about anything else. He quickly walked to the side of Master Yun Qingyu, bent down, and picked up Master Yun Qingyu in a princess hug. Then, Suyun opened his prying eyes, glanced around, took a step and walked eastward with his beautiful master in his arms. The reason why Suyun chose the east side instead of the other three sides was that he had his own considerations. First, Fengming Peak, where he and his master lived, was in the east, which would help him get back to Fengming Peak faster. Second, because the sun was rising at this moment, the light and visibility would become better and better as he went east. In addition, if there were any ghosts and evil spirits in this misty mountain, they would have lived in a dark and humid place all year round and would be very afraid of light. So Suyun felt that, in general, going east should be better than going to the other three sides. In this way, under the effect of the prying eye, although the fog was pervasive, Suyun turned a blind eye to it, hugged his master Yun Qingyu in his arms, and walked quickly towards the east. Little Yun Yun! Suyun hugged the beautiful master in his arms. After walking for about 10 minutes, Master Yun Qingyu finally opened her beautiful eyes and woke up from her coma. Master, you're awake! Suyun heard the sound of Master Yun Qingyu waking up, and quickly retracted his gaze from the front, looking at the beautiful master in his arms and said with a chuckle. However, Suyun's steps did not stop, and he continued to walk quickly. Little Yun Yun, what's wrong with your master? Why do I feel a little dizzy? Yun Qingyu lay in Suyun's arms, looking at Suyun's slightly handsome face, and couldn't help but raise her right hand to support her forehead slightly. Master, you just accidentally entered a strange cave, and then fainted for no reason, so I carried you out. Suyun continued walking, looking at Master Yun Qingyu and said, Ah? How could your master faint for no reason? Master remembers that time. Yun Qingyu seemed a little bit unbelievable when she heard what Suyun said, but when she wanted to recall, she couldn't remember it. Master, if you can't remember, don't think about it. I'll carry you out of Yunwu Mishan and return to Fengming Peak. Suyun saw Master Yun Qingyu shaking his head slightly, as if trying to recall what happened after entering the cave, and couldn't help but persuade him. Oh, okay. After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu acted like an obedient child, looking at Suyun and nodded gently. At this moment, Yun Qingyu was held in Suyun's arms in a princess hug. She kept walking forward, slightly raised her head to look at Suyun's handsome face, and her pretty face was instantly stained with a faint blush. At the same time, her pretty face also became slightly hot. After all, Suyun was her disciple. At this moment, she was held in her arms in such an ambiguous posture. Although Yun Qingyu didn't say anything, she just let Suyun hold her as if nothing had happened. But in Yun Qingyu's heart, she was not calm at the moment. If other people from the Juyun Shanzong saw this, they would probably be too shy to raise their heads. Of course, the main reason was that although Yun Qingyu was awake at this moment, her body was very soft and weak for some reason. Otherwise, she would not continue to let Suyun hold her like this. Suyun, seeing that Master Yun Qingyu didn't say anything, naturally pretended to be stupid. After all, with such a stunning beauty in his arms, he was full of motivation when walking. Suyun hugged Master Yun Qingyu all the way to the east. During the period, the two did not say anything. Suyun walked forward on his own, as if he had already forgotten that he was hugging the beautiful master in his arms. Master Yun Qingyu leaned her head directly on Suyun's chest and looked up at Suyun from time to time. She just felt that it was great to have little Yunyun by her side. "Master, we are almost out of the Misty Mountain." Suyun hugged Master Yun Qingyu for an unknown period of time, and finally found a light in front of him, and the closer he got, the brighter the light. When Suyun saw this beam of light, his speed instantly increased, and he was even about to run while hugging Master Yun Qingyu. Master Yun Qingyu was hugged by Suyun and tossed up and down, and she was a little overwhelmed, so she quickly raised her 2 jade hands to hug Suyun's neck. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Finally, Suyun hugged his Master Yun Qingyu and walked out of Yunwu Mishan. This is, however, when Suyun hugged his master, Yun Qingyu, and stood at the exit of Yunwu Mishan with a happy face, he looked into the distance and found that a dozen meters ahead, there was a beautiful woman with long hair and a long sword behind her. The woman was wearing a loose long dress with black and white, mixed with a few pink and purple colors. Her long black hair with light purple was tied into a ponytail with a silver hairpin and scattered behind her. She looked heroic and extraordinary. She had thick eyebrows, big eyes, almond eyes, and a beautiful nose, and cherry red lips that were so tender that people couldn't help but rush forward to take a bite. With a white chin, delicate face, and a little makeup, she was neither vulgar nor coquettish, giving people the feeling of a martial arts girl who had practiced martial arts since childhood. She has a slender figure, graceful body lines, pink and rosy skin, and 2 beautiful jade peaks in front of her, with only a small, shallow ravine on her chest. Her slender waist, as thin as a willow branch, is like a hand, which sets off her jade peaks to the fullest, proud and independent. The skirt the woman wears is a split skirt at the bottom, split in the front and long in the back, and the split opens to both sides at the base of the legs, revealing smooth and delicate snow-white legs. Her legs are straight and slender like uncut jade, beautiful beyond description. On her calves are a pair of gray-white long boots with a few circles of purple. Although she is not glamorous, she reveals nobility. The wrists of her 2 slender hands are each covered with a pair of silver armor. The left hand hangs naturally, and the right hand holds a long sword behind her back, like a graceful sword fairy. Suyun held the beautiful master in his arms, and looked at the beautiful woman standing with a sword on her back. He was stunned for a moment. A poem floated in his mind unconsciously. "I want to ride the wind to the north, and the snow falls on Xuanyuan as big as a mat. I want to borrow a boat to travel east, and the graceful fairy stands against the wind. I want to walk on the clouds for thousands of miles, but what can the dragon roar in the temple do to me? The top of Kunlun is bathed in sunlight, and the green mountains are seen in the vast sea. The swallows return after the long wind, and people will not return until they see the end of the world." It was not until the sword-wielding woman took the initiative to speak that Suyun finally came back to his senses. The sword-wielding woman stared at Suyun and his master for a while, and couldn't help but retract the long sword on her back, bowed with both hands, half bowed, and saluted to the position where Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu was, saying, "Master Yun!" The woman's voice was gentle and gentle, as beautiful as the voice of a lark. "Master, uncle, could she be a disciple of Juyun Shanzong?" Suyun couldn't help wondering in his heart when he heard the sword-wielding woman call his master uncle. That's right, it seems that there is only one sect in this secret realm, Juyun Shanzong. Who else could it be if not a disciple of Juyun Shanzong? Soon Suyun realized that he had not met anyone else in this secret realm in the past 3 months. No need to be polite. Yun Qingyu was hugged by Suyun in a princess hug. Suddenly, she bumped into such a female disciple of Juyun Shanzong. Her beautiful face turned red in an instant. She hid half of her face in Suyun's arms, turned her head slightly to look at the woman and waved her hand. Yun Qingyu looked so shy. Her pretty face became hotter and hotter. She didn't know how to meet people. "Yes, Uncle Master." The sword-wielding woman, after hearing what Yun Qingyu said, looked up at the shy Yun Qingyu and then slowly stood up. Then, the woman cast her eyes on Suyun again, with a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. The reason why the woman was confused was naturally because of Suyun. In the woman's impression, it seemed that she had never seen Suyun, and before that, she had never seen anyone with this Uncle Master Yun. She had never even heard of him. Every time she saw Uncle Master Yun, he looked like a bohemian, free-spirited girl from the mountains. In that way, he didn't look like a junior uncle of a sect at all, but rather like a beggar in a sect. Now, next to Uncle Master Yun, a strange boy appeared inexplicably, and not only that, he hugged him in his arms in such an ambiguous and intimate posture. This inevitably made the woman want to know who this strange boy was and what his relationship with Uncle Master Yun was. At this moment, the woman looked at Suyun still hugging his master tightly in his arms like a princess. After watching for a long time, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Finally, the woman spoke here. Reporting to the junior master, the disciple just received a message from the sect's Jade Token, saying that there was a huge movement in Yunwu Mishan, and asked the disciples nearby to find a way to investigate. Unfortunately, I ran into Junior Master Yun here. Junior Master Yun, you just came out of Yunwu Mishan. Do you know what happened inside? The woman looked at Yun Qingyu in Suyun's arms, bowed slightly, and said with great respect. She did not ask Suyun's name and identity. But while asking, she would occasionally move her eyes up and look at Suyun once or twice. Well, Xiao Yun and I were flying over the gourd, and we accidentally fell into the misty mountain, and then I fell into a coma. I don't know what happened after that. Why don't you ask Xiao Yun? Yun Qingyu was in Suyun's arms, her two jade hands tightly hugging Suyun's neck, and she seemed to have forgotten to ask Suyun to put her down. And Suyun seemed to have forgotten that he was holding a beautiful master in his arms and did not take the initiative to put the beautiful master down. Xiao Yun? The woman felt even more confused after hearing what Yun Qingyu said. She frowned slightly and looked at Suyun, as if asking, "Is Xiao Yun you?" Suyun, seeing that Master Yun Qingyu had given the right to speak to him, looked at the woman and said with a smile, "Hello, senior sister. My name is Suyun, which is what Master calls Little Yun. For the past 3 months, Suyun has long been accustomed to the name of Little Yun. Even if Master Yun Qingyu calls him Little Yun in front of outsiders, Suyun does not feel uncomfortable. Not only that, when Suyun heard Master call him Little Yun in front of outsiders, his heart was slightly throbbing. "Who are you?" "The disciple accepted by Junior Uncle Yun." The woman heard the word Master from Suyun's mouth, and then she reacted, looking at Suyun with some surprise. "That's right," Suyun replied with a smile. "Well, okay, then please tell me what happened in Yunwu Mishan and what caused the huge shock." The woman looked at Suyun and said. At this moment, Suyun still held the beautiful master in his arms, and the master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands were tightly clasping Suyun's neck from beginning to end. This made the senior sister blush a little and turned her head slightly. "Senior sister, you're welcome. By the way, I don't know. Your name, senior sister?" Suyun looked at the faint blush on the woman's pretty face and felt that this senior sister was really beautiful. The breeze blew, making the woman's long hair flutter and sway in the dance. She looked like a graceful fairy in the poem. "My name is Zhuge Jingyi, the second core sister of the sect." The woman turned her head slightly and looked at Suyun and said shyly, "Zhuge Jingyi? Senior sister Jingyi? Senior sister is not only beautiful, but also has a nice name. From now on, I will call you Senior Sister Jingyi." Suyun looked at the sword-wielding woman and said. The woman's appearance was completely different from the female disciples Suyun had seen in Juyun Shanzong before. Although they were both disciples of the Xianmen, she exuded a mature aura. She didn't look like a disciple, but more like a young and beautiful elder. And her temperament was also very different. She looked like a female sword fairy, a female general, or a descendant of a general. After all, to become the core second sister of the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, I'm afraid that no matter her character or cultivation, she is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Some things are innate, or cultivated from childhood, and ordinary people can't pretend to have that feeling even if they pretend. At this moment, Suyun felt this kind of feeling from this core second sister, floating like a fairy, standing proudly in the world. Okay. The woman seemed not good at speaking, or she rarely talked to people. When she heard Suyun directly call her senior sister Jingyi, her expression seemed a little unnatural. There was also a faint blush on her face. Then junior brother Yun, you should quickly tell me what happened in Yunwu Misty Mountain. I can also report the situation to the sect as soon as possible. The woman looked at Suyun and said, Oh, okay. In fact, the huge vibration in Yunwu Misty Mountain is... Then, Suyun told the woman about his general experience in Yunwu Misty Mountain. And of course, Suyun concealed the matter of the annihilation and seal of the evil sword. It was said that he and Master Yun Qingyu accidentally fell Yunwu Misty Mountain and accidentally encountered a huge monster, and then finally escaped from the monster. For this, Master Yun Qingyu was unfortunately injured a little. Although Master Yun Qingyu didn't understand why Suyun lied to Zhuge Jingyi, he still nodded in agreement with Suyun. After all, Yun Qingyu had concealed the fact that Suyun had achieved the first level of cultivation before. Naturally, Yun Qingyu would not let this matter go. As for Suyun, he did not expect that his master Yun Qingyu would help him lie again and again. He felt that his beautiful master was too good to him. She was so partial to him, which meant that he had not been exploited by her for the past 3 months. Zhu Jingji, seeing that the junior uncle of Juyun Shanzong nodded in agreement, could not doubt it anymore and believed what Suyun said. Then junior uncle Yun, junior brother Yun, I will report the truth to the sect. Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun and said goodbye to his master, Yun Qingyu, respectfully. Senior sister Jingyi, take care. I will go to play with senior sister Jingyi when I have time, Suyun said. When Zhu Jingyi heard Suyun say this, her beautiful and refined face instantly turned red again. He quickly bowed slightly, held the sword in both hands and bowed, saying, Uncle Master, junior brother, take care. After that, Zhu Jingyi turned around, gently put the long sword in her hand on the ground, and the whole person jumped onto the sword as light as a swallow, and then flew away with the sword. Suyun stood in place, looking at Zhu Jingyi's figure flying away with the sword. Well, so beautiful. It really is like a beautiful sword fairy. At the same time, Suyun was also thinking in his heart, if only he could fly with the sword like this beautiful senior sister. But flying with the sword should be difficult. Master and senior sister Yuewei are both riding flying spirit treasures or spirit beasts, and I don't know if senior sister Yuewei can fly with the sword. If she can, I can ask her to teach me. After all, no matter what, I have now reached the level of the first realm of creation. If senior sister Yuewei can learn it, then I should be able to learn it too. Little Yunyun, what are you looking at? Hurry up and take me back to Fengming Peak. Master Yun Qingyu saw Suyun looking at Zhu Jingyi's receding back in a daze, and couldn't help but stretch out his right hand and wave it in front of Suyun's eyes and said. However, on Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful face, there was a hint of jealousy that was hard to detect. And Suyun, after hearing Master Yun Qingyu's reminder, pulled his thoughts back, lowered his head to look at the beautiful woman in his arms and nodded and said, Oh, okay. But after saying that, Suyun felt something was wrong again, and looked at Master Yun Qingyu and asked, Master, that I can't fly. How can I take you back to Fengming Peak? Well, I can give you the flying gourd and tell you how to drive the gourd. Little Yunyun, you will control the gourd and take me up, Yun Qingyu said. While speaking, Yun Qingyu also took out the flying gourd. Master, didn't you discard your flying gourd when you fell? Why is it still on you? Suyun looked at the identical gourd in Master Yun Qingyu's hand, his eyes revealing a trace of confusion. My master's gourd is a high-level spiritual treasure that can recognize its master. Once it recognizes its master, it can return to my side as long as you use your mind to summon it. When I jumped off the gourd to save you, I didn't discard the gourd, but took it back into my body. Yun Qingyu explained. Then why didn't you summon the gourd again when we were about to fall and die? Suyun couldn't help but widen his eyes after hearing this. At that critical moment, this beautiful master didn't summon the gourd, but thought of sacrificing herself to save her apprentice. What kind of logic is this? Suyun couldn't understand. After all, if it weren't for Shanyuer, who used up all her soul power to save me and my master, I'm afraid I would have died by now. And Master Yun Qingyu, after hearing what Suyun said, couldn't help but lower her head in shame and said in a very small voice, That, little Yunyun, actually when I was saving you, I accidentally forgot the little gourd. Huh, master, you really are. Suyun raised his right hand that was holding up the 2 snow-white and slender jade legs of the master, and suddenly had the urge to punch this evil and beautiful master to death. Not only is the system a pit, I didn't expect the beautiful master to be so pit. However, how could Suyun bear to knock such a beautiful and charming master? Suyun raised his right hand and slowly dropped it. Finally, he used his right index finger to gently tap Master Yun Qingyu's snow-white and holy forehead and said, Master, you can't do this again next time. If you do this again next time, I'm afraid we will really be a pair of desperate mandarin ducks and go to the underworld together. Dead desperate mandarin ducks? What is that? Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but look at Suyun with a slightly confused look and asked, Ahem, Master, that in fact, desperate mandarin ducks. You don't have to care about these at all. You just need to know that when you encounter any danger in the future, you must protect yourself first, and never do the stupid things you did before, Suyun said with a little embarrassment. Oh, okay. Then if you encounter danger in the future, Xiao Yunyun, you must also protect yourself. Don't be like today. When the master turns around, you are gone, Master Yun Qingyu said. Suyun said that he couldn't answer what Master Yun Qingyu said. However, what did you and I experience in the Misty Mountain? Why did you lie to your senior sister Jingyi? Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and said with a puzzled look in her beautiful eyes. Well, I can't explain it clearly for a while. I'll tell you slowly when we return to Fengming Peak. However, Master, you have helped your disciple lie again and again. Are you in love with me? Suyun looked at the beautiful master in his arms. The more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became. She was also a little cute. Who likes you, Yunyun? You are my disciple, Yun Qingyu. No matter what happens, I will take care of it for you. Just like when you fell off the small gourd before, I can't just watch you fall to death. Yun Qingyu blushed when she heard what Suyun said, and changed the subject. Oh, so that's it. All right, Master. No matter what happens to you in the future, I will stand up and protect you. Suyun saw that Master Yun Qingyu changed the subject and did not admit it, and he could not help but say lightly, Okay, little Yunyun, you should quickly take your master back to Fengming Peak. Aren't you tired of holding your master like this? Yun Qingyu had been held in Suyun's arms in a princess hug, unable to move at all. After a long time, she felt a little strange and uncomfortable. When Suyun heard Master Yun Qingyu say this, he could not help but look at the beautiful master in his arms and said with a smile, Not tired. With a beautiful woman like you in my arms, how can I feel tired? You just know how to talk nonsense. Why don't you take your master upstairs? After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu really didn't know what to say. If Suyun continued to hug her like this, regardless of whether it was comfortable or not, if other disciples of Juyun Shanzong saw her, she would be too ashamed to see anyone. Although Zhuge Jingyi had accidentally seen it just now, Yun Qingyu generally wouldn't tell anyone about this lonely, cold, and arrogant beauty sister, based on her understanding of her. But if it was someone else, it wouldn't take long for her to be hugged by her own disciples in such an ambiguous position as a princess, and the news would spread throughout the Juyun Shanzong. By then, both she and Suyun would probably be ashamed to continue staying in Juyun Shanzong. Suyun, of course, didn't know what Master Yun Qingyu was thinking at the moment. Hearing Master Yun Qingyu constantly urging him to return to Fengming Peak, he could only follow Master Yun Qingyu's instructions and responded softly. Oh! Yun Qingyu handed the small gourd in his hand and the method of driving the small gourd to Suyun. Suyun silently recited the formula while throwing the small gourd to the ground. The next moment, the small gourd instantly grew larger. Suyun held Master Yun Qingyu and walked to the small gourd. He placed Master Yun Qingyu's delicate buttocks on the small gourd and said, Master, sit tight! Then Suyun jumped onto the small gourd. After Suyun jumped onto the small gourd, he sat directly in front of the small gourd, and Master Yun Qingyu sat close to Suyun behind him. Master, hold me tight! Suyun turned around, grabbed Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands with both hands, and let them hold them around his waist. Swoosh! Then, as Suyun silently recited the formula to drive the small gourd flew towards Fengming Peak in the east like an arrow. Since it was the first time for Suyun to drive the small gourd, he almost lost his balance when the small gourd flew out, and he leaned back and almost pressed Master Yun Qingyu under him. Little Yunyun, this is your first time. Slow down. Don't go so fast. Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands hugged Suyun's waist tightly, and she couldn't help but remind him slightly. After all, if it was too fast, it would be bad if the two of them fell off the small gourd again. Oh! Suyun heard Master Yun Qingyu's reminder and couldn't help but respond softly, and then slowed down the speed of the small gourd. At this moment, Suyun was hugged by Master Yun Qingyu from behind, driving the small gourd while feeling the softness in front of the master. The feeling was completely different from sitting on the master and hugging the beautiful master. Suyun had only two words in his heart, so soft. And Master Yun Qingyu, at this moment, felt different from when she was leading Suyun in front. She hugged Suyun tightly with her two jade hands and pressed her front against Suyun's back. Little Yunyun's back is so warm. Yun Qingyu even gently pressed her pretty face against Suyun's warm back, just like when she brought Suyun back to Fengming Peak from Linyun Peak yesterday. Suyun was sleeping on her back. However, after Yun Qingyu pressed her front and pretty face against Suyun's back, the two soft squeezes became more and more obvious. It was inevitable that Suyun felt a little bloody and almost couldn't control the little gourd. Master is really... Don't you know that you are a great beauty? You are still lying on me like this. This is simply a hell-level test for me. Suyun lowered his head slightly, looking at Master Yun Qingyu hugging his two jade hands, and felt that he would lose control if he didn't pay attention. However, in order not to fall from the clouds again, and for the sake of his life and the life of his master Yun Qingyu, Suyun still suppressed his restlessness and drove the small gourd back to Fengming Peak. Master, we are here! After about 3/4 of an hour, Suyun finally drove the small gourd slowly, endured the temptation of the beautiful master, and returned to Fengming Peak. The small gourd slowly fell to the ground, and Suyun couldn't help but turn his head slightly to look at the beautiful master lying on him and reminded him. However, when Suyun turned his head, he found that the beautiful master had fallen asleep on his back without knowing it, just like he did yesterday. Alas! Suyun couldn't help but sigh softly, then stretched out his hands to pull away the two jade hands of the beautiful master that were hugging his waist, and turned around to hug the beautiful master. Then Suyun hugged the beautiful master's two snow-white and slender legs with both hands, as if he was holding a child, let the beautiful master lie on him, and gently jumped off the small gourd. After jumping off the small gourd, Suyun glanced at the beautiful master who had not woken up, and then silently recited the formula to make the small gourd smaller, and put the small gourd away. Then he turned around and walked towards Fengming Peak with the beautiful master in his arms. Master, Yun Qingyu was hugged by Suyun in a strange posture, lying on Suyun and sleeping. Not only did she not wake up, but she slept more and more like a child, and even talked in her sleep. Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but shook his head slightly, feeling that the beautiful master was like a child who never grew up. If he really left her one day, he was really afraid that something would happen to her. Thinking of this, Suyun was even more reluctant to leave his master in his heart. Soon, Suyun held Master Yun Qingyu back to Fengming Peak and came to the yard with only a thatched house and a yellow pear tree. Suyun stretched out his right hand and pushed open the dilapidated door made of branches in the yard, then walked in with Master Yun Qingyu in his arms. After entering the yard, he walked directly to the door of the thatched house. Suyun didn't want to wake up Master Yun Qingyu, so he simply carried Master Yun Qingyu into the thatched house and gently put Master Yun Qingyu on the bed next to the outer window, letting Master have a good sleep. After Suyun put Master Yun Qingyu on the bed, he looked at the charming master sleeping soundly and lay down on the outer side of the bed. Brother Suyun! However, Suyun had just laid down beside Master Yun Qingyu for a while, and before he had time to appreciate the charming appearance of Master when she was sleeping, he suddenly heard a melodious and beautiful girl's voice. It was Xianyuer. Yuer, what's wrong? Suyun heard Xianyuer's voice and couldn't help but ask her quickly. After all, Xianyuer had used up all her soul power to save him and her master Yun Qingyu. In this case, Suyun was afraid that something might happen to Xianyuer. Brother Suyun, it's nothing. I just want Brother Suyun to accompany me. Xianyuer was in the soul space, watching the warm scene of Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu through the image, and a feeling of emptiness and loneliness arose in her heart. In addition, because of the exhaustion of soul power, Xianyuer was actually quite weak at the moment, so she naturally hoped that someone could stay with her and care about her. As a soul world person, Xianyuer came to the human world, and once her soul power was exhausted, it was actually very difficult to recover quickly. Soul power and spiritual power are actually the same in essence. They are both the power of heaven and earth and are nurtured by heaven and earth. When in the soul world people used soul power, so the power of heaven and earth exists in the form of soul power. The human world is different. Because there are different races, such as the demon race, the blood race, the evil race, the fairy race, the red flame race, the demon race, and many other races, the ways of cultivation, the methods of practice, and the ways and methods of absorbing the power of heaven and earth are also different. But in general, the power of heaven and earth that they absorb and utilize is called source power. That is, the power of the origin of heaven and earth. The source power is also divided into spiritual power and other powers that can be used for practice. The human race, the demon race, and most races practice and utilize spiritual power. Only some special races will use special powers for practice. As for soul power, it actually did not exist in the human world at the beginning. As for why it suddenly appeared, that's because of the soul refiner. I don't know which ancient powerful man created the powerful secret art of soul refining, which can transform the source power of heaven and earth into soul power. Whether it is spiritual power, demon power, or magic power, it can transform. With the soul refining technique, soul refiners were born. In ancient times, soul refining was not mature enough. Anyone who successfully practiced soul refining could be called a soul refiner, because soul power is very special. It can not only be used for fighting, but also for refining pills, refining weapons, refining arrays and talismans. So soul refiners can be regarded as a full-time profession. Compared with ordinary single pharmacists, alchemists, and talisman makers, their status is higher. After all, these single masters use spiritual power. Once they choose one of the professions, it is difficult to develop into other professions. The emergence of soul refining and soul refiners just changed this situation. However, compared with other single professions, soul refiners actually have a very obvious defect. That is, although soul power is omnipotent, it is very slow when it is converted from the source of heaven and earth. Therefore, more often, soul power is not used for fighting, but for refining various precious pills, arrays, talismans, etc. Naturally, the combat ability of soul refiners is much weaker than that of practitioners. That is, warriors. It was at this time that another soul refiner with extraordinary talent discovered another use of soul refinement, which was spiritual communication. Through spiritual communication, soul refiners can communicate with creatures from another world, that is, people from the soul world, and then, if both parties are willing, they can conclude a soul contract, make a soul gate appear, and come to the human world through the soul gate. Since people from the soul world have lived in the soul world since childhood, the soul power in the soul world is very pure and strong, so the combat power of people from the soul world is very strong. Even if it is just a small spiritual realm, it can easily defeat the strong people in the creation realm of the human world. In this way, with the protection of people from the soul world, soul refiners who have concluded soul contracts with them can put all their energy and soul power into other professions. When encountering danger and fighting, there are souls to protect. For a while, almost all warriors wanted to become soul refiners and began to compete for soul refinement. Of course, there is another very important reason why all warriors flock to it. That is the soul world. People who sign soul contracts with soul refiners are generally of the opposite sex, and they are also extremely beautiful and beautiful women. In this way, soul refiners can form a partner with the contracted souls, and even get married and have children. Such a good thing naturally makes those warriors excited and envious, so wars broke out to compete for soul refining techniques and souls. In that great war, whether it was warriors, soul refiners, or souls, countless people were killed and injured, and the soul refining technique was destroyed. After that war, the ruler of the soul world, the king of the 5 spiritual realms, ordered the soul world people not to sign soul contracts with the soul refiners in the human not world. Those who leave the soul world without authorization and go to the human world will be punished with the 9 clans. Therefore, for thousands of years, it is almost impossible to see soul world people come to the human world, and even soul refiners have become very rare. Even in the entire Jiyunzhou today, no soul refiners have ever been heard of. Of course, there may be, but it is just that it has not been revealed. After the soul world people came to the human world, although they used soul power to fight, their combat power was very strong. But once the soul power was exhausted, it would be very difficult to recover for a while. After all, the human world is not like the soul world, where there is such a pure and thick soul power for souls to directly use and absorb. After coming to the human world, although the soul world people can also rely on the soul beads in their bodies to automatically absorb the source power of heaven and earth from the heaven and earth and convert the source power of heaven and earth into soul power. This process is very slow, just like the soul refiner. Therefore, souls generally cannot be injured. After being injured, it is difficult to recover quickly without sufficient soul power treatment. In addition, after being injured, souls are more likely to be infected by the filthy air of the human world and eventually become evil spirits who have lost their minds. As for the soul beads, they are actually the same as the martial beads of warriors, which are often called inner elixir. And Suyun is now not only a warrior in the first realm of creation, but also a soul refiner. In other words, there are actually 2 beads in Suyun's body, namely the martial beads and the soul beads. It's just that Suyun hasn't noticed it yet. Yuer, wait a minute, I'll go into the soul space to accompany you. Suyun saw that Shan Yuer wanted him to accompany her, so he had no choice but to agree to Shan Yuer's request. After all, when he was in the Misty Mountain, he promised Xian Yuer that he would find time to go to the Soul Space to accompany her more after returning to Fengming Peak. Suyun couldn't go back on his word. What's more, Xian Yuer became like this for him and the beautiful master. At this moment, Master Yun Qingyu was sleeping soundly again, so he did have the time and conditions. The next moment, Suyun slowly got up from the bed, looked at the beautiful master who was sleeping with some reluctance, and turned around and walked out of the thatched hut. After walking out of the thatched hut, Suyun glanced around and saw that there was nothing unusual, so he opened the stone door of the Soul Space and entered the Soul Space. "Brother Suyun!" Xian Yuer knelt down on the cold ground. Seeing Suyun enter the Soul Space, she couldn't help but want to stand up from the ground. Seeing this, Suyun quickly walked to Xian Yuer and squatted down to support Xian Yuer. "Yuer, do you feel uncomfortable? If so, you must tell me. I won't leave you alone." Suyun looked at Xian Yuer with pity and love. After all, the black air mysteries encountered in the Misty Mountain were too strange. If some of them quietly invaded Xian Yuer's body and hid, it would undoubtedly cause great damage to Xian Yuer. So Suyun asked Xian Yuer if she felt uncomfortable. Xian Yuer, hearing Suyun's concerned words, looked at Suyun with tears in her eyes and said, "Don't worry, Brother Suyun, Yuer is fine. It's just that my soul power is exhausted and my body is a little weak for a while, and my soul power can't recover in time." "Oh, that's good," Suyun said. Then Suyun sat down next to Xian Yuer, stretched out his left hand and put it on Xian Yuer's left shoulder, letting Xian Yuer half sit in his arms, with her delicate head resting on his left shoulder. This look is really like a brother taking care of a sister who depends on each other for life. Xian Yuer, with Suyun accompanying her like this, is also full of peace of mind and happiness. She just leaned her head quietly on Suyun's shoulder without saying anything. The next moment, Suyun turned his head to look at Xian Yuer and suddenly took out the anti-sky sword, the evil sword, and planned to take this opportunity to study it carefully. "Brother Suyun, you really got this sword." Xian Yuer saw Suyun take out the evil god sword and couldn't help but say with some surprise, "Well, this sword is called the evil god sword? Silence, it is a divine weapon. Its previous owner was the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors. Now I am its new owner." Suyun looked at Xian Yuer and nodded slightly. However, when talking about the evil emperor, Suyun's eyes were still slightly sad. He didn't expect that the evil emperor would choose to sacrifice himself for the evil god's sword and to let him help him get revenge. Thinking carefully, I took so much advantage of him that I felt guilty and sorry for him. As for helping him fulfill his last wish and take revenge, it really depends on the height and achievements I can achieve in the future. If it really doesn't work, there is nothing I can do. Suyun shook his head slightly helplessly and let his consciousness enter the vast universe of the evil god's sword, wanting to see what treasures the evil emperor left in the evil god's sword. The Yan Emperor Jue technique, the Huoyuan Jue technique. Soul refining technique. There is actually another volume of soul refining technique. Suyun did not expect that in the vast universe of the evil god's sword, he could actually see a volume of soul refining technique. His eyes lit up and he quickly opened it to take a look. This soul refining technique seems to be different from the soul refining technique I practiced. Suyun opened the scroll and took a rough look. He found that the volume of soul refining technique left by the evil emperor seemed to be much more powerful than the volume of soul refining technique he picked up and practiced in the secret realm again a month ago. As for what was more powerful, Suyun was a little bit unable to say. It was just a feeling. In addition, Suyun also saw a note on it that seemed to be left by the evil emperor. Soul refining technique is actually similar to the techniques practiced by warriors. This volume of soul refining technique has been repaired and improved by this emperor. After practicing this soul refining technique, if the practitioner is also a warrior, he can fuse the martial arts bead and soul bead in his body into a bead that can both transform martial power and generate soul power. This emperor calls it the martial soul bead. Therefore, in fact, this emperor is not only a powerful martial artist, but also a king-level 9-star soul refiner. At the end of the soul refining technique, it was written like this. This, as expected of the evil emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors, he is also a king-level 9-star soul refiner. When Suyun saw the 5 words, king-level 9-star soul refiner, his eyes widened instantly. For those who have not practiced soul refining, the king-level 9-star soul refiner may not understand what it means, but for Suyun, it is like a thunderbolt, and his mind can't calm down at all for a while. The cultivation realms of soul refiners are from low to high, namely the spiritual level, the origin level, the mysterious level, the earth level, the heaven level, the saint level, the king level, the emperor level, the monarch level, the the Emperor level, and the God level. Among them, the spiritual level, the origin level, and the mysterious level are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, and the Earth level to the Saint level after the mysterious level are divided into 1 to 9 grades. After reaching the King level, it is divided into 1 star to 9 stars, and the Emperor level is 10 stars. Breaking through the Emperor level 10 stars, it is possible to reach the legendary God level and become a legendary God level soul refiner. The legendary God level soul refiner is equivalent to the God level and is even more powerful than the general martial arts cultivation God level. Refining mountains, refining water, refining the sky, and refining the earth, but in the blink of an eye, refining all things as weapons and refining all things for their own use. Even the heaven and earth can be refined, which is many times more powerful than the martial arts cultivation to become a god, or even geometrically. Although the King level 9 star soul refiner is not the last soul refiner level, he can also refine everything in the blink of an eye. Although it is not as amazing as refining mountains, water, heaven, and earth, it is already many times stronger than warriors of the Yaur, same realm. What's more, the evil emperor is a warrior and a soul refiner. The soul refiner's practice is the same as that of a warrior. The further you go, the harder it is. In fact, compared to a warrior, the difficulty of a soul refiner's practice is more than 10 times higher than that of a martial artist. After all, you have to convert the source power of heaven and earth into soul power, and the speed of conversion is as slow as a snail. It is already good to be able to break through to the earth level in your lifetime. What's more, he is a 9-star soul refiner in the King realm. At this moment, Suyun really regretted it in his heart. It would be great if the evil emperor hadn't died. If the evil emperor hadn't died, although he could no longer worship him as his master, if he could get the guidance of the evil emperor, whether it was martial arts cultivation or soul refiner breakthrough, I'm afraid it would be 1,000 miles a day. What a pity he died, just like that, and he died because of me. Suyun suddenly felt as if a stone was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. The more he knew about the evil emperor, the more Suyun felt sorry for him, and the more he felt the urge to help him fulfill his last wish. Alas, evil emperor, if I had known that you were such an amazing person, I should not have accepted your other gifts except the evil god sword. Now, I have accepted so many benefits from you. The more I know about you, the more I feel sorry for you. I want to help you fulfill your last wish. You are really? What can I say about you? Suyun secretly condemned the evil emperor in his heart. But now, it is useless to say anything. The evil emperor is dead and has left a last wish. You can't burn everything he left behind just to not help him fulfill his last wish. There are so many peerless secrets and rare treasures in the vast universe of the evil god sword. It would be a pity. Burn them. Let's not burn them. Then Suyun continued to search in the vast universe, wanting to see if there were any other magical things besides the volume of soul refining technique that the evil emperor personally repaired and improved. Swish! What is that? However, when Suyun was concentrating on searching carefully in the vast universe, he saw something like a pale flame suddenly flying out of the pile of treasures. The next moment, the flame-like thing actually flew directly out of the vast space of the evil sword, and flew out of the evil sword. Seeing this, Suyun also quickly withdrew his consciousness from the vast universe of the evil sword and shook his head. Brother Suyun, what's wrong? Xianer, who had originally leaned her delicate head on Suyun's left shoulder, was about to fall asleep. Seeing Suyun suddenly shaking his head, she woke up instantly and looked at Suyun with a slightly confused look and asked, "Did you see a cluster of pale flames flying out of the evil god's sword just now?" Suyun saw Shanshir looking at him with a slightly confused look, so he couldn't help but look at Shanshir and asked, "Ah, flame? What kind of flame?" Shanshir was a little confused about what Suyun said. Shua! However, at this moment a pale flame-like thing flew directly in front of Suyun and Shanshir and hit the wall in the soul space. What is that? After seeing Shanshir, her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with confusion. It seems to be a cluster of pale flames that just flew out of the evil god's sword. Suyun said. Ah? As for Shanshir, after hearing Suyun say this, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Well, actually there is a vast space inside the blade of the evil god's sword, which contains all the things left by the ancient evil emperor after his death, Suyun explained to Shanyu. While explaining to Shanyu, Suyun also stared at the pale flame intently, fearing that it would escape from the soul space. After all, he didn't know what this thing was. Oh, so that's how it is. Shanyu nodded slightly understandingly after hearing Suyun's explanation. Then he continued thoughtfully. But Brother Suyun, Why do I feel that thing is like the legendary strange fire that you often talk about in the human world? Ah, strange fire? Suyun was stunned when he heard the word strange fire. After being reborn in this world for 12 years, he had never heard of the existence of strange fire in this world, let alone seen it. He didn't expect to hear the word strange fire from Xianyur, a soul world person. Well, Brother Suyun, actually when I was a child, I heard from our predecessors in the soul realm that there are many wonders of heaven and earth in your human world, one of which is called strange fire. And he also said that there are 10 strange fires in your human world, namely the Creator God Flame, Devouring, Holy Flame, Chaos Holy Flame, Void Devouring Flame, Origin Emperor Fire, Destruction Rage, Shura Blood Flame, Burning Sky Flame, Soul Refining Flame, Fire Cloud Frozen Flame. These 10 kinds of flames are the longest standing and most powerful strange fires in your human world. Each kind of strange fire has unimaginable power to destroy the world. In addition to the 10 major strange fires, there are also the Flame of Reincarnation, the Demon Phoenix Skyfire, and the like, which are also very powerful. And I heard that in your human world, even the weakest strange fire contains very powerful power. Whether it is a martial artist or a soul refiner, they all flock to it, trying every means to get the strange fire, refine it, and then use it to enhance their own strength. Xianyur recalled while shaking her exquisite head and talking. Suyun also listened very carefully and wrote down the names of the 10 strange fires mentioned by Xianyur. At the same time, Suyun was still very shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that there were strange fires in this world. This was too incredible. It was really unimaginable, so much so that he had never thought about it. After a while, when Xianyur finished speaking, Suyun calmed down his uncontrollable emotions in his heart, and then he slowly looked at Xianyur and asked, "Yuer, can you tell what kind of strange fire this cluster of pale flames is?" In front of the meeting hall of the main peak of Juyun Shanzong, a heroic and beautiful woman with a cold temperament stretched out her white jade left hand and took a red jade card from her waist. She raised her slender jade hand with fingers as delicate as peeling onions and pressed the jade card against the door of the hall. A blood-red light flashed, and then the door of the hall was slowly opened. Then the woman put away the jade card, held the sword in her right hand, and let her left hand fall naturally. She stepped out and walked into the hall. This woman was naturally the second senior sister of the Juyun Shanzong, Juje Jingi, who had bumped into Suyun and his master below. As one of the 10 core disciples of Juyun Shanzong, the jade cards of the 10 core disciples have special formations, and they have the same privilege of entering and leaving the meeting hall as the core elders. This is a power that the outer elders, or even the core elders, do not have. In addition to the 10 core disciples, the jade cards of other disciples, including other core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples, have only one use, in addition to symbolizing the identity information of the disciples of Juyun Shanzong, that is, to transmit information. Therefore, in the annual Disciples Sect competition, in order to compete for the position of the 10 core disciples, the two sides on the competition stage can be said to be fighting fiercely, and many times they are either dead or injured. Unless one of the two sides of the battle voluntarily gives up or admits defeat, even the referee elder will not stop it. This is the rule set by the first ancestor of Juyun Shanzong since its founding, and even the current sect master has no right to interfere or modify it. Frequent battles between life and death have also made Juyun Shanzong firmly sit in the position of the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou. Even the 3 major sects outside cannot easily surpass it. In Juyunzhou, in addition to the major sect forces, there is also an existence that stands above the major sects. This existence is called the Wudian. This Wudian is very mysterious and powerful, as if it suddenly appeared out of thin air. All sect forces are bound and governed by it. If you want to create a sect, you must go to the Wudian to apply for a sect creation order. If a sect wants to be promoted from a third-class sect to a second-class sect, it also needs to go to the Wudian to apply for a sect promotion order. Not only that, to be promoted from a third-class sect to a second-class sect, in addition to obtaining the promotion order of the Wudian, it also requires the consent of more than half of all sects in Juyunzhou, and the nod of 2 of the 3 major sects. To be promoted from a second-class sect to a first-class sect, in addition to the above conditions, all 3 major sects need to agree. Of course, in addition to the above conditions, if one of the 3 major sects disagrees, it can apply to the Wudian for a sect arena battle. As long as it defeats the leader of any of the 3 major sects, it can be directly promoted to a first-class sect. Except for the promotion order of the Wudian, other conditions are directly ignored. Therefore, even the 3 major sects are afraid of this mysterious and powerful Wudian. In addition to the sect power, Juyunzhou also has a dynasty called the Tiangan dynasty, which is one of the 5 countries in Longyuan continent. The status of the Wudian in Juyunzhou is almost on par with that of the Tiangan dynasty. The 10 Stars competition held every 4 years in Juyunzhou is held alternately by the Wudian and the Tiangan dynasty. As a hidden sect, Juyun Xianzong has not sent disciples to participate in the 10 Stars competition for decades. In this regard, the martial palace and the dynasty also maintained an attitude of turning a blind eye. After all, as the first hidden sect with a strong foundation in Juyunzhou, even the dynasty and the martial palace did not dare to easily oppose it. But every time the battle for the 10 Stars was about to take place, the martial palace would still send people to deliver messages. After all, whether it was the outside sect forces or the dynasty and the martial palace, they all wanted to know how powerful the current Juyunzhou's first hidden sect, the Juyun Xianzong, was. However, when the old leader of the Juyun Xianzong was in power, he always declined politely, and the dynasty, the martial palace, and other sect forces were not easy to say. After all, the old leader of the Juyun Xianzong was a powerful person with high moral character and strong strength. Even the master of the martial palace did not dare to offend him easily. Now that the old leader of the Juyun Xianzong has passed away, the strongest person in Juyunzhou should be the master of the martial palace and the heroic and unparalleled general of the dynasty. However, since the new leader of Juyun Xianzong, Murong Yuntian, the eldest brother of Su Yunji's master Yun Qingyu, succeeded to the throne 3 months ago, the news of the birth of Juyun Xianzong has been released, and it will also send disciples to participate in Juyunzhou's 10 Stars competition every 4 years. It should be intended to compete with the other 3 major sects outside for the position of the first sect in Juyunzhou. Jingji, you are back. Have you found anything? In the meeting hall, Murong Yuntian and others saw Zhu Jingyi coming in. Everyone looked at Zhu Jingji and asked about the situation in Yunwu Mishan. Reporting to the sect master and elders, when I went to Yunwu Mishan to investigate the situation, I happened to meet Uncle Yun and Uncle Yun's disciple Su Yun. When talking about Su Yun, Zhu Jingyi's pretty face obviously blushed when she thought of the scene of Su Yun hugging his master Yun Qingyu. But he continued. Uncle Yun told his disciples that the reason why Yunwu Mishan was shaking violently was because they accidentally fell from midair while flying and then fell into Yunwu Mission. What? Junior sister fell into Yunwu Mission? How is it? Is she not injured? Yes, junior sister Yun has been unable to contain spiritual energy in her body since she was a child and cannot practice. If she falls from midair, what if she bumps into something? That's right. The situation in Yunwu Mishan is unclear and extremely dangerous. If something really happens, how can I, our brothers and sisters, explain to our master? When Zhu Jingyi said that Yun Qingyu accidentally fell from midair and fell into Yunwu Mishan, the 4 or 5 elders sitting on both sides instantly became uncalm and stood up from their seats in a hurry. Ahem. Seeing this, the eldest brother Murong Yuntian, the master of a sect, couldn't help but pretend to cough. The 10 core elders of the 9 Clouds Immortal sect actually lost their composure in front of their disciples. If this gets out, it will be too much. Even Zhu Jingyi was surprised and puzzled when she saw this. When they heard Murong Yuntian cough, the 4 or 5 elders quickly reacted and sat down with their faces covered in shame. Then Zhu Jingyi looked at them and continued, replying to the sect master and the elders. Junior Master Yun was not injured, but just what? The 4 or 5 elders heard Zhu Jingyi say the word just, and saw that she was hesitant to speak, and they instantly became a little uneasy. Just! When Zhu Jingyi thought of the scene when Su Yun hugged her master Yun Qingyu, her pretty face blushed and she was too embarrassed to say it out loud, or she didn't know how to say it. Just say it! Seeing Zhu Jingyi's hesitant look, the elders were anxious. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they were about to rush over to use torture. After all, in order to compete for the position of the leader of the Juyun Immortal sect, almost all the brothers and sisters had been practicing in seclusion, and had no time to think about their cultivation partners or care about this little sister. Now that the position of the leader of the Juyun Immortal sect has been settled and passed to their eldest brother Murong Yuntian, they have nothing to fight for. Thinking that they are all grown up now, it is time to find a cultivation partner for themselves. Almost all the brothers and sisters' eyes fell on this beautiful and charming little sister. Although this little sister can't contain the spiritual energy in her body and can't practice normally like ordinary practitioners, she is very beautiful. As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders, and we can't just give such a beautiful little sister to outsiders for nothing. After seeing the stunning beauty of the junior sister, after the junior sister left the meeting hall, The brothers reached a consensus in their hearts with just a glance, and competed fairly to see who could finally win the heart of the junior sister. So at this moment, in the hearts of these brothers, they were all thinking about how to win the heart of the junior sister, and finally win her heart. After winning her heart, they would find ways to help the junior sister improve her physique that could not accommodate spiritual energy. After all, the world is so big that there is always a way. Even if there is no way, they must find a way to make the junior sister's stunning face last forever and live a long life. As for Zhuge Jingyi, he didn't know what the core elders of the Nine Clouds Immortal sect were thinking. After a long pause, he looked at the anxious elders and said, "It's just that Junior Master Yun looks a little weak, and I can't be sure if Junior Master Yun has any internal injuries." Zhuge Jingyi thought about it, but in the end, he didn't tell them about Su Yun hugging his master Yun Qingyu. Ah? After hearing this, several brothers shouted and stood up from their seats in an instant. Then they looked at each other. "That, senior brother, I just remembered that there are some urgent matters waiting for me to deal with on Bian Peak, so I won't discuss the matter of joining forces with the major sects outside with you brothers." Fourth brother Sun, Xiaofei glanced at his brothers, and then quickly looked at senior brother Murong Yuntian, the senior brother, who was in the hall, and bowed to say goodbye. After saying that, before Murong Yuntian could speak to agree, Sun Xiaofei shot out in an arrow step, brushed past Zhuge Jingyi, and flew quickly towards the door of the hall. Seeing this, the sixth brother Yang Kaitian was stunned, and had no time to react. The voice of the fifth brother Lan Guangya was heard again. "Big brother, me too. I just suddenly remembered that there is an important matter that I haven't done yet in Shaluo Peak." As soon as the voice fell, another figure flew out of the hall. "That, big brother, I seem to have remembered something." "Master brother, me too." Then, the second brother Ji Yuming and the third brother Huuji also flew out of the meeting hall one after another. In the end, only the sixth brother Yang Kadian was left standing there in a daze. "That, sixth brother, since." "Sorry, master brother. I seem to have something to deal with back at the peak." Seeing Yang Katian standing there without moving, Murong Yuntian was about to continue discussing with him the matter of joining forces with the major sects outside. Unexpectedly, Yang Katian also ran out of the meeting hall when he was halfway through his words. Murong Yuntian saw this, looked at the figures of several fellow disciples running out of the meeting hall quickly, and was instantly speechless, and his raised right hand could not fall for a long time. At this moment, the meeting hall that originally had 7 people was left with only the leader of the Juyun Xianzong, Murong Yuntian, who was on the top of the hall, and the core second sister, Zhuge Jingyi, who was standing in the center of the hall. Zhuge Jingyi turned her head to look at the figures of the 5 core elders running out, and her delicate and beautiful face was full of confusion. "Well, Jingyi, since they all have things to rush back to their respective peaks to deal with, you can tell me more about the matter of Yunwu Mishan, and by the way, talk about you and Liner." Murong Yuntian retracted his gaze from the door of the hall, slowly put down his right hand, and looked at Zhuge Jingyi, who had just turned his head and said. After speaking, Murong Yuntian slowly sat back in the position of the leader behind him. "Jingyi, you don't have to stand anymore. Find a seat and sit down," Murong Yuntian said calmly. "Thank you, sect master." After hearing this, Zhuge Jingyi followed Murong Yuntian's instructions and sat down on the seat closest to the right, placing the sword in her right hand horizontally on the small table in front of her. "To sect master, this is what happened. I received a message from the sect, saying that Yunwu Mission had a huge earthquake, and asked the disciples near Yunwu Mission to go investigate. I happened to be flying a sword nearby, so." The next moment, Zhu Jingyi looked at Murong Yuntian with a pair of clear and beautiful eyes and roughly repeated what Su Yun had said to her. "Okay, since it was caused by junior sister Yun accidentally falling down while flying, then let's leave it at that. I will ask other disciples not to investigate later." After hearing this, Murong Yuntian nodded and said, "After all, Yunwu Mission has always been a dangerous place. Even the sect masters and elders like them dare not set foot there easily, let alone the disciples. The fog inside is too thick. Even if you go in, it is difficult to find anything, and you may lose your life in vain. Since the matter has been clarified, there is no need to investigate so much." Then Murong Yuntian raised his head and looked at Zhuge Jingyi and said, "Next, let's talk about you and Liner. You know Liner. Report to the sect master. I have already said that my mind is all on cultivation, and I have never thought about matters between men and women. Although Nanlin is indeed gifted and can be regarded as the first genius of my Juyun Xianzong, I have never thought about these things. Besides, I don't like people younger than me. However, before Murong Yuntian could finish his words, he was suddenly interrupted by Zhuge Jingyi. While speaking, Zhuge Jingyi had already stood up from his seat, holding the sword in both hands, and looked at Murong Yuntian and bowed respectfully. In Jiyun Shanzong, the position of the core senior brother is actually held by the head of the sect's 10 core disciples. No matter how young you are, as long as you become the leader of the core disciples, you will be awarded the title of the core senior brother. As a direct disciple of Murong Yuntian, the leader of Jiyun Shanzong, Nanlin is naturally gifted and is even praised as the strongest cultivation genius in Jiyun Shanzong in the past 100 years. Therefore, Murong Yuntian attaches great importance to this disciple of his, treating him as his own son, and even cultivating him as the next leader of Jiyun Shanzong. Before Nanlin became the core senior brother, Zhuge Jingyi was actually the core senior sister of Jiyun Shanzong. However, 3 years ago, in the sect's triennial disciple competition, Nanlin was lucky enough to win her by half a move, so Nanlin replaced her position and became the core senior brother of Jiyun Shanzong. After the sect's disciple competition ended, Nanlin fell in love with Zhuge Jingyi because of the competition and told his master Murong Yuntian about it. At that time, Murong Yuntian went to Zhuge Jingyi in person to tell this matter for his precious disciple, hoping that she could become Nanlin's cultivation partner. However, Zhuge Jingyi declined. Now that the old leader of Jiyun Shanzong has passed away, Murong Yuntian has become the new leader of Jiyun Shanzong. He has always been concerned about his beloved disciple, so he would consult Zhuge Jingyi whenever he had nothing to do, hoping that Zhuge Jingyi would agree to be Nanlin's cultivation partner. After all, in Murong Yuntian's heart, both Zhuge Jingyi and his beloved disciple Nanlin are the top cultivation geniuses in the entire Jiyun Shanzong. If the two can be combined, it must be a match made in heaven, which will be of great benefit to the cultivation of both of them. Even in Murong Yuntian's heart, he had already regarded Zhuge Jingyi as the designated cultivation partner of his beloved disciple. Jingyi, why do you have to be so stubborn? Your grandfather and my master are close friends. Back then your grandfather, Senior Zhuge Qingyun, was accidentally beaten severely by Jiang Bingqian, the left protector of the demon cult and the murderous devil Jiang Bingqian. Before he died, he entrusted you to my master's care. At that time, you were just a little girl about 3 years old. When we brothers saw you, we liked you very much and wanted to accept you as our personal disciple. But at that time, you were found to have the 9 cold meridians. Except for my master, no one among us brothers could suppress your 9 cold meridians. Only my master could barely suppress it with his profound and powerful cultivation. Now my master has passed away. In the entire Jiyun Shanzong, there is no one else who can suppress your 9 cold meridians. Even if I have the cultivation of the 3rd realm of the Great Tao, I can't help you. Right now, the 3-year outbreak period of your 9 cold absolute meridian is about to come again. If you don't find a way quickly, I'm afraid that the entire Jiyun Immortal sect will be affected by your 9 cold absolute qi. Only Liner's 3 yang bloodline has a chance to barely protect you. You and Liner are both peerless cultivation geniuses of my Jiyun Immortal sect, and both have practiced the Jiyun Immortal sect's sect-protecting techniques, the 9 Cloud Ice Lotus art and the 3 Stars Red Sun art. When my master asked you to practice the 9 Cloud Ice Lotus art, he hoped to use it to guide the 9 cold qi in your body out and reduce the excessive accumulation of 9 cold qi in your body that erodes your heart and lungs. But as your 9 cold absolute meridian gradually erupts and awakens, the 9 Cloud Ice Lotus art will only make the 9 cold qi in your body more concentrated and violent. Looking at the entire Jiyun province, only Liner, who has also practiced the 3 Stars Red Sun art and has the 3 Yang bloodline, can resist the 9 cold qi in your body. So, I asked you to become a cultivation partner with Liner, not just for Liner, but also for you. Murong Yuntian looked at Zhuge Jingyi. His eyes looked a little complicated. Although the 9 cold absolute veins is a heavenly bloodline, before it is fully awakened, every outbreak is disastrous for Zhu Jingyi and the people around her. In the past 10 years, because of their master, the old master of the 9 Clouds Immortal sect, every time Zhuge Jingyi's 9 cold absolute veins broke out, they could barely suppress it. And their master, when he brought back little sister Yun Qingyu, suffered a very serious internal injury. And then in order to help Zhuge Jingyi suppress the 9 cold absolute veins over the years, he was constantly eroded by Zhuge Jingyi's 9 cold absolute qi. So he unfortunately passed away 3 months ago. And now, without their master, if Zhuge Jingyi's 9 cold absolute veins breaks out again, they will definitely not be able to suppress it by relying on their brothers and sisters, and it may also affect the entire 9 Clouds Immortal sect. The only way to avoid this disaster is to let Zhuge Jingyi and Nanlin, who has the 3-Yang bloodline and practices the 3-star Red Yang technique, become partners for dual cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Zhuge Jingyi's 9 cold meridians erupt, not only will the entire Juyun Shanzong suffer a disaster, but even Zhuge Jingyi herself may not be able to survive. If that happens, it will really be losing both the wife and the army, and Juyun Shanzong will lose such a peerless cultivation genius. As for Zhuge Jingyi, she naturally knew her own situation, but she really didn't like Nanlin. She really couldn't force her to accept someone just to survive. And 3 years ago, if her 9 cold meridians hadn't erupted in advance and injured her body before the sect disciples competition began, she would not have lost to Nanlin. So although she admitted that Nanlin was very strong and evil, she didn't want to find Nanlin as her cultivation partner. In addition, she really didn't want to find someone younger than her. I want to try. Zhu Jingyi's jade hand tightly grasped the sword, even making the whole sword tremble slightly. After struggling in her heart for a while, she finally spoke. What? Murong Yuntian seemed not to hear clearly. I said I want to try. Zhuge Jingyi said with a stubborn look on her beautiful and cold face. Jingyi, you said you want to try, but do you mean the reward for the top 10 stars? Murong Yuntian asked in an uncertain tone. Yeah, Zhu Jingyi nodded slightly. What if your 9 cold meridians break out before the battle for the 10 stars begins? After all, the battle for the 10 stars will not start for another 3 months. Murong Yuntian said with a serious face. After all, that was the case 3 years ago. It happened the day before the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect's Disciples competition. Now there are less than 7 days until the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect's 3-year Disciples competition. During this period, Zhuge Jingyi's 9 cold absolute meridian may erupt at any time, not to mention the battle for the 10 stars in 3 months. Then I can only accept my fate. Zhuge Jingyi closed her eyes, and a crystal teardrop slid down from the corner of her eyes. After all, since her grandfather Zhuge Qingyun was seriously injured and died by Jiang Bingqian, the left protector of the demon cult, the god of killing heaven 14 years ago, she has lost her only relative in this world. If she can't make it this time, she has no worries and can leave peacefully. Jingyi, why do you have to do this? After hearing this, Murong Yuntian saw the teardrop dripping on Zhuge Jingyi's cold face, and he knew that no matter how he persuaded her, she would not listen to him, and there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't force Zhuge Jingyi to become a partner with his apprentice. In that case, Zhuge Jingyi would not only not obey, but it would also be very likely to stimulate the 9 cold absolute chi in her body in advance, which would only backfire in the end. He knew what kind of a noble and arrogant woman Zhuge Jingyi was. The reward for the 10-star champion that Zhuge Jingyi placed her hopes on was actually a map of the Earth's core fire. Her current 9 cold absolute chi can only be completely suppressed by the strange fire. Of course, if she could obtain the strange fire and refine it thoroughly, the 9 cold absolute chi in her body would naturally be solved. However, if you want to get the Earth's core fire, you must first obtain the map of the Earth's core fire, and there is only one way to obtain the map of the Earth's core fire, and that is to win the championship of this 10-star battle. Before this, the map of the Earth's core fire had been treasured by the Martial Hall like a treasure, saying that it would only be taken out to subdue the Earth's core fire after the Martial Hall Master broke through to the Huahong realm. Now there is no news that the Martial Hall Master has broken through the Huahong realm, but the Martial Hall has shown the map of the Earth's core fire to the world as a reward for the 10-star champion. Obviously, things here will never be that simple. Perhaps it was to attract the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect to come out, or perhaps it was to attract the Demon Sect and the God-Killing Sect to come and compete, and then combine the power of all the Immortal Sects at the 10-star conference to eradicate the Demon Sect and the God-Killing Sect in one fell swoop. As for the purpose of the Martial Palace taking out the Earth's core fire map, it is not too clear for the time being. And Murong Yuntian chose to let the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect come out, and he did know about the Earth's core fire map in advance. After all, the temptation of the strange fire is too great for anyone and any force. As long as the 9 Clouds Immortal Sect gets the strange fire, then even the Martial Palace and the Tiangan dynasty can be ignored, and the matter of Zhu Jingyi's 9 cold absolute veins can naturally be solved. However, the 10 stars competition is a matter between the younger generation, and each force will have 3 places to participate in the 10-star competition. There is no doubt that whether it is for the reward of the 10-star champion or for the 10-star ranking, each sect will send out the top fighting force of the younger generation. Among the 3 places of Juyun Shanzong, 2 of them must be Nanlin and Zhuge Jingyi. As for the remaining one, it will definitely be selected after the sect disciple competition in 7 days. However, Juyun Shenzong has peerless cultivation geniuses, and other immortal sects outside also have peerless geniuses, especially the 3 major sects. For example, Li Wentianzhuo of the first sect, Jushuan sect, who is known as the strongest genius among the 3 major sects, has always been the top 10-star champion in every session. In addition to Li Wentianzhuo, there is also the daughter of the Jushuan sect's leader, Xia Xinying, a pure beauty who is known as one of the 3 most beautiful beauties in Juyunzhou, and is also one of the 10 stars in the previous session. Then there is the daughter of the leader of the Qixing sect, who, like Xia Xinying, is also known as the Ice Beauty, Tantai Luoshuang, one of the 3 most beautiful beauties in Juyunzhou. There are also 2 geniuses of Lingtian sect, Qin Lingyun and Qin Lingji. In addition to the 3 major sects, it is said that there is also a second-class sect called Liu Yun sect, which also has 2 extraordinary geniuses. Of course, in addition to these immortal sects, the Tiangan dynasty and the Wudian will also send people to participate every time. And the players sent by the Tiangan dynasty to participate in the 10-star battle every time are not to be underestimated. Their cultivation strength is even not much different from the Tianjiao of the 3 major sects. As for the Wudian, it is even more powerful. The young master of the Wudian, Huang Fuyu, is said to be as powerful as Li Wentianzhuo of the Jushuan sect. Every time Li Wentianzhuo can win the first place in the 10 stars, it seems that Huang Fuyu deliberately let him go. However, this time for the map of the Earth's core fire, it must not be kept as before. In addition to Huang Fuyu, there is also Huang Fuyu's sister Huang Fumeng, who, like Xia Xinying and Tantai Luoshuang, is known as one of the 3 most beautiful beauties in Juyunzhou, a beauty like a dream. Whether it is the pure beauty Xia Xinying of the Jushuan sect, the ice beauty Tantai Luoshuang of the 7-star sect, or the Saint Huang Fumeng of the Wudian, they are all among the 10 stars in the last session. Therefore, no matter how talented Zhuge Jingyi and Nanlin are, it is difficult for them to win the top spot in this competition. Murong Yuntian was more or less prepared for this, especially Zhuge Jingyi's 9 cold meridians, which was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. "Master, I have made up my mind. Please help me." Zhu Jingyi raised her jade hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, then looked at Murong Yuntian in the hall and said with a stubborn look on her beautiful face. Then he continued, "If the master has nothing else to tell the disciple, then the disciple will withdraw." "Okay, since you have made up your mind, it is useless for me to say anything, so let it be. After 3 months, if you can still have the opportunity to participate in the 10-star competition, I will let Liner fully cooperate with you to win the 10-star champion." Murong Yuntian sighed and said, "Thank you, master." Zhuge Jingyi saw that Murong Yuntian no longer forced herself and couldn't help but thank him with both hands holding the sword. "Okay, you go down." Murong Yuntian turned his back and waved to Zhuge Jingyi. For any sect, it is very rare to have a genius in cultivation, especially a proud girl like Zhuge Jingyi, who has the 9 cold meridians. It's a pity that when the 9 cold meridians are not fully awakened, the damage to the host and the people around him is too great, and they will die prematurely if they are not careful. Compared to Zhuge Jingyi's 9 cold absolute veins, Nanlin's 3 yang bloodline is much better. There will be no backlash during the cultivation process, which will only make him rise straight up and become stronger and stronger. However, the height that can be reached in the end is naturally not as high as that of the 9 cold absolute veins. After all, the 9 cold absolute veins is a rare heaven-level bloodline, and although the 3 yang bloodline is also very powerful, it is only a ground-level bloodline after all, which is 1 grade lower than the 9 cold absolute veins. In the world of cultivation, talent, root bone, and bloodline are separated. Talent is about the speed of cultivation, root bone is about the strength of physical fitness, and bloodline is the potential that a person has. Some people have poor root bones, are born weak, and have no strong bloodline, but their cultivation speed is amazingly fast. Some people have excellent root bones, but their cultivation speed is as slow as a snail. As for bloodline, it is a very difficult factor to judge. After all, some people cannot awaken their bloodline in their entire lives, while some people are born with awakened bloodline. This is very difficult to judge. In the world of cultivation, blood is generally divided into 9 grades, from low to high: ordinary blood, mysterious blood, earth blood, heaven blood, king blood, emperor blood, saint blood, and the legendary god blood. Ordinary blood is also called ordinary blood. For cultivators, as the realm of cultivation is improved, it can generally be awakened. However, there are still a very small number of cultivators who do not even have ordinary blood. If such people do not have a chance encounter, no matter how hard they work, it will be difficult to break through to the realm of creation in their entire lives. There are also many people with mysterious blood in the entire Jueyun state, and many of the sect's geniuses are the owners of mysterious blood. People with Earth-level blood are very rare. Even the three major sects can't find a few, and there are even fewer heaven-level blood above Earth-level. They are simply rare. At present, there is only Zhuge Jingyi in the entire Jueyun Shanzong. Even the leader of Jueyun Shanzong, Murong Yuntian, only has Earth-level middle-grade blood, while Nanlin's Sanyang blood is Earth-level top-grade. As for Suyunji's master Yun Qingyu's brothers, their blood is also Earth-level. Compared with them, Zhuge Jingyi's Juhan Juemai is not only a heaven-level blood, but also a top-grade blood among heaven-level blood. Therefore, even if Zhuge Jingyi is likely to be backfired by her blood at any time, Murong Yuntian will definitely not give up Zhuge Jingyi easily. Murong Yuntian asked Zhu Jingyi to form a pair of cultivation with Nanlin. In addition to wanting to help Zhuge Jingyi suppress the 9 cold absolute veins and satisfy the wishes of his beloved apprentice, there was actually another selfish motive. That is, if someone like Nanlin, who has a top-grade Earth-level bloodline, practices double cultivation with someone who has a top-grade heaven-level bloodline, it is possible that Nanlin's bloodline will be upgraded to a higher level, directly from a top-grade Earth-level bloodline to a lower-grade heaven-level bloodline. In this way, it will be more beneficial for the future growth of his Jueyun Shanzong. Even if Nanlin's Sanyang bloodline cannot suppress Zhu Jingyi's 9 cold absolute veins at that time, there is at least a heaven-level bloodline. But at the moment, no matter what Murong Yuntian said, Zhu Jingyi would not agree to form a cultivation partner with Nanlin, which made Murong Yuntian feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, inside Fengming Peak, Peeping Eye, open! Suyun asked Xianyuer if she knew what kind of strange fire this pale flame was. Xianyuer stared at the pale flame for a long time and shook her head, so Suyun had no choice but to open the Peeping Eye and use it to investigate for himself. Name: Suspected Soul-Devouring Demon Fire. Origin: Born from heaven and earth. Background: Unknown. Previous owner: the Evil Emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors. Current status: Semi-sealed. Grade: Unknown. Relationship with the host: No relationship. Under the effect of the Peeping Eye, some relevant information about this pale flame was quickly displayed in front of Suyun. However, what does the word suspected mean in this suspected soul-devouring demon fire? The grade is still unknown. Suyun just felt that this pit system was getting more and more unreliable. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. The host can make the following choices. Choice 1. Find out the true identity of the strange fire and complete the task to obtain the holy skill 9 Flame Divine Art, which can be used in combat and can also be used to fuse multiple strange fires. Choice 2. Subdue the strange fire and complete the task to obtain a soul-level creation pill. Taking this creation pill can help the host speed up the transformation of soul power and become the same as the transformation of force. Choice 3. Take care of the strange fire and help the strange fire return to heaven and earth. Completing the task can increase the 9th level of cultivation and help the host to upgrade from the 1st level of creation to the 1st level of Tongtian. Choice 4. Give up the above options. No task rewards. A series of voices sounded in Suyun's mind. After hearing this, Suyun was instantly stunned. He thought that this pit system was specially designed to serve the beautiful master. Unexpectedly, it can also trigger other system tasks. However, why does this option look so embarrassing? Suyun looked at the other 3 options except the 4th option, as if every option was full of temptation. Option 1. Find out the true identity of the strange fire, which corresponds to the word suspected in the suspected soul-devouring demon fire in the information, indicating that this strange fire will never be so simple. The reward for completing the task, the holy skill 9 Flame Divine Art, can not only be used in combat, but also be used to fuse multiple strange fires, which is very tempting no matter how you look at it. Option 2. Subdue the strange fire and complete the task to obtain a soul-level creation pill, which can make the soul power conversion speed as fast as the martial arts transformation speed of martial arts. Although after obtaining the soul refining technique repaired and improved by the Evil Emperor, the martial arts bead and the soul bead can be fused to become a martial soul bead that can absorb spiritual power and transform soul power at the same time. But this soul-level creation pill will definitely be of great help to Xianyuer, and it is also full of temptation. And option 3. Take care of the strange fire and help it return to heaven and earth. How can this pit system give such an option? Is it clearly letting the duck in the mouth fly away directly? And after completing the task, the cultivation level will be directly improved to the Tongqian realm, which is also full of temptation. After all, Even senior sister Yue, one of the 10 core disciples, has only reached the 3rd level of the creation realm. If I could raise my cultivation to the 1st level of the Tongqin realm, I might even be able to win the 1st place in the 3-yearly sect disciple competition. Junior sister, little junior sister Qingyu, senior brother, we are here to see you. However, just when Suyun was having a hard time deciding between the 3 options given by the system, 3 or 4 middle-aged men's voices suddenly came from outside Fengming Peak. Whose voice is this? Master's senior brothers? Not good. Suyun's face changed slightly when he heard the 3 or 4 middle-aged men's voices, and he secretly said in his heart that it was not good. After all, he was now in the soul space, and the beautiful master was sleeping alone in the thatched hut. These senior brothers chose to come at this time instead of coming earlier or later. Suyun couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Oh, really? Suyun turned his head to look at the pale flame that was still banging around, as if trying to escape from the soul space. He really felt a little helpless. By the way, let's see if we can put it back into the vast universe of the evil sword. Instantly, Suyun's eyes lit up. After all, if he left the soul space at this moment, the pale flame would most likely escape with it. If he let it escape, it would be difficult to catch it again, and the options given by the system were all related to this strange fire. If he didn't have this strange fire, all the options would be gone, and he would have no choice and no reward. No, if he let the strange fire escape, it should be considered as the 3rd option by default, but he hadn't thought it through at the moment, so it still wouldn't work. And if this strange fire didn't escape from the soul space with him, and was lucky enough to stay in the soul space, then Suyun would naturally be worried. After all, Xianyuer was still in this soul space. If this strange fire attacks Xianyuer's current physical condition may not be able to resist it. Boundless universe, collect! In this case, Suyun had no choice but to use the vast universe of the evil God Sword to try again. Heh. The next moment, Suyun raised the evil God Sword in his hand, and a huge suction force instantly appeared from the sword of the evil God Sword. Then, the cluster of pale white flames immediately made a wailing sound. At the same time, the cluster of pale white flames was also somewhat uncontrollably sucked in by the huge suction of the evil God Sword. Swoosh! However, at the moment when the cluster of pale white flames was about to be sucked into the vast universe of the evil God Sword by Suyun, the cluster of pale white flames did not know where the power came from, and they instantly got rid of the suction of the evil God Sword and flew towards Suyun instead. Brother Suyun, be careful. Xianyuer saw this and couldn't help but open her eyes wide in an instant and quickly reminded. Shua! However, just as Suyun was about to dodge, the pale flame instantly hit his chest and then it disappeared. What's going on? Where is that strange fire? Suyun quickly slapped his body with both hands, trying to find out where the strange fire was hidden on his body. Xianyuer also stretched out her 2 jade hands to search Suyun's body. However, the 2 of them turned over and over, but they couldn't find the strange fire. It was as if it disappeared out of thin air. What's going on? Suyun and Xianyuer were both confused. Brother Suyun, the strange fire couldn't have drilled into your chest. Xianyuer opened her eyes wide and looked at Suyun. Ah? Forget it, I'd better go out and look after the beautiful master first. Yuer, stay in the soul space first and I'll come to accompany you later, Suyun said. Oh, okay. Xianyuer replied obediently. Then, Suyun quickly opened the stone door of the soul space and walked out of the soul space. When Suyun left the soul space, he soon saw 4 or 5 figures rushing towards the thatched house of Fengming Peak. These figures were all the brothers of Master Yun Qingyu, whom Suyun met when he followed Master Yun Qingyu to the main peak hall. And they seemed to be holding a lot of things in their hands. Seeing this, Suyun quickly retracted his gaze, walked under the yellow pear tree, and pretended to lie on the wooden bench lazily. The reason why these brothers of Suyun's Master Yun Qingyu walked into the mountain instead of flying in directly on the sword was to show respect for the owner of the mountain. Secondly, it was because there was a powerful forbidden barrier on each mountain of the Juyun Shanzong, and flying was not allowed after arriving outside the mountain, unless the owner of the mountain allowed. This bought time for Suyun to come out of the soul space. Look, isn't that junior brother Suyun? Yes, why don't we see junior sister Qingyu? Soon the group arrived outside the courtyard of the thatched cottage. Each of them looked into the courtyard like a sly rat. This look really didn't look like a core elder of the Juyun immortal sect, but more like an elder of the beggars sect. He didn't look at all like the serious elder of the Juyun immortal sect, the first hidden sect in Juyun province. Suyun, hearing the voices of several people, also pretended to stand up from the wooden bench, wiped his eyes with his left hand, looked at several people with a slightly confused look and said, "I wonder if you all came to Fengming Peak for something?" "That, Su-yun, we are here to find your master, little junior sister Yun. I heard that when she was returning to Fengming Peak, she accidentally fell off the small gourd and fell into the misty mountain. We are worried about the safety of little junior sister Yun, so we came to visit her." Fourth senior brother Sun Xiaofei looked at Su-yun and spoke with a smile. "Yes, little junior sister Yun, we brothers are very worried about the safety of little junior sister Yun. Let us go in and visit little junior sister Yun." Fifth senior brother Lan Guangya also said. Well, Su-yun, seeing the malicious smiles on the faces of these senior uncles, really didn't want them to go in and disturb the beautiful master. After staring at them, he couldn't help but say, "What are you carrying in your hands?" Su-yun looked at them carrying large and small bags. The more he looked at them, the more he thought of the gifts given during the New Year and other festivals in his original world. And even if it was a gift, he could just put the gift in the storage space ring. Making it so ostentatious, could it be that the purpose is not pure and the intention is ill-intentioned? Ahem. Didn't we hear that junior sister Yun was slightly injured, so a few of us brothers brought some of the spiritual materials from the various peaks to help junior sister Yun to replenish her body? Third brother Hua Wuji said. Yes, yes. I even brought the peak spiritual material, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, to junior sister Yun. Sixth brother Yang Kaitian touched the back of his head and said, Speaking of which, this sixth brother Yang Kaitian seems to have a longer reaction arc than other brothers, a little slow reaction and a little silly. Oh my god, sixth junior brother, you even got a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Second senior brother Ji Yueming opened his eyes wide after hearing this. What's the big deal? I also brought the 7-colored green lotus from my Bian Peak to little junior sister Yun. Fourth senior brother Sun Xiaofei said with a bit of show-off after hearing this. What? 7-colored green lotus? You, don't shake the green lotus? Second senior brother Ji Yueming was almost vomiting blood after hearing this. In order to capture the heart of the little junior sister, these people are really willing to spend a lot of money. What's the big deal? I also brought the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma from my Shaluo Peak to little junior sister Yun. Second senior brother, you didn't just bring some ordinary spiritual materials to little junior sister, did you? Fifth senior brother Lan Guangya heard what second senior brother Ji Yuming said, took out a white folding fan from behind and put it in front of him, half covering his chin and said, This fifth senior brother Lan Guangya is actually a young man from a big family. His family is engaged in the business of various spiritual treasures and spiritual materials. If his father had not insisted on sending him to Juyun Shanzong to seek immortality, he would never had anything to do with the immortal sect. Moreover, he himself has a very good talent, with a lower-grade earth-level spiritual root bloodline. His father has a good relationship with the old master of Juyun Shanzong. He once helped Juyun Shanzong when he encountered difficulties, so he came to Juyun Shanzong and bid farewell to the life of a playboy from aristocratic family. Well, all junior brothers also know that my Baiwei Peak is the mountain with the least spiritual materials among the 9 peaks, and there are no rare spiritual treasures and spiritual materials, so... After hearing what the fifth senior brother Lan Guangya said, the second senior brother Ji Yuming couldn't help but lower his head slightly, looking a little ashamed. He was born in a poor family. Because of his hard work and good talent, he was spotted by the old leader of Juyun Shanzong when he was out, and was brought back to Juyun Shanzong. When he was asked to choose a mountain, he resolutely chose Baiwei Peak, which had the least spiritual materials and spiritual energy, in order to maintain the poor family's simple and happy life and perseverance. However, even so, among the 9 brothers, his cultivation realm has always been the highest, except for the eldest brother Morong Yuntian, and is at the early stage of the second realm of the Great Tao. Forget it, fifth brother. Don't belittle the second brother like this. You know the second brother's Baiwei Peak. How can it compare to your Shaluo Peak? Among the 9 peaks, your Shaluo Peak is the richest. After hearing what the fifth brother Lan Guangya said, the third brother Hua Wuji persuaded him. For this second brother who was simple and happy, the third brother Hua Wuji has always respected him very much. Then he continued, Okay, let's go in and see the little sister's situation. Yes, yes, yes! Sixth senior brother Yang Kaitian nodded in a simple and honest manner. Then, a group of people pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. Little junior brother Yun, please go and ask little junior sister Yun to come out. We, the grown men, will not go in. Second senior brother Ji Yiming looked at Su-yun and said, but Su-yun was struggling and hesitating in his heart at this moment. Although these senior brothers came to visit the beautiful master, According to Suyun's fifth sense, the purpose of these senior brothers coming this time might not be so pure. Moreover, the beautiful master was sleeping soundly at this moment and didn't like the noise. With so many people coming together, they would be embarrassed. That, senior brothers, the master suffered a little injury and is resting and sleeping now. Otherwise, you should come another day? Suyun thought about it and decided not to let these senior brothers see the beautiful master. Ah, so that's it. Since junior sister is not convenient today, we will not bother her. These heavenly spiritual materials are our little gift to junior sister Yun. Please give them to your master, nephew Suyun, so that he can recover soon. Second senior brother Ji Yueming looked at Suyun and said. After that, he took the lead and put the spiritual materials in his hand on the wooden bench where Suyun was sitting. Seeing this, the other brothers looked at each other and also walked forward one after another, handing the heavenly spiritual materials in their hands to Suyun. This, so many rare spiritual materials, can master eat it? Suyun looked at the various spiritual materials that were piled up like a small mountain and couldn't help but stared at it. Then nephew Suyun, we will leave first. Second senior brother Ji Yueming glanced at the door of the thatched house and then said goodbye to Suyun. Well, uncles, take care. When master wakes up, I will tell master about your coming. Suyun looked at them and replied respectfully. Then, they turned around and left with a little disappointment. After all, they were full of energy and excitement when they came, but in the end, they didn't even see the little sister. They must feel a little disappointed. Suyun sat on the wooden bench, watching the uncles leave, and turned to look at the door of the thatched cottage, but couldn't help shaking his head slightly. It's true that beauty has always been a disaster. At the same time, Suyun was thinking in his heart, if one day the brothers of the beautiful master confess to her, I wonder how the beautiful master will react. Thinking of this, Suyun stood up, put away all the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, and then stepped out and walked into the thatched cottage. After entering the thatched cottage, Suyun looked at the beautiful master, who was still sleeping with her beautiful eyes closed on the bed, and put the spiritual materials of heaven and earth on the table beside her. Then he walked out of the thatched hut. Ugh! However, just as Suyun walked out of the thatched hut, before he even had time to walk under the yellow pear tree, a piercing pain came from his chest. Suyun was so painful that he half knelt on the ground and covered his chest with his right hand. Ugh! However, the pain was so severe that it felt like a burning fire and millions of ants gnawing at him. The next moment, Suyun even fell asleep on the ground in pain, rolling around on the ground. Brother Suyun, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Shanyuer, who was in the soul space, instantly showed a deep worry on her pretty face. Then Shanyuer quickly opened the stone door of the soul space and came out of the soul space. Brother Suyun? After Shanyuer walked out of the soul space, she looked at Suyun, who was lying on the ground and spinning back and forth in pain. She couldn't help but quickly walk to his side and squatted down, holding Suyun's upper body. Suyun, at this moment, tightly grasped his chest with both hands, and the expression on his face even became hideous and distorted, looking extremely painful. Brother Suyun, what's wrong with you? Shanyuer saw beads of sweat as big as beans constantly sliding down Suyun's forehead, and quickly wiped them with her sleeves. Sheer, my chest is so hot and painful, as if it's going to explode. Suyun's upper body was held in Shanyuer's arms. He opened his eyes and looked at Shanyuer, his eyes full of pain. Did the strange fire really get into your chest, Brother Suyun? After hearing this, Shanyuer's expression became more and more worried and complicated. If the strange fire really got into Suyun's body, she would have no way to deal with it. Then, Shanyuer looked around and quickly opened the stone door of the soul space and brought Suyun into the soul space. Brother Suyun, hold on, there must be a way. Shanyuer looked at Suyun's extremely painful expression, and her tears were about to flow out. Suyun looked at Shanyuer's worried expression and wanted to say something, but the intense pain that seemed to be piercing his heart made Suyun unable to speak. The next moment, Suyun instantly became crazy and broke free from Shanyuer's arms, rolling on the ground in pain again. Brother Suyun? Shanyuer looked at Suyun in such pain and quickly crawled to Suyun, wanting to relieve his pain. I can't control myself anymore. The next moment, Suyun's eyes were full of bloodshot. Then Suyun seemed to have lost his mind. He suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed Shanyuer's arms and pressed Shanyuer down. Suyun just pressed on Shanyuer, shaking his head left and right, trying to keep himself awake and conscious. But from his chest, there was another sharp pain like cutting out bones and digging out heart. Suyun quickly grabbed his chest with both hands again, and fell directly to the left-hand side, lying on the ground again. At this moment, in Suyun's chest, it seemed that there was a mouse running around inside, and it seemed that the mouse was gnawing at his heart, lungs, and bone marrow. The pain was simply heart-wrenching, and it was unbearable for ordinary people. If Suyun guessed correctly, the thing that tortured him in his chest must be the pale flame. Speaking of which, the information that he had just discovered with the prying eye showed that the name of this strange fire was suspected to be the soul-devouring demon fire. Could it really be able to devour a person's heart, lungs, blood, and flesh, and drain himself from the body? While enduring the pain that was like purgatory, Suyun also tried his best to maintain his mind and think of a way. The 5 fingers of his right hand were tightly grasped on his heart, and he wanted to dig open his chest directly to get the pale flame out. Brother Suyun. And Xianyuer, although she had just been violently treated by Suyun a second ago, and was bullied and pressed under him by Suyun, she didn't care at all. Seeing Suyun's ferocious expression of pain, Xianyuer crawled towards Suyun again. Brother Suyun, what should I do? Xianyuer even took out a dagger, wanting to help Suyun open his chest and drive out the pale flame. But she knew she couldn't do that. If she did, Brother Suyun would only die faster. Boom! However, the next moment, just when Suyun and Xianyuer were at a loss, a dazzling blood-colored golden light suddenly emerged from Suyun's chest. Then Suyun's whole body slowly floated up from the ground, and around Suyun, the blood-colored golden light turned into dozens of bloodlines, which kept entangling Suyun like silk. Soon, Suyun was actually entangled and wrapped by those bloodlines into a blood cocoon, directly suspended in the air. What is this? What happened to Brother Suyun? Xianyuer knelt on the ground with a dagger in her right hand. She looked up at the blood cocoon suspended in the air and felt surprised and at a loss. Suyun, who was wrapped in the blood cocoon, had already lost his voice and made no sound. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Just like that, Xianyuer held the dagger tightly in his right hand, staring at the blood cocoon, motionless. He had no idea what to do, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Crack! About 10 minutes later, a sound finally came from the blood cocoon, and then a crack appeared on the blood cocoon. Then the crack gradually became larger. Seeing this, Xianyuer could not help but quickly step back and prepare for a fight, as if facing a great enemy. Crack! The next moment, under Xianyuer's fixed gaze, the blood cocoon finally broke open. Then Suyun's body appearance was revealed. Xianyuer looked at Suyun and felt that Suyun was like a newborn baby, with white skin, as if he had just been soaked in milk. However, Suyun was completely naked, without anything covering his body. Every part of his body and every inch of his skin were completely exposed to Xianyuer's vision. Ah! Xianyuer screamed in surprise when she saw the indescribable thing, and quickly raised her hands to cover her eyes, then turned around and turned her back to Suyun. Bang! The next moment, Suyun's body fell down and fell directly to the ground. Brother Suyun? Xianyuer covered her beautiful eyes with her 2 jade hands, turned her back to Suyun, and heard a noise behind her. She couldn't help but ask Suyun in a low voice. However, Xianyuer's voice fell on deaf ears, and Suyun didn't reply for a long time. Brother Suyun? Xianyuer asked again, tentatively. But she still didn't hear Suyun's reply. Brother Suyun. Xianyuer felt something was wrong and shouted again. While shouting, she slowly turned around and looked behind her with a slightly red face. Brother Suyun, what's wrong with you? However, after Xianyuer turned around, she found that Suyun was lying on the ground, motionless, and couldn't respond to her at all. In this case, Xianyuer didn't care about anything else, and quickly ran to Suyun's head and held Suyun's head. At the same time, Xianyuer's eyes inadvertently fell on the area between Suyun's waist and thighs, and she couldn't help but retract her eyes and lowered her head slightly. Then, Xianyuer quickly took out a piece of her own clothing and covered Suyun. Fortunately, the breath is still there. After Xianyuer covered Suyun's body, she stretched out her fingers to check Suyun's breath. Seeing that Suyun was still breathing, she finally put down her worries. Then, Xianyuer stretched out her legs and sat down in front of Suyun's head, put Suyun's head on her snow-white thighs, and used her thighs to support Suyun's head. Brother Suyun? Xianyuer looked at the unconscious Suyun and couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand to stroke his hair. This look showed that she was very concerned about Suyun. Although Xianyuer was still a girl of 11 or 12 years old, the way she took care of Suyun revealed a bit of maternal beauty. As for Suyun, he seemed to feel a hand gently caressing his face, and couldn't help but frowned, then slowly opened his eyes. Xianyuer? As soon as Suyun opened his eyes, he saw Xianyuer, who was resting his head on his head and looking at him with some fascination. Brother Suyun, you finally woke up? How do you feel? Is there anything wrong? Shan'er saw Suyun open his eyes and wake up and couldn't help but look at Suyun and ask. Her words were full of concern. Yuer, I'm fine. I just feel a little weak all over, and I may need to rest for a while. Suyun heard Xian Yuer's concerned words, smiled and looked at Xian Yuer and said. While talking, Suyun couldn't help but slowly raised his left hand and gently stroked Xian Yuer's somewhat sad, pretty face. Brother Suyun, I'm glad you're okay. Just lie on my thigh for a while and get up when you have recovered your strength. Xian Yuer looked at Suyun and said with a smile. Yeah, thank you, Yuer. Sumom at this, Suyun was able to recall what happened just now. He didn't expect Xian Yuer to be so worried about him. Even though he almost did that, she never gave up on him and tried to save him at all costs. In addition to the matter of the Misty Mountain, he owed her too much after all. However, what happened to the bloody golden light that suddenly burst out from his body just now? It seemed that it was that bloody golden light that saved him. Why did he never know before that there was such a bloody golden light on his body? What exactly is that bloody golden light, and why is its power so strong? Suyun rested his head on Xian Yuer's snow-white and tender thighs, thinking about the bloody golden light. The situation at that time was really critical. Suyun even felt that at that moment he had already stepped half a foot into the gate of hell. He never thought that he would be pulled back by such a bloody golden light. Brother Suyun, what are you thinking about? Shan'er knelt on the ground, two white and slender jade hands supported on the ground, letting Suyun's head rest on her thighs. Seeing Suyun's thoughtful look, she couldn't help but ask with a slightly confused look on her pretty face. And Suyun, after hearing Xianer's voice, came back to his senses, looked at Xianer's fair and pretty face with pink and red, and her clear and bright big eyes with a faint purple glow, and said, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just thinking about what those blood threads that just wrap my body are. Yuer, do you know those blood threads? Suyun asked. Brother Suyun, I don't know what those blood threads are either. They suddenly emerged from your chest and then wrapped you up into a blood cocoon. Xianer said. Oh! After hearing this, Suyun said softly, thinking that Xianer would know those blood threads. By the way, Brother Suyun, is that pale flame still in your body? Just as Suyun was about to continue, thinking about the blood thread, Xian Yuer's voice sounded again. At the same time, Xian Yuer's pretty face also showed a trace of worry again. After all, if she didn't find a way to get that pale flame out of her body, she would still be helpless the next time it broke out. Yeah, if you hadn't said it, I almost forgot about it. I'll take a look now. Suyun heard Xian Yuer's reminder and quickly looked inside his body. What is this? The next moment, the look on Suyun's face changed instantly. By looking inside his body, Suyun found that the pale flame was actually entangled on his heart by countless blood threads. The pale flame was tightly entangled and bound by the blood threads, and it couldn't break free at all. In addition, Suyun also found that the blood threads seemed to be slowly extracting energy from the pale flame, making the pale flame become weaker and weaker. Hey! The pale flame kept making a sound of heh-heh, as if begging for mercy, just like a child crying after being bullied. Even Suyun felt a little sorry after hearing it. What's your name? Suyun planned to try and see if he could use his mind to communicate with the pale flame. I don't know, I forgot. The pale flame actually made a sound like a child. However, this sound was a communication of the mind, and only Suyun could hear it. Don't know? Forgot? No wonder the system triggered the task. Suyun was thinking in his heart, then are you willing to recognize me as your master? Sign a master-servant contract with me. Suyun asked again. As long as you let me go, I will recognize you as my master. The pale flame said. Then you must sign a blood contract with me first, Suyun said. The so-called blood contract is naturally a master-servant contract of the soul, with blood as the guide. The reason why it is called a blood contract instead of a soul contract is that once the servant violates this contract, he will be tortured by blood. It can be said that he cannot live or die, and cannot go against the will of the master. When Suyun first went to search in the vast universe of the evil sword, he happened to see the method of concluding a soul contract with all living things. Now is a good time to try it. Okay, the cluster of pale flames said without hesitation. It seemed to have its own personality, just like an orphan who had been wandering for a long time and experienced many hardships. Although the voice sounded like a child, it revealed a sense of tenacity and maturity. Then, Suyun put his mind into his body, walked to the heart that bound the strange fire, bit a hole on his right index finger, and then the pale cluster was now equivalent to the position between the eyebrows. In an instant, a drop of Suyun's blood flowed along the fingertips into the eyebrows of the strange fire, and then Suyun felt that he and the strange fire seemed to have suddenly formed a spiritual bond, and, connection. And this means that the blood contract is formed. Can you let me go now? The pale flame naturally felt the connection with Suyun and said to him, "Okay, I'll try." After hearing this, Suyun tried to order the blood threads that were wrapped around the strange fire to let go. After all, he couldn't guarantee that the blood threads would listen to him, so he could only give it a try. The next moment, as Suyun's mind moved, the blood threads that were wrapped around the strange fire actually slowly let go of the strange fire. After the blood threads let go of the strange fire, he actually saw that the blood threads directly wrapped up his heart. Seeing this scene, Suyun couldn't help but swallow his saliva with fear. He didn't know what these blood threads were, and they were actually attached to his heart. If they wanted to extract his vitality like extracting the energy of the strange fire, he would die. At this moment, Suyun really felt very uneasy in his heart. After all, these blood threads were too scary and weird, and he didn't know if they would hurt him. It was like a thorn hidden in the flesh, and it might accidentally take his life one day. However, these blood threads just obeyed his orders and released the strange fire, so they should, maybe, probably, possibly, not hurt him, right? Although Suyun thought so in his heart, he was still worried. "Master, although I don't know what these blood threads are, I can clearly feel that they are very dangerous. These blood threads can devour and annihilate all living things. Even the strange fire born from heaven and earth like us can't do anything to them." The pale flame saw Suyun staring at the blood threads that were wrapped around his heart with a serious face, and couldn't help but say to Suyun, "This." After hearing this, Suyun was even more frightened in his heart. In the fantasy world of immortal cultivation, strange fire is already a very terrifying existence. The power contained in it can even easily destroy mountains and rivers. Even the strange fire can't do anything to this blood thread. How terrifying it must be. Suyun simply couldn't imagine it. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He didn't know what these blood threads were doing in his body. He had just escaped the devouring torture of the strange fire and entered the huge crisis of the mysterious blood thread. The key was that he didn't know what these blood threads were and how to get them out of his body. Suyun said that the outside world was too dangerous. Fortunately, he made a choice to the system to stay with the beautiful master so that he could continue to improve and become stronger. Otherwise, if he went out on his own, he might die at any time. Well, since you and I have signed a blood contract and formed a master-servant relationship, I will be your master from now on. You said you forgot your name, so I will give you a name, Xiaoling. Suyun retracted his gaze from the blood thread and said to the pale flame. After all, under the effect of the peeping eye, the information he spied on was suspected to be the soul-devouring demon fire, so let's call it Xiaoling. "Thank you for the name, master," Xiaoling replied. "You're welcome. Although we have signed a blood pact, I will not treat you as a servant. If possible, I hope to be friends with you, Xiaoling." Suyun looked at Xiaoling and said, "After all, the original intention of signing a blood pact was also for the sake of one's own life. Whether it was a strange fire, a human, or other living beings, only if you were sincere in your relationship would the other party treat you sincerely." Suyun naturally did not want there to be a gap between this strange fire and himself. In that case, it would be better not to save it, and let the mysterious blood thread drain its power completely and turn it into ashes and end it all. "Okay, master." Xiaoling couldn't help but obey after hearing what Suyun said. Perhaps because he was a wonder of heaven and earth, Suyun could hardly feel any human emotions from Xiaoling's words. By the way, the information I spied with the peeping eye before also said that Xiaoling is in a semi-sealed state at the moment. Could it be that its memory has also been sealed by the evil emperor? Suyun thought of Xiaoling's current state and couldn't help but guess in his heart. However, generally speaking, the power of the strange fire cannot be so weak, not to mention the strange fire with such high intelligence. Xiaoling's current state should be related to being sealed for tens of thousands of years. After all, whether it is a human or other living creature, it needs to constantly grab things from the world to survive. After being sealed for 10,000 years, Xiaoling's current power should have been consumed to the point of 1/10. Moreover, as the soul of the evil emperor has been relying on the residual soul to survive for 10,000 years, and he also needs power to maintain it. Maybe most of the power consumed by Xiaoling was injected into the evil emperor to help the evil emperor maintain the residual soul. Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but look at Xiaoling and said, "Xiaoling, you should be very weak now, right? How can I help you recover?" Now that Xiaoling has become his own strange fire, he naturally has to find a way to help it recover first. Otherwise, it won't be able to help him in his current state when he encounters danger in the future. Xiaoling, hearing Suyun say that he wants to help it recover, can't help but feel a little confused. After a pause, he said, I remember that I can become stronger by swallowing other strange fires or warriors' spiritual sources. In addition, I can also feed back some of the power I get to the master. Although the memory is vague, Xiaoling said it very sure. What? Swallow other strange fires? And warriors' spiritual sources? Suyun, hearing Xiaoling say this, was instantly dumbfounded. Swallowing other strange fires, it seems that the strange fires can devour each other and evolve. And swallowing the warrior's spiritual source, that is only after the death of a strong person above the Huahong realm, there may be a little spiritual source left. In this case, it would be harder than ascending to heaven to make Xiaoling recover. After all, whether it is the strange fire or the warrior spirit source of the strong above the Huahong realm, it is too difficult for Suyun to get it. Not to mention Juyonzhou, even in Longyuan continent, Suyun has never heard of other strange fires. As for the strong above the Huahong realm, Suyun has never seen them either. Then, are there other ways to help you recover? Suyun looked at Xiaoling with a solemn look in his eyes and asked, with a little sense of powerlessness in his voice. After all, even if there is, maybe he may not be able to do it. Yes, Xiaoling said. What is it? Suyun asked. Other spiritual objects in the world, or spiritual treasures and spiritual materials. Xiaoling said, besides this, the only thing left is to slowly absorb spiritual energy from the world. Xiaoling's words still did not feel any emotions, or things that represent emotions. Okay. Suyun only felt that Xiaoling said this, and with his current strength it seemed that he could hardly do it. However, there seemed to be a lot of spiritual materials on the mountain where the senior brothers of Master were. Maybe I could go visit them and ask for some? Suyun suddenly remembered the precious spiritual materials, such as the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, 7-colored jade lotus, and 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma that the senior brothers of Master Yun, Qingyu, had just sent. Maybe they could help Xiaoling recover some strength. Well, Xiaoling, you stay in my body and recover slowly. I will find a way to find spiritual materials to help you recover. Suyun pondered for a while, looked at Xiaoling and told him. At the same time, Suyun was also thinking in his heart. It really deserves to be the soul-devouring demon fire. Can it devour any spiritual object? Yes, Master, Xiaoling replied respectfully. Then, Suyun let his mind leave his body and return to the real world. Brother Suyun, are you okay? Xianer had been staring at Suyun intently. Seeing Suyun slowly close his eyes, she couldn't help but ask quickly. Well, Xier, I'm fine. I have also subdued that cluster of pale flames. It will not harm me anymore. Suyun looked at Shanxier's fair and delicate face and said, Oh, that's good. Shanxier said with a sigh of relief. Then, Suyun felt that he had almost recovered at this moment, so he planned to get up. Brother Suyun, that? Xier, what's wrong? However, just as Suyun moved his head away from Shanxier's fair and delicate thighs, and before he could stand up in time, the clothes covering him slipped off instantly. Seeing this, Shanxier couldn't help but blush, and quickly raised her 2 jade hands to cover her pretty face and turned her back to Suyun. And Suyun, seeing Shanxier suddenly turned around and turned her back to him, couldn't help but look at his lower body slightly, and then he realized that he was actually naked at the moment, without wearing anything. Yuer, I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Suyun quickly looked at Shan Yuer and explained. As he spoke, Suyun turned around and stood back to back with Shan Yuer, and quickly took out his own clothes and put them on. Although Shan Yuer had her back to Suyun, she had seen Suyun's indescribable thing again and again, and her pretty face was very hot at this moment, turning red. Yuer, I'm dressed? Suyun said with a little embarrassment after putting on his clothes. Oh! Xian Yuer responded softly after hearing this and then slowly turned around to face Suyun. At the same time, she couldn't help but glance at Suyun's body. Well, Xianer, if there is nothing else, I will go out first. You should have a good rest and recuperate. I will come to see you later. The atmosphere at the moment was too awkward. Suyun didn't know what to say to Xianer, so he had to choose to leave the soul space first. Oh, okay! After hearing this, Xianer also lowered her head and nodded slightly. Then, Suyun opened the stone door of the soul space and left the soul space. After leaving the soul space, Suyun took a deep breath, only to feel that the situation just now was too awkward. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taming the strange fire and reward a soul-level fortune pill. May I ask if the host would like to extract it now? However, just as Suyun took a step out and planned to walk into the thatched house to see if the beautiful master had woken up, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. No, I haven't made a choice yet. How come the task has been completed? After hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but ask with a slightly confused look. Reply to the host, since the alien fire has recognized the host as its master, this system automatically determines that the host has completed the second task option. The system explained to Suyun. Then, can I choose again? Suyun asked tentatively. After all, Suyun also wanted the first option, the holy level technique 9 Flame Divine Art, very much. Okay. In order to show the fairness and justice of this system will be merciful and let the host make another choice. After listening to what Suyun said, the system pondered for a moment and then said, however, since the alien fire has recognized the host as its master, this system automatically determined that the host had completed the second task option and rewarded a soul-level creation pill. This reward has been generated and cannot be refunded. Therefore, if the host wants to make another choice, he can only choose between option 1, option 3, and option 4. As for the soul-level creation pill that has been generated, if the host wants it, this system can keep it for the next task, or the host can extract it now. The next time the system task is triggered, it will be mandatory, and there will be no other rewards. The system said, "Oh my God, are you so stingy? Can't you just give it to me?" Suyun was speechless after hearing this. I thought the pit system suddenly showed kindness. I didn't expect it to be so pit. This system is not stingy, but to practice fairness and justice to the end. Of course, the host can also choose to accept the second option task, reward automatically selected by this system for the host, and give up other task options. The system said, okay, I'm speechless. Then I'll take the next task reward to exchange for the soul-level creation pill, and extract it now, immediately, right away. Suyun said. After all, Suyun just said that he wanted to choose again, and he was just asking tentatively to see if he could take advantage of the system and pit the system once. What made him speechless was that this pit system didn't fall for it. In this way, Suyun couldn't violate the system rules. Of course, if he had to choose again, even if Suyun wanted to obtain the Saint-level technique 9 Flame Divine Art, he would choose the second option, Soul-level Creation Pill. After all, Shan Yuer had paid so much for him. In order to help Shan Yuer quickly recover her soul power, he had to give her the Soul-level Creation Pill, no matter what. Okay, since the host has chosen to use the Soul-level Creation Pill as the reward for the next mission cannot be refused, and there are no other rewards. Regardless of the host's life or death, it must be carried out compulsorily. Is the host sure? The system said. Sure, Suyun replied. Okay, I will extract the Soul-level Creation Pill for the host now. Please accept it. As the system's voice fell, a small black box instantly appeared in front of Suyun. Seeing this, Suyun stretched out his left hand to take it. When he opened the box, there was a smooth, round, and lightly shiny purple pill inside. And this purple pill should be the Soul-level Creation Pill, without a doubt. The Soul-level Creation Pill has been distributed to the host. What is the host's option for this mission? Of course, the host can also continue to choose option 2. The task has been completed, the reward has been issued, and this task is over. In this way, the host has the opportunity to choose the next time system task is triggered. The system said, no, I choose task option 1, Suyun said without hesitation. After all, what the reward for the next task is still unknown, so it is better to grasp the present. As for when the next task will be triggered and how difficult the task will be, Suyun cannot foresee it now, so he simply doesn't think about it too much. Okay, host Suyun? Task option 1. Task time limit 3 years. Reward for completing the task, Saint-level technique 9 Flame Divine Art. Exceed the time limit, the task fails, and there is no reward. Please make the final decision. Are you sure? The system said. Confirmed, Suyun replied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving task option 1. Please complete the task within 3 years from now on. I wish the host a happy life. The system finished speaking and was completely silent. Suyun stood there, holding the black box containing the Soul-level Creation Pill in his left hand, but his mind was full of thoughts. Although following the beautiful master and serving her, one can automatically improve his cultivation and become stronger, and the system will trigger the system task without any warning, and rewards can be obtained by completing the task. But Suyun just thought about it carefully. The cultivation level can be automatically improved, but things like the skills in fire cannot fall from the sky and be obtained for nothing. So if you want to get some things, you still have to get them by yourself. After all, this pit system is too pit, and it may take a long time before the next system task is triggered. The reward was also received in advance. This method of waiting for the prey to arrive is simply not feasible, and another way must be found. Of course, to be honest, this system is too different from other daily systems. In other daily systems, you can get a lot of experience rewards by completing daily tasks, such as sweeping the floor, cooking, massaging the master's shoulders and legs, etc. And this system of mine obviously has nothing to do with the daily system. It can only trigger system tasks under very special circumstances, and the chances of encountering such special circumstances are too rare. So if you use the method of waiting for something to happen, it will not work at all. You have to look for opportunities, or from now on you have to work hard. If one day you have to leave your master under compulsion, and the system takes back your cultivation and rewards, you will really have to wait for death. Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but clench his fists, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Then, Suyun looked in the direction of the thatched house, opened the stone door of the soul space, and entered the soul space again. Brother Suyun! At this moment, Shanyur was sitting cross-legged in the soul space, concentrating on recovering her soul power. Seeing Suyun enter the soul space again, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Brother Suyun, is there something wrong with you? Shanyur saw that Suyun looked a little serious and asked with a slightly confused look. As she spoke, Shanyur slowly stood up from the ground. This black box contains the soul-level creation pill, which can help you absorb and transform soul power normally in the human world, as in the soul world, and help you recover as soon as possible. Suyun stared at Shanyur, then walked in front of him and handed the black box containing the soul-level creation pill to Shanyur. Soul-level creation pill. Shanyur heard Suyun. Suyun looked at the black box, then looked at Suyun, and then stretched out his right hand to take the box. What is this? As soon as Shanyur opened the box, he felt an extremely pure and rich soul power emanating from the box. Take it, and your speed of absorbing and recovering soul power will become the same as that of human practitioners, Suyun said. Oh. After hearing this, Shanyur took out the soul-level fortune pill from the black box without any hesitation or doubt and swallowed it all at once. After all, in the human world, the only person she could trust the most was Suyun, so she naturally had no reason to trust Suyun. The next moment, an extremely strong soul power aura suddenly burst out from Shanyur's body. The aura was pure and strong, and Suyun felt that it was much stronger than his martial power aura in the first level of fortune. Brother Suyun, I broke through to the Xuan realm. Shanyur looked at herself, and her pretty face suddenly showed endless joy. Then she rushed towards Suyun's arms and fell into his arms. Xuan realm? Is it very strong? Suyun saw Shanyur so happy, and couldn't help but ask with a little confusion. Well, Xuanjing is the third realm of cultivation for people in Day, our soul realm. The first realm is Lingjing, the second realm is Yuanjing, and the third realm is Xuanjing. Shanyuer's two jade hands were still hugging Suyun, explaining. Then, is the Xuanjing of your soul realm equivalent to Tongtianjing in our human world? Suyun continued to ask. No, it's not like that. When I was a child, I heard my father say that the early stage of the soul realm is equivalent to the Wuzhen realm of your human beings, and the middle stage of the spirit realm is equivalent to the early stage of the creation realm of your human beings, and the late stage of the spirit realm is equivalent to the middle stage of the creation realm of your human beings. The early stage of the Yuan realm is equivalent to the peak of your creation realm, and the middle stage of the Yuan realm is equivalent to the early stage of the Tongqian realm of your human beings, and the late stage of the Yuan realm is equivalent to the middle stage of the Tongqian realm of your human beings. I have now broken through to the Xuanjing, which is the primary stage of the Xuanjing, so it is equivalent to the late stage of the Tongqian realm of your human beings. And if I reach the middle stage of the Xuanjing, it will be equivalent to the early stage of the Dao realm of your human beings, and so on. Shanyue hugged Suyun tightly with her two jade hands, feeling the warmth coming from Suyun, and told the story. Is that so? Then, isn't your current strength similar to those of my master's brothers? Thinking of this, Suyun was shocked. As expected of the soul spirit of the soul world that caused soul refiners and martial artists to fight for it in ancient times, it has both good looks and strong strength. Who wouldn't love and want such a beautiful woman? Compared like this, she is even more of a beauty than the beautiful and charming master. Suyun couldn't help but secretly admire what Shanshaner said. In this way, doesn't it mean that Shanshaner's current strength is far above his own? If he participates in the competition, will letting Shanshaner take action be considered as part of his strength? After all, he is both a martial artist and a soul refiner. Shanner, as his contracted soul spirit, should be considered as part of his strength. Suyun is not sure. However, even though Shanshaner's strength is comparable to that of a human in the late Tongqian realm, she still cannot be allowed to attack easily, lest her identity as a soul world person is exposed. Nowadays in the human world, there are too few soul refiners and souls who have signed soul contracts with soul refiners and come to the human world. Once Xianxier's identity as a soul world person is exposed, who knows what peerless strongmen will be attracted. Well, Xier, calculate the time. Master is about to wake up. You should adjust your breath and recover in the soul space. I will go out to see. When Master wakes up, I will tell Master about the soul world and souls, and then take you out of the soul space. Suyun let Xianxier go and said to Xianxier, this is what Suyun promised Xianxier when he was in the Misty Mountain, and Suyun could not regret it. Well, thank you, brother Suyun. Xianxier became excited instantly after hearing this. At the same time, a charming smile also appeared on her fair and pretty face. Then, Suyun left the soul space under the gaze of Xianxier. After leaving the soul space, Suyun walked directly to the door of the thatched cottage, stretched out his hands to push open the door, and entered the thatched cottage. However, at this moment, Master Yun Qingyu was still quietly lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, with her left arm across her forehead and her right hand covering her belly without a trace of fat, looking very quiet and beautiful. Suyun gently closed the door, then walked gently to the master's bed and sat beside it. Looking at the beautiful master sleeping charmingly, Suyun really wanted to bend down and kiss the master's beautiful face. Thinking of this, Suyun really bent down and kissed Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful face. Master Yun Qingyu, however, was not aware of being kissed by Suyun, and simply turned over with her back to Suyun, intending to continue sleeping. Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and then cast his eyes on the spiritual materials sent by the masters. Then Suyun stood up, walked to the spiritual materials, picked up some, walked out of the thatched house, and gently closed the roof. However, when Suyun closed the roof of the thatched hut, Master Yun Qingyu suddenly turned over, opened her beautiful eyes like star gems, and cast her eyes towards the door of the thatched hut. Then a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she raised her right hand to touch the right side of her pretty face that Suyun had kissed. Then she raised her hands and stretched lazily, sitting up from the bed. She looked at the precious spiritual materials, then got off the bed and walked out of the thatched hut. Master, you're awake! Suyun at this moment had come to the iron pot, intending to light a fire to cook. Seeing that the door of the thatched hut was pushed open from the inside, and then Master Yun Qingyu slowly walked out, Suyun couldn't help but look up and greet Master Yun Qingyu. Well, Master has rested well. Yun Qingyu walked to the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree and sat down, swaying her two long, white and smooth legs back and forth, and seemed to be in a good mood. Then he continued, That, Xiao Yunyun, when I was sleeping just now, I felt someone kissed me on the right side of my face. Did you kiss me? Ah, no, maybe you are dreaming, Master. Suyun's face changed slightly after hearing this, and then he said with a guilty conscience, No? Qingyu saw this and looked at Suyun and asked back, No, Master, you must be dreaming. Suyun said confidently, but he just didn't admit it. Oh, that's fine. Since it wasn't you, Xiao Yunyun, forget it. I was thinking of letting you kiss me a few more times. Seeing that Suyun didn't admit it, Yun Qingyu deliberately pretended to be nonchalant and said, Ah! Suyun was speechless again after hearing this, but he still didn't admit it. After all, although the beautiful master said so, who knows if she deliberately set a trap for him to get him in. If he admitted it, wouldn't he fall into the trap? Xiao Yunyun, what lunch are you making? Why does it smell so good? There is a faint fragrance of lotus. Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun, who was making lunch, and asked curiously, Oh, this is the fragrance of the colorful green lotus, which was sent by your fourth senior brother, elder son. In addition, there are also the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma sent by the fifth elder, the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng sent by the sixth elder, and many spiritual materials of heaven and earth, all sent by your senior brothers. Master, your senior brothers are so good to you. Suyun looked at the pot and turned his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu and said. Of course, after saying that, Suyun was also secretly observing the reaction of the beautiful master, wanting to see what attitude the beautiful master had towards her senior brothers. Really? Then I will take you to other peaks in person someday, and thank them by the way. After hearing this, Yun Qingyu was silent for a moment before speaking lightly. Master, are you unhappy? How about I return all these spiritual materials? Suyun saw the calm expression on Master's pretty face, without any ripples, and couldn't help but ask with a little confusion. No, since you have accepted it for the Master, how can you return it? Hasn't your cultivation reached the first level of creation now? It's just right to use such spiritual materials to replenish and strive to reach another level. Master Yun Qingyu showed a charming smile on her pretty face and looked at Suyun and said, but it looked a little unnatural. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but put down the work at hand, stood up and walked quickly towards the yellow pear tree where Master Yun Qingyu was. Then he squatted in front of Master Yun Qingyu, stretched out his hands and grabbed Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands. Looking at the beautiful master like this, Suyun's heart was really incomparable. "No, I am just happy for you, little Yun Yun. You have cultivated to the first level of creation without telling me, and you have been asking me to teach you. Now I can't teach you anymore," Yun Qingyu said. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes like star gems. "Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept it from you. From now on, I will never keep it from you again. Please forgive me." Seeing this, Suyun could no longer control his emotions. He quickly hugged Master Yun Qingyu's two snow-white and slender legs and said, "From now on, this book will be updated twice a day. If there is enough time, the author will update more depending on the situation. After all, it is a new book and the plot has not been fully developed, so I have to spend time thinking about the story and the plot, and I also have to spend time shaping the characters and personalities. I hope everyone can understand. The most important thing to look at when reading a novel is the characters and the stories between them. Only when the characters are well-shaped will there be a desire to continue reading. Similarly, only when the story is remarkable and attractive will readers be willing to read it. Every responsible and attentive author will first ensure the quality of the story and then pursue quantity. If the quality is not good, believe that not many readers will be willing to read it, and the author will not have much energy to write it. Every time a chapter of the novel is published, the author will read it repeatedly by himself. One is to find typos, and the other is to see which places need to be modified. So writing a book is not that simple. Finally, the author wants to say that he is grateful to the readers who have been accompanying this book. No matter what the results are, the author will continue to write, give an explanation to the readers who like this book, and also give an explanation to Suyun and Master. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. Xiao Yunyun, your master doesn't blame you. It's just that you have already cultivated to the first level of creation, and your master can't cultivate normally because of the lack of spiritual energy in your body, so you really can't teach you anything. So, if you want to leave your master and leave this secret realm, your master will never stop you." Yun Qingyu tried hard to hold back the tears in her beautiful eyes and said with her head tilted. For this situation, Yun Qingyu herself had expected it in the past 3 months. If Suyun really learned to cultivate and had enough cultivation, she would never force him to stay by her side for her own selfish desires. After all, he still had a great grudge to avenge, and she was just an idle person in the Juyun immortal sect. She couldn't cultivate normally because of the lack of spiritual energy in her body. If she forced Suyun to stay by her side, it would only harm him. Yun Qingyu even thought about canceling the master-disciple relationship with Suyun when he became strong enough. After all, having a master like her who couldn't cultivate normally would only bring shame to him and hinder his cultivation. However, in Yun Qingyu's heart, she really couldn't leave Suyun, the disciple who had always served her wholeheartedly. "Master, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, I might have died 3 months ago. If it weren't for you bringing me to this secret realm, I wouldn't have cultivated to the first level of creation in a blink of an eye. In fact, I was planning to find a chance to tell you, but before I could tell you, I was discovered by Master Uncle," Suyun said in a weak voice. Then he continued, "And I have already said that no matter when, no matter what level I have cultivated to, I will never leave you, Master. I will stay by your side and protect you for the rest of my life." At this moment, Suyun looked at the beautiful and pitiful master, whose pretty face was tearful and looked a little pitiful. He felt extremely distressed and pitiful. The next moment, Suyun slowly reached out his hand and stroked Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful face, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Master Yun Qingyu, looking at Suyun in this state, felt Suyun's left hand caressing her pretty face, but couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand to grab it, and then said, "Little Yun Yun, are you really willing to continue to stay with me?" Yun Qingyu couldn't believe it. "Yes, I do," Suyun said with a smile. But Yun Qingyu seemed to have some concerns in her heart. "No buts." Suyun stretched out his right hand and directly touched Master Yun Qingyu's pink lips, making Master Yun Qingyu unable to continue. "Well, okay, if one day you want to leave me, just tell me. I will never stop you." Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun's handsome face and smiled, but finally didn't say the second half of the sentence. Suyun, seeing that Master Yun Qingyu finally let go of his worries, was finally relieved. Then he held Master Yun Qingyu's hands tightly and said, "Master, the colorful lotus porridge is ready. I'll bring it to you right away. Yes! Master Yun Qingyu turned her head to look at the iron pot and responded softly. Then, Su-yun let go of Master Yun Qingyu's hands, stood up, turned around and walked towards the iron pot to serve Master Yun Qingyu porridge. Yun Qingyu sat on a wooden bench under the yellow pear tree, staring at Su-yun's back as he went to serve porridge. It seemed that Su-yun had grown taller. Su-yun walked to the iron pot and stopped. He turned his head and smiled at Master Yun Qingyu, then squatted down to serve porridge. Master, the colorful lotus porridge is here. Smell it. It smells so good. After Su-yun served the porridge, he smelled it gently with enjoyment, and then brought the porridge to Master Yun Qingyu. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but stretch out her two jade hands to take it, smelling the colorful lotus fragrance. But she didn't expect Su-yun to not give it to her. Su-yun lifted the porridge with her left hand, took the spoon with her right hand, scooped a mouthful, and then blew it gently with her mouth, and then sent it to the pink and thin lips of Master Yun Qingyu, full of tenderness and concern, and said, "Master, come, open your mouth, I will feed you." Ah! Master Yun Qingyu, seeing Su-yun like this, couldn't help but smile gently and then opened her red lips, waiting for Su-yun to put the porridge into her mouth. "How is it? Master, is it delicious?" Su-yun couldn't help but ask softly after seeing Master eat the porridge. "Yeah, delicious," Master Yun Qingyu said with a charming smile on her beautiful face. "Really? Then I'll try it too." After hearing this, Su-yun also scooped a mouthful and ate it. Not bad. Su-yun felt the pleasure of the food melting in his mouth, and he could swallow it completely without even chewing. "Little Yun-yun, you." When Master Yun Qingyu saw Su-yun eating porridge with the spoon she had used before, the smile on her pretty face froze instantly. At the same time, she couldn't help but recall the scene when Su-yun used the bowl and chopsticks she had used to eat noodles. At that time, because Su-yun refused to admit it and had his back to her, she believed Su-yun half-heartedly. Now that she was seen in person, Yun Qingyu didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing Su-yun eating with relish, Yun Qingyu's beautiful face even showed a hint of shyness. "Master, come, I'll continue to feed you." At this time, Su-yun scooped another mouthful and sent it to Master Yun Qingyu. Yun Qingyu looked at the spoon that she and Su-yun had used, and her beautiful eyes like star gems couldn't help but open wide. After all, there was her and Su-yun's saliva on it. In other words, if she ate it, it would be an indirect kiss with her disciple. Just thinking about this kind of thing made Yun Qingyu feel her heartbeat speed up and her pretty face turn red. However, Su-yun pretended to be indifferent. After Master Yun Qingyu did not move for a long time, he could not help but say, "If Master doesn't like it, I will pour it out." As he said this, Su-yun took back his right hand holding the spoon, turned around, and planned to pour out the porridge in his hand. "Xiao Yun-yun, don't pour it out, Master. Master likes it." Seeing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but immediately stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Su-yun's right hand holding the spoon. Then she looked at Su-yun, slowly brought the spoon to her mouth, and took a bite. Seeing this, Su-yun's handsome face also changed slightly. He didn't expect that Master Yun Qingyu actually ate it. Originally, Su-yun was just planning to try it out. If the master didn't want to eat it, he would pour it out and serve another bowl. Unexpectedly. Oh, Su-yun looked at the shy face of Master Yun Qingyu, which made her look even more seductive and charming. Then Su-yun continued to feed Master porridge, and took a bite from time to time. Master Yun Qingyu's face would turn red every time she saw this, but she still obediently let Su-yun feed her. Unknowingly, Su-yun finished a bowl of porridge while feeding Master Yun Qingyu, but very little of it went into Su-yun's mouth. "Master, do you want more? Do you want me to feed you more?" After Su-yun fed the last bite into Master Yun Qingyu's mouth, he smiled and looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, although Yun Qingyu still felt a little unsatisfied, she imagined that when Su-yun was feeding her just now, Su-yun himself also took a bite from time to time. So, after a short silence, Yun Qingyu looked at Su-yun and said, "Well, Master is full. You can eat the rest, little Yun-yun." After all, if Su-yun continued to feed her like this, Su-yun might feed her directly with his mouth in the future. In that case, Yun Qingyu couldn't imagine it at all. After all, no matter what, the two of them were a master-disciple relationship. If other people from the Nine Clouds Immortal sect saw this ambiguity, they would definitely be gossiped about. "Oh, Master, you are full. I will eat all the rest." After hearing this, Su-yun couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and said with a smile, "Well, eat," Yun Qingyu said. Then Su-yun carried the empty bowl to the iron pot and started to eat the porridge directly with the bowl and spoon used by Master Yun Qingyu. This time, Su-yun didn't turn his back to Yun Qingyu, but faced her openly. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu's pretty face turned red again, and she didn't know what to say. "Master, if you are not full, I can still feed you." After Suyun served a bowl of porridge, he ate it while carrying the porridge back to Master Yun Qingyu and then sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Yun Qingyu still wanted to eat, but she turned her head slightly and said, "No, no, Master is full." "Really? Master, you are not saying this just to give it to me, right?" Suyun still insisted. After all, he knew his master's appetite very well. The next moment, Suyun slowly stood up from the ground, carried the porridge, and sat on the wooden bench where Master Yun Qingyu was sitting, and then tempted. It smells so good." While talking, Suyun also turned the bowl and spoon in front of Master Yun Qingyu's nose, letting the faint lotus fragrance penetrate into Master Yun Qingyu's nose. After Master Yun Qingyu smelled it, she couldn't help but clench her two jade hands into pink fists and wanted to reach out and hit Suyun. Obviously, Yun Qingyu was not stupid, and she could naturally see that Suyun was deliberately tempting her. "Little Yun, the master is a little sleepy, so I'll go back to the house to sleep first. After you finish eating, practice Fengming sword technique by yourself." Yun Qingyu was afraid that she couldn't resist Suyun's temptation, so she stood up and said. After saying that, Yun Qingyu walked directly into the thatched hut without saying anything. Master." Seeing this, Suyun also felt that it was boring all of a sudden, and couldn't help but pout. Then, Suyun continued to eat by himself. "By the way, how about giving it to Sheer to try?" After eating just 2 bites, Suyun suddenly remembered the fairy Sheer in the soul space, and couldn't help but glanced at the door of the thatched hut. After seeing Master Yun Qingyu walk into the thatched house and close the door, Suyun couldn't help but walk to the iron pot again and scooped a bowl of colorful green lotus porridge with another bowl. Then he said to Shan Sheer, "Sheer, open the soul space to the stone door. I'll let you taste this colorful green lotus porridge. It's delicious." "Brother Suyun, do you really want to give me porridge?" Shan Sheer, who was originally in the soul space with her eyes closed to adjust her breath and recover, saw Suyun calling her, and couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes instantly and stood up. "Well, this colorful green lotus is a very rare spiritual material of heaven and earth. Eating it may help you recover your body," Suyun said. "Okay." Shan Sheer heard what Suyun said, and nodded gently, and then opened the stone door of the soul space. Then a slender jade hand stretched out from the soul space. Seeing this, Suyun quickly handed a bowl of colorful lotus porridge to Shan Yuer. Shan Yuer took the colorful lotus porridge, thanked Suyun, and then closed the door of the soul space. It's delicious!" Shan Yuer looked at Suyun through the screen, and while eating the colorful lotus porridge that Suyun handed to her, she felt that it was extremely delicious. At the same time, a faint sense of happiness rose in her heart. If it's delicious, eat more. There's more in the pot," Suyun said. Shan Yuer didn't hesitate to be polite with Suyun. In this way, a pot of colorful lotus porridge was quickly eaten by Suyun and Shan Yuer. And most of it went into Shan Yuer's stomach. Suyun didn't expect that Shan Yuer could eat so much. Can all pretty girls eat so much? Suyun compared Shan Yuer with the beautiful master, and it seemed to be true. In addition, senior sister Yueyue seemed to be able to eat a lot as well. I just wonder how senior sister Zhuje Jingyi's appetite is? Unconsciously, Suyun suddenly thought of a cool and pretty senior sister Jingyi. Her heroic figure and cool and pretty face were even more beautiful than senior sister Yueyue. Suyun couldn't even imagine that in addition to the beautiful master, there was such a cool and pretty woman in the Juyun Shanzong. "Xiao Yunyun, you finished eating so quickly?" However, at this moment, the door of the thatched house was suddenly opened from the inside. Then, Master Yun Qingyu walked out of the thatched house. "Master, didn't you say you were going to sleep in? Why?" Suyun looked at the beautiful master and was stunned again. Master Yun Qingyu changed into a gorgeous red dress again, looking extremely charming. At the same time, her beautiful face was also slightly powdered, looking like a royal princess. "Why? Little Yunyun, you don't like it? If you don't like it, I'll change it back." Yun Qingyu saw Suyun's dumbfounded look and couldn't help but say casually. After that, Yun Qingyu was about to turn around and walk back to the thatched cottage to change the red fairy dress. No, master. It's not that I don't like it. You must not change it." Suyun saw this and couldn't help but ran over to stop him. Then he continued, "I just think that, master, you are really too beautiful, and I was accidentally fascinated by you, master." "Humph! I don't believe you, little Yunyun. When you took me back to Fengming Peak before, I met your senior sister Jingyi in Yunwu Mishan. You almost forgot about me in your arms." Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but pout her red lips after hearing what Suyun said. At that time, Yun Qingyu even wanted to stretch out her fingers and pinch Suyun hard. However, she was afraid that Suyun could not bear the pain and suddenly let go of her hands and threw her to the ground, so she refrained from teaching Suyun a lesson. Could it be that, master, You are jealous of senior sister Jingyi? After hearing this, Suyun noticed something from the beautiful master's pretty face and couldn't help but said with a wicked smile, "Humph! Why should I be jealous? I just can't stand you staring at your senior sister Jingyi with those lustful eyes." After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but turn her head away and said indifferently. Suyun, seeing the beautiful master like this, did not expect her to admit it. After a pause, he could not help but look at his master Yun Qingyu and said, "Master, can you tell me briefly about senior sister Jingyi?" When Suyun saw Zhuje Jingyi for the first time, he had a feeling in his heart that this cold senior sister not only had a cold personality, but also seemed to have a cold aura all over her body. When Master Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun wanted to hear about Zhuje Jingyi, he was silent for a moment and also agreed to Suyun, and slowly told Suyun about Zhuje Jingyi's story with some seriousness. "Your senior sister Jingyi is the granddaughter of Senior Zhuje Qingyun, and Senior Zhuje Qingyun is a close friend of my master. Speaking of which, Senior Zhuje Qingyun can be regarded as my master's uncle. When I and my senior brothers were not yet in existence, Senior Zhuje Qingyun was the second core senior brother of the Juyun Immortal Sect. Together with my master, they were known as the two peerless geniuses of the Juyun Immortal Sect. My master, who is also Xiao Yunyun's great master, is named Dugu Aoshi and has the same double surname as Senior Zhuje Qingyun. At that time, the two of them were famous throughout the Juyun province, and their reputation was very high. Except for the peerless evildoer Jiang Bingtian of the demon cult's killing god cult, who became the left protector at a young age, no one could even compare to them. Later, in order to compete for the position of the sect master of the Juyun Immortal Sect, the two made an agreement that whoever could defeat Jiang Bingtian of the demon cult's killing god cult would be the successor to the next sect master of the Juyun Immortal Sect. Then one day, the two of them charged directly into the god-slaying sect, wanting to compete with Jiang Bingtian. But at that time, the man named Jiang Bingtian was sent out to perform a mission. They did not see Jiang Bingtian himself, but saw a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy. And that woman was the saint of the demonic sect of the god-slaying sect. At that time, both my master, Dugu Aoshi, and Senior Zhuje Qingyun fell in love with the saint of the god-slaying sect at first sight. And the saint of the god-slaying sect had heard of the two men's talents and reputations, and had always wanted to compete with them. After the competition, the two of them abducted the saint of the god-slaying sect. The three of them traveled around Juyun province together, and even wanted to go outside Juyun province to take a look. But whether it was the demonic sect of the god-slaying sect or the Juyun Immortal Sect, they would definitely not let them leave Juyun province, and they sent disciples to capture them many times. It's just that the three of them are geniuses among geniuses, and the disciples who were sent out couldn't catch them at all. In the end, the leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect, who is also my master's great master, and the leader of the demon sect, the god-killing sect, took action at the same time to bring the three back. It's just that at that time, the master was supported by my master and uncle. The reason for this was that the master met the leader of the demon sect, the god-killing sect, and fought. The master was defeated by the leader of the demon sect and was seriously injured. After the master and the uncle returned to the Juyun Immortal Sect, the master immediately issued an order to establish the uncle Zhuge Qingyun as the next leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect, and then died half a month later due to serious injuries. At that time, the master and the uncle knelt in front of the master's coffin for 7 days and 7 nights without eating or drinking. After the master left, the master originally planned to assist the uncle to manage the Juyun Immortal Sect well. But he didn't expect that when the uncle succeeded to the position of the leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect, the uncle disappeared and only left a letter. The letter said that my uncle had given the position of the leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect to my master. And then my uncle left the Juyun Immortal Sect alone and went to the evil sect, the god-killing sect, to rescue the saint girl. After my master read the letter, he hurried to the god-killing sect, but my uncle had already left, and with him also disappeared the saint girl of the evil sect, the god-killing sect. My master knew that my uncle must have taken the saint girl away with him, so he had no choice but to return to the Juyun Immortal Sect and become the new leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect. But soon, news spread that the genius of the Juyun Immortal Sect, Zhuge Qingyun, was colluding with the saint girl of the evil sect, and the god-killing sect and all the other immortal sects, except the Juyun Immortal Sect, were hunting them down. In addition, many other immortal sects came to the Juyun Immortal Sect to demand an explanation. Under pressure from the various sects, my master had to remove my uncle from the Juyun Immortal Sect and announce his seclusion. This matter has been going on for decades. Both the immortals and the demons have been unable to find the uncle and the saint of the god-killing sect until 14 years ago, when a mysterious old man in a white robe came to the Juyun immortal sect with a 3-year-old girl in his arms. The mysterious old man in white robes was none other than my uncle, Zhu Qingyun. As for the 3-year-old girl, I'm sure you can guess without me saying Xiao Yunyun that it was your senior sister Jingyi. Speaking of which, I was only 7 years old at that time. After the uncle handed your senior sister Jingyi to my master, he left and didn't come back until 7 days later. But at that time, the uncle was covered in wounds and was dying. After the uncle left, the master sent someone to find out that during the 7 days that the uncle was away, the god-killing sect of the demon sect went to duel with Jiang Bingtian, the left protector of the god-killing sect. The two fought fiercely and both were injured in the end. As for whether Jiang Bingtian was dead or not, it was not reported, but there were some reports that he was in seclusion. As for why Uncle Master came back to duel with Jiang Bingtian at the end of his life, I don't know. So, your senior sister Jingyi was adopted by my master and became the eldest sister of Juyun Shanzong. However, your senior sister Jingyi was born with the 9-cold absolute meridian. Every time the 9-cold absolute chi erupts, it is extremely powerful. In order to suppress the 9-cold absolute chi for your senior sister Jingyi and prevent me from being injured by the 9-cold absolute chi, my master placed me alone on Fengming Peak. Master Yun Qingyu explained to Suyun very patiently. Master, if you say so, isn't senior sister Jingyi the granddaughter of Uncle Master and the saint of the Killing Heaven God sect? Suyun felt a little unbelievable after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said. At the same time, Suyun was also thinking in his heart, I didn't expect that this senior sister Jingyi is related to the demonic cult, the heaven-killing god cult, just like me. However, senior sister Jingyi's grandfather fought to the death with his grandfather, and both were injured. To some extent, he and senior sister Jingyi should be considered enemies, right? This is not good. As for his grandfather Jiang Bingtian, his life and death are now uncertain, which is also not good. When Master Yun Qingyu saw Suyun asking this, he thought about it and said, it should be. Yun Qingyu was referring to the grandfather-grandson relationship between Zhuge Jingyi and Zhuge Qingyun. After all, they both had the surname Zhuge. Oh, after hearing this, Suyun responded lightly, seeming to be a bit understated. Then he looked a little puzzled and said, Master, you said that even our master couldn't completely suppress senior sister Jingyi's 9-cold absolute chi. Now that our master has passed away, if senior sister Jingyi's 9-cold absolute chi breaks out again, won't the entire Juyun Shanzong be affected? Yes. Now in the entire Juyun Shanzong, only Nanlin, the direct disciple of your master uncle, who has the Sanyang bloodline, has the opportunity to suppress your senior sister Jingyi's 9-cold absolute chi. Your master uncle has also been trying to match the two of them, so that they can form a couple to practice dual cultivation. Master Yun Qingyu said. Ah, dual cultivation? Suyun was surprised after hearing this. With that iron face? This morning, when Master Yun Qingyu took Suyun to the main peak of Juyun Shanzong, he had seen Nanlin, and Nanlin was with senior sister Yang Yuewei. To be honest, Suyun didn't think that the iron face was worthy of senior sister Jingyi. But he didn't expect that guy to be a Sanyang bloodline. As for some things about blood, Suyun had naturally heard or understood them. Sanyang blood? Just hearing the name of this blood makes one feel that it is somewhat extraordinary. It must be not much different from senior sister Jingyi's 9-cold absolute blood. Otherwise, it would not be able to suppress senior sister Jingyi's 9-cold absolute chi. However, if they practice dual cultivation, it would be too easy for that iron face. Master, did senior sister Jingyi agree? Then Suyun asked hurriedly. If senior sister Jingyi agreed, it would be like a pure lotus stuck in that iron block. No, Master Yun said softly. Then he continued. Your senior sister Jingyi said that she doesn't like Nanlin, and she doesn't like men younger than her as her cultivation partner. Ah. After hearing this, Suyun was struck by lightning again. However, Suyun recovered quickly and looked at his master Yun Qingyu with a slightly evil smile and said, What about you, master? Do you like men younger than you as your cultivation partner? What cultivation partner or not? My master can't contain the spiritual energy in my body and can't practice normally, so what kind of cultivation partner do I need? After hearing this, Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun's playful expression with a slightly evil smile, and couldn't help but said shyly, What if, master, you can practice in the future? Suyun still asked relentlessly. After all, his master is the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, and Suyun doesn't believe that his master will never be able to practice normally like this. Then, let's talk about it later, Yun Qingyu said. Then he stretched out his jade hand and knocked on Suyun's head. I was clearly talking about your senior sister Jingyi just now. Why did you suddenly bring it to my head? Well, I just asked, by the way. Suyun touched the part of his head that was knocked by Master Yun Qingyu and said weakly, Just asking. Are you just asking? You keep asking me, Yun Qingyu said angrily after hearing what Suyun said. However, if your senior sister Jingyi can hold on for 3 months, maybe there will be a chance to completely control the 9 cold absolute qi in her body. Yun Qingyu continued to speak thoughtfully. Why? Suyun was a little confused. Because in 3 months, Juyun Province will hold a 4-year 10 stars competition. As long as you can win the 10 stars championship, you can get the map of the strange fire, the Earth Core Fire. If you can subdue the Earth Core Fire, the 9 cold absolute qi in your senior sister Jingyi's body will naturally be completely suppressed, Master Yun Qingyu explained. Strange fire? Can the strange fire save senior sister Jingyi? Suyun's eyes lit up when he heard the word strange fire. Yes, the strange fire is the fire of the most yang, much stronger than Nanlin's 3 yang bloodline, and your senior sister Jingyi's 9 cold absolute qi can only be completely suppressed by the strange fire. It's just... At this point, Yun Qingyu's beautiful face suddenly showed a trace of regret and sadness. Just what? Seeing this, Suyun hurriedly asked again. It's just that your senior sister Jingyi's 9 cold absolute qi will erupt once every 3 years, and the time of eruption is getting shorter and shorter. The last eruption was the day before the sect held the disciple competition 3 years ago. Now there are less than 7 days before the 3-year disciple competition. During these 7 days, your senior sister Jingyi's 9 cold absolute qi may erupt at any time. I'm afraid she won't be able to wait until the 10-star competition in 3 months. Although Yun Qingyu is the junior uncle of the Juyun Shanzong, he is only 7 years older than Juje Jingyi. The two can almost be said to have grown up together. In addition, Yun Qingyu's body was not able to hold enough spiritual energy and could not practice normally, and Zhu Jingyi had been suffering from the torture of the 9 cold absolute qi, and was also unable to practice at ease. The fate and experience of the two can be said to be very similar, so naturally they felt sorry for each other. Seeing this, Suyun was silent for a moment, and couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu with a smile and said, Master, why are you so pessimistic? What if senior sister Jingyi survived? As for the fact that he had a strange fire, Suyun decided to hide it from his master for the time being. After all, strange fire was too precious and ostentatious. If it was accidentally leaked out, it would inevitably attract countless people to fight and hunt. In addition, the cluster of strange fire he had was too weak, and it might not be able to help senior sister Jingyi suppress the 9 cold absolute qi in her body. So Suyun planned not to tell his master first, and find an opportunity to meet senior sister Jingyi secretly another day to see if his small cluster of strange fire could help her suppress the 9 cold absolute qi in her body. If it can be done naturally, it would be the best. If it can't be done, then there is nothing I can do. At that time, I can only rely on senior sister Jingyi. Xiao Yunyun, what are you thinking about? Master Yun Qingyu saw that Suyun didn't speak for a long time and looked thoughtful. She looked at Suyun with a slightly confused look and asked, No, I was just wondering, is it like senior sister Jingyi? The stronger the blood power, the more difficult it is to fully awaken, and the more and deeper the sufferings you will suffer. Suyun heard what Master Yun Qingyu said, looked at Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful and slightly confused face, and said thoughtfully. At the same time, Suyun also thought of his beautiful master. As the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, how powerful should her blood power be? How difficult would it be to awaken? How unimaginable would the sufferings she suffered when awakening be? However, the beautiful master didn't seem to know that she was the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be related to the seal on her body? Suyun looked at the beautiful master's charming appearance, and his heart was really complicated. Little Yunyun, why are you staring at me again? Yun Qingyu saw Suyun staring at her for no reason again, and she couldn't help but turn her head slightly, and a faint shyness appeared on her beautiful face. Master, it's mainly because you are too beautiful. Every time I look at you, I accidentally get fascinated. Suyun couldn't help but chuckled and said. Then he continued, And Master, you are wearing this red fairy dress now. You look like a red fairy. It's even easier for me to get fascinated. Suyun looked at the beautiful master from top to bottom. It was really, there are beautiful women in the world who are independent and independent. One look can make a city fall. Another look can make a country fall. Wouldn't you rather not know how to make a city fall and a country fall? It's hard to find another one in the world. Huh, little Yunyun, you only know how to say this. I don't know how many times you have said it. I am almost tired of hearing it, Yun Qingyu said with a little bit of coquettishness, but although she said this, her heart was sweet, and Su-yun, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, couldn't help but waved his hand and said, "Since, Master, you don't like to hear it, then I won't say it anymore." After that, Su-yun stared at Master's pretty face again and looked at it by himself. He really wanted to stop time at this moment forever and keep it like this with Master. Master Yun Qingyu was stared at by Su-yun, and her beautiful face became more and more red. The next moment, Yun Qingyu turned around and said to Su-yun, "Little Yun, practice the Fengming sword technique by yourself first. Your master will not accompany you." After saying that, Yun Qingyu quickly stretched out her two delicate hands to push open the door of the thatched hut and entered the thatched hut. Seeing this, Su-yun could not help but be stunned. After a moment, he came back to his senses, shook his head slightly, and then turned around to practice the Fengming sword technique several times according to what Master Yun Qingyu said. "No, I seem to have forgotten to tell Master about you." Su-yun was about to practice when he suddenly remembered this. He quickly turned around again. However, after seeing that the door of the thatched hut had been closed by Master Yun Qingyu, Su-yun could not help but stop instantly. "Forget it, let's wait until Master comes out later." Thinking of this, Su-yun had already begun to practice the Fengming sword technique slowly. The first trick, Lin Chen. The second trick. The third trick, Yu Luo. The fourth trick, Fei Xing. The fifth trick, Liu Guang. The sixth trick, Po Kong. Su-yun picked up a fairly straight branch with his right hand and kept gesturing. Although Master Yun Qingyu had entered the thatched cottage at this moment, he leaned his back against the door, his heartbeat accelerated a little, and his pretty face flushed a little. He raised his slender jade hand and touched his pretty face on the right side, which was still a little hot. "What's wrong with me? Why do I feel a little shy when I hear Xiao Yun praise me?" Master Yun Qingyu raised his other hand and touched his chest, his heart still beating faster. "Never mind, let's sleep first, and it should be fine after I wake up," Yun Qingyu thought to himself. Then Yun Qingyu took a step and walked towards the bedside next to the window. When he came to the bedside, Yun Qingyu slightly turned his head to look at the door, then retracted his gaze and lay down on the bed. She placed her hands under her right pretty face, closed her beautiful eyes and began to sleep. Soon, Master Yun Qingyu fell asleep. Outside the thatched cottage, Su-yun was practicing the Fengming sword technique over and over again, with the sound and movement getting louder and louder. However, even though the noise outside was huge and thunderous, it was impossible to wake up the sleeping master. "Emperor of Heaven, I will kill you and destroy your heaven." The beautiful master who was sleeping soundly suddenly heard such a voice. The next moment, Yun Qingyu appeared in a chaotic mist. "Emperor of Heaven, you wait for me. When I break the seal, I will definitely kill the heaven again and destroy your heaven." In the chaos, the voice kept ringing. "Who are you? Where is this? How did I end up here? Little Yun, where are you?" Yun Qingyu heard the voice and kept turning her head to look around, but she couldn't see anything except a chaotic fog. "Who am I? Ha! Who am I? I am the nine-tailed fox goddess, the supreme of the demon realm. 15 years ago, I led the demon world to kill the heaven. If it weren't for your father using you as a container to forcibly seal me in your body, the heaven would have been destroyed by me long ago. Wait, it won't be long before I break the seal. By then, both you and your father, the Emperor of Heaven, will die in my hands. Ha! The voice laughed more and more crazily, with resentment and unwillingness in the craziness. "Master! The next moment, Yun Qingyu suddenly woke up from her sleep. "Master, what's wrong with you?" When Yun Qingyu opened her eyes, she saw Su-yun standing at the head of the bed, his hands tightly pressed on her shoulders, looking at her with a worried look. Originally, Su-yun was practicing Fengming sword technique outside the thatched hut, but while practicing, he suddenly heard the voice of Master Yun Qingyu calling him from inside the thatched hut. Su-yun felt something was wrong when he heard the voice, and he could not help but stop his movements and rushed into the thatched hut. After entering the thatched hut, Su-yun saw Master Yun Qingyu lying on the bed, talking in her sleep and calling his name as if she had a nightmare. So Su-yun hurried to the bedside and wanted to wake up Master Yun Qingyu. However, the sound alone could not wake up the beautiful master, so Su-yun had to stretch out his hands and grab the shoulders of the master, trying to wake her up. Sure enough, after shaking for a while, Master Yun Qingyu opened her eyes. Little Yun. Master Yun Qingyu opened her beautiful eyes like star gems and saw Su-yun standing at the head of her bed, holding her shoulders tightly with both hands. A handsome face was almost approaching hers, and she couldn't help but frown and look at Su-yun with a slightly confused look. If other people saw this scene, they would probably be stunned and couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Master, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Suyun slowly let go of his hands that were holding Master Yun Qingyu's shoulders, then sat down at the head of the bed, looked at Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful face and asked again. After all, the way she looked just now looked like she had a bad dream. And Yun Qingyu, lying straight on the bed, recalled what happened in the dream just now, but she didn't remember anything. Looking at Suyun, he said, Xiao Yunyun, the master can't remember it either. I just remember that there seems to be a name called Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox Goddess. Ah, Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox Goddess? After Suyun heard this, his eyes instantly revealed a confused look. The beautiful master is the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. How could she be related to the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox Goddess? Moreover, the name of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox sounds like the name of a great demon. Suyun really can't figure out the connection between the two. However, he didn't want to think about it anymore. After a moment of silence, Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said hesitantly, Master, have you heard of the Soul Realm and Soul Spirit? Soul Realm? Soul Spirit? What is that? After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and shook his head slightly. Master, actually the Soul Realm is a world that is in the same time and space as our world, but different from it. Different world? Master Yun Qingyu was confused when she heard Suyun say this. For example, Suyun originally intended to explain it to Master Yun Qingyu, but found that it seemed impossible to explain it specifically. You can't tell her about parallel worlds or something like that. What's more, the soul realm and the human world are not parallel worlds. Forget it. I'll just let you see it directly, Master. Suyun couldn't explain it clearly, so he had to show it with facts. Then he said to Shanyuer in the soul space, Yuer, come out. Oh. Shanyuer at this moment was also in the soul space, watching Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu. At this moment, Shanyuer's two snow-white and slender jade hands were folded in front of her, and her heart was very nervous. Seeing Suyun letting her out, she slowly let go of her two clasped jade hands and then opened the stone door of the soul space. The next moment, she saw the fairy Yuer, who was wearing a purple glass fairy dress, slowly walking out of the soul space. But in the eyes of Master Yun Qingyu, it was as if a beautiful girl tore open the void with her hands, and then came from other spaces to the space where Suyun and his master were. Xiao Yunyun. This is... Master Yun Qingyu was lying on the bed, with a pair of beautiful eyes as gorgeous as star gems, full of surprise and disbelief. Master, do you remember the cat I brought back when I went to collect firewood? Yuer is the cat I brought back, but she is not a cat, but my contracted soul, a soul world person. Soul world people are actually almost the same as us. At that time, in order to hide it from you, Master, I made Yuer look like a cat. Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and explained. Master Yun Qingyu, after listening to Suyun's words, still didn't quite understand what Suyun was saying. After staring at Shanyuer for a while, he looked at Suyun and asked, Xiao Yunyun, what do you want to do by bringing her to see your master? Master, it's like this. Although the soul realm and the human world exist in the same time and space, they are separated by a soul gate. Under normal circumstances, people from the soul realm cannot open the soul gate to come to the human world, and humans cannot sense the soul gate to go to the soul realm. Only soul refiners who have practiced soul refining and mastered the art of spiritual communication have the opportunity to communicate with people from the soul realm. After communicating with the people from the soul realm, if both parties are willing, a soul contract can be concluded, and then the soul gate of the soul realm can be opened, allowing the people from the soul realm to come to the human world. After people from the soul realm come to the human world, they are generally called contracted souls. In addition, once a person from the soul realm concludes a soul contract with a human soul refiner and comes to the human world, it will be difficult to open the soul gate and return to the soul realm. So generally speaking, after people from the soul realm come to the human world, they will share the same fate as the soul refiners who have concluded a soul contract with them, and they will suffer together. Also, after the soul world people come to the human world, they also have a small space that belongs to their souls. This small space is called the soul space. Yuer just came out of the soul space. Suyun looked at Shanyuer and explained to Master Yun Qingyu, patiently and carefully. Shanyuer folded her two delicate hands in front of her and stood motionless in front of Suyun and Master Yun Qingyu. She looked like a well-behaved fairy. Xiao Yunyun, you then. Master Yun Qingyu was very emotional for a while after hearing this, and didn't know what to say. Master, I said I won't hide it from you anymore. I am not only a martial artist in the first realm of creation, but also a primary soul refiner of the Xuan level. Suyun said in a very perverse manner. Then he added, By the way, when we were returning to Fengming Peak from the main peak, we accidentally fell from midair, and it was Yue who used up all her soul power to save us. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have fallen to my death. To be honest, Suyun was very nervous and uneasy at the moment. He didn't know what the beautiful master's attitude and impression of Shan Yue was. He could only try his best to make the beautiful master accept the two concepts of soul world and soul spirit in his heart. As for Shan Yue, Master Yun Qingyu, who was looking at Suyun at this moment, was also silent, or he didn't know what to say either. Xiao Yunyun, that, since you said she is your contracted soul spirit, then the master knows. Why don't you take her out to play first? The master wants to be quiet first. Master Yun Qingyu glanced at Shan Yue, who was very well behaved, and then looked at Suyun and said, after all, whether it was the soul world or soul spirit, Master Yun Qingyu had never heard of it, let alone seen it. Let's not talk about other things first. Just the fact that he suddenly became a living person out of thin air is hard for anyone to accept at first. And Suyun, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, saw that Yun Qingyu looked solemn and complicated. He could only respond softly, "Oh." Then Suyun stood up from the bed, walked to Shan Yuer's side, pulled Shan Yuer out of the thatched cottage, and closed the door of the thatched cottage. After all, it would take a little time for anyone to sort out their thoughts. "Brother Suyun, your master won't stop me from living with you. Otherwise, I'd better return to the soul space." After walking out of the thatched cottage, Shan Yuer finally looked at Suyun and said, "Well, I can't be sure whether master will accept you for the time being. Let's wait and see." After hearing this, Suyun looked at the door of the thatched cottage and couldn't help but look at Shan Yuer and said comfortingly, "If the beautiful master really didn't accept Shan Yuer, Suyun would have no choice but to take things one step at a time. If it really didn't work, he would wait until he found a way to break the soul contract with the soul and send Shan Yuer back to the soul world. After all, Suyun couldn't do anything to hurt the beautiful master. Even if he betrayed the whole world, he would never betray the beautiful master." "Oh!" After hearing what Suyun said, Shan Yuer had no choice but to sit on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree outside the thatched house with Suyun and wait patiently. However, at this moment, Shan Yuer was more nervous than when she came out of the soul space and saw Suyun's master Yun Qingyu, and she was also a little nervous. She really didn't want to stay alone in the boundless and lonely soul space. If she continued to stay in the soul space, she could even imagine how she would collapse one day. It's like a person in a narrow cave. If it's not for retreat, ordinary people would collapse and go crazy in a few days. Shan Yuer, who had been alone in the soul space for such a long time, was still able to maintain her frankness and nature, which was already very rare. After all, she was still just an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Just like that, Shan Yuer and Suyun sat on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree and waited nervously. It was not until almost half an hour later that the door of the thatched hut was slowly pushed open from the inside. Then, Master Yun Qingyu slowly walked out of the thatched hut. However, Yun Qingyu at this moment had already taken off her gorgeous red makeup and put on her usual plain dress. "Master!" Suyun and Shan Yuer heard the sound of the thatched hut door being pushed open from the inside, and they couldn't help but stand up from the wooden bench and turned around to look at the door of the master's thatched hut. Seeing Master Yun Qingyu walking out of the house, Suyun also hurriedly called out. Master Yun Qingyu, upon hearing Nanju calling her, did not reply immediately. She glanced at Shan Yuer, who was wearing a purple-colored glass fairy dress, and then looked at Suyun and said indifferently, "Little Yun, since you said she is your contracted soul, then I will accept her." After that, Yun Qingyu glanced at Shan Yuer beside Suyun again, and then planned to turn around and return to the thatched cottage. However, just as she turned around, she was stopped by Suyun again. Suyun glanced at Shan Yuer standing beside him, and then looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, "Master, I actually have another request." "What request?" Yun Qingyu turned around and looked at Suyun and asked in confusion. "I want to ask Master to accept Yuer as a disciple," Suyun said. "Ah, why?" Master Yun Qingyu was very puzzled by Suyun's request. "Master, it's actually like this." Then Suyun slowly told Master Yun Qingyu about the ancient times when souls, soul refiners, and warriors competed for souls. "So, little Yun, you asked me to accept her as a disciple in order to hide her soul's identity?" After hearing what Suyun said, Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun for confirmation. "Yes," Suyun replied truthfully. After that, Suyun had another idea, looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, "Then I pretended to be the brother of Xier. Then Xier's name is the same as mine, Su Xier." As he spoke, Suyun also turned his head to see Shan Xier's opinion. Shan Yuer, hearing Suyun's words, naturally nodded in agreement and said, "Then from now on, I will be called Suyuer. This, Master Yun Qingyu saw this and felt that Xianyuer was quite innocent and cute. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but look at the two and said, "Okay, then you will be Xiao Yunyun's sister in the future, and call me Master like Xiao Yunyun. I will also keep your identity as a soul spirit in the soul world a secret for you." "Yes, thank you, Master." After hearing this, Suyun and Xianyuer couldn't help but look at Yun Qingyu and salute. "Okay, Xiao Yunyun, take Yuer around Fengming Peak first. I'm a little sleepy and want to sleep a little longer." Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and Xianyuer and said with a slightly tired spirit. After speaking, Yun Qingyu walked into the thatched hut and closed the door of the thatched hut again. In fact, Yun Qingyu didn't care about the identity of the soul of Xianyuer's soul realm, but she didn't want the beauty of her and Suyun's world to be broken, so she hesitated in the thatched cottage for half an hour. However, since she was Suyun's contracted soul, they had signed a soul contract and they shared the same fate, and even if Yun Qingyu was unwilling, she was forced to accept it in the end. At the same time, Yun Qingyu was not a heartless person. She could empathize with Xianyuer's feelings of being alone in the soul space. Over the past 10 years, in order to suppress Juhanjueqi for Zhuje Jingyi, the master left her alone on Fengming Peak, and the 8 senior brothers practiced in seclusion to improve their cultivation. Only the 8th senior brother, Wu Ziling, often came to Fengming Peak to visit her. Apart from that, only Yang Yuye was left. Therefore, she knew what loneliness and solitude felt like. After accepting Suyun as her disciple, although she had asked Suyun to serve her tea and water, wash clothes and cook for her in the past 3 months, she still cared about Suyun very much in her heart, and was afraid that one day Suyun would leave her. Now, Suyun has the cultivation strength of the first realm of creation, and he has become a soul refiner. He can leave her, leaving her useless master who can't contain spiritual energy and can't practice normally. But he didn't. He still recognized me as his master and was willing to stay with me. He also said that he would stay by my side and take care of me for the rest of his life. I promised to accept Xianer as my apprentice and help him conceal the identity of Xianer's soul world. It's not a bad idea. Master Yun Qingyu gently pushed the door of the thatched hut open a crack and looked at Suyun and Xianer standing together outside. Seeing that both of them had a smile on their faces, he couldn't help but gently close the crack again. Then Yun Qingyu walked out to the head of the bed near the window again and sat on the bed all of a sudden. Suyun, who was outside the thatched hut, saw that the beautiful master accepted Xianer. He was a little happy for Xianer for a moment, and then cast his eyes to the position of the door of the thatched hut, but his eyes revealed a touch of worry and solemnity. "Brother Suyun, what's wrong with you? Why do you look a little unhappy?" Seeing this, Xianer couldn't help but look at Suyun and asked. At the same time, Xianyuer followed Suyun's gaze and looked at the entrance of the thatched cottage, but she couldn't figure out what Suyun was looking at or worried about. "No, I'm fine." Suyun saw Xianyuer asking, and quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Xianyuer. Then he continued, "Let's go. I'll accompany you to walk around Fengming Peak." "Oh." After hearing this, Xianyuer responded softly, then looked at the entrance of the thatched cottage again and followed Suyun to the outside of Fengming Peak. Although Fengming Peak, where Suyun and his master lived, was very simple, the scenery on the mountain was good, and there were many fruit trees planted on this Fengming Peak. It is said that these fruit trees were planted by Li Fengming, the 9th uncle of Juyun Xianzong, a long time ago. Now they have all grown into big trees, blooming and bearing fruits, and are sweet and delicious. Walking on the road to the outside of Fengming Peak with Xianyuer, Suyun couldn't help but worry about the beautiful master in his heart. However, even if he entered the thatched cottage to accompany her at this time, he didn't seem to know what to say to her. Thinking of this, Suyun planned to let the beautiful master be alone, and then take Xianyuer out for a walk. Master Yun Qingyu, sitting on the bed at this moment, kept looking at the door of the thatched cottage. She felt a little complicated in her heart. She wanted to go out with Suyun and Xianyuer, but she didn't know what to talk to them after going out. After a long time, Master Yun Qingyu saw that she could no longer hear the voices of Suyun and Xianyuer outside the thatched cottage, so she slowly stood up from the bed. Then she slowly walked towards the door of the thatched cottage. When she came to the door of the thatched cottage, Yun Qingyu stretched out her jade hand and gently opened the door a crack, then looked outside through the crack. After seeing that Suyun and Xianyuer were not there, she directly opened the door of the thatched cottage. Then, Master Yun Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief, and then she walked out with the plain belt on her right wrist, shaking it. After walking out of the thatched house, Yun Qingyu went directly to the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree and sat down, then looked outside Fengming Peak. Seeing that Suyun and Xianxie had not returned yet, she lay down on the wooden bench again, closed her beautiful eyes and fell asleep. "Xie, let's go. I'm a little worried about Master. Let's go back." Suyun had just walked out of Fengming Peak with Xianxie, and before they had time to look around, they could no longer suppress their worries about the beautiful Master in their hearts and wanted to go back quickly. Xianxie, who was originally walking around happily, saw Suyun said he wanted to go back and saw the worry on Suyun's face about Master, so she had to agree. Looking at Suyun, she pouted her pink lips and said, "Okay." After that, Xianxie took Suyun's left hand with her fair and tender right hand and led Suyun back the way she came. Suyun saw this and looked at Xianxie's quirky look. A smile unconsciously appeared on her handsome face. So this is what it feels like to have a younger sister? Suyun thought to himself. From childhood to adulthood, Suyun had always hoped to have a younger sister. But his parents just wouldn't give him one, which inevitably made Suyun complain about his parents. But now, his parents were killed and his family was destroyed, so he couldn't complain even if he wanted to. Looking at Xianxie walking in front of him holding his left hand, Suyun couldn't help but have the idea in his heart that he would take good care of Xianxie for her father and mother in the soul world. Even though Xianxie's mother was dead, otherwise, Xianxie probably wouldn't have signed a soul contract with him and left the soul world to come to the human world. Since he had let Xianxie leave the soul world and come to the human world, he naturally had to take care of her on behalf of his family. If there was a chance, Suyun even wanted to go to the soul world to see what the soul world was like and whether it was different from the human world. Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but exert a little force on his left hand, which was being held by Xianxie, and held it tighter. At this moment, in the meeting hall on the main peak of Juyun Shanzong, Zhuge Jingyi just walked out of the meeting hall and ran into Yang Yuewei and Nanlin. Yang Yuewei followed Nanlin. The three of them saw each other and stopped instantly, then looked at each other and stared at each other for a moment, but no one spoke. Then they all took a step forward and passed each other. "Master! Greetings to the headmaster!" Nanlin and Yang Yuewei walked into the meeting hall. Nanlin turned around and glanced at Zhuge Jingyi's back as she left, then looked at Murong Yuntian, who was standing in the hall, and saluted. "No need to be polite. Come in." Murong Yuntian looked at Nanlin and said with a smile. Then Nanlin and Yang Yuewei walked towards the middle of the hall. "Reporting to Master the matter of the Misty Mountain." "No need to say. Jingyi has already told me. Don't worry about it next." Nanlin just opened his mouth, but before he could finish half of his words, he was interrupted by Murong Yuntian. "Then Master, senior sister Jingyi." After hearing this, Nanlin immediately spoke again. His voice seemed a little hesitant. Although Nanlin admired Zhuge Jingyi in his heart, they were both cold-tempered. In addition, in order to compete for the position of the top 10 core disciples of the Nine Clouds Immortal Sect 3 years ago, the two of them refused to give in and took the position of the top 10 core disciples from Zhuge Jingyi. So now when the two meet, they don't even talk, which makes it impossible for them to get along. But in Nanlin's heart, he likes this senior sister Jingyi, which makes it very awkward every time they meet. It's like two pieces of ice touching each other, neither blending nor melting each other. The only thing they can feel is the invisible cold that keeps coming. That, Linner, your senior sister Jingyi, still doesn't agree. Murong Yuntian paused and said, helplessly. After all, he has no way to deal with this kind of thing. Oh, Nanlin, hearing Murong Yuntian say this, just said, "Oh," softly. Then he looked at Murong Yuntian and said, "If Master has nothing else to do, I will leave with junior sister Yuewei." "Well, go ahead. Also, prepare well for the upcoming sect competition," Murong Yuntian said. "Well, got it," Nanlin replied. Nanlin took Yang Yuewei out of the meeting hall. Yang Yuewei followed Nanlin, and as she walked out of the meeting hall, she couldn't help but look back at Murong Yuntian. Yang Yuewei naturally knew about Nanlin's pursuit of senior sister Jingyi. In addition, in fact in Yang Yuewei's heart, she once had a crush on Nanlin. After all, which woman doesn't like an excellent man? However, after Yang Yuewei told her master Lin Jingchen that she liked Nanlin, she was opposed by Lin Jingchen. You know, when the old leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect had not yet passed away, the eldest brother, Murong Yuntian, had the highest cultivation level, and in terms of talent and potential, the seventh brother Lin Jingchen had the highest talent and potential. So the two of them are the most likely to become the new leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect. Lin Jingchen is naturally unwilling to give up the disciples he has taught with great difficulty to the apprentices of his competitors. Now that the old leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect has passed away, the eldest senior brother, Murong Yuntian has succeeded to the position of the new leader of the Juyun immortal sect. Although Lin Jingchen is very unwilling in his heart, he will not give his disciples away for nothing. Moreover, Lin Jingchen's goal is not as simple as the position of the leader of the Juyun immortal sect. Then senior brother Nanlin, I will go back if there is nothing else. After Yang Yue followed Nanlin out of the meeting hall of the main peak, they walked almost all the way. Seeing that Nanlin didn't say anything, she couldn't help but look up at Nanlin and said, Nanlin was thinking about Zhu Jingyi all the way. After a long time, he reacted and looked at Yang Yue and replied, Oh go! You've worked hard! Nanlin looked at Yang Yue's fair and pretty face. For some reason Zhu Jingyi's figure always appeared in front of him. As for Yang Yue, he has always regarded her as a little sister. Seeing this, Yang Yue glanced at Nanlin's handsome face that looked like a block of iron, and couldn't help but pout slightly, then turned away with a look of loss. As for Nanlin, he glanced at the figure of his junior sister going away and took a step forward to return to Tianshan Peak. Although Zhu Jingyi did not belong to a big mountain like Su Yunji's master, Yun Qingyu and the other 8 senior brothers, she had a small peak that belonged to her. This small peak was located between the main peak and Fengming Peak. When the old master of Juyun Xianzong suppressed Juhan Jueqi for her, it was on this small peak. The old master of Juyun Xianzong named it Jingyi Xiaofeng after Zhuje Jingyi, and issued an order to everyone in Juyun Xianzong that no one could enter Jingyi Xiaofeng without permission, without Zhuje Jingyi's consent, and those who violated the rules of Juyun Xianzong would be punished. Therefore, even the new master of Juyun Xianzong, Murong Yuntian, and several other core teachers and brothers were not allowed to enter Jingyi Xiaofeng without permission. Now, the old leader of Juyun Xianzong has passed away, and Zhu Jingyi is the only one left in Jingyi Peak. At this moment, Zhu Jingyi has returned to Jingyi Peak, sitting alone outside a cave in Jingyi Peak, looking at the empty and quiet surroundings, feeling extremely lonely and desolate in his heart. There are 2 residences on Jingyi Peak. One is the small bamboo house where the old leader of Juyun Xianzong lived before his death. It was built to help Zhu Jingyi suppress Juhan Jueqi and is the residence of the old leader of Juyun Xianzong. The other one is on the top of Jingyi Peak. It is a cave. There is an osmanthus tree outside the cave, and there is a smooth white stone under the hanging flower tree. At this moment, Zhuge Jingyi is sitting on the big stone. How about go to Fengming Peak to play with Junior Master Yun? Zhu Jingyi looked around, but felt extremely lonely and desolate. The 2 peaks closest to Jingyi Peak are the main peak of Juyun Xianzong and Fengming Peak, where Su Yun and his master Yun Qingyu live. Zhuje Jingyi had just returned from the main peak, and there was naturally nothing fun on the main peak, so Zhuje Jingyi could not help but cast her dark and clear eyes towards Fengming Peak in the east. At the same time, Zhu Jingyi could not help but recall the scene of meeting Su Yun and his master Yun Qingyu outside Yunwu Mishan. When she thought of the scene of Su Yun hugging his master, Yun Qingyu, Zhuge Jingyi's cold and pretty face could not help but blush. The next moment, Zhuge Jingyi withdrew her gaze from Fengming Peak, slowly stood up from the big rock, and then put the long sword in her hand on the ground. Zhuge Jingyi jumped lightly and jumped onto the long sword. Then, Zhuge Jingyi controlled the long sword and slowly flew towards Fengming Peak. Brother Su Yun, please slow down. Why are you walking so fast? At this moment, on Fengming Peak, Xianyue, who was originally pulling Su Yun in front, was directly left behind by Su Yun. Xianyue stretched out her delicate hands to pull the corner of Su Yun's clothes, and she was almost unable to keep up with Su Yun's speed. Su Yun was naturally a little worried about Master Yun Qingyu, so he walked so fast. Xianyue shouted from behind, but Su Yun ignored Xianyue. Brother Su Yun. Xianyue followed behind Su Yun, just like a sister chasing after her. Brother Yue, I'm a little worried about Master. Please hurry up. I'll accompany you out for a good stroll later. Su Yun turned his head and looked at Xianyue, who was pulling his clothes and acting coquettishly all the way. He naturally knew that Xianyue was pretending to be tired. A soul spirit in the early stage of the Xuan realm was comparable to a human martial artist in the late stage of the Tongqian realm. How could she be so easily tired? Well, okay. Xianyue heard what Su Yun said and didn't intend to continue to act like a spoiled child. She couldn't help but pout her pink lips and looked at Su Yun and said. Then, Xianyue instantly sped up and walked to Su Yun's side. Together with Su Yun, they walked quickly towards the thatched cottage in Fengming Peak. Brother Su Yun, what is that? As a soul spirit in the soul world, Xianyue's perception was extremely sharp. Just by accident, she noticed that something seemed to be flying towards Fengming Peak. What is that? Someone is coming! Su Yun heard what Xianyue said and couldn't help but cast his eyes in the direction Xianyue pointed. After staring at that direction for a while, he finally saw clearly that it seemed to be a human figure. Then, Brother Suyun, should I go back to the soul space first? After hearing what Suyun said, Xianyuer looked at Suyun and asked, How about you go back to the soul space for a while? After hearing Xianyuer's question, Suyun pondered for a moment, but couldn't help but look at Xianyuer and said, After all, when Master Yun Qingyu and senior sister Yang Yueyue came up, Xianyuer was not there. When the senior brothers of the beautiful master came to Fengming Peak to visit the beautiful master, Xianyuer was also not there. Now suddenly telling the visitor that Xianyuer is his sister, it is likely to arouse suspicion and awareness. Therefore, it is best to let Xianyuer go back to the soul space for a while. When he goes down or leaves this secret realm, let Xianyuer appear in front of others and say that Xianyuer is his lost sister who has just been found. This should be the safest option. Okay then? Xianyuer pouted her pink lips again after hearing this, and finally agreed. Then Xianyuer looked at Suyun reluctantly, opened the stone door of the soul space, and entered the soul space. Suyun, after watching Xianyuer enter the soul space, stood there waiting, wanting to see who came to Fengming Peak. Who is that? Senior sister Jingyi? Soon the figure was about to land on the periphery of Fengming Peak. Suyun finally saw the face of the person who came, and it was the cool and pretty core second senior sister, Zhuge Jingyi. Junior brother Yun and junior uncle Yun? Have they always been like this? Zhuge Jingyi squatted beside the iron pot, watching Suyun feed Master Yun Qingyu porridge mouthful by mouthful. Master Yun Qingyu asked Suyun to feed her, like a little child. This scene really made Zhuge Jingyi feel warm and cozy. In addition, Zhuge Jingyi also felt a little envious in her heart. She stared at Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu without blinking. After a while, Suyun's eyes fell on Zhuge Jingyi, who was staring at him and Master Yun Qingyu in a fascinated way. He couldn't help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and smiled slightly, saying, Senior sister Jingyi, what are you looking at us for? You should also take a bowl of porridge to eat. At this moment, Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi in this state. In addition to her pretty face and coldness, she looked a little cute. Oh, okay. Zhuge Jingyi heard Suyun's reminder and came back to her senses. She couldn't help but look at Suyun and nodded slightly. Then, Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu, then turned her head and took the bowl to serve porridge. Suyun continued to feed his master Yun Qingyu porridge like a child. Master, how is it? Are you full? If not, I'll serve you more. About 10 minutes later, Suyun finally fed the porridge in the bowl to his master Yun Qingyu, and she finished it. Suyun looked at the beautiful master who had a grain of porridge at the corner of her mouth, and couldn't help but reach out to wipe it gently. Master Yun Qingyu nodded slightly when Suyun asked her, Then I'll serve you more. Seeing this, Suyun stood up and walked towards the iron pot with an empty bowl. When he came to the iron pot, Suyun saw Zhuge Jingyi sipping the porridge in small sips, just like sipping tea. The movement of eating was so dignified and elegant. He couldn't help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and said with a smile, Senior sister Jingyi, don't be polite. If you think it tastes good, eat more. There is still more in the pot after you finish it. If it is not enough, I can cook more. Oh, okay. After hearing this, Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun's handsome face with a smile and nodded, slightly. When watching Suyun feeding his master Yun Qingyu, Zhuge Jingyi couldn't help but recall his childhood. At that time, his grandfather Zhuge Qingyun was still by his side. Every time he ate, his grandfather Zhuge Qingyun fed him so attentively. At that time, I said that the food my grandfather cooked was not tasty, and I was picky and wanted to eat something else. Now that I think about it, the food my grandfather cooked is actually very delicious. But now my grandfather is no longer here, so even if I want to eat, I can't. Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun, who had just served the porridge and brought it to Master Yun Qingyu again to feed Master Yun Qingyu, and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in her heart. If my grandfather were still here, how great it would be. While thinking about this, Zhuge Jingyi couldn't help but have tears in her deep, clear, and beautiful eyes, and they fell into the bowl along her cold and pretty face without knowing it. Little Yunyun, your master is full. After about 3 or 5 minutes, Master Yun Qingyu's voice suddenly sounded, looking at Suyun and said, Ah, but master, you haven't finished eating yet. After hearing this, Suyun glanced at the remaining half bowl of porridge in his right hand, and couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and said with some doubt, Master is full. Little Yunyun, you eat. After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun again and said, and Suyun, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, instantly didn't know what to say. It's usually okay when the beautiful master and I are alone, but now senior sister Jingyi is here. He actually asked me to eat what she left in front of senior sister Jingyi. This? Suyun slightly turned his head to look at Zhuge Jingyi, only to see Zhuge Jingyi staring at the small half-bowl of porridge in his hand in a daze. Senior Sister Jingyi, that, what? As the saying goes, when the sun is high in the sky, sweat drips down to the ground while hoeing the field. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is the result of hard work? Every grain of rice should be appreciated, as it is not easy to come by. Many times it can even be used to save a starving person on the verge of death. Therefore, none of us should waste food, Suyun said as he picked up the bowl and spoon used by Master Yun Qingyu, and then slowly ate with some embarrassment. Master Yun Qingyu saw this and looked at Suyun with a slightly red face. Zhuge Jingyi, after listening to Suyun's detailed explanation, could not help but say "oh" softly, as if she understood something. Suyun saw that Zhuge Jingyi seemed to agree with what he said, and he was relieved in his heart. However, at this moment, Zhuge Jingyi's voice suddenly sounded again, looking at Suyun and said, "Junior brother Yun, that I am also full. Can you help me eat the rest?" Zhu Jingyi said as she handed the bowl and chopsticks with half a bowl of porridge left to Suyun. Suyun was speechless when he saw this. At the same time, Suyun could not help but retract his gaze and turned his head to look at his master Yun Qingyu. Seeing this, Master Yun Qingyu looked at the half bowl of porridge in Zhuge Jingyi's hand, and then looked at the half bowl of porridge left in Suyun's hand. For a moment he didn't know what to say. However, the expression on Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face when she looked at Suyun seemed a little solemn. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and there was a hint of anger on her beautiful face. Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face with a hint of anger and felt a little dilemma in his heart. He had eaten the porridge left by the beautiful master, and found a plausible reason. If he refused Senior Sister Jingyi, would it be not good? However, if he took the remaining half bowl of porridge from Senior Sister Jingyi, then Master, maybe she wouldn't even let him enter the thatched house at night, not to mention going to bed. At this moment Suyun was so conflicted. "Master, what do you think? This..." In the end, Suyun had to let Master Yun Qingyu make the decision. "Well, it's up to you, little Yun." Seeing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but act a little casual. After all, she couldn't say, "Little Yun, you can only eat what's left by your master, but not what's left by your Senior Sister Jingyi." "Oh, then I'll eat it." After hearing this, Suyun glanced at Zhuge Jingyi and couldn't help but say softly. Then Suyun walked towards the iron pot where Zhuge Jingyi was with the empty bowl in his hand. "Little Yun, you." Seeing this, Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but instantly show a hint of anger on her beautiful face. She originally thought that Suyun would refuse Zhuge Jingyi. Unexpectedly, he actually agreed. "Master, what's wrong?" Suyun, seeing Master Yun Qingyu suddenly called her, suddenly stopped, turned her head and looked at Master Yun Qingyu with a slightly confused look and asked, Nothing. Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun's handsome face with a slightly confused look, but couldn't help but clench her two jade hands into pink fists, and finally didn't say the grudge in her heart. "Oh!" After hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, Suyun responded softly, then turned her head and continued to walk towards the iron pot where Zhuge Jingyi was. "Junior brother Yun, that actually, if Junior brother Yun doesn't want to, don't force yourself." Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun, who was slowly walking towards her. For some reason, the girl's heart suddenly became a little confused. After all, she just said that just on a whim to try and see if Suyun was willing to help her eat the remaining porridge like he ate the leftover porridge from his master, but she didn't expect Suyun to agree. This made Zhuge Jingyi feel a little shy in her heart. After all, although Suyun said that eating the leftover porridge from her master was to avoid wasting food, wouldn't it be equivalent to an indirect kiss? Maybe Junior brother Yun was still young and didn't consider or care about these things, but she was a few years older than Junior brother Yun and understood the reason. Zhuge Jingyi thought about this in her heart, while looking at Suyun, who was walking slowly. Her heart suddenly became a little restless. At the same time, her heart was beating more and more violently. However, she didn't know what to say to Suyun. "Senior Sister Jingyi, give me the bowl." The next moment, when Zhuge Jingyi hadn't thought of a solution, Suyun had already come to Zhuge Jingyi and stretched out his left hand to her. "Junior brother Yun, this." After hearing this, Zhu Jingyi looked at Suyun's left hand, and the bowl and chopsticks in her hand could not help but hold tighter. At the same time, her heart became more and more conflicted and struggling. "It's okay." Suyun saw that Zhuge Jingyi was reluctant to hand over the bowl, and could not help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and said with a smile. Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun's handsome face with a smile, but it was as if she was looking at a ray of warm sunshine. Then Zhuge Jingyi's hands became uncontrollable, and he raised the bowl and chopsticks and handed them to Suyun. Seeing this, Suyun took the bowl and chopsticks from Zhuge Jingyi's hand, looked at Zhuge Jingyi and the master under the yellow pear tree behind him, but could not help but walk aside. Then, in front of the beautiful master and senior sister Jingyi, he transferred the porridge in senior sister Jingyi's bowl to the bowl used by the beautiful master. Master Yun Qingyu and Zhuge Jingyi were a little confused when they saw this. At this time, Suyun raised his head and looked at the two of them, trying to avoid embarrassment, and said, "Master, senior sister Jingyi, why are you staring at me like that? If you're still hungry, there's more in the pot." After saying that, Suyun picked up the bowl used by the beautiful master and the chopsticks used by senior sister Jingyi and ate the porridge in the bowl into his mouth in big mouthfuls. But in a moment, Suyun finished all the porridge in the bowl. Because he ate too fast, he almost couldn't swallow it. Cough, cough, cough! After Suyun finished eating, he beat his chest and coughed while putting the bowl and chopsticks on the ground. "Junior brother Yun, there's water here." Seeing this, Zhu Jingyi quickly turned around and scooped a bucket of water from the half bucket of water next to the iron pot and handed it to Suyun. Suyun reached out to take it and gulped down the bucket of water that Zhu Jingyi handed over. "Xiao Yunyun, are you okay?" Master Yun Qingyu saw Suyun finish drinking the whole gourd of water. Then she opened her red lips and looked at Suyun. A trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face. "Well, I'm fine. I just ate too fast and accidentally swallowed some." Suyun put down the empty gourd, looked at Master Yun Qingyu and smiled. "Oh, that's good." Master Yun Qingyu felt relieved after hearing this. Then she looked at Suyun and Zhuge Jingyi and said casually, "Well, I feel a little unwell, so I'll go back to the thatched hut first. After you wash the dishes, take your senior sister Jingyi around Fengming Peak." After saying that, Master Yun Qingyu got up from the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree and turned to walk into the thatched hut. "Master." Suyun saw this and stretched out his right hand to say something, but Master Yun Qingyu took 2 steps at a time and had already walked into the thatched hut so that Suyun could only see the door of the thatched hut that was slowly closing. "Alas!" Suyun put his right hand down and sighed softly in his heart. Many times, he really didn't know what the beautiful master was thinking. When Zhuge Jingyi saw Suyun looking at the thatched hut, a look of disappointment appeared on his face, but he couldn't help but look at Suyun and said softly, "Junior brother Yun, I'm sorry, I didn't expect Junior Uncle Yun to be angry about this." Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun, and a trace of guilt could not help but appear on her cold and pretty face. Perhaps she felt that because of what she had just done, she had hurt the master-disciple relationship between Suyun and his master. "No, senior sister Jingyi, don't blame yourself. I don't think master is angry. Maybe she is really feeling unwell." After Suyun heard what Zhuge Jingyi said, he quickly retracted his gaze from the door of the thatched house and looked at Zhuge Jingyi and said with a smile, "After all, this matter was caused by himself, so senior sister Jingyi was not to blame. Oh, then I will help you, junior brother Yun, to wash the dishes." Zhuge Jingyi continued to speak after hearing Suyun say this. After that, Zhuge Jingyi seemed to be a little flustered to help Suyun wash the dishes. "Senior sister Jingyi, no, I can do it by myself." Suyun saw that Zhuge Jingyi was a little flustered, as if she didn't know how to do it, and couldn't help but quickly stop her. Zhuge Jingyi, who grew up in Juyun Xianzong, actually didn't know how to cook by herself, and had never done work like washing dishes. Even when eating, she would go to the main peak and other Juyun disciples to eat in the sect cafeteria every time. How could she do rough work like cooking and washing dishes? Of course, Suyunji's master Yun Qingyu was the same. When he was in Juyun Xianzong, he also went to the main peak to eat, and occasionally grilled 2 spirit fish to eat. However, the taste of the grilled spirit fish was far inferior to Suyun, since learning that Suyun not only knew how to wash clothes and cook, but also grill spirit fish, Master Yun Qingyu did nothing but eat. Apart from eating and sleeping, being raised by Suyun like that, it was really a great blessing. The next moment, Suyun grabbed Zhu Jingyi's 2 jade hands with both hands, causing Zhu Jingyi to finally stop. Yun junior brother. Zhu Jingyi's 2 jade hands were grabbed by Suyun's hands, and the warm feeling came, which inevitably made Zhuge Jingyi's cold and pretty face turn slightly red. "Junior brother Yun, junior uncle Yun hasn't woken up yet. Do we need to wake her up?" Zhuge Jingyi and Suyun came to the gate of the thatched house and looked at the place under the yellow pear tree with a pair of beautiful eyes that were cold and smart. Seeing that Suyun's master Yun Qingyu was still sleeping on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree, he couldn't help but retract his gaze and looked at Suyun. Suyun, after hearing what Zhuge Jingyi said, turned his head and looked at the position of his master Yun Qingyu, but couldn't help but look at Zhu Jingyi and smiled and said, "No need. I will call Master to eat after I prepare the meal." "Oh, so that's it." Zhu Jingyi couldn't help but respond softly after hearing it. At the same time, Zhu Jingyi couldn't help thinking in her heart, "Junior brother Yun is so good to junior uncle Yun." While thinking this, Zhu Jingyi couldn't help but think of herself. When she was a child, her grandfather Zhu Qingyun also took care of her in this meticulous way. Whatever she wanted to eat or play, her grandfather would make it for her or buy one for her. From childhood to adulthood, she had never even seen her biological parents. She didn't even know who they were, where she was at the moment, whether she was alive or already. Whenever she thought of this, Zhu Jingyi was very sad in her heart. She felt like an abandoned orphan, with no relatives to rely on in this world. "Senior sister, Jingyi? What's wrong? Are you worried?" Su-yun saw that Zhu Jingyi suddenly looked absent-minded and couldn't help but stretch out his right hand and waved in front of Zhu Jingyi's cold and pretty face. "Oh, it's okay. I just suddenly remembered something." Zhu Jingyi heard Su-yun's reminder and quickly pulled her thoughts back to reality. She looked at Su-yun and said lightly, "It's okay. Then follow me in. If senior sister Jingyi wants to learn how to cook, I can also teach you." Su-yun looked at Zhu Jingyi and said with some pity, "Yeah, okay." Zhu Jingyi responded softly after hearing this. Then, Zhu Jingyi followed Su-yun, opened the gate and walked into the yard. Zhu Jingyi entered the yard and looked around carefully, but couldn't help thinking in his heart, "Junior brother Yun and junior uncle Yun live in such a dilapidated thatched house, and they live so happily. It's great." The thatched house where Su-yun and his master Yun Qingyu live is probably the most dilapidated and simple residence in the entire Juyun Xianzong. "Senior sister Jingyi, come on, I'll teach you how to cook." Su-yun saw Zhu Jingyi standing there, looking around, and couldn't help but look at Zhu Jingyi and said, "Oh, good." After hearing this, Zhu Jingyi retracted her gaze and followed Su-yun to the iron pot on the left. Then, Su-yun started to cook dinner. While Su-yun was cooking, he was also teaching Zhu Jingyi, "Senior sister Jingyi, it has to be like this." Seeing that Zhu Jingyi looked like she wanted to learn seriously, Su-yun also walked behind Zhu Jingyi and taught her hand in hand. It was just like how Master Yun Qingyu taught him to practice Fengming sword art. However, Zhu Jingyi's body was too cold. Su-yun's hands were grasped in Zhu Jingyi's two jade hands, and he could even feel the chill that penetrated into his bones. In addition, Su-yun's front would occasionally touch Zhu Jingyi's back, and he could also feel the icy cold. Even so, Su-yun was still teaching Zhu Jingyi attentively, and did not stay away from her. Zhu Jingyi felt the warmth coming from Su-yun behind her, and the warmth of holding her two jade hands, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Su-yun. Then she turned her head again, and a faint blush appeared on her cold and pretty face. It smells so good!" About 3/4 of an hour later, Su-yun prepared dinner while teaching Zhu Jingyi. For dinner, Su-yun made red date porridge, and added some heavenly and earthly spiritual materials sent by Master Yun Qingyu and those senior brothers, plus Su-yun's unique spices and an alluring fragrance soon spread. Little Yun. Master Yun Qingyu, who was originally sleeping, soon woke up after smelling the tempting fragrance, and slowly opened her gorgeous eyes that were like star gems. Little Yun. Master Yun Qingyu climbed up from the wooden stool, looked at the iron pot and saw Su-yun cooking, and couldn't help but call out softly. However, when she saw that there seemed to be another figure in Su-yun's arms, Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but frown slightly. "Master, you're awake." Su-yun heard Master Yun Qingyu's voice, turned his head and looked under the yellow pear tree, and saw Master Yun Qingyu, who had just woken up and was still a little sleepy. "Little Yun, she is, Jingyi." Master Yun Qingyu originally thought that the person in Su-yun's arms was Xianyuer, but after seeing it clearly, she found that it was Zhu Jingyi. Young Master Yun? Zhu Jingyi heard Master Su-yunji's surprised words and turned to look under the yellow pear tree. At this moment, Zhu Jingyi and Su-yun were still standing together, one in front of the other, in a somewhat ambiguous posture. Su-yun and Zhu Jingyi were both unaware of this. "Little Yun, when did your senior sister Jingyi come to Fengming Peak? How come I didn't know?" Master Yun Qingyu stared at the somewhat ambiguous posture of Su-yun and Zhu Jingyi, and then looked at Su-yun with a little anger and said, "Master, you were sleeping when senior sister Jingyi came, so I didn't disturb you to wake you up," Su-yun explained. But at this moment, the two were still standing together, one in front of the other, in a somewhat ambiguous posture, and neither Su-yun nor Zhu Jingyi seemed to think about it in that way. "Okay, bring dinner to me quickly." Master Yun Qingyu saw that Su-yun was unaware of the anger in his words, and couldn't help but said a little unhappily, "Oh, After hearing this, Suyun left from behind Zhuge Jingyi and walked to the side to get a bowl of porridge. "Master, come and eat porridge." After Suyun served the porridge, he smiled and hurriedly brought it to Master Yun Qingyu, intending to hand it to Master Yun Qingyu. But Master Yun Qingyu did not reach out to take it, but looked at Suyun and said, "You feed me." "Huh?" Suyun was shocked after hearing this. After all, senior sister Jingyi was still here. It would be fine when the two of them were together at other times, but now that senior sister Jingyi was here and was watching them, Suyun certainly would not behave as usual. "What? Feed me quickly." Master Yun Qingyu continued after hearing this. Okay. After hearing this, Suyun saw that Master Yun Qingyu insisted on feeding him, and finally had no choice. After looking at Zhuge Jingyi, he raised the bowl with his left hand, took the spoon with his right hand, and began to feed Master Yun Qingyu porridge. Junior brother Yun and junior uncle Yun, have they always been like this? Zhuge Jingyi squatted beside the iron pot, watching Suyun feeding Master Yun Qingyu porridge mouthful by mouthful. And Master Yun Qingyu asked Suyun to feed her like a child. This scene really made Zhuge feel warm and cozy. In addition, it also made Zhuge Jingyi feel a little envious in his heart. He stared at Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu without blinking. After a while, Suyun's eyes inadvertently fell on Zhuge Jingyi, who was staring at him and Master Yun Qingyu in a fascination. He couldn't help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and smiled slightly, saying, "Senior sister Jingyi, why are you looking at us? You should also take a bowl of porridge to eat." At this moment, Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi in this state. In addition to her pretty face and coldness, she looked a little cute. "Oh, okay." Zhuge Jingyi came back to her senses after hearing Suyun's reminder. She couldn't help but look at Suyun and nodded gently. Then Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu, then retracted her gaze and turned around to take a bowl of porridge. Suyun continued to feed Master Yun Qingyu porridge like feeding a child. "Master, how is it? Are you full? If not, I will serve you more." After about 10 minutes, Suyun finally fed the porridge in the bowl into Master Yun Qingyu's mouth one mouthful at a time and finished it. Suyun looked at the beautiful master with a grain of porridge left at the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but reach out to wipe it gently. Master Yun Qingyu nodded slightly when Suyun asked her, "Then I'll serve you more." Seeing this, Suyun stood up and walked towards the iron pot with an empty bowl. When he came to the iron pot, Suyun saw Zhuge Jingyi sipping the porridge in small sips, just like sipping tea. The movement of eating was so dignified and elegant. He couldn't help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and said with a smile, "Senior sister Jingyi, don't be polite. If you think it tastes good, eat more. There is still more in the pot after you finish it. If it is not enough, I can cook more." "Oh, okay." After hearing this, Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun's handsome face with a smile and nodded slightly. When, watching Suyun feeding his master Yun Qingyu, Zhuge Jingyi couldn't help but recall his childhood. At that time, his grandfather, Zhuge Qingyun, was still by his side. Every time he ate, his grandfather Zhuge Qingyun fed him so attentively. At that time, I said that the food my grandfather cooked was not tasty, and I was picky and wanted to eat something else. Now that I think about it, the food my grandfather cooked is actually very delicious. But now my grandfather is no longer here, so even if I want to eat, I can't. Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun, who had just served the porridge and brought it to Master Yun Qingyu again to feed Master Yun Qingyu, and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in her heart. If my grandfather were still here, how great it would be. While thinking about this, Zhuge Jingyi couldn't help but have tears in her deep, clear, and beautiful eyes, and they fell into the bowl along her cold and pretty face without knowing it. "Little Yun, your master is full." After about 3 or 5 minutes, Master Yun Qingyu's voice suddenly sounded, looking at Suyun and said, "Ah, but master, you haven't finished eating yet." After hearing this, Suyun glanced at the remaining half bowl of porridge in his right hand, and couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and said with some doubt, "Master is full, little Yun, you eat." After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun again and said, and Suyun, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, instantly didn't know what to say. It's usually okay when the beautiful master and I are alone, but now senior sister Jingyi is here. He actually asked me to eat what she left in front of senior sister Jingyi. This. Suyun slightly turned his head to look at Zhuge Jingyi, only to see Zhuge Jingyi staring at the small half bowl of porridge in his hand in a daze. Senior sister Jingyi, that, what? As the saying goes, when the sun is high in the sky, sweat drips down to the ground while hoeing the field. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is the result of hard work? Every porridge and every meal should be appreciated, as they are not easy to come by. Many times, they can even be used to save a starving person on the verge of death. Therefore, none of us should waste food. Su-yun said as he picked up the bowl and spoon used by Master Yun Qingyu, and then slowly ate with some embarrassment. Master Yun Qingyu saw this and looked at Su-yun with a slightly red face. Zhuge Jingyi, after listening to Su-yun's detailed explanation, could not help but say "oh" softly, as if she understood something. Su-yun saw that Zhuge Jingyi seemed to agree with what he said, and he was relieved in his heart. However, at this moment, Zhuge Jingyi's voice suddenly sounded again, looking at Su-yun and said, "Junior brother Yun, I am also full. Can you help me eat the rest?" Zhuge Jingyi said as she handed the bowl and chopsticks with half a bowl of porridge left to Su-yun. Su-yun was speechless when he saw this. At the same time, Su-yun could not help but retract his gaze and turned his head to look at his master Yun Qingyu. Seeing this, Master Yun Qingyu looked at the half bowl of porridge in Zhuge Jingyi's hand, and then looked at the half bowl of porridge left in Su-yun's hand. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. However, the expression on Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face when she looked at Su-yun seemed a little solemn. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and there was a hint of anger on her beautiful face. Su-yun looked at Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face with a hint of anger, and felt a little dilemma in his heart. He had eaten the porridge left by the beautiful master, and found a plausible reason. If he refused Senior Sister Jingyi, would it be not good? However, if he took the remaining half bowl of porridge from Senior Sister Jingyi, then Master, maybe she wouldn't even let him enter the thatched house at night, not to mention going to bed. At this moment, Su-yun was so conflicted. "Master, what do you think? This?" In the end, Su-yun had to let Master Yun Qingyu make the decision. "Well, it's up to you, little Yun-yun." Seeing this, Yun Qingyu couldn't help but act a little casual. After all, she couldn't say, "Little Yun-yun, you can only eat what's left by your master, but not what's left by your senior sister Jingyi." "Oh, then I'll eat it." After hearing this, Su-yun glanced at Zhuge Jingyi and couldn't help but say softly. Then, Su-yun walked towards the iron pot where Zhuge Jingyi was with the empty bowl in his hand. "Little Yun-yun, you." Seeing this, Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but instantly show a hint of anger on her beautiful face. She originally thought that Su-yun would refuse Zhuge Jingyi. Unexpectedly, he actually agreed. "Master, what's wrong?" Su-yun, seeing Master Yun Qingyu suddenly called, her suddenly stopped, turned her head and looked at Master Yun Qingyu with a slightly confused look and asked, Nothing. Master Yun Qingyu looked at Su-yun's handsome face with a slightly confused look, but couldn't help but clench her two jade hands into pink fists and finally didn't say the grudge in her heart. "Oh." After hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, Su-yun responded softly, then turned her head and continued to walk towards the iron pot where Zhuge Jingyi was. "Junior brother Yun, if Junior brother Yun doesn't want to, don't force yourself." Zhuge Jingyi looked at Su-yun, who was slowly walking towards her. For some reason, the girl's heart suddenly became a little confused. After all, she just said that just on a whim to try and see if Su-yun was willing to help her eat the remaining porridge like he ate the leftover porridge from his master, but she didn't expect Su-yun to agree. This made Zhuge Jingyi feel a little shy in her heart. After all, although Su-yun said that eating the leftover porridge from her master was to avoid wasting food, wouldn't it be equivalent to an indirect kiss? Maybe Junior brother Yun was still young and didn't consider or care about these things, but she was a few years older than Junior brother Yun and understood the reason. Zhuge Jingyi thought about this in her heart, while looking at Su-yun, who was walking slowly. Her heart suddenly became a little restless. At the same time, her heart was beating more and more violently. However, she didn't know what to say to Su-yun. "Senior Sister Jingyi, give me the bowl." The next moment, when Zhuge Jingyi hadn't thought of a solution, Su-yun had already come to Zhuge Jingyi and stretched out his left hand to her. "Junior brother Yun, this." After hearing this, Zhuge Jingyi looked at Su-yun's left hand, and the bowl and chopsticks in her hand could not help but hold tighter. At the same time, her heart became more and more conflicted and struggling. "It's okay." Su-yun saw that Zhuge Jingyi was reluctant to hand over the bowl, and could not help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and said with a smile. Zhuge Jingyi looked at Su-yun's handsome face with a smile, but it was as if she was looking at a ray of warm sunshine. Then, Zhuge Jingyi's hands became uncontrollable, and he raised the bowl and chopsticks and handed them to Su-yun. Seeing this, Su-yun took the bowl and chopsticks from Zhuge Jingyi's hand, looked at Zhuge Jingyi and the master under the yellow pear tree behind him, but could not help but walk aside. Then, in front of the beautiful master and Senior Sister Jingyi, he transferred the porridge in Senior Sister Jingyi's bowl to the bowl used by the beautiful master. Master Yun Qingyu and Zhuge Jingyi were a little confused when they saw this. At this time, Su-yun raised his head and looked at the two of them, trying to avoid embarrassment, and said, "Master, Senior Sister Jingyi, Why are you staring at me like that? If you're still hungry, there's more in the pot." After saying that, Suyun picked up the bowl used by the beautiful master and the chopsticks used by senior sister Jingyi, and ate the porridge in the bowl into his mouth in big mouthfuls. But in a moment, Suyun finished all the porridge in the bowl. Because he ate too fast, he almost choked. Cough, cough, cough. After Suyun finished eating, he beat his chest and coughed while putting the bowl and chopsticks on the ground. "Junior brother Yun, there's water here." Seeing this, Ju Jingyi quickly turned around and scooped a bucket of water from the half bucket of water next to the iron pot and handed it to Suyun. Suyun reached out to take it and gulped down the bucket of water that Ju Jingyi handed over. "Xiao Yun, are you okay?" Master Yun Qingyu saw Suyun finish drinking the whole gourd of water. Then she opened her red lips and looked at Suyun. A trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face. "Well, I'm fine. I just ate too fast and choked up." Suyun put down the empty gourd, looked at Master Yun Qingyu and smiled. "Oh, that's good." Master Yun Qingyu felt relieved after hearing this. Then she looked at Suyun and Zhuge Jingyi and said casually, "Well, I feel a little unwell, so I'll go back to the thatched hut first. After you wash the dishes, take your senior sister Jingyi around Fengming Peak." After saying that, Master Yun Qingyu got up from the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree and turned to walk into the thatched hut. "Master!" Suyun saw this and stretched out his right hand to say something, but Master Yun Qingyu took 2 steps at a time and had already walked into the thatched hut, so that Suyun could only see the door of the thatched hut that was slowly closing. "Alas!" Suyun put his right hand down and sighed softly in his heart. Many times, he really didn't know what the beautiful master was thinking. When Zhuge Jingyi saw Suyun looking at the thatched hut, a look of disappointment appeared on his face, but he couldn't help but look at Suyun and said softly, "Junior brother Yun, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Junior Uncle Yun to be angry about this." Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun, and a trace of guilt could not help but appear on her cold and pretty face. Perhaps she felt that because of what she had just done, she had hurt the master-disciple relationship between Suyun and his master. "No, senior sister Jingyi, don't blame yourself. I don't think master is angry. Maybe she is really feeling unwell." After Suyun heard what Zhuge Jingyi said, he quickly retracted his gaze from the door of the thatched house and looked at Zhuge Jingyi and said with a smile, "After all, this matter was caused by himself, so senior sister Jingyi was not to blame. Oh, then I will help you, junior brother Yun, to wash the dishes." Juji continued to speak after hearing Suyun say this. After that, Zhuge Jingyi seemed to be a little flustered to help Suyun wash the dishes. "Senior sister Jingyi, no, I can do it by myself." Suyun saw that Zhuge Jingyi was a little flustered, as if she didn't know how to do it, and couldn't help but quickly stop her. Zhuge Jingyi, who grew up in Juyun Shanzong, actually didn't know how to cook by herself and had never done work like washing dishes. Even when eating, she would go to the main peak and other Juyun Shanzong disciples to eat in the sect cafeteria every time. How could she do rough work like cooking and washing dishes? Of course, Suyunji's master Yun Qingyu was the same. When he was in Juyun Shanzong, he also went to the main peak to eat and occasionally grilled 2 spirit fish to eat. However, the taste of the grilled spirit fish was far inferior to Suyun. Since learning that Suyun not only knew how to wash clothes and cook, but also grill spirit fish, Master Yun Qingyu did nothing but eat. Apart from eating and sleeping, being raised by Suyun like that, it was really a great blessing. The next moment, Suyun grabbed Zhuge Jingyi's 2 jade hands with both hands, causing Zhuge Jingyi to finally stop. Yun junior brother? Zhuge Jingyi's 2 jade hands were grabbed by Suyun's hands, and the warm feeling came, which inevitably made Zhuge Jingyi's cold and pretty face turn slightly red. Senior sister Jingyi, let me do it." Suyun held Zhuge Jingyi's 2 cold jade hands with both hands. Seeing Zhuge Jingyi's pretty face flushed, she couldn't help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and said, "Yeah! Okay." Zhuge Jingyi stared at Suyun's hands holding her 2 jade hands, then looked at Suyun and nodded gently. After saying that, Zhuge Jingyi wanted to take back Suyun's 2 jade hands, but Suyun held her 2 jade hands tightly in his hands, making it difficult to break free. Suyun naturally felt Zhuge Jingyi's strength, but still held her tightly. The reason why Suyun did this was naturally to see if he could use his own hands to warm her 2 cold jade hands. "Junior brother Yun, your hands." Zhuge Jingyi saw that Suyun was reluctant to let her go, and couldn't help but remind him slightly with a little shyness. After hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and said with a faint smile, "Well, I know, I just want to see if I can use my temperature to warm your hands, senior sister Jingyi." "Oh, well." Zhu Jingyi looked at Suyun, her pretty face flushed. After that, Zhuge let Suyun hold her two jade hands, lowered her head slightly, and was a little afraid to look at Suyun. As for Suyun, he was not in a hurry to wash the iron pot and dishes. While looking at Zhuge, he felt the coldness coming from Zhuge two jade hands. Soon, Suyun found that his hands were invaded by the coldness, and it became as if he had lost the temperature. Is this the nine cold absolute chi? Suyun looked at his hands holding Zhuge two jade hands. Not only could he not feel the slightest warmth, but even the palms and backs of his hands had turned pale due to the coldness, without a trace of blood. Senior Sister Jingyi, how do you feel now? Suyun retracted his gaze and looked at Zhuge, who was slightly lowering her head and not moving, and couldn't help asking. Zhuge, who was holding her two jade hands like that, was almost falling asleep. Only when she heard Suyun asking her did she perk up. She raised her head and looked at Suyun and said, "Well, I could still feel a little warmth at the beginning. But now, I can't feel anything." Zhuge looked at Suyun's hands that had lost their color due to the coldness, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed for Suyun in her heart. In addition, Zhuge could also clearly feel that compared with the previous days, the warmth on her body had decreased a lot. Many times when she woke up in the morning, even the bed she slept on was frozen to the point of forming a thin layer of ice. This meant that the deadline for her nine cold absolute chi to explode was not far away, and it could explode at any time. In the past, when the nine cold absolute chi was about to explode, the old leader of the Juyun Shanzong would personally go to the stone cave on the top of Jingyi's small peak to protect her, and use his own cultivation strength to help her squeeze out the nine cold absolute chi and let her survive the most dangerous period. Now, even though they knew that her nine cold absolute chi was about to explode, few people dared to stay with her. Even the leader and elders of the Juyun Shanzong were helpless and had no way to deal with it, and they were all afraid that the nine cold absolute chi would endanger them when it exploded, so they tried to stay away from it as much as possible. Many elders even proposed at the elders' meeting to exile Zhuge from the secret realm, let her fend for herself, and wait until she survived the dangerous outbreak of the nine cold absolute chi before returning so as to avoid harming other disciples of the Juyun Shanzong. Of course, this also includes the elder who proposed the remonstration. The 9 brothers of Juyun Shanzong, who were the only ones who watched Zhuge grow up, and a very small number of disciples, did not agree with this remonstration. Fortunately, the 9 brothers are the masters and core elders of Juyun Shanzong, and they have absolute power in Juyun Shanzong. Otherwise, Zhuge would have been exiled from this secret realm long ago. Zhuge himself had also thought about leaving this secret realm, and made a request to the master of Juyun Shanzong, Murong Yuntian, and the 8 core elders. However, in order to comply with the instructions of the former master of Juyun Shanzong before his death, the 9 brothers asked the 9 people to take good care of Zhuge, so they did not agree. Especially the eldest brother Murong Yuntian, who has always wanted Zhuge and Nanlin to form a pair of double cultivation. After all, in his opinion, this is the only way at present. As long as you survive this dangerous period, you will have 3 years to find other ways to suppress Juhan Jueqi, but Zhuge simply does not obey. In fact, Murong Yuntian knew that even Nanlin's Sanyang body might not be able to suppress Zhuge's Juhan Jueqi, and he was just trying to take a risky move. Once suppressed, it would be of great benefit to Nanlin and the entire Juyun Shanzong. As for Zhuge, if she still couldn't completely suppress Juhan Jueqi with the Sanyang body, she could only live 3 more years. This didn't mean much to Zhuge. In this case, Zhuge would not agree to Murong, Yuntian, and Nanlin. Now, with Suyun holding her 2 jade hands, and looking at Suyun's hands that had been invaded by the cold and looked like they had lost their blood color, Zhuge suddenly felt a little worried. Suddenly, she didn't want to leave this world. After hearing what Zhuge said, Suyun looked at the pain in Zhuge's beautiful eyes and couldn't help but look at Zhuge and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Senior Sister Jingyi, no matter what, I will do my best to help you." As he spoke, Suyun had already grasped Zhuge's hands and stretched them into the warm iron pot with half a pot of water. After stretching his hands holding Zhuge's 2 jade hands into the warm water, Suyun finally felt the warmth again. However, just as Suyun felt a little warmth, the water in the pot was quickly invaded by Zhuge's coldness and became cold. Seeing this, Suyun glanced at Zhuge, then let go of Zhuge's hands and added firewood to the stove. Soon, the water in the pot recovered a little temperature. "Senior Sister Jingyi, just soak your hands in the warm water for a while. After I wash the dishes, I will take you around Fengming Peak." Suyun looked at Zhuge and said, As he spoke, Suyun also began to wash the dishes quickly. Yes, good, Juje Jingyi responded softly. Then, Juje Jingyi put her hands in the gradually warm water and watched Suyun wash the iron pot and dishes attentively. Senior sister Jingyi, it's done. After about 10 minutes, Suyun finally washed the iron pot and dishes. He couldn't help but grab Juje Jingyi's 2 jade hands with both hands and wiped Juje Jingyi's hands. Senior sister Jingyi, let's go. Suyun put the towel aside and directly grabbed Juje Jingyi's 2 jade hands and slowly stood up. Then, he turned his head and looked at the door of the thatched cottage. And then he held Juje Jingyi's right hand with his left hand and slowly walked out of the thatched cottage. Juje Jingyi looked at the jade hand held by Suyun, and a trace of incense appeared on her cold and pretty face. But she did not break free. She just lowered her head slightly and was led by Suyun like a couple. Seeing this, Suyun did not rush to speak. After walking out of the thatched cottage for a distance, Suyun turned his head to Zhu Jingyi and said, Senior sister Jingyi, can I ask what realm you have reached in cultivation now? Suyun didn't know what to talk to Juje Jingyi about, so he planned to ask about the cultivation realm first. After all, you can't just say nothing. Well, I am now in the 3rd realm of Tongtian, the same as Nanlin. Juje Jingyi looked at Suyun and said, if it weren't for the influence of Juhan Jueqi, with Juje Jingyi's cultivation talent, she would have broken through to Tongtian 4th realm, or even Tongtian 5th realm, 3rd realm so high. After hearing this, Suyun looked at Juje Jingyi and said in shock, after all, Juje Jingyi, Nanlin, and senior sister Yueyue are all the 10 core disciples of Juyun Xianzong, and senior sister Yueyue's cultivation realm is only the 3rd realm of creation, while Juje Jingyi and Nanlin have already cultivated to Tongtian 3rd realm, a whole realm higher than senior sister Yueyue. Are these the 2 core disciples with the highest talent and the strongest strength of Juyun Xianzong? It's too strong. Of course, if Suyun had chosen option 3 when triggering the task with strange fire before, he could also raise his cultivation realm to Tongtian realm, but Suyun did not choose option 3. How about you, junior brother Yun? Since you can subdue the strange fire, your cultivation level should be very strong. Juje Jingyi saw that Suyun's face was still full of surprise, but she couldn't help but look at Suyun with a slightly confused look and said, I only have the cultivation level of the 1st level of good fortune. Suyun said with a little shame. Ah? No way. After hearing this, Juje Jingyi's cold and pretty face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. Yes, it's true, Suyun said. Then, Juje Jingyi couldn't understand why Suyun, who was at the 1st level of good fortune, could subdue the legendary strange fire. However, Juje Jingyi didn't say the doubts in her heart. Senior sister Jingyi, I'll take you to the back mountain of Fengming Peak to pick fruits to eat. Suyun really didn't know what to talk to Juje Jingyi about, which would only make it awkward, so he thought of the idea of picking fruits. Yeah, okay. Juje Jingyi nodded slightly in agreement after hearing this. Seeing that Zhu Jingyi agreed, Suyun pulled Juje Jingyi and ran towards the back mountain of Fengming Peak. Brother Suyun! In the soul space, Shanyuer saw Suyun and Juje Jingyi running hand in hand towards the back mountain of Fengming Peak, and a trace of envy appeared in her beautiful eyes. As for Master Yun Qingyu, she was lying on the bed in the thatched house, tossing and turning, unable to sleep at all. At this moment, Master Yun Qingyu wanted to know in her heart what kind of feelings Suyun had for her. Was it just the friendship between master and apprentice, or was there another feeling in it? Thinking of this, Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful face could not help but blush. After all, Suyun said that he would stay by her side and protect her for the rest of her life. In this case then, Master Yun Qingyu's heart suddenly became slightly agitated. On the other side, Lin Jingchen and senior sister Yueyue were at Linyun Peak. After Yang Yueyue parted with Nanlin, she soon returned to Linyun Peak. After returning to Linyun Peak, Yang Yueyue told Master Lin Jingchen what she and Nanlin had investigated, that Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu accidentally fell into the misty mountain. After hearing this, Lin Jingchen first stood up in surprise, and soon sat down slowly. Seeing this, Yang Yueyue couldn't help but look at Master Lin Jingchen and said, Master, aren't you going to see Junior Uncle Yun? After all, in the past, her master would always mention Junior Uncle Yun's name, but now, why did he suddenly stop caring about Junior Uncle Yun? Yang Ye couldn't figure it out. After hearing what Yang Yueyue said, Lin Jingchen slowly sipped his tea and said lightly, The master still has something important to deal with. If you want to go and visit your Uncle Yun for the master. After all, Lin Jingchen was already certain in his heart that Yun Qingyu would definitely come to him in the future, so how could he give up his status to visit her? Of course, if she agreed to be his bedmate, he could consider visiting Fengming Peak. But she is very stubborn now, and he just had some minor unpleasantness with her. If he went, wouldn't it mean that he had given in? Oh, okay then. Then I'll ride Xiaoxian to Fengming Peak to have a look. After hearing what Master Lin Jingqian said, Yang Yuewei still couldn't figure out what important things Master had to do, but she still agreed obediently. Master, I'll go. The next moment, Yang Yuewei called the crane Xiaoxian, bid farewell to Master Lin Jingqian, and then turned and walked outside Linyan Peak. Lin Jingqian looked at the backs of Yang Yuewei and the crane fairy as they left, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he continued to drink tea. Fairy, let's go. After Yang Yuewei and the fairy walked out of Linyun Peak, they jumped up directly, jumped on the fairy's back, and then let the fairy head towards Fengming Peak in the east. Li? After hearing this, the crane fairy spread his wings with great pleasure, and then jumped up, flapping his wings and flew towards Fengming Peak. The reason why the fairy was so excited was, naturally, because of the grilled fish made by Suyun. Ever since eating the grilled fish made by Suyun down below, when I came to Juyun Shanzong, I always felt that other foods didn't taste so good. Senior sister Yang Yue was the same, and she wanted to eat the grilled fish made by Suyun again. Fairy, fly faster! Yang Yue rode on the fairy's back. The closer she got to Fengming Peak, the stronger she felt that she wanted to see Suyun and his master, Yun Qingyu. Cry! After hearing this, Xiaoxian also sped up instantly and flew towards Fengming Peak. Cry! After hearing this, Xiaoxian also sped up instantly and flew towards Fengming Peak. Xiaoxian, we're here. Stop! Soon, Yang Yuewei drove the crane Xiaoxian to the outside of Fengming Peak and asked Xiaoxian to land and stop. After that, one person and one crane walked quickly towards Fengming Peak. Xiaoxian followed Yang Yuewei, just like Yang Yuewei's little follower, jumping and hopping when walking, which made people feel a little funny. Huh? Where are junior brother Yun and junior uncle Yun? Why aren't they in the yard? In less than a moment, Yang Yuewei and Xiaoxian arrived at Fengming Peak, outside the thatched house where Su Yun and his master Yun Qingyu lived. At first glance, Yang Yuewei did not see Su Yun and his master Yun Qingyu in the yard, and she could not help but feel a little confused in her heart. Is it inside the thatched hut? Yang Yuewei cast her eyes towards the tightly closed door of the thatched hut, and could not help but think secretly in her heart. While thinking, Yang Yuewei had already stretched out two snow-white and slender jade hands, pushed open the door of the thatched hut, and then walked into the yard. The crane fairy followed closely behind Yang Yuewei. Master Yun! Junior brother Yun, are you there? After Yang Yuewei walked into the yard, she shouted while slowly walking towards the door of the thatched hut. Yuer? Why is she here? Master Yun Qingyu, who was in the thatched hut at this moment, was struggling with what kind of feelings Su Yun had for her. Suddenly she heard Yang Yuewei's voice coming from outside the thatched hut, and could not help but immediately cast her eyes towards the door of the house. At the same time, Master Yun Qingyu also slowly stood up from the bed and then walked towards the door of the thatched hut. Yuer, why are you here at Fengming Peak? Did your master ask you to come? Master Yun Qingyu came to the door, stretched out her jade hand and slowly pushed the door open. At a glance, she saw Yang Yuewei and Crane Fairy standing outside the thatched cottage. However, Yun Qingyu adjusted her mood a little, pushed the door open completely, and walked out of the thatched cottage. Master Yun! Yang Yuewei saw Yun Qingyu walking out of the thatched cottage, and couldn't help but hurried forward to greet him respectfully. Seeing this, Crane Fairy also called out as if greeting. No need to be polite. Follow me to sit under the yellow pear tree. Master Yun Qingyu passed by Yang Yuewei and said to Yang Yue, Oh, thank you, Master Yun. Yang Yue couldn't help but nodded slightly in thanks after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said. Afterwards, Yang Yue looked inside the thatched house with a slightly puzzled and solemn look, and then followed Master Yun Qingyu to the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree. Sit down. Master Yun Qingyu came under the yellow pear tree and sat on the right side of the wooden bench first, then looked at Yang Yuewei and patted the left side of the wooden bench. Master Yun, I'd better not sit down. After hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, Yang Yue couldn't help but waved her hand and said, After all, she called Yun Qingyu Master Yun, so how could she sit on the same bench with Yun Qingyu? Regarding etiquette, Yang Yue is still quite sensible and pays attention to it. It's okay, sit down. Yun Qingyu naturally knew what Yang Yue was concerned about, and couldn't help but look at Yang Yue and speak again. Then, okay. Seeing this, Yang Yue finally couldn't refuse anymore, so she walked to Master Yun Qingyu and sat on the left side of the wooden bench. Junior Uncle Yun, where is Junior Brother Yun? As soon as Yang Yue sat on the wooden bench, she asked Master Yun Qingyu about Su Yun's whereabouts. Little Yun, he went out to play with Senior Sister Jingyi, Master Yun Qingyu said. Jing, Senior Sister Jingyi? Senior Sister Jingyi also came to Fengming Peak? After Yang Yuewei heard what Master Yun Qingyu said, a look of surprise instantly appeared on her pretty face. Well, she was bored staying alone in Jingyi Xiaofeng, so she came to Fengming Peak to play, and then I asked little Yunyun to take her around Fengming Peak, Master Yun Qingyu said. Oh! After hearing this, Yue's delicate and pretty face couldn't help but reveal a trace of imperceptible disappointment. After all, she came to Fengming Peak this time. In addition to wanting to visit Su Yunji's master, Yun Qingyu, she also wanted to have fun with Su Yun and eat the food Su Yun made. However, she didn't expect that Senior Sister Jingyi got there first and followed Senior Sister Jingyi out to play. What's the matter? Do you have something to do with Xiao Yunyun? Master Yun Qingyu saw this and couldn't help but look at Yang Yue with a slightly confused look and asked, No, nothing. It's just that the food made by junior brother Yun is so delicious and Xiaoshan and I want to try it again. Yang Yue looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said with a hint of embarrassment on her pretty face. Li, Xiaoshan also shouted excitedly after hearing what Yang Yue said. Oh, so that's it. Then wait for him to come back. Or, you can take Xiaoshan to find him, Jingyi. Yun Qingyu paused for a moment and said after hearing this. No need. I'll stay here with you, Junior Uncle Yun, and wait for Junior Brother Yun to come back. Yang Yue couldn't help but wave her hand and said, After all, although Zhu Jingyi is her senior sister, she and Zhuge Jingyi are not on good terms. If she goes to find Su Yun at this moment, who knows what will happen? Besides, even if she goes and finds Su Yun, what should she say to Su Yun? After all, there is Zhuge Jingyi. Compared to Zhuge Jingyi and Master Yun Qingyu, Yang Yue is actually an extrovert, open and lively person, not as reserved as Zhuge Jingyi and most of the female disciples. Whether it is a male disciple or a female disciple, Yang Yue can basically have fun and chat. Okay then you will accompany me under this yellow pear tree and wait for them to come back and chat with me by the way. Master Yun Qingyu saw that Yang Yue did not go to find Su Yun and Zhuge Jingyi, so he looked at Yang Yue and said, Well, good. I wonder what you want to talk to me about, Junior Brother Yun. Yang Yue looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, Yue, have you liked Nanlin before? Master Yun Qingyu looked at Yang Yue and asked, Well, yes, but Master doesn't agree. After hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, Yang Yue was shocked in her heart, and then she seemed to be hesitant. At the same time, she didn't know why Junior Uncle Yun suddenly asked her this question. What did you feel when you liked Nanlin? Master Yun Qingyu continued to ask. Yang Yue saw that Master Yun Qingyu was going to continue asking, and she couldn't help but be shocked in her heart again. Well, I want to ask you what it felt like when you liked Nanlin at that time. Master Yun Qingyu looked at Yang Yue and said with a hint of seriousness on her beautiful face, This? After hearing this, Yang Yue felt even more bitter. After a long time, Yang Yue finally spoke slowly. It's the feeling of wanting to see him all the time. I'm not sure if that's what is called love. Yang Yue's second half of the sentence was slightly uncertain. After all, she doesn't have that feeling for Nanlin now, or the feeling she had for him at the time was not love, but admiration. Because at that time, Nanlin defeated Zhu Jingyi, who had always been respected as the core senior sister in the sect competition, so she felt that Nanlin was too powerful and handsome at that time. But now, that feeling is getting weaker and weaker. Even if I follow Nanlin every day, I don't have that kind of fanaticism and heartbeat. So, wanting to see someone all the time means liking them? Master Yun Qingyu fell silent after hearing what Yang Yue said. She thought to herself that she also wanted to see little Yunyun all the time, and wanted little Yunyun to be with her. Then how much she loved little Yunyun? Master Yun Qingyu thought about this, and her beautiful face was instantly stained with a faint blush. Seeing this, Yang Yue couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and said with a puzzled look, Master Yun, why are you asking me this question? Master Yun, don't you have someone you like too? Yang Yue looked at Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful eyes and couldn't help but reveal a bit of shock. Thinking of this, Yang Yue couldn't help but guess in her heart. Could the person that Master Yun likes be her master? After all, over the years, Master seems to have some feelings for Master Yun. These are what Yang Yue often hears, sees, or feels when she follows Master Lin Jingchen. No. Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but quickly deny it after hearing what Yang Yue said. After all, even if the master really likes his disciples, it is not enough for outsiders to tell. What's more, she doesn't know what kind of feelings Xiao Yunyun has for her. And Yang Yue, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, saw that Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face was a little red, as if she was lying, and couldn't help but put her little face close to Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face and said, No? Yang Yue's words revealed an invisible questioning intention. No, no. Master Yun Qingyu lowered her head slightly, looking a little shy and said, "Oh, since there is no, forget it." Seeing that Master Yun Qingyu did not admit it, Yang Yuewei had no choice but to give up. Then, Yang Yuewei moved her pretty face away from Master Yun Qingyu and used her two jade hands to support the wooden bench on both sides of her body. Her two exposed, snow-white and slender legs swayed back and forth. She looked very innocent and lively. And Master Yun Qingyu did not say anything, just sitting quietly on the wooden bench, slightly lowering her head as if thinking about something. "Master, Senior Sister Yuewei, why are you here?" About 2/4 of an hour later, Suyun finally came back with Zhuge Jingyi. When they were about to walk outside the thatched house, they suddenly saw two beautiful figures sitting under the yellow pear tree, and they could not help but speed up their pace instantly. Zhuge Jingyi was held by Suyun's jade hand and followed behind Suyun. Senior Sister Yang Yuewei and Master Yun whispered, and when they heard Suyun's voice, they all turned their eyes to the place where the voice came from. They saw Suyun and Zhuge Jingyi had already arrived at the gate of the thatched house. Then Suyun stretched out his right hand to push open the gate and pulled Zhuge Jingyi into the yard. "Junior brother Yun? You?" Yang Yuewei stood up from the wooden bench with some joy when she saw Suyun enter the yard and wanted to say something. Perhaps after seeing Suyun's left hand and Zhuge Jingyi's right hand together, she couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. At the same time, a trace of imperceptible loss appeared on Yang Yuewei's delicate and pretty face. "Senior Sister Yuewei, what's wrong? Why don't you say anything?" Suyun seemed to have not yet noticed that he was holding hands with Zhuge Jingyi at the moment, and couldn't help but look at Yang Yuewei with a hint of confusion. Master Yun Qingyu also saw Suyun and Zhuge Jingyi holding hands. Her beautiful eyes, like star gems, also revealed a hint of jealousy. She looked at Suyun and said, Little Yun, how did you play with your senior sister Jingyi? Yuer wants you to make some delicious food for her and Xiaoxian. You can do it yourself." After saying that, Master Yun Qingyu retracted her gaze and turned her head slightly, as if she didn't want to see Suyun and Zhuge Jingyi holding hands together. "Oh, that's fine. Then I'll help Senior Sister Yue and Xiaoxian make some delicious food." Suyun heard what Master Yun Qingyu said, and then looked at Yang, Yue and Xian Xiaoxian and said with satisfaction. Then he continued, "By the way, Master, I plan to go to the spirit pond below tomorrow to catch some spirit fish, and Senior Sister Jingyi will go with me then." "Oh, all right. It just so happens that I also want to eat the grilled spirit fish that you, Xiao Yunyun, made, so I'll catch more then," Master Yun Qingyu said. Senior Sister Yang Yuewei, hearing that Suyun said that he and Zhuge Jingyi would go to the spirit pond below to catch spirit fish tomorrow, also wanted to go with them. However, without the consent of her master Lin Jingqian, she could not make a decision on her own like Zhuge Jingyi did. "Then Master, Senior Sister Jingyi, Senior Sister Yuewei, you guys chat first. I'll go make some food for Senior Sister Yuewei and Xiaoxian." Suyun was naturally very happy to see that Master Yun Qingyu agreed. "Yes," Zhu Jingyi heard it and spoke first and nodded slightly. However, at this moment, Suyun grabbed her jade hand, and she was watched by Master Yun Qingyu and Yang Yuewei, but she felt a little shy and embarrassed. The next moment, Suyun took the initiative to let go of Zhuge Jingyi's jade hand with his left hand and walked towards the thatched house to get the ingredients. Soon, Suyun came out of the thatched house with the ingredients and some heavenly spiritual materials and walked to the iron pot to start a fire and cook. As for Master Yun Qingyu, Senior Sister Yang Yuewei and Zhuge Jingyi, together with the crane fairy, they just stared at Suyun in a daze and said nothing to each other. Suyun felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu and the other two and said, "Master, Senior Sister Yuewei, Senior Sister Jingyi, why are you staring at me like this? You guys chat about your own things, don't bother me," Suyun said, and turned his head to continue cooking. After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu and the other two looked at each other, still not knowing what to talk about. Finally, it was the more aloof Zhu Jingyi who spoke first. She looked at her master Yun Qingyu and said, "Uncle Yun, do you want to participate in this sect competition?" After that, Zhuge Jingyi's eyes fell on Suyun, who was making food. After hearing this, Suyun also turned his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu, as if he wanted to see how Master Yun Qingyu would reply to Sister Jingyi. After all, Suyun was not very interested in the sect competition. Even if he participated with Sister Jingyi and Nanlin, two masters of the third realm of Tongqian, there would definitely not be any good ranking. It's actually good to continue to be an unknown outsider. In addition, Suyun was also afraid that he would be recognized as the descendant of Jiang Bingqian, the left protector of the demonic cult and the murderous demon. If he was really recognized, it would be troublesome. Well, I don't know. I can only ask Xiao Yunyun herself and see if she is willing or not. After hearing what Zhuge Jingyi said, Master Yun Qingyu looked at Zhuge Jingyi and said, as for whether Su Yun would participate or not, it was up to Su Yun himself. Master Yun Qingyu could not answer for Su Yun and did not want to make a decision for Su Yun. Su Yun could hear the rustling voices of Master Yun Qingyu, senior sister Yang Yue, and senior sister Zhuge Jingyi coming from behind him. Hearing what Zhuge Jingyi said, he did not make any reaction. Seeing this, Zhuge Jingyi thought that maybe Su Yun didn't hear it, so she stepped out and walked to Su Yun's side, looked at Su Yun and asked, Junior brother Yun, the Juyun Xianzong's 3-year disciple competition will be held in less than 7 days. Do you want to participate? Ah? Sect competition? Are there any rewards? Su Yun heard what Zhuge Jingyi said, turned his head and looked at Zhuge Jingyi's cold and pretty face, pretending to be nonchalant and speaking casually. After all, if there is any special and significant reward, you can take a risk. If not, it's better not to show up. Isn't it better to accompany the beautiful master quietly? Rewards? Yes, there are generous rewards for every sect competition. This sect competition coincides with the 4-year 10-star competition in Juyunzhou. If you can win the top 3 in the sect competition, you can also represent the sect to participate in this year's 10-star competition in Juyunzhou. Everyone who wins the 10-star title will have a more generous reward. In addition, if you can win the championship, you will also be rewarded with a map of the Earth's core fire taken out by the Martial Hall. As long as you have the map of the Earth's core fire and are strong enough, you can subdue and refine it to improve your cultivation realm and strength. Zhuge Jingyi explained to Su Yun patiently. Although her 9 cold absolute chi needs strange fire to be completely suppressed, when she talked about the Earth's core fire, there was no trace of greed in her beautiful eyes. Earth's core fire? And Su Yun, hearing the 4 words of the Earth's core fire, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. If he could get the Earth's core fire, he could quickly improve his cultivation realm and strength, even without relying on the system. In addition, the strange fire. Xiaoling also needs to devour other strange fires to recover. I just don't know which one is higher in rank between Xiaoling and the Earth's core fire. Of course, if I have to choose between the 2 kinds of strange fire, I will definitely choose Xiaoling first. After all, Xiaoling is the strange fire left by the evil emperor. To be able to become the strange fire of the evil emperor, I think the rank should not be low. In addition, it can be regarded as respecting the evil emperor and giving him an explanation. Well, the Earth's core fire is a kind of strange fire, born from the magma at the center of the Earth. It usually appears at the crater, accompanied by the magma erupting from the ground. Zhuge Jingyi saw Su Yun's clothes frowning slightly, looking a little confused, and couldn't help but look at Su Yun and said. Then he continued, but with our cultivation at the creation realm and the heaven-reaching realm, even if we get the map of the Earth's core fire, we probably don't have enough strength to conquer it. Even the sect master and the masters of the 3 major sects in Juyunzhou, or the hall master of the martial hall, don't have enough strength and confidence to conquer the Earth's core fire. Otherwise, it would have been conquered by the martial hall long ago. It is said that only by breaking through to the Huahong realm can you conquer the Earth's core fire. Zhu Jingyi told Su Yun about the importance of conquering the Earth's core fire. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing this, Su Yun nodded slightly in understanding. No wonder the martial hall was willing to give the map of the Earth's core fire as a reward for the 10-star champion. Then, Su Yun looked at Zhuge Jingyi and asked, is there no one in the huge Juyunzhou who has broken through to the Huahong realm? But as soon as he said that, Su Yun felt as if he had said something nonsense. After all, Murong Yuntian, the leader of the Juyun Immortal Sect, the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou, is only at the 3rd level of the Great Tao realm, and there is still a long way to go before he can reach the Huahong realm after the Great Tao realm. As for other sects and forces, there shouldn't be any strong men who have broken through to the Huahong realm, right? Otherwise, the Juyun Immortal Sect would not be called the first hidden sect in Juyunzhou. However, when Su Yun was thinking that he had asked a nonsense question, Zhuge Jingyi looked at Su Yun and said, originally, in the entire Juyun province, there should be 5 people whose cultivation realm is close to the Huahong realm. The 5 people are the Hall Master of the Martial Hall, Huangfu Haotian, the Tianqian Empire's national defender, General Hua Ming, the leader of the Jushuan sect, the head of the 3 major sects in Juyun province, Xiaoyuan Yang, the leader of the demon sect's killing god sect, Ye Tian Shenhen, and the former old leader of my Junxian sect, Du Guaoxi. The 5 of them are almost all at the 9th level of the Great Tao. only one step away from the Huahong realm. Now the old leader of my Juyunxian sect, Senior Duguaoshi, has passed away, leaving only the hall master of the martial hall, General Hua Ming, the leader of the Jushuan sect, and the leader of the demon sect's killing god sect, Yetian Shenhen. And all along, the master of the martial hall and the leader of the demon cult, the god of killing, the sky, have been in seclusion to break through to the realm of Huahong. It is said that they both came out of seclusion not long ago. I don't know if they have broken through to the realm of Huahong. However, the leader of the demon cult, the god of killing the sky, Ye Tianxian, has always coveted the map of the Earth's core fire. This time, the 10-star competition uses the map of the Earth's core fire as a reward for the 10-star champion. Maybe it is related to the demon cult, the god of killing the sky. Zhu Jingyi said, and a solemn look involuntarily appeared on her cold and pretty face. Senior Sister Jingyi, do you want to say that this map of the Earth's core fire is very likely a trap? A trap to lure the demon cult, the god of killing the sky, into a trap? Zhu Jingyi has already said it very clearly. Su Yun is not a fool, so he can naturally figure out what Zhu Jingyi means. Well, maybe, Zhu Jingyi said very calmly. Anyway, these have nothing to do with her. After all, it was still unknown whether she could hold on until the 10 stars battle 3 months later. After Zhu Jingyi said this, Su Yun couldn't help but think in his heart, if this is really a trap, then the demon cult of the god of killing the sky might really send someone to snatch the map of the Earth's core fire. In that case, will my grandfather, Zhang Bingtian, whom I have never met, come? If he comes and is ambushed by the major immortal sects, even if I want to save him, I don't have the strength. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a headache in his heart. On the one hand, there is the junior uncle of the Juyun immortal sect, the first hidden sect in Juyun Prefecture, and her beautiful master. On the other hand, there is her grandfather Zhang Bingtian, who is known as the murderous demon of the demon cult of the god of killing the sky, and the left protector. How can I choose? Su Yun really felt that he was overwhelmed, and he was willing but unable to do anything. He was simply powerless. Junior brother Yun, what are you thinking about? By the way, are you going to participate in the Juyun Immortal Sect's sect disciple competition? Seeing Su Yun suddenly look thoughtful and careless, Zhu Jingyi couldn't help but look at Su Yun with a slightly confused look and asked. And Su Yun, after hearing Zhu Jingyi's reminder, came back to his senses, looked at Zhu Jingyi with a slight smile and said, well, I need to think about it and I'll tell you in 2 days, Senior Sister Jingyi. After all, as the descendant of Zhang Bingtian, the murderous demon leader of the Juyunzhou demon sect, this identity is too dangerous. If you are not careful, once it is exposed, you will be in danger immediately. It will be dangerous at that time. Su Yun did not dare to make a hasty decision. Oh, okay. After hearing this, although Zhu Jingyi didn't understand what Su Yun was hesitating about, she still followed Su Yun's decision. Senior Sister Yang Yuewei, seeing Su Yun and Zhu Jingyi being somewhat intimate, couldn't help but become a little puffy, looking at Su Yun and said, Junior brother Yun, you said you were going to catch spirit fish tomorrow. I'll go with you then. I can also take you on my little ferry. Yang Yuewei thought in her heart that the 3-yearly sect disciple competition was coming up soon anyway, and there was nothing to do in the past few days. Even if there was something, she would find a reason to visit Junior Uncle Yun at that time, and the master should agree. In this way, she could ride the little ferry with Junior brother Yun to catch spirit fish for fun. However, after Su Yun heard what Yang Yuewei said, she also wanted to go down to catch spirit fish, but the expression on her face could not help but freeze instantly. She thought in her heart, why is this little girl joining in the fun? She and Senior Sister Jingyi went down to do serious work, not just to catch spirit fish or to play. Senior Sister Yuewei, no need, Senior Sister Jingyi will take me down. We will be back soon. If you feel bored alone, come to Fengming Peak to accompany my master. I am a little worried about her staying alone on Fengming Peak. Su Yun looked at Yang Yuewei and said. Although it was an excuse, Su Yun was indeed a little worried about his master staying alone on Fengming Peak. After all, his master was so beautiful. If something unexpected happened, or she got bumped, it would be bad. Ah? Yang Yuewei obviously didn't expect Su Yun to reject her, and the expression on her delicate and pretty face instantly became abnormal. After a long while, Yang Yuewei looked a little disappointed and said, well then okay. I'll tell my master tomorrow and see if he will let me come. Compared to accompanying her master Yun Qingyu, Yang Yuewei would definitely feel that it would be more fun to be with Su Yun. Master Yun Qingyu, after hearing what the three said, pondered for a moment, and also looked at Su Yun and said, Little Yun Yun, how about I go with you and Jingyi tomorrow? I feel bored staying on Fengming Peak, It's better to be leisurely and interesting down there. In the past 3 months, Suyun and I went out to collect firewood, go to the spirit pond to catch spirit fish, and sleep well under the 1,000-year-old peach tree before and after tea. Master Yun Qingyu really felt that life down there was much more comfortable than up there. Of course, the most important thing was that Suyun was with me. Ah, Master, you want to go too? However, after Suyun heard what Master Yun Qingyu said, he was shocked in his heart. Really, one wave just subsided, another wave rose. What a thing! Master, that... Facing what Master Yun Qingyu said, Suyun couldn't think of any excuse to prevaricate. Finally, Suyun could only find a reason to look at his master and whispered, "Master, by the way, the uncles came to Fengming Peak today and didn't see you. Maybe they will come again tomorrow. Otherwise, you should stay on Fengming Peak with senior sister Yuewei. When those uncles come, we can have an explanation." To be honest, Suyun didn't want those uncles to see his master, and whether they would come again tomorrow was purely his own guess. He just hoped that they would not bother his master tomorrow. And he and senior sister Jingyi would come back as soon as possible after finishing their business. Suyun thought in his heart. Master Yun Qingyu, after hearing what Suyun said, also felt that what Suyun said made some sense. After a short silence, he looked up at Suyun and said, "Well, that's fine, but Xiao Yunyun, you and Jingyi have to catch more spiritual fish. I haven't eaten spiritual fish for a day, and I want to eat the grilled spiritual fish you made for me." Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful face showed some greed. Okay. After hearing this, Suyun had no choice but to nod and agree. She is indeed a foodie master. She only sleeps and eats every day. She hasn't eaten spiritual fish for a day, and she is so greedy again. If we really take the beautiful master out of this secret realm, and there are no spiritual fish to eat, what will the foodie master do? Suyun felt helpless and speechless. Zhuge Jingyi, who was standing by, saw Master Yun Qingyu's greedy look, and it was hard to imagine how delicious the roasted spirit fish made by Suyun was. She couldn't help but want to try it. "Senior sister Yuewei, Xiaoxian, I've cooked the porridge. Come and try it." At this time, Suyun finally finished cooking the porridge for senior sister Yang Yuewei and Xiaoxian Xianhe, and couldn't help but look at senior sister Yang Yuewei and Xiaoxian Xianhe and said, "Oh, okay." After hearing this, senior sister Yang Yuewei couldn't help but quickly stand up from the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree, and then ran towards the iron pot where Suyun was. "Li." Seeing this, Xiaoxian Xianhe also spread his wings and fluttered, and then ran quickly towards the iron pot where Suyun was, just like Yang Yuewei. It's delicious, junior brother Yun. The food you cook is delicious. Since we ate the roasted spirit fish you cooked, Xiaoxian and I don't want to eat other food from the Juyun Shanzong anymore. Soon, senior sister Yang Yuewei picked up a bowl and spoon and ate it with big mouthfuls. While eating, she was also praising Suyun. Xiaoxian was the same. Suyun took another bowl and served Xiaoxian a bowl. She ate very happily and very quickly, as if she hadn't eaten for several days. Seeing this, Suyun looked at this happy scene and felt very happy and satisfied in his heart. In the past, when only Master and himself were there, it felt that their lives were very peaceful. Now that senior sister Yuewei, senior sister Jingyi, and Xiaoxian Xianhe have joined, it looks so harmonious and sweet. If it can be maintained like this, it would be pretty good. Suyun thought to himself in his heart. Xiao Yunyun, Jingyi, Yue, Xiaoxian, Master Yun Qingyu, looking at the harmonious and sweet scene here, also felt very satisfied in her heart. Before she didn't have disciple Suyun, except for her master, she couldn't even feel the warmth of home in the entire Juyun Shanzong. After she had Suyun, she was served by Suyun with good food and drink. Although she often exploited Suyun, it was the first time that she felt the warmth of family and home from Suyun. The two of them leaned on each other and lived a happy and satisfied life. Now watching Zhuge Jingyi sitting aside, Suyun standing on the right side of the iron pot, and Yang Yueye and Xianhe Xiaoxian eating the food made by Suyun with relish. This scene once again made Master Yun Qingyu feel a different sweetness and warmth. And all of this was connected because of disciple Suyun. Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun standing on the right side of the iron pot and felt that Suyun was as if sent by God to her side to warm her. If it weren't for Suyun, I'm afraid I would still be bumping around outside the secret realm like a beggar. Of course, Master Yun Qingyu also learned the word beggar from Suyun. When Suyun just bumped into Master Yun Qingyu was holding the small gourd in his jade hand that could be used for flying and holding wine. His clothes were wrinkled and his hair was very messy. At that time, Suyun called himself the beggar master. Later that night, I took him to the spiritual pool in the west to bathe. He combed his hair and dressed himself up beautifully. But I was used to an idle life and felt uncomfortable wearing too formal clothes. Suyun helped me redesign my clothes. That is, the plain dress with 2 or 3 plain belts that I am wearing now. Speaking of which, I like this plain dress that Xiao Yunyun designed for me. I even think it looks better than the red fairy dress. But Xiao Yunyun seemed to like the way she looked in the red fairy dress more, saying that she looked the most beautiful in that red fairy dress. Thinking of the way Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun from before she met Suyun until now, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of special feelings. At the same time, she felt inexplicably sweet in her heart. Especially after Suyun learned that she couldn't practice, and he himself had the cultivation of the first realm of creation, he still stayed with her and didn't leave her. She was really moved in her heart. And Suyun seemed to have noticed the gaze of Master Yun Qingyu looking at him, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu, sitting on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree. Then, Suyun took a step forward and walked quickly towards the yellow pear tree. Coming to the wooden bench where Master Yun Qingyu was sitting, Suyun couldn't help but smile and look at Master Yun Qingyu and said, "Master, what are you looking at?" As he spoke, Suyun also sat down directly on the other side of the wooden bench where Master was sitting. "No, I wasn't looking at anything," Master Yun Qingyu said. "No what? Then why did I feel that, Master? You seemed to be staring at me just now." Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said with a faint smile, "No, I was just looking at the crane fairy in front of you. You just saw it wrong." Master Yun Qingyu denied it. As he spoke, Master Yun Qingyu also deliberately cast his gaze towards the place where Suyun had stood before. Suyun followed Master Yun Qingyu's line of sight and looked like he was indeed looking at the crane fairy who was eating food and looked a little interesting. However, Suyun did not think that Master Yun Qingyu was looking at the crane fairy just now. He could not help but put his mouth close to Master Yun Qingyu's ear and said softly, "Master, I don't believe it." "No, don't believe it? What don't you believe?" Master Yun Qingyu saw this and could not help but lean her body a little and looked at Suyun with her beautiful face. "I don't believe that, Master. You are looking at the crane fairy instead of me." Suyun stared at Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful eyes that were like star gems and said, If you don't believe it, forget it. Anyway, Master didn't look at you." After Master Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, her beautiful face was instantly stained with a faint blush, and she turned her head slightly and said, "Master." Suyun looked at Master, whose pretty face was slightly red, and called softly, "Yeah." Master Yun Qingyu responded softly, "Why do I feel like you're blushing, Master?" Suyun leaned his face towards Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face, looking at it as if he were appreciating a peerless painting. "No." Master Yun Qingyu was so shy that she didn't dare to look at Suyun. "No." Suyun didn't believe it. "No." Master Yun Qingyu still didn't admit it. "Oh." Seeing this, Suyun finally stopped asking and said, "Oh," softly. Then, Suyun moved his handsome face that was about to get close to Master Yun Qingyu's pretty face away, turned his head and looked at the position of senior sister Yang Weiwei and Xianhe Xiaoxian again. At this moment, Suyun didn't realize that senior sister Zhuge Jingyi was looking at him out of the corner of his eye. And the somewhat ambiguous conversation and actions between him and Master Yun Qingyu just now were also heard and seen by senior sister Zhuge Jingyi. As for Master Yun Qingyu, who had just been questioned and approached by Suyun, her pretty face became very red. Not only that, her pretty face was also slightly hot. Seeing that Suyun finally moved his head and body away, she turned her head, slightly shyly, and looked at Suyun secretly. Seeing that Suyun was looking at the position of senior sister Yang Yuewei and Xianhe Xiaoxian, Master Yun Qingyu was relieved in her heart, and the blush on her pretty face faded a little. However, looking at Suyun's handsome profile, Master Yun Qingyu's eyes were also attracted for a while. Although Suyun's cheeks were still a little raw, he was not as handsome as the 7th senior brother Lin Jingqian and the 8th senior brother Wu Ziling. But Master Yun Qingyu could imagine that when Suyun grew up to the age of the 7th senior brother Lin Jingqian and the 8th senior brother Wu Ziling, he might be more handsome than the 2 senior brothers. While thinking this, Master Yun Qingyu really wanted to see what Suyun would look like in the future. At the same time, Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but recall the time when he taught Suyun to practice Fengming's sword art and told Suyun about the former junior uncle of Fengming Peak, Li Fengming. At that time, he also teased Xiao Yunyun, saying that Xiao Yunyun was so handsome and would look good in women's clothes. Now thinking about it carefully, it is true. Why don't I find an opportunity to let Xiao Yunyun wear a set of women's clothes for me to see? Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun's handsome face and couldn't help but think secretly in his heart, "Master, you are looking at me this time." Suyun noticed that Master Yun Qingyu was staring at him again and couldn't help but retract his gaze in an instant, turned his head to look at the beautiful master who was staring at him intently, and said with a slight smile on his handsome face. However, Master Yun Qingyu had never expected that Su-yun would suddenly turn his gaze away and look at her. In this situation, Su-yun's handsome face was about to approach her pretty face. She could not help but turn her head away and said hesitantly, Well, I saw that there seemed to be something dirty on your face." "Dirty things?" Su-yun heard what Master Yun Qingyu said, looked at the shy and nervous master, and pretended to believe it and said, "Where is it? Master, please take it down for me." As she spoke, Su-yun raised her left hand like lightning, and put a small piece of dead leaves that she didn't know when and where she got on her left cheek and stuck it on her face. This. Master Yun Qingyu, who turned her head away and didn't dare to look at Su-yun, heard what Su-yun said, and saw that Su-yun wanted her to help him take the dirt off his face, and she couldn't help but become a little at a loss. "Xiao Yun, that?" Master Yun Qingyu slowly turned her head, wanting to say that the dirt on Su-yun's face had fallen off, but when she looked at Su-yun's left cheek, she saw that there was really a small piece of dead leaf fragment on it, and the panic on her pretty face instantly disappeared. She looked at Su-yun and said, "Okay, I will help you take the dirt off your face." As she spoke, Master Yun Qingyu also stretched out her delicate jade hand and touched Su-yun's left face. "Look." After Master Yun Qingyu took off the small piece of dead leaf fragment on Su-yun's face, she put it in her palm and couldn't help but stretch it in front of Su-yun, letting Su-yun see it for himself. "Well, I saw it. I didn't expect there was really a small piece of dead leaf fragment." Seeing this, Su-yun couldn't help but look at Master's charming and beautiful face and said with a smile. At the same time, Su-yun also stretched out his hands, grabbed Master Yun Qingyu's wrist with his left hand, and stretched his right hand into Master Yun Qingyu's palm, picking up the small piece of dead leaf fragments with his thumb and index finger. Master Yun Qingyu saw this, looked at Su-yun with a serious look, but couldn't help but feel nervous, and his pretty face became a little hot. "Okay, Senior, Sister Yuewei and Xiaoxian are almost done with their meals, so I'll go clean up first." The next moment, Su-yun let go of his left hand that was holding Master Yun Qingyu's wrist, stood up, and walked towards the iron pot. Master Yun Qingyu saw this, and his nervous heart finally relaxed and calmed down a lot. "Senior Sister Yuewei, Xiaoxian, how is it? Are you satisfied with the food?" Coming to the iron pot, Su-yun couldn't help but look at Senior Sister Yang Yuewei and Xianhe Xiaoxian and asked, "Yeah, satisfied." Senior Sister Yang Yuewei replied. Li Xianishan also called out with satisfaction, "Junior Brother Yun, what are you doing?" The next moment, Senior Sister Yang Yuewei saw Su-yun suddenly stretch out his right hand and stretch it towards her fair and delicate face, and couldn't help but lean back a little. "Senior Sister Yuewei, I just saw a grain of porridge left at the corner of your mouth, and I wanted to remove it for you." Seeing this, Su-yun couldn't help but stretch out his other hand to grab one of Yang Yuewei's shoulders and take the grain of porridge off the corner of Yang Yuewei's mouth. Oh! Seeing this, Yang Yuewei's slightly nervous girl's heart was finally relieved. "Okay, leave it to me next." After Su-yun helped Yang Yuewei take the grain of porridge off the corner of her mouth, he looked at Senior Sister Yang Yuewei and said with a smile. Then, Su-yun let go of the hand that was holding Yang Yuewei's shoulder. "Oh, well, thank you for your hard work, Junior Brother Yun." Senior Sister Yang Yuewei looked at Su-yun with a slightly red face and said. After that, Yang Yuewei walked to the side. "Junior Brother Yun, let me help you." As soon as Yang Yuewei walked away, Zhu Jingyi's voice suddenly rang out again, and then she walked to Su-yun's left-hand side and stood side by side with Su-yun. At the same time, Zhu Jingyi's cold and pretty face looking at Su-yun also revealed a faint, charming smile. "Senior Sister Jingyi, this, okay." Seeing this, Su-yun looked at Zhu Jingyi with an active and enthusiastic look and finally agreed. "Ha!" Seeing this, Senior Sister Yang Yuewei's pretty face couldn't help but become a little puffy in an instant, and then looked at Su-yun and said, "Junior Brother Yun, I'll help you too." After that, Yang Yuewei also walked back to Su-yun's right-hand side again and stood, sandwiching Su-yun with Zhu Jingyi. Seeing this, the crane fairy also came to the side of Senior Sister Yang Yuewei and spread her wings, as if she also wanted to help Su-yun. Seeing this, Su-yun looked at the two beautiful senior sisters on the left and right, and couldn't help feeling a little helpless and speechless in his heart. But he still agreed to help Senior Sister Yang Yuewei. As for Master Yun Qingyu, sitting on a wooden bench under the yellow pear tree and looking at the three people at the iron pot, he also felt a little throbbing in his heart. He crossed the fingers of his two jade hands and clenched them on the two thighs that were faintly exposed to a little white, and his beautiful eyes revealed a bit of entanglement and complexity. But in the end, Master Yun Qingyu did not help. Su-yun washed the dishes like senior sister Zhu Jingyi and senior sister Yang Yueye. After all, even if outsiders saw Su-yun and the other two like that, they would only think that they were three young boys and girls laughing and playing. If he joined in, the meaning would change. Taking this into consideration, Master Yun Qingyu could not help Su-yun like senior sisters Zhu Jingyi and Yang Yuei did. She just sat on the wooden bench under the pineapple tree and stared at the three of them intently. "Okay, we've finished cleaning. Let's take a break." With the help of senior sisters Zhu Jingyi and Yang Yuei, Su-yun quickly cleaned the dishes and chopsticks. He couldn't help but stop what he was doing and looked at the two of them. Then Su-yun took a towel and asked the two to wipe their hands. Then he stood up with the two of them. "Let's go and chat with Master," Su-yun said to Zhu Jingyi and Yang Yuei, the two beautiful senior sisters. "Yeah, okay," Yang Yuei and Zhu Jingyi replied in unison. The next moment, Yang Yuei and Zhu Jingyi followed Su-yun on both sides, and the three of them walked towards the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree where Master Yun Qingyu was. If someone who didn't know them saw the three of them like this, they might think that the three of them were in some kind of Taoist relationship. Hello, fellow book friends. I am the author of this book, Junju Jianyi. Not long ago, due to some factors, the author's other book, Doluo, 9 Swords Sealing the Heaven, could not be searched on Qidian. Without turning on auto-subscription, the readers who collected it could not subscribe to and read 9 Swords, normally. But today the author found that after turning on auto-subscription, the book 9 Swords can be subscribed and read normally. In addition, the author, in order to seek benefits for everyone, found a way to get free books on Qidian. That is Qidian Reading version 7.9.97 and the previous Qidian Reading version. Watching a 15-second advertisement can get 10 Qidian coins for free, which is equivalent to getting free books directly. Readers who want to continue reading 9 Swords on the Qidian app can turn to the last page and click to turn on auto-subscription so that they can continue reading. Readers who want to get free books on Qidian can also download the Qidian Reading app version 7.9.97 or join the 9 Swords QQ Book Friends group 8812090018. The author will post the previous Qidian app version in the 9 Swords QQ Book Friends group. Well, the main reason for posting a single chapter is to say this. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Master. After the three of them walked to the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree where Master Yun Qingyu was, Su-yun hurriedly looked at Master Yun Qingyu and shouted, "Master Yun! Master Yun!" Senior sister Yang Yuei and senior sister Zhu Jingyi also looked at Master Yun Qingyu and greeted him. "Well, sit down." Master Yun Qingyu heard the greetings of the three people, first glanced at Yang Yuei and Zhu Jingyi on the left and right, and then looked at Su-yun in the middle and said. After hearing this, Su-yun looked at Zhu Jingyi and Yang Yuei and said, "Senior sister Jingyi, senior sister Yuei, you guys sit down. I'll sit under the yellow pear tree." After all, it had only been 2 days since they returned to Fengming Peak. Not only were the houses on Fengming Peak dilapidated, but there was only one wooden bench. Before, one wooden bench was enough for Master Yun Qingyu and Su-yun alone. Besides, Su-yun was used to sitting down and didn't like to sit on the wooden bench very much. He preferred to sit on the ground, with his back against the yellow pear tree. Now, with Zhu Jingyi and Yang Yuei here, Su-yun had to give up the wooden bench for the two senior sisters to sit on. After that, Su-yun walked towards the trunk of the yellow pear tree and sat down with his back against the trunk. Senior sisters Yang Yuei and Zhu Jingyi saw this, glanced at Su-yun, and slowly sat down on the other half of the wooden bench where Master Yun Qingyu was sitting. After that, the four of them began to talk slowly, one sentence after another, talking and laughing. Of course, during the conversation, senior sisters Yang Yuei and Zhu Jingyi also asked about Su-yun's identity and life experience, and how he met Master Yun Qingyu and was accepted as a disciple by Master Yun Qingyu. Su-yun listened to the two sisters' questions, and after a short silence, he looked at the two pretty sisters and said, "I was born in an ordinary family. In addition to my parents, I also have a younger sister named Su Yuer. But not long ago, I suddenly encountered mountain bandits. In order to protect my sister and me, my parents were accidentally killed by the bandits. Although my sister and I escaped by chance, we accidentally got separated afterwards. Then, I met Master and was brought into this secret realm to live together. In order to avoid the exposure of the identity of the descendant of Jiang Bingtian, the murderous demon of the demon cult, Su-yun temporarily made up an identity and life experience for himself, and also added Xian Yuer. I didn't expect that your life experience was so tragic. Junior brother Yun, I'm sorry." After hearing this, Senior sister Yang Yue looked at Suyun with sympathy. Yang Yue has always been simple by nature, and it is easy to feel sympathy and pity for such tragic people or things. She couldn't help but look at Suyun and said, "Don't worry, junior brother Yun. I will definitely avenge you when I meet that gang of criminals in the future." As she spoke, Yang Yue also stretched out her jade hand and patted her slightly proud chest. Zhu Jingyi, on the other hand, was not as sentimental and compassionate as senior sister Yang Yue. She looked at Suyun and said lightly, "Junior brother Yun, I am so sad. If I can survive this 9 cold chi outbreak, I will definitely find a way to help you find your lost sister in the future." "Yes, thank you, senior sister Yue and senior sister Jingyi." After hearing what the two beautiful senior sisters said, Suyun couldn't help but look at them and thank them sincerely. Although Master Yun Qingyu knew that this was made up by Suyun, he still echoed Suyun and said, "Little Yun, you don't have to be too sad. From now on, your master is your relative. Your master will accompany you to grow up and take care of you instead of your parents." However, after hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, Yang Yue and Zhuge Jingyi felt that something seemed wrong. They thought in their hearts, "Junior brother Yun is taking care of junior brother Yun? It seems that junior brother Yun is taking care of Uncle Yun, okay?" However, although the two thought so in their hearts, they did not say it out loud, but looked at Suyun and said, "Junior brother Yun, from now on, we are also your relatives. If you need any help, just tell me. I will spare no effort to help you, junior brother Yun," Yang Yue said to Suyun. Yang Yue looked like a fearless heroine who had just arrived and was brave enough to do what was right. She was full of justice and passion. She didn't know that the world was dangerous, and she hadn't experienced the beatings of society. Looks innocent and righteous. Compared to Zhuge Jingyi, Suyun actually wants to treat Yang Yue as a junior sister, but Yang Yue entered the sect earlier than, and is 2 or 3 years older than him, so Suyun can only continue to call Yang Yue senior sister. "Senior sister Yue, senior sister Jingyi, I have finished talking about my story. Now it's time to tell me about the two of you." Suyun looked at Yang Yue and Zhuge Jingyi and said, "Of course, the main thing is to understand Yang Yue's story. After all, Suyun has heard about Zhuge Jingyi's story from Master Yun Qingyu." After hearing what Suyun said, the expressions on Yang Yue and Zhuge Jingyi's pretty faces instantly sank. Senior sister Yang Yue looked at Suyun and said, "Junior brother Yun, I am actually an orphan too. It was Master who met me, accepted me as his personal disciple, and brought me to the Juyun Immortal Sect. I don't even know who my parents are, whether they are still alive, and if they are, where are they now?" As Yang Yue spoke, the expression on her pretty face became more and more pitiful, completely different from her usual innocent and sunny smile. "This." After hearing this, Suyun was also shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that senior sister Yue, who seemed so cheerful and happy on the surface, had such a pitiful life experience. He couldn't help but look at Yang Yue and said, "Senior sister Yue, I'm sorry. I didn't know that your life experience was the same as mine, and it was also so pitiful. It doesn't matter." Yang Yue said to Suyun with a smile on her pretty face. After Yang Yue finished speaking, Zhuge Jingyi also cast his eyes on Suyun and said lightly, "Junior brother Yun, that I, senior sister Jingyi, you don't have to say anything. Master has told me everything about you." However, Zhuge Jingyi was stopped by Suyun as soon as she opened her mouth. Then she continued, "Speaking of which, the life stories of the three of us are quite similar, so from now on, we will treat each other as relatives. I, Suyun, swear that no matter what time, I will never do anything to hurt senior sister Yue and senior sister Jingyi." Suyun looked at Zhu Jingyi and Yang Yue, and couldn't help but feel a little pity and love for them in his heart. At the same time, Suyun couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu, and said to Master Yun Qingyu, "Of course, I will never do anything to hurt Master. No matter what danger I encounter, I will use my life to protect Master, and will never let Master get hurt." "Little Yun?" Master Yun Qingyu heard what Suyun said, and saw Suyun said in front of Zhuge Jingyi and Yang Yue that he would use his life to protect himself. He was deeply moved. At the same time, when he looked at Suyun, tears welled up in his eyes. "That's senior sister Jingyi, senior sister Yue. It's getting late today. Why don't you go back first? Come to Fengming Peak to play tomorrow." Just as Master Yun Qingyu was looking at Suyun with some emotion, Suyun suddenly looked at Zhuge Jingyi and Yang Yue and said, After all, after chatting with the two beautiful senior sisters for so long, Suyun couldn't help but feel that he had neglected his master, Yun Qingyu, in his heart, when he saw that his master, Yun Qingyu, was sitting next to him and was a little silent. Therefore, Suyun thought about asking the two senior sisters to go back early, and planned to use the remaining time to accompany the beautiful master more. "Oh, Well then Junior Brother Yun, Junior Uncle Yun, I will go back first. Senior Sister Yang Yue saw that Suyun took the initiative to ask them to go back early. As a girl, she was shy and finally had to agree. Junior Uncle Yun, Junior Brother Yun, take care! Zhuge Jingyi also looked at Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu and said, Well, Senior Sister Jingyi, Senior Sister Yue, take care. I will see you off. Suyun looked at the two beautiful senior sisters and said, Well. Zhuge Jingyi responded softly. After that, Suyun retracted his gaze, looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, Master, I'll go and relax, Senior Sister Jingyi and Senior Sister Yue, and I'll be back soon. Well, go. Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and nodded slightly. Then, Zhuge Jingyi and Yang Yue got up from the wooden bench and slowly walked out of the thatched house. Suyun followed behind the two pretty senior sisters. Master Yun Qingyu saw this and cast her beautiful eyes on the figures of the three people walking out. Soon, Suyun followed the two pretty senior sisters, walked out of the thatched house, and disappeared from Master Yun Qingyu's sight. After a long time, Master Yun Qingyu retracted his gaze, recalling the way Suyun left behind Zhuge Jingyi and Yang Yue the moment before, but couldn't help feeling a little lost in his heart. At this moment, Master Yun Qingyu once again cast her eyes outside the thatched cottage, but she couldn't help feeling a little empty in her heart. Apart from Suyun, she seemed to have no one in this world worth caring about, so she was very afraid that Suyun would leave her one day. Master, I'm back. Soon, Suyun sent Zhuge Jingyi and Yang Yue out of the thatched cottage, and not far away, he said goodbye to the two beautiful sisters, and then hurried back. When he walked outside the courtyard, he saw Master Yun Qingyu looking a little melancholy, and couldn't help but hurried into the courtyard, and walked towards the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree where Master Yun Qingyu was. Master, why do you look a little unhappy? Suyun came to Master Yun Qingyu, half knelt in front of Master Yun Qingyu, stretched out his hands to grasp Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands, and said with pity and love, Master, I'm fine. Master Yun Qingyu said with tears in her eyes, turning her head slightly. She wiped the tears that were about to flow out of the corners of her eyes with her right hand. Master! Seeing this, Suyun didn't know what to say to the beautiful master, so he had to hold Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands tightly with both hands, as if he wanted to give the beautiful master warmth in this way. After a long time, seeing that the beautiful master had fully recovered, Suyun couldn't help but hold Master Yun Qingyu's two jade hands and stood up. Looking at Master Yun Qingyu, he said, Master, please continue to teach me the Fengming sword technique. Turned his head and looked at Suyun meaningfully, and finally agreed. The next moment, Master Yun Qingyu was held by Suyun's two delicate jade hands, and was still pulled by Suyun to a relatively open place in front of the yard. Then, Suyun let go of Master Yun Qingyu's two delicate jade hands. Master Yun Qingyu stood behind Suyun, held Suyun's hands with her two jade hands, and began to slowly teach Suyun to practice the last three techniques of Fengming sword technique. The seventh tactic, Nirvana. Phoenix Nirvana, rebirth from the ashes. The Nirvana of Fengming sword art has the same meaning as the Phoenix Nirvana. Phoenix Nirvana, first die and then be reborn, and achieve Nirvana in the raging fire. So the seventh tactic of Fengming sword art emphasizes death before rebirth. First of all, Xiao Yunyun, you must have the courage and spirit to face death and never give up. When you sense that the sword energy in your body is exhausted and new sword energy is revived, you can almost touch that threshold. That is also the critical point for practicing Fengming sword art to a higher level. Seeing hope in despair and letting hope sprout new vitality is the true meaning of the seventh tactic Nirvana. When you successfully break through to the seventh tactic Nirvana, the sword energy in your body will undergo a qualitative change. The sword energy will gather and give birth to sword intent. When that time comes, the sword in your hand will no longer be a dead object, but will be equivalent to coming alive. When you successfully break through to the seventh art of Fengming sword art, you no longer need a sword in your hand. A branch, a leaf, a petal, etc. can all be used as a sword in your hand. In your hands, they will become living creatures with sword intent and sword energy, and they will become extremely sharp and indestructible. In addition, your fingers can also turn into swords. No sword is better than a sword, and you can kill people directly without a sword. Master Yun Qingyu patiently explained to Suyun while teaching him to practice Fengming sword art. Suyun, listening to Master Yun Qingyu's explanation, soon immersed himself in it and carefully felt the sword energy in his body. He no longer had the leisure to feel the softness of Master Yun Qingyu's body and body. Xiao Yunyun, do you understand? If you don't understand, I can tell you again. After Master Yun Qingyu finished speaking, he paused for a moment and looked at Suyun and said, Yeah, I understand. Suyun heard his master ask, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at his master, Yun Qingyu, and nodded gently. However, his eyes accidentally fell on the chest of his master Yun Qingyu, which was exposed to a large area of snow-white and charming scenery, and he couldn't help but glance at it twice more. After that, he concentrated on practicing the 7th trick of Fengming sword art with his master Yun Qingyu. Master, the 7th trick of Fengming sword art, Nirvana, is too difficult to practice, and it's getting late now, so let's not practice it today. After half a day, Suyun still couldn't fully learn and master the 7th trick of Fengming sword Ana, and couldn't help but suddenly stop, turned his head and looked at his master Yun Qingyu, who was sticking behind him and teaching him with 2 jade hands. In addition, Suyun was also a little tired from practicing and wanted to take a break. However, Master Yun Qingyu, although she usually spends most of her time eating and sleeping, did not show any sign of tiredness on her beautiful face after teaching Suyun for such a long time. She was still teaching Suyun to practice Fengming sword technique with great energy. Sure enough, as a beautiful master who has cultivated Fengming sword body and whose strength is comparable to that of Tongqian realm, her physical fitness and endurance are better than Suyun. If you do something unspeakable, the first one to fail will definitely be Suyun, at least for now. Well, okay, let's stop here today. After listening to what Suyun said, Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun's slightly tired look and finally agreed. Then, Master Yun Qingyu let go of the 2 jade hands that were holding Suyun's hands and planned to turn around and walk towards the yellow pear tree. Master! But at this time, Suyun suddenly turned around, hugged the beautiful master from behind, and put his head directly on Master Yun Qingyu's soft back. Xiao Yunyun, what's wrong with you? Master Yun Qingyu saw Suyun suddenly hug her from behind, and she trembled in her heart at first, then turned her head to look at Suyun. Master, I feel so tired now. I want to hold you like this for a while, okay? Suyun raised his head slightly, looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said with a little fatigue. This, then, okay? Hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu originally intended to raise her 2 jade hands to separate Suyun's hands that were hugging her waist, but she finally stopped. After that, Master Yun Qingyu allowed Suyun to hug her from behind, and her whole body rested on her soft back. Suyun was not polite, and directly lay on the beautiful master's back, with her eyes closed, almost falling asleep. Little Yunyun, it's almost done. After a long time, Master Yun Qingyu felt that it was almost done, and then she turned her head to wake up Suyun, who was about to fall asleep on her back. Oh! Suyun heard Master's voice, and then she instantly perked up, opened her somewhat confused eyes, and looked at Master Yun Qingyu. Then, Suyun slowly let go of her hands that were hugging Master Yun Qingyu's slender waist, and then directly clasped Master Yun Qingyu's right hand with her left hand. He took a step forward and walked towards the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree with Master Yun Qingyu. Master Yun Qingyu saw this and first glanced at the jade hand held in Suyun's left hand, then looked at Suyun, who was holding her in front of him. In the end, she did not break free and followed Suyun and walked slowly towards the yellow pear tree. Master, sit down. You must be thirsty after teaching me for so long. I'll pour you some tea. After Suyun pulled Master Yun Qingyu to the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree, he released his left hand that was holding Master Yun Qingyu's jade hand. Then he raised his hands and placed them on both sides of Master Yun Qingyu's fragrant shoulders, letting Master Yun Qingyu sit on the wooden bench. Then Suyun walked aside to pour tea for Master Yun Qingyu. Master, the tea is here! Soon, Suyun brought a cup of tea to Master Yun Qingyu, and he even had time to take a sip. After Master Yun Qingyu took the teacup and drank the tea in it, Suyun took the teacup and walked to the teapot, again to pour a cup for himself. I was almost thirsty. After drinking the tea in the cup in one gulp, without even savoring the taste, Suyun poured another cup for himself. After 2 cups, Suyun felt his throat cooler, and then turned his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu sitting on the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree. Master, are you still thirsty? Do you want another cup? Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, I forgot to ask this question just now. No, I'm not thirsty. Master Yun Qingyu saw this and looked at Suyun holding the teacup she had drunk tea from, and a hint of shyness appeared on her beautiful face. Oh! Seeing that Master Yun Qingyu said she was not thirsty, Suyun put down the teacup in his hand and walked towards the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree where Master Yun Qingyu was. The next moment, Suyun came to the wooden bench and sat on it. Master, why is the 7th trick of Fengming sword art so difficult to learn? Are the 8th trick, Yuhua, and the 9th trick, Fengming, also so difficult to learn? Suyun turned his head and looked at Master Yun Qingyu and asked. After all, when practicing the first 6 tricks of Fengming sword art, Suyun always felt at ease. While feeling the softness of the beautiful master, he learned the first 6 tricks of Fengming's sword art. But this 7th trick, after learning and practicing for so long, even spending the time to feel the softness in front of Master Yun Qingyu on practicing this 7th trick, he still hasn't been able to fully learn it. This inevitably made Suyun feel a little complaining. Well, I don't know. When I was practicing Fengming's sword art, I mastered it very quickly. It didn't seem to be as difficult to learn as you, little Yun. Master Yun Qingyu thought for a moment, then looked at Suyun and said, "Ah, this." After hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, Suyun couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. After all, when he was a child, his parents had told him that he was very good in both bone structure and comprehension, far beyond ordinary people. Unexpectedly, compared with the beautiful master, he was even worse. Did his parents lie to him at that time? Or, is the master the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven and the daughter of Luck? Thinking of this, Suyun was immediately convinced in his heart that the reason why the beautiful master could so easily practice Fengming's sword art and master the Fengming sword body must be related to the identity of the master as the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. However, he also obtained the luck of the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven too, so he must be better than others. Thinking of this, Suyun couldn't help but look at his master Yun Qingyu and said, "Master, has anyone else in the entire Juyun Immortal sect practiced this Fengming sword technique?" Well, it seems that apart from me and Xiao Yun, only the former junior uncle Li Fengming of the Juyun Immortal sect, who created the Fengming sword technique, has practiced it. And the reason why that junior uncle Li Fengming created the Fengming sword technique is because in a great battle, his bones and muscles were broken and his cultivation was destroyed, so he created this set of Fengming sword technique. After practicing the Fengming sword technique, he not only possessed absolute strength beyond ordinary practitioners, but it is said that he also recondensed the supreme bones and embarked on the road of cultivation again. After that, he directly challenged the entire Juyun province and left the Longyuan continent, leaving only this set of Fengming sword technique and the Fengming sword body contained in it. Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and explained patiently, "So the Fengming sword art is so powerful? Then the elders and disciples of the Juyun Immortal sect should also want to practice it, right?" After hearing what Master Yun Qingyu said, Suyun couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu with a look of surprise. After all, the weapons commonly used by the Immortal sect are all swords, which must be suitable for practicing Fengming sword art. Well, ever since Junior Master Li Fengming achieved the supreme realm and strength of cultivation with the help of the Fengming sword art, naturally, countless elders and disciples in the entire Juyun Shanzong have practiced the Fengming sword art. However, those who practiced the Fengming sword art, whether they were elders or disciples, only practiced to the 3rd art, Yuluo, and could not practice anymore. Even the 4th art, Feishing, was difficult to break through. And the Fengming sword art they practiced was far less powerful than Junior Master Li Fengming and my master. Over time, few people were willing to practice the Fengming sword art. The reason why Master gave the Fengming sword art to my master to practice was because my body could not contain the spiritual energy and could not practice normally, so I had to choose to practice this set of bodybuilding swordsmanship. But what no one expected was that my master was different from others. He soon successfully practiced the Fengming sword art and also comprehended the Fengming sword body hidden in the Fengming sword art. Facing the doubts in Suyun's heart, Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and explained patiently. At the same time, Master Yun Qingyu was somewhat surprised that Suyun was different from the others in Juyun Shanzong and could practice Fengming sword art to the 6th art of breaking through the air in one breath. It was not until he practiced the 7th art of Nirvana that his practice speed slowed down a little. Of course, Suyun also felt incredible in his heart. He did not expect that Fengming sword art was so difficult for others to practice. In this way, he could practice Fengming sword art to the 6th art of breaking through the air without any effort. It must be due to the luck of the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven too that he had obtained from his master. Then, he should rely on his own talent and hard work. Is that so? It seems that Fengming sword art requires a special physique to practice. Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said thoughtfully. Then he looked at Master Yun Qingyu and continued, "Senior sister Jingyi and that senior brother Nanlin both have special high-level bloodlines, so they can't practice it either? After all, if they still can't practice Fengming sword art with such a powerful and terrifying bloodline as the 9 cold absolute veins, it is enough to show how harsh the conditions for practicing Fengming sword art are. Well, Jingyi and Nanlin can't fully practice Fengming sword art either. They only broke through to the fourth Fengming sword art, and then they couldn't practice it anymore. Master Yun Qingyu nodded and said, "Is that so? That's fine. It seems that I can only study harder and practice harder in the future." Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and smiled slightly. At the same time, a subtle determination flashed in his eyes. Before this, Suyun never knew that Fengming sword art was so powerful and difficult to practice. Now, relying on the luck of Master Yun Qingyu, the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, he barely practiced to the sixth art. He must not give up halfway. When he has completely mastered the Fengming sword art, he will comprehend the Fengming sword body in the Fengming sword art, just like his master. By then, he will be able to practice both physical skills and martial arts, and his strength will surely far exceed that of people at the same level. In that case, he will be able to better protect his beautiful master and himself. Afterwards, Suyun asked his beautiful master about the Juyun immortal sect, Juyun state, and even the entire Longyuan continent. At the same time, he also recalled his experiences with his beautiful master over the past 3 months. The two of them sat on a wooden bench, looking at each other from time to time, talking and laughing. Whether it was Suyun or the beautiful master, their faces were filled with a happy smile. Time passed quietly without them noticing, and soon it was night. At this moment, the night fell, and several stars had appeared in the sky. The moonlight was bright, the stars were shining, and the full moonlight poured down like water, falling on the faces and bodies of Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu. Suyun turned his head and looked at the beautiful master who had leaned her head on his shoulder. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face. At the same time, he felt very happy and satisfied in his heart. Master Yun Qingyu leaned her head on Suyun's shoulder and cast her gorgeous eyes, which were like star gems, to the distant sky. They blinked and were as beautiful and charming as stars. Looking at this beautiful and charming master, Suyun couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and called out softly, "Master! Yeah!" Master Yun Qingyu heard Suyun calling her and responded softly, but she didn't retract her gaze from the distant sky. "Master, what are your plans for the future?" Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said lightly, "What plans?" Master Yun Qingyu retracted her gaze and looked at Suyun, looking a little confused. "I mean, Master, have you ever thought about leaving Jiyun Shanzong, or is there any place you want to go, or anything you want to do?" Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and explained, "Leaving Jiyun Shanzong? Yes. Little Yun, do you want to leave Jiyun Shanzong?" Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and said with a slightly solemn expression on her beautiful face, "Yes, I can't stay in Jiyun Shanzong forever, and I will definitely leave Jiyun Shanzong when the time comes. I will even leave Juyunzhou, or the entire Longyuan continent, just like the little uncle Li Fengming mentioned by Master." Suyun said, "Is that so? Then wherever you go, little Yunyun, I will go with you, and I will never leave you, little Yunyun." Master Yun Qingyu was silent for a moment after hearing what Suyun said, then raised his head and looked at Suyun and said, "Really?" Suyun confirmed, "Yes, really." Master Yun Qingyu nodded and said, "Then, Master, do you plan to spend your whole life with me like this?" Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu's beautiful and charming face. Under the moonlight and starlight, she looked particularly beautiful and charming. He couldn't help but want to kiss her directly. "Yes," Master Yun Qingyu also responded softly. "Then, Master, in what capacity do you plan to stay by my side? Will you always be my master, or?" As Suyun spoke, his heart became slightly agitated. Master Yun Qingyu, hearing Suyun's question, raised her head and looked at Suyun, who was staring at her intently. After a moment of silence, she opened her red lips and slowly said, "Then, little Yunyun, what capacity do you want me to stay by your side?" "As for me, of course, I hope that Master will stay by my side forever as a relative." Suyun paused for a moment and said after hearing Master Yun Qingyu's question, "Relatives? What kind of relatives?" Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun with a puzzled look and asked, "Of course, relatives," Suyun said. "After all, for some things, it is not possible to say them too clearly for the time being. Otherwise, it will be awkward to get along with each other in the future." Master Yun Qingyu, after hearing Suyun say this, although she still felt a little confused in her heart, Suyun did not want to make it clear, so she did not continue to ask. She looked at Suyun and said, "Well, no matter when, the master is the person closest to you, Xiao Yunyun. If you have anything, just tell the master. The master will definitely take care of you as much as I can." "Well, I know. I will take good care of you, Master." Suyun also looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, at this moment, whether it was Suyun or Master Yun Qingyu, the eyes looking at each other revealed a little complicated color. However, no one lifted the thin layer of fog, and they just stared at each other intently. After a long time, the two of them retracted their gazes. Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, "Master, it's getting late. Let's go in and sleep." "Yes. Okay." After hearing this, Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but look at Suyun and nodded gently. Then, Suyun stretched out his left hand, took Master Yun Qingyu's jade hand and stood up, and then walked into the thatched house. After walking into the thatched house, turning around and closing the door of the thatched house, Suyun couldn't help but turn his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu and said, "Master, I also want to hug you to sleep tonight, okay?" "Ah! Yes! Yes!" After hearing what Suyun said, Master Yun Qingyu was shocked in his heart, raised his head and looked at Suyun, and then nodded slightly. "Yes, thank you, Master." Suyun saw that Master Qingyu agreed, and couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and said with joy. After that, Suyun directly pulled Master Yun Qingyu to the bedside, and then opened his left hand that was holding Master Yun Qingyu's jade hand. Then Suyun bent down to tidy up the bed a little, and then pulled Master Yun Qingyu to sit on the bed together. "Master, go to sleep," Suyun said. "Yes!" Master Yun Qingyu said with a blushing face, but neither of them moved, just sitting quietly on the bed. "Master!" Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but stand up directly, then squatted down, stretched out his hands to take off the shoes on Master Yun Qingyu's jade feet. Then he raised his head and looked at Master Yun Qingyu, and then directly grabbed Master Yun Qingyu's 2 jade feet and put them on the bed. And Master Yun Qingyu also lay on the bed. After Master Yun Qingyu lay on the bed, she put her 2 jade hands on both sides of her body, and looked at Suyun with a little nervousness. "Master, sleep a little deeper." Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and said, "Oh." Master Yun Qingyu said softly after hearing this, and then moved her body to the inside. Then Suyun also lay on the bed. After Master Yun Qingyu saw Suyun lying on the bed, she quickly turned over and faced Suyun with her back. The toes of her 2 jade feet curled up slightly, which was enough to show the tension and anxiety in Master Yun Qingyu's heart at the moment. But her whole body seemed motionless. Seeing this, Suyun stared at Master's soft and fragrant back, and then slowly stretched out his hands. One hand passed from Master Yun Qingyu's waist and the other hand passed from the top. And then the hands intersected, hugged Master Yun Qingyu's slender waist, and hugged Master Yun Qingyu in his arms. Seeing this, Master Yun Qingyu paused for a moment, and also used her 2 jade hands to grab Suyun's hands that were hugging her slender waist. Afterwards, Master Yun Qingyu slightly turned her head to look at Suyun, who was hugging her from behind, and then she closed her beautiful eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Seeing this, Suyun also leaned her head on Master Yun Qingyu's soft and fragrant back, closed her eyes like Master Yun Qingyu, and began to fall asleep. The night was as quiet as a quiet sea. Master Yun Qingyu and Suyun lay on the bed with their eyes closed, and soon fell asleep. For a whole night, both of them maintained the same posture as at the beginning, and did not move even a little while sleeping. It was not until the next morning that Suyun opened his eyes first and wanted to get out of bed as usual to prepare breakfast for Master Yun Qingyu, when Master Yun Qingyu was awakened by Suyun's slight movement. "Little Yun." After Master Yun Qingyu was accidentally awakened by Suyun, she turned her head to look at Suyun, who wanted to take back his hands that were hugging her slender waist. "Master, are you awake? I didn't mean to wake you up." Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu and explained a little. "Yes, Master knows," Master Yun Qingyu said. However, the 2 jade hands still tightly grasped Suyun's hands that were hugging her slender waist, and it seemed that she had no intention of letting Suyun go. Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but look at Master Yun Qingyu and continued to say, "Master, I will get out of bed and prepare breakfast for you." While speaking, Suyun also exerted a little force, trying to pull his hands out of Master Yun Qingyu's 2 jade hands. However, Master Yun Qingyu's 2 jade hands still tightly grasped Suyun's hands, making Suyun unable to pull them out. "Master?" Suyun looked at Master Yun Qingyu, but seemed a little confused. "Little Yun, the master is not hungry and does not want to eat breakfast. You can accompany the master to sleep for a while." Master Yun Qingyu looked at Suyun and said, "Oh." After hearing this, Suyun was startled at first, and then he said softly, "After all, it is definitely more comfortable to continue hugging Master Yun Qingyu to sleep than to get up early to prepare breakfast for Master Yun Qingyu." Suyun naturally could not refuse and could only agree. And the next moment, when Suyun was still a little unresponsive, Master Yun Qingyu suddenly turned over and hugged Suyun directly with her 2 jade hands. Suyun looked confused when he saw this. However, Suyun did not move and let Master Yun Qingyu fiddle with him. The light and refreshing body fragrance that only belongs to women makes Suyun forget everything and immerse himself in a gentle land. However, Master Yun Qingyu did not move again and continued to hold Suyun and fell asleep again. Seeing this, Suyun slightly raised his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu. He also lay in Master Yun Qingyu's arms like a baby and continued to sleep with Master Yun Qingyu. Little junior brother Yun, little master uncle Yun, are you there? After an unknown amount of time, when Zhu Jingyi and Yang Yue's voices suddenly sounded outside the thatched cottage, Su Yun and Master Yun Qingyu were awakened by their voices. Master, it's the voices of Senior Sister Jingyi and Senior Sister Yuewei. Su Yun opened his eyes, raised his head to look at the beautiful master who was holding him in his arms, and couldn't help but remind him slightly. Yes, master heard it! Master Yun Qingyu looked at Su Yun and nodded slightly. Then, master, let's get up! Su Yun looked at the beautiful master who was still hugging him with her 2 jade hands and said, Yeah! Master Yun Qingyu nodded again. Then Master Yun Qingyu let go of the 2 jade hands that were hugging Su Yun. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but get off the bed quickly, for fear that Senior Sister Zhu Jingyi and Senior Sister Yang Yuewei would suddenly come in and see him. And Master Yun Qingyu, after watching Su Yun get off the bed, slowly got up from the bed in a lazy manner, and then sat on the bed half lying. Looking at the figure of Su Yun walking out to open the door, and then recalling the way she hugged Su Yun to sleep just now, Master Yun Qingyu couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Although hugging Su Yun to sleep like that would make her feel a little stuffy or uncomfortable, it was also very happy and satisfying. Master Yun Qingyu even thought about it in her heart, and she would hug Su Yun to sleep like this in the future. Let Su Yun feel her full love for him. Senior Sister Yuewei, Senior Sister Jingyi, you are here. Su Yun walked to the door of the house, slightly turned his head to look at Master Yun Qingyu, who was still lying on the bed, and then opened the door a little, then quickly walked out and closed the door. Yes! Junior Brother Yun, we are here. Where is Junior Brother Yun? Zhu Jingyi saw Su Yun walking out of the thatched house, and couldn't help but look at Su Yun and asked with a little confusion. While talking, Zhu Jingyi also looked at the thatched house door behind Su Yun, as if he wanted to see what Su Yun and Master Yun Qingyu were doing inside. Master, she is still sleeping inside. Su Yun heard what Zhu Jingyi said, and couldn't help but look at Zhu Jingyi and said with a little embarrassment. At the same time, Su Yun also took a step out and continued to walk towards the location of Zhu Jingyi and Yang Yuewei. Sleeping? Oh! After hearing this, Zhu Jingyi's cold and pretty face showed a little emotion, and soon regained her calmness and said softly, She had never been inside the thatched hut to see it, and she didn't know that Su Yun and his master, Yun Qingyu, slept on the same bed. Senior Sister Yang Yuewei knew about it, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Then Senior Sister Jingyi, let's go. If we hurry up, we can still come back in time to make lunch for our master and the 2 senior sisters. After Su Yun walked in front of the 2 beautiful senior sisters, he first glanced at Yang Yuewei on Zhu Jingyi's right, and then looked at Zhu Jingyi and said, Well, let's go. Zhu Jingyi replied softly. After saying that, Zhu Jingyi turned around and planned to leave Fengming Peak with Su Yun and go to the West Spirit Pool below. Hey, Junior Brother Yun! However, just as Su Yun was about to leave with Zhu Jingyi, Yang Yuewei suddenly called Su Yun. Senior Sister Yuewei, what's wrong? Su Yun turned around and looked at Yang Yuewei, asking with a hint of confusion. Well, can't you take me with you? Yang Yuewei said with a look of disappointment. Well, next time I will definitely take you, Senior Sister Yuewei. This time, you just take good care of my master on Fengming Peak, and I'll make you grilled spirit fish when I come back, Su Yun said, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch Yang Yuewei's head, just like comforting a cute little junior sister. But in fact, Su Yun is Yang Yuewei's junior brother. Oh, okay then. After hearing what Su Yun said, Yang Yuewei had to agree with a little grievance. Senior Sister Jingyi, let's go. Su Yun saw that Yang Yuewei agreed, and turned his head again, looked at Zhu Jingyi and said, Yeah! Zhu Jingyi glanced at Yang Yuewei, and then responded softly. Then Su Yun walked side by side with Zhu Jingyi towards the gate of the thatched cottage. Yang Yuewei stood there and watched Su Yun and Zhu Jingyi leave. It was not until Su Yun and Zhu Jingyi disappeared from her sight that Yang Yuewei walked to the wooden bench under the yellow pear tree and sat down weakly. She had finally persuaded her master Lin Jingchen to come to Fengming Peak. She thought Su Yun would agree to take her to play down there, but she didn't expect that he would not take her with him after all. She retracted her gaze from the gate of the thatched cottage and turned her head to look at the entrance of the thatched cottage. Yang Yuewei couldn't help but want to walk into the thatched cottage to confide her grievances to Master Yun. But in the end, Yang Yuewei still didn't leave the wooden bench. She just sat there quietly, holding her pretty face as pink as water with her 2 jade hands, looking bored. As for Su Yun, after leaving the thatched cottage with Zhu Jingyi, they soon walked to the outskirts of Fengming Peak. At this moment, Both of them stopped outside Fengming Peak. Zhuge Jingyi held the silver-white 3-foot-long sword in her hand, drew it out of its sheath in an instant, and then gently placed it on the ground. Then Zhuge Jingyi jumped up and jumped directly onto the long sword. Then Zhuge Jingyi flew up slowly on the sword. "Junior brother Yun, what are you standing for? Why don't you fly the sword?" After Zhuge Jingyi flew into the air with the sword, she saw Suyun still standing there motionless, and couldn't help but look at Suyun with a slightly confused look and asked, "That, senior sister Jingyi? I don't know how to fly the sword yet, so I'm going to get the flying gourd of my master." Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi and said with a bit of embarrassment. Originally, Suyun wanted to borrow the flying gourd from his master Yun Qingyu, but who knew that he actually forgot? "How about you, senior sister Jingyi? Wait for me for a moment. I'll go back and get the flying gourd from master." Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi and said. After that, Suyun was about to turn around and leave to get the gourd. "Well, junior brother Yun, how about I give you a ride?" Seeing this, Zhuge Jingyi couldn't help but call Suyun and said to him, "Ah, is this okay?" After hearing this, Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi's slightly red and cold face and said, "After all, compared to the flying gourd, this flying sword is more dangerous. If you are not careful, you will fall off the long sword, and you will probably be smashed to pieces." Suyun naturally dare not take risks with her life. "Well, it should be. No problem," Zhuge Jingyi replied in a somewhat uncertain tone. After all, so far she has been flying alone on the sword and has never given anyone a ride. Suyun heard the word "should" from Zhuge Jingyi's mouth, and his heart became more and more uneasy and uncertain. He couldn't help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and said, "Then senior sister Jingyi, if I accidentally fall down, what will you do?" "Yes, of course, I will spare no effort to save your junior brother Yun." Seeing Suyun asking her this, Zhuge Jingyi looked at Suyun and said without hesitation, "Then, okay." Since Zhuge Jingyi said so, Suyun couldn't hesitate anymore and could only force it. Seeing Suyun agreed, Zhuge Jingyi also flew down directly on the sword and flew in front of Suyun. She looked at Suyun and said, "Junior brother Yun, come up." While speaking, Zhuge Jingyi also stretched out her delicate jade hand, ready to pull Suyun up. Seeing this, Suyun also stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhuge Jingyi's jade hand, and then was pulled by Zhuge Jingyi to the long sword behind her. "Junior brother Yun, hold on tight." After Suyun stood on the long sword, Zhuge Jingyi turned his head to look at Suyun and gave him a slight reminder. "Oh," Suyun responded softly. Then Zhuge Jingyi directly controlled the long sword and flew towards the bottom of Fengming Peak. Seeing this, Suyun slightly looked back and quickly stretched out his hands to hug Zhuge Jingyi's soft and boneless waist. However, as soon as Suyun touched Zhuge Jingyi's jade body, a chill instantly came from Zhuge Jingyi's jade body, making Suyun feel cold. But for the sake of his own life, Suyun had to endure the chill that penetrated into his bones and continued to hug Zhuge Jingyi. Zhuge Jingyi, who was hugged by Suyun from behind, felt a warmth coming from Suyun, making Zhuge Jingyi feel a little warm. She hadn't felt such a warm feeling for more than 10 years. Apart from her late grandfather Zhuge Qingyun, almost no outsider had ever touched her body. Now she was hugged by Suyun, and although she could only feel a faint warmth, for Zhuge Jingyi, who had the 9 cold meridians and whose body was filled with the 9 cold qi, it was like meeting the warm sun in the cold winter. That feeling was like a dying person who had been starving and cold for a long time. Even a bite of ordinary food or a cup of light warm tea could make him feel as if he had eaten human delicacies and drank sweet spring water. And this feeling was even sweeter than the honey he ate at ordinary times, and it went straight to the deepest part of his heart. Zhuge Jingyi felt this way at the moment. Zhuge Jingyi lowered her head slightly, glanced at Suyun's hands hugging her slender waist, and then said nothing, and continued to fly towards the lower body with her sword. Since she was carrying Suyun, Zhuge Jingyi was very steady and flew slowly. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhuge Jingyi finally landed with Suyun on the small hill below the Juyun immortal sect, where Suyun and his master Yun Qingyu had lived together for 3 months. "Junior brother Yun, we are down there." Zhuge Jingyi landed on the long sword, then turned her head slightly to look at Suyun, who was still holding her waist with both hands, and reminded him. "Oh." Suyun heard Zhuge Jingyi's reminder, looked around, and then let go of her hands that were holding Zhuge Jingyi's slender waist, and then jumped off the long sword. After Suyun jumped off the long sword, Zhuge Jingyi also jumped off the long sword and put it away. Putting away the sword, Zhuge Jingyi looked around for a while, then turned her head to look at Suyun, who was standing behind her and looking around, and said, "Junior brother Yun, let's go." Senior sister Jingyi, wait a moment. I want to go into the thatched cottage to take a look." After hearing what Zhuge Jingyi said, Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi and waved his hand slightly. After all, no matter what, this is the place where he and his beautiful master have lived together for 3 months. Now that he is here again, it is inevitable that Suyun will evoke many memories. Naturally, he is reluctant to leave without even taking a look. Okay. Zhu Jingyi heard what Suyun said and saw that Suyun looked at the thatched cottage with a very attached look, and finally agreed. Then he looked at Suyun and said shyly, Junior brother Yun, is this the place where you and junior uncle Yun lived together for 3 months? Zhuge Jingyi looked at the thatched cottage on the right side of the 1,000-year-old peach tree. It was almost as dilapidated as the thatched cottage on Fengming Peak, but against the backdrop of the 1,000-year-old peach tree, it looked like a harmonious and peaceful paradise. And this 1,000-year-old peach tree was the only tree on the entire hill, and it was like a rare and unique scenery. 1 tree, 1 house, 1 hill, 2 bowls, 2 chopsticks, 2 beautiful people. It really makes people feel very envious and yearning. Well, this is the place where I lived with my master for 3 months before I went to Juyun Shanzong with my master. If possible in the future, I hope to come back here with my master again and live like this with my master, Suyun said with a little sadness. Junior brother, Yun. Zhuge Jingyi, hearing Suyun's words, looked at Suyun's sincere and handsome face, and a hint of different feelings could not help but appear in her beautiful eyes. Then, Suyun took a step and walked into the thatched cottage. Zhuge Jingyi stood there, staring at Suyun's figure approaching the thatched cottage, and couldn't help but clench her fists and then followed him. Pushing open the door of the thatched cottage, because no one had lived in it for several days, it was covered with a layer of light dust, and it looked a bit quaint. Suyun stretched out his right hand, and his fingertips gently stroked the bed table in the thatched cottage, but he felt very warm and cozy in his heart. In addition to the Su family mansion in Yunfeng City that had long been massacred and burned, this should be Suyun's second home, and it was also the home where Suyun felt the warmest and cozy. Suyun looked at everything in the thatched hut as if he could still see Master Yun Qingyu lying on the bed or sitting in front of the dressing table. At the same time, he seemed to be able to see the scene when he was first brought to the secret realm by Master Yun Qingyu, and when he first brought hot water to bathe Master Yun Qingyu's jade feet. At that time, he had just been rescued by Master Yun Qingyu and escaped from heaven. His face and mind were so immature. It was the first time he met such a beautiful and charming master. He had the idea of taking care of the beautiful master for the rest of his life. After Suyun looked at everything in the thatched hut, he couldn't help but retract his gaze and then took a deep breath. He turned around and looked at Zhu Jingyi and said, "Senior sister Jingyi? Okay, let's go." "Oh, okay." Jie Jingyi had been following Suyun closely and was looking at everything in the thatched hut like Suyun. When she heard Suyun's voice, she came back to her senses and looked at Suyun and nodded, gently. After that, the two walked out of the thatched hut side by side, turned their heads to look at the hut again, and then took a step forward, heading towards the spiritual pond in the west. And this thatched hut and the 1,000-year-old peach tree on the left side of the hut looked at Suyun's figure going away like an old grandfather and an old grandmother. The grass on the thatched hut was flying, and the petals of peach blossoms fell from the peach tree last year as if waving to Suyun, and also as if bidding farewell. "Junior brother Yun, should we catch fish first, or?" Zhuge Jingyi followed Suyun, retracted her gaze from the hill behind her, turned her head to look at Suyun, and asked shyly. After all, although she knew that relying on the strange fire could help her suppress the 9 cold qi in her body, she had no idea how to do it, whether it was like sitting cross-legged one after the other to practice qigong to heal injuries, or it required skin-to-skin contact. In addition, Suyun was almost the first person of the opposite sex of similar age who had held hands with her. If there was any other physical contact during the process of helping her suppress the 9 cold absolute qi, Zhuge Jingyi would naturally feel shy and bashful. When Suyun heard Zhuge Jingyi ask this, he turned his head to look at Zhuge Jingyi, whose pretty face was blushing, but he couldn't help but look at Zhuge Jingyi and said lightly, "Well, let's catch fish first. After catching the fish, it's not too late to slowly explore." After all, Suyun was also the first time, and he didn't even know how to control the strange fire. But fortunately, Xiaoling already had his own consciousness, so he could ask Xiaoling directly at that time. "Oh, then okay." Jie Jingyi saw Suyun said to catch fish first, and then slowly explore to help her suppress the 9 cold absolute qi in her body, and finally nodded and agreed. After that, Zhuge Jingyi continued to follow Suyun towards the spiritual pool in the west. Along the way, the two basically didn't speak again. The main reason why Suyun chose to catch the spirit fish first was to avoid embarrassing senior sister Jingyi. He thought that by catching spirit fish together, senior sister Jingyi would be free to blend into the environment and atmosphere, and then she would not be so embarrassed. Okay, senior sister Jingyi, we are here. Since they seldom talked along the way, the two walked very fast, and soon they arrived in front of the spiritual pond in the west. The sun was shining, the sky was clear, and the sunlight shone on the spiritual pond, sparkling and colorful, looking extremely beautiful. The spiritual fish in the pond were huge and plump, and many of them swam on the water surface. The scales reflected the colorful rays of light, and some of them were so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Suyun and Zhu Jingyi stood side by side, looking at the pool of water in front of them, and they really felt that the scenery was pleasant. Senior sister Jingyi, let's catch fish! After a moment, Suyun retracted his gaze from the pool water, turned his head and looked at Zhu Jingyi, who was standing beside him, and couldn't help but stretch out his left hand, grabbed Zhu Jingyi's right hand, and took a step towards the spiritual pond. Zhuge Jingyi didn't even react completely, and was pulled by Zhuge Jingyi to jump into the spiritual pond, making Zhuge Jingyi's skirt wet. Senior sister Jingyi, how about we compete to see who can catch more spirit fish? After Suyun pulled Zhuge Jingyi into the spirit pond, he let go of Zhuge Jingyi's jade hand, turned his head and looked at Zhuge Jingyi and said, "Is this still necessary to compete? With one strike of my sword, at least a dozen spirit fish can turn their bellies up out of the water." Zhuge Jingyi stared at the spirit fish swimming around in the spirit pond, then looked at Suyun and said, "After all, it's just catching a spirit fish. Why bother so much?" Suyun, after hearing what Zhuge Jingyi said, was a little speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. As Zhuge Jingyi said, it is indeed more efficient. After a short silence, Suyun looked at Zhu Jingyi and said, "Sister Jingyi, although the method you mentioned is very effective, in this way, wouldn't we not be able to experience the fun of catching spirit fish? In addition, spirit fish must be cooked into food when they are fresh and alive. If they are half dead, the taste will be greatly reduced. Also, we need to take the spirit fish to Fengming Peak. If we follow the method you mentioned, I'm afraid that all the spirit fish we catch will die before we reach Fengming Peak. The food we make will be very unpalatable." Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi's slightly confused look and felt that Zhu Jingyi looked a little cute in this state. "Oh, so that's how it is. In that case, let's follow junior brother Yun's method." Zhuge Jingyi heard what Suyun said, and then she took away her jade hand that was about to draw the sword from the sheath, and agreed to catch spirit fish according to Suyun's method. Suyun saw Zhuge Jingyi agreed and couldn't help but look at Zhu Jingyi and nodded gently with a smile. After that, Zhuge Jingyi put the long sword in her hand on a big stone beside the spirit pond, slightly rolled up the sleeves and trouser legs of her dress, and then walked to Suyun again. Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi, who rolled up her sleeves and trouser legs, revealing two snow-white and slender jade hands, and two long legs as white as jade and snow. He just felt that this senior sister Jingyi had a really good figure. Perhaps because of the 9 cold absolute meridians and 9 cold absolute chi, Zhu Jingyi's skin is as white and flawless as jade. On her body, there is not even a trace of the pink and red and purple skin color like a normal woman. The whole person looks like a piece of flawless jade, giving people a sense of ice and jade, pure and flawless, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, lonely and noble, and proud of the frost. "Junior brother Yun, all right, all right." Zhu Jingyi came to Suyun's side, and seeing that Suyun was staring at her intently, she could not help but look at Suyun with a little shyness, and reminded him slightly. Then she lowered her head slightly. "Well, let's get started." Suyun only reacted after hearing Zhuge Jingyi's reminder, and looked at Zhuge Jingyi and nodded gently. Then Suyun cast his eyes on the spiritual fish swimming around in the spiritual pool, bent down, stretched out his hands, and began to catch the spiritual fish. Seeing this, Zhuge Jingyi stared at Suyun, who had already started to catch the spiritual fish, and like Suyun, she put her 2 jade hands in the water and slowly approached the spiritual fish. "Junior brother Yun, look, I caught a spiritual fish." Soon, Zhu Jingyi caught a relatively large spiritual fish, held it in her hand and looked at Suyun and said, "Plop." However, just as Zhu Jingyi lifted the spirit fish in her hand, the spirit fish swung its tail and broke free, falling back into the spirit pond. The splashing water directly splashed on Zhu Jingyi's body and pretty face, making her look a little embarrassed. But in Suyun's eyes, it suddenly had a different kind of beauty. "Junior brother Yun, that spirit fish ran away." Zhuge Jingyi saw Suyun staring at her slightly embarrassed self and couldn't help but explain a little. "It's okay. Just catch it again." Suyun looked at this beautiful and cute senior sister and said with a smile, Oh! After hearing what Suyun said, Zhuge Jingyi felt that it was a bit troublesome to catch the spirit fish in this way. But she still said oh, looked at Suyun and nodded gently. Then, Zhuge Jingyi caught the spirit fish very seriously again. Soon, Zhuge Jingyi completely let go of herself. When she saw the spirit fish, she pounced directly at it, not afraid of her clothes getting wet by the pool water. Senior Sister Jingyi, this is really cute. Suyun stopped and looked at Zhuge Jingyi, who had completely immersed herself in catching the spirit fish. He felt that Zhuge Jingyi was too cute at this moment, and because Zhuge Jingyi completely let go of herself, she didn't care whether her clothes were wet by the pool water. At this moment, both her hair and the clothes she was wearing had become wet. Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi and could even see a little bit of her nakedness. Zhuge Jingyi noticed that Suyun was staring at her intently, so she stopped and turned to look at Suyun with a slightly confused look and asked, "Junior brother Yun, what's wrong?" "Oh, nothing, nothing. Continue catching fish." Suyun saw Zhuge Jingyi looking at him, and he quickly retracted his gaze and said, turning his head. After that, Nanju glanced at Zhuge Jingyi, and then he continued to catch spirit fish in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhuge Jingyi didn't care too much. She stared at Suyun, who was busy catching spirit fish, and also caught spirit fish again. It must be said that Zhuge Jingyi didn't look like she was catching spirit fish at all. Instead, she looked like she was playing with the spirit fish in the spirit pool, and she was playing very hard. In this way, there was no trace of the core elder sister of Juyun Xianzong. She was just like an innocent girl who had never entered the secular world. Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi, who looked like this, and also looked at Zhuge Jingyi and smiled and shook his head gently, but he didn't care about Zhuge Jingyi. After about an hour, Suyun saw that the time was almost up, and finally stopped, looked at Zhuge Jingyi, who was still holding the spirit fish, and said, "Jingyi, senior sister, the time is almost up, let's go ashore." Oh! Zhuge Jingyi listened to Suyun's reminder, and then she restrained her mind from playing, and once again returned to the appearance of the cold and beautiful Jingyi senior sister. She looked at Suyun with a little shyness. After that, Zhuge Jingyi, wearing a slightly wet dress, walked back to the shore with Suyun. Suyun looked at Zhuge Jingyi, who looked like this, and it was really a bit exciting to see her, especially the two protruding parts, which could see the extremely eye-catching beautiful scenery. Zhuge Jingyi, of course, quickly noticed Suyun's strange look at her, and couldn't help but stretch out her two delicate hands to grab the clothes in front of her, and used her two hands to cover her body slightly. "Ahem, that's senior sister Jingyi. Wait here for a while. I'll go find some firewood to make a bonfire, help you dry your clothes, and then grill a few spirit fish to eat." Suyun stared at Zhuge Jingyi's seductive figure that revealed the charming scenery and couldn't help but cough a little, and said to Zhuge Jingyi, "Well, okay. Zhuge Jingyi had to agree to what Suyun said. Then Suyun retracted his gaze from Zhuge Jingyi and turned around to find firewood. As for Zhuge Jingyi, she looked at Suyun's leaving figure, then retracted her gaze and looked at herself, who was all wet, and she was so shy in her heart. I was really too absorbed in the activity just now, and I almost forgot that Junior Brother Yun was there. Now Junior Brother Yun saw me like this. It was really... Zhuge Jingyi's cold and pretty face even blushed. After that, Zhuge Jingyi went directly to the big rock where the long sword was placed before and sat down, patiently waiting for Suyun to come. While waiting, Zhuge Jingyi also took a quick look at the spirit fish she and Suyun had caught, and saw that Suyun had caught 2 or 3 times more spirit fish than she did. She had been struggling for so long, but she had caught less than 10 spirit fish, while Suyun had caught more than 20. This made Zhuge Jingyi feel a little ashamed in her heart. "Senior sister Jingyi." However, not long after, Suyun's voice suddenly came, and then Suyun also walked quickly from a distance. "Junior Brother Yun." Zhuge Jingyi heard Suyun's voice and cast her beautiful eyes with a pair of clear and bright purple colors towards Suyun, but she saw that Suyun had nothing in his hands and was walking towards her position with empty hands. Seeing this, Zhuge Jingyi could naturally find something wrong, and couldn't help but look at Suyun and asked, "Junior Brother Yun, what happened?" While talking, Zhuge Jingyi also picked up the long sword and stood up from the big rock. "Senior sister Jingyi, I found a cave over there. Why don't we go to the cave?" When Suyun was about to walk in front of Zhuge Jingyi, he suddenly stopped and said to Zhuge Jingyi, Okay. Zhuge Jingyi was shocked at first when she heard what Suyun said, and then she thought of Suyun's plan to use the strange fire to help her suppress the 9 cold qi, and finally she had to agree. Then, Zhu Jingyi looked at the spirit fish again and said, "What about these spirit fish?" Zhu Jingyi meant that they must not be taken into the cave together. After all, the air in the cave is generally not very fresh. In such an environment, the spirit fish will soon turn over or even die. Well, for these spirit fish, take 3 or 5 of them with you and hide the rest by the spirit pond. Come back and take them later. Suyun listened, Jingi said, thought for a moment, and looked at Juje Jingi and said, "Oh, that's fine." After that, Juje Jingi and Suyun dealt with the spirit fish a little, and then took 3 or 5 spirit fish and followed Suyun to a quiet and remote place on the right. This is a jungle with more grass and trees. Although there are a few big trees, they are relatively sparse, and there are more thin branches and weeds. Near the innermost side, in a place where weeds grow, there is a covered cave entrance. If you don't look carefully, it's really hard to find. Juje Jingi followed Suyun to the cave entrance and looked around. As this place was dark, they had never been here before and had not discovered this hidden cave. "Senior Sister Jingi, let's go in." Suyun stretched out his hands, lifted the weeds that covered the cave entrance, turned his head and said to Juje Jingi, "Oh, yeah." After hearing this, Juje Jingi looked inside the cave and nodded. Then the two of them entered the cave. After entering the cave, the two took a general look and found that the cave was not very deep, and it was not as dark as they imagined. In the innermost part of the cave, there was actually a stone bed. The cave wall was shining with a bright and clear light like moonlight, making the whole cave look a little cold and secluded. Not only that, there seemed to be a faint chill coming from all around the cave, which made people feel a little cool. Suyun stared at Juje Jingi, and then quickly brought in some firewood that he had prepared in advance, and soon lit a bonfire. Once the bonfire was lit, the warmth in the cave became slightly warmer. Then, Suyun used a few branches to string the spirit fish he brought with him, and placed them next to the bonfire to start roasting the spirit fish. "Senior Sister Jingi, come, I'll teach you how to roast spirit fish." Suyun glanced at Juje Jingi, who was sitting by the bonfire and seemed to be doing nothing, and handed a spirit fish to her and said, "Oh, okay." Juje Jingi heard what Suyun said, stretched out her jade hand to take the spirit fish, and while roasting her clothes, she learned how to roast spirit fish from Suyun. It smells so good. Not long after, Suyun roasted 2 spirit fish and sprinkled some cumin and seasonings on them. Just looking at them, people's appetites have been opened. "Senior Sister Jingi, here." Suyun handed one of the grilled spirit fish to Juje Jingi, and then took the one she hadn't grilled yet. "Thank you, Junior Brother Yun." Juje Jingi took the spirit fish that Suyun had grilled, smelling the tempting aroma, and couldn't wait to take a bite. However, in order to take care of her image in front of Suyun, Juje Jingi still behaved like a lady, slowly put the spirit fish to her mouth and gently bit it. "It's delicious." Juje Jingi took a bite and felt that it tasted great. This was probably the most delicious grilled spirit fish she had ever eaten. If it tastes good, eat more." Seeing this, Suyun looked at Juje Jingi's cold and pretty face with a faint and charming smile, and couldn't help but look at Juje Jingi.